Shen Tang awoke to find herself transformed into a 300-pound behemoth, yet miraculously surrounded by 5 stunning beastly husbands: the enchanting red fox, the domineering black panther, the brooding white snake, the tyrannical merman, and the stalwart golden eagle general. Each one boasted broad shoulders, slender waists, and long legs, with abdominal muscles rivaling those of top male models. The original owner of this body was neither attractive nor industrious, drawing the disdain of those around her, and her beastly husbands treated her with contempt. Shen Tang, having crossed over into this world, became the scapegoat. The narrative commenced amidst a chaotic battleground. Confronted with the icy, disdainful gazes of her husbands, Shen Tang trembled in fear, delivering a swift kick to the man before her and fleeing. Divorce? She would not serve any longer. Yet, in a twist of fate, she found herself bound to a beauty system, which mandated that she win the affection of these 5 extraordinary beastly husbands. Elevating their fondness would earn her splendid rewards: acne cream, weight loss pills, beauty potions, and alluring fragrances. Intrigued, Shen Tang thought, how difficult could it be to win over men? She had never been naive enough to underestimate such endeavors. With renewed confidence, she checked the affection levels of her 5 husbands, only to discover 4 held feelings of disgust, and 1 had succumbed to darkness, each wishing to rid themselves of her. With her life at stake, how could she possibly navigate this treacherous terrain? But soon, the tides began to shift. How did the universally despised become the universally adored? Was it not agreed that she would remain a widow while they clandestinely shared her bed? Chapter 1. Transmigration into a wicked femme fatale. Upon awakening, Shen Tang found herself straddling the waist of an unfamiliar man, poised to remove his undergarments. "Stop! If you touch me again, I shall sever your hand." His cold, hoarse growl sent shivers down her spine, and the tantalizing scene before her made her feel faint. In the dimly lit basement, the man was disheveled, his hands bound by chains to the bed. As he struggled, the clash of steel echoed, revealing bulging muscles and deep crimson welts on his arms. Shen Tang was dumbfounded. Where was she? A scene from a scandalous novel. Had her late-night viewing of thrilling content led to this bizarre awakening? After years of being single, could her yearning for male companionship have manifested as a dream? The man before her had a face sculpted by the gods, with deep-set features and piercing golden eyes that captivated the heart. His physique was nothing short of perfect, with broad shoulders and long legs that would make any top male model envious. Yet his countenance was marred by an unnatural flush, and his gaze was frigid and wrathful, as if he wished to tear her apart. His mocking words sliced through the air like ice. Shen Tang, pale with fright, crawled off him, biting her lip in utter helplessness. "No, it's not me." Xiao Jin's eyes blazed with loathing, as if he wished to strangle the woman before him. In the throes of his tumultuous phase, he bound himself in the basement to maintain control, only to discover that Shen Tang had exploited his vulnerability. This madwoman had dared to drug him, provoking an uncontrollable episode. Xiao Jin's breathing quickened, driven by an overwhelming impulse, and as he gazed upon Shen Tang's unattractive visage, he found a hint of beauty within her. Damn it! Listening to the man's frigid taunts, Shen Tang felt a surge of anger. No one had ever insulted her so. While she may not have been a peerless beauty, she certainly surpassed mediocrity. How could someone so handsome be so morally bankrupt? After absorbing the memories of her original self, Shen Tang's face turned ashen. She had indeed crossed over into that explicit narrative, one set in a dystopian world characterized by a low birth rate and an excess of men. To combat calamities, humanity had evolved into powerful beast-like beings endowed with unique abilities. In this world, polyandry was commonplace. The government encouraged females to collect husbands, and those who failed to secure a mate post-adulthood faced forced marriages. Collecting 10 husbands would yield a reward of 100 million star coins. The original owner of this body, a princess with shrank mental abilities, was matched with 5 top-tier beastly husbands, destined for a life of luxury. However, she was not the heroine, but a malicious supporting character, a stepping stone for the true protagonist. Consumed by jealousy, the original owner had plotted against the heroine, even colluding with rebels to push her into polluted lands to ensure her demise. Yet her schemes backfired, resulting in her own contamination, loss of mental faculties, and ultimate disgrace, leading to a life sentence in exile, abandoned to her fate. Her 5 husbands had also been condemned alongside her. A chilling mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Warning. Male lead Xiao Jin's dislike level has surpassed the threshold. Blackening rate continues to rise. 10.20.30. Please escape immediately. With each percentage increase in blackening, the risk of death multiplies. A 100 blackening guarantees death. Before Shen Tang could process this, Xiao Jin violently broke free from his chains and pinned her to the ground. Is this what you desired? I shall grant it to you now, he growled, his hand closing around her throat, his breath hot and dangerous. Shen Tang's heart raced without time for contemplation. She delivered a swift kick to his vulnerable area. Xiao Jin groaned, doubling over in pain. Shen Tang, he roared, fury radiating from him. If I see you again, I will kill you. Shen Tang ran until his voice faded into the distance, her mind a whirlwind. She recalled the original owner's fate, having been disabled by Xiao Jin due to her own treachery. She could not allow history to repeat itself. Divorce. She must escape this marriage. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, how could an ordinary college student survive? As dusk fell, Shen Tang stood on the muddy path of the shelter, the metallic rooftops glimmering eerily, while strange scratching sounds echoed from beyond the walls, as if some monstrous entity sought entry. A shiver ran down her spine as she remembered the 8 p.m. curfew within the shelter. The station military would enforce a citywide lockdown to fend off those intruders. Upon entering the shelter, she was assaulted by the stench of mold, nearly retching from the sight of overflowing trash. The space was nearly uninhabitable, with flies buzzing incessantly. To her horror, she spotted a decayed loaf of bread teeming with maggots at her feet. Ugh! Shen Tang could no longer contain herself, leaning over the toilet to vomit violently. She was repulsed by her own reflection. She longed for this to be a nightmare. Gripping her thigh in tears, she could not awaken from this reality, the mirror's reflection of a dark, corpulent, and unattractive woman haunting her. How had a princess been reduced to such a state? No wonder the male lead wished for her demise. To be forced upon by such a woman was tantamount to a fate worse than death. Shen Tang was typically a homebody, considering herself to have no particular demands regarding her appearance. However, she certainly did not wish to bear such a repulsive body. Enduring her weakness, she turned on the showerhead, hoping for a proper cleansing. The acne on her body was painfully sensitive to the touch, and vigorous scrubbing only resulted in pus and blood. Could it be a fungal infection? What should she do? She was uncertain if there were any medications available in this place. Ding! System connection complete. That cold, mechanical voice echoed once more in Shen Tang's mind. A beauty gong yur shi tong? What on earth is this? A belated golden finger? Yet, such a captivating narrative is typically reserved for those beautiful and kind heroines, isn't it? Shen Tang glanced down at her unattractive and overweight form, her lips twitching in disbelief. Are you certain you haven't made a mistake? With her appearance, attempting to flirt with handsome men would either frighten them away or result in her being treated like a deranged individual. Chapter 2. Beauty Gungid Shi Tong. This was an unexpected stroke of good fortune, alleviating her immediate plight. Not only could she become beautiful, but she could also pursue handsome men. Do not think she was unfamiliar with novels, no matter how enticing the conditions proposed by these systems. Failure to complete tasks meant direct annihilation. Life or handsome men. Shen Tang was quite clear on her priorities. You must be deceiving me. Is this your doing? I am clearly alive and well, still young, a blossoming maiden who has yet to even kiss a handsome man. How could I possibly be dead? The system calmly provided 9 words. Shen Tang felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her face a mask of disbelief. The system continued, in adherence to humanitarian principles. The system binds living hosts only with their consent. Should the host perish, the system will automatically select a suitable soul to bind, fulfilling the host's wishes. If I do not complete the tasks, there will be no other penalties, right? None. Besides the items that enhance charm, are there any other rewards? Shen Tang's mind calmed. In such a perilous world, relying solely on men may not ensure survival and could result in subjugation. She required items that would be beneficial to her. Yes, scarce resources, plot items, talent points, supernatural abilities. and even mysterious prizes. The host can peruse the system manual for further details and experience during subsequent collaborations. A flash of white light revealed a virtual screen before Shen Tang, displaying the system's user manual and various introductions. After reviewing it, she made her decision that I agree to the binding. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully binding to the beauty gloomy sheet. Updating the host's personal attribute panel. Host, Shen Tang. Age, 19. Appearance, 8. Ugly as a demon. Skin, extremely poor figure. Severely overweight. Skills, none. Overall charm evaluation, inferior. Recommendation, improve skin condition, enforce weight loss. Her physical condition was even more dismal than she had imagined. Whom do you need me to pursue? The system has automatically scanned for superior males nearby, identifying 5 prime targets, your 5 beast husbands. It is mandatory to pursue targets rated S and above, with no option to refuse. A novice gift pack has been provided, containing a detox pill, which has been placed in the system's default backpack. Please check it at your convenience. Detox pill instructions. Taken with warm water, it can expel toxins from the body and prevent further deterioration. Effective duration, 3 minutes. The screen flickered, revealing a game-like inventory filled with small slots, without specific limits on storage quantities. With a thought, Shen Tang summoned the detox pill into her hand. Upon opening it, she was greeted by a refreshing fragrance, revealing a thumb-sized black pill within. Curiously, she brought the pill to her nose and sniffed. What benefit does the detox pill offer me? Is my ghastly appearance due to toxins within? Indeed, host. A year ago, you were in a polluted area, suffering severe radiation and biochemical contamination, leading to the accumulation of toxins in your body. Your physical appearance will continue to deteriorate over time. This detox pill can expel the toxins, halting further decline, but the damage done by the toxins cannot be reversed. I understand. After consuming the detox pill, it wasn't long before sticky black substances began to ooze from her pores, nearly burying her entire self. Shen Tang hurriedly stripped off her clothes and turned on the shower. With a rush of water, she washed away the filth. The state of her body was even worse than she had envisioned, with pools of black water and gravel collecting at her feet. To cleanse her greasy, tangled hair, she used nearly half a bottle of shampoo. Her protruding belly harbored more grime, emitting a putrid odor. Shen Tang, despite her disgust, scrubbed vigorously for nearly 3 hours before finally achieving cleanliness. She felt several pounds lighter, and her skin appeared slightly fairer. The original owner's soiled clothes were also tossed into the washing machine for cleaning and drying. After her shower, Shen Tang donned a clean, loose bathrobe that bore the scent of laundry detergent, lifting her spirits. She gazed into the mirror. After detoxification, the acne on her face no longer oozed, and the sharp pain had subsided, confirming the efficacy of the system's products. Gurgle. Her stomach growled. Shen Tang made her way downstairs to prepare a meal. Upon entering the kitchen, she discovered the refrigerator was nearly empty, containing only bottles of beverages. She recognized these as nutritional liquids. In this apocalyptic world of scarcity, food had become a luxury only the elite could enjoy. Ordinary beastmen consumed these factory-processed nutritional liquids, which provided essential nutrients and quickly restored energy, creating a strong sense of satiety. However, from the original owner's memories, she distinctly recalled disliking this drink due to its unpalatable taste. Shen Tang tentatively took a sip of the nutritional liquid, instinctively gagging and promptly vomiting it back up. As a native of Earth, she valued the pleasures of food, not merely for sustenance, but as a form of enjoyment. She opened the lower freezer and retrieved a piece of semi-frozen beast meat. The meat was still quite fresh and had not spoiled. The original owner was exceedingly lazy, so this meat surely was not purchased by her. It could have been gifted by any of her beast husbands. Though they harbored disdain for Shen Tang, their marital ties meant they could not simply disregard her well-being. Shen Tang boiled a pot of water to thaw the meat, intending to pan-fry a steak, only to discover the kitchen lacked gas and any spices. Overcome by hunger, she found herself staring at the unappetizing raw meat, which surprisingly sparked her appetite. After a mental struggle, she braced herself against her disgust and consumed the raw meat. One could only marvel that this body had truly transformed into a beast man, capable of digesting such fare. After satisfying her hunger, Shen Tang lay in bed but found sleep elusive. She faintly heard noises outside. The guard team stationed at the shelter was patrolling, with the sounds of footsteps and distant beast roars creating an atmosphere of unease this night. Instinctively, she looked out the window and caught sight of a red figure approaching. Ding! Detecting male lead Shun Li's appearance. Target basic information has been updated. Shun Li age, 24 height, 189 centimeters birthday. June 29th, Cancer Beast transformation, red. Fox ability level, Tier 6 gene evaluation. S-class favorability. Dislike 60, please prepare for the gloomy. Chapter 3. Strategy for Mei, who to her astonishment, one of the original owner's beast husbands had arrived. Shen Tang felt a surge of panic. She had never experienced romance before. How could she strategize? Well, she decided to take it step by step. Shen Tang sighed in relief, glad that it was not someone else. She should be able to manage. Shun Li was still clad in military attire. Recently, the mutated creatures outside the shelter had become increasingly rampant, with their levels rising and many bizarre high-level mutants appearing. These formidable creatures could fly and vanish, even transforming into the guise of beastmen, making them exceptionally difficult to defend against. In recent days, numerous beastmen had fallen victim to these horrors, including many females. Shun Li had come to warn Shen Tang to behave herself and refrain from causing further chaos. However, upon reaching the front of the villa and seeing the heaps of trash outside, a strong disgust washed over his handsome face. This female had become increasingly slovenly. He could hardly bear the thought of her surviving on her own. In a fit of anger, he turned to leave but paused, compelled to approach the door. The thought of encountering that repugnant and filthy female filled him with distaste, and his gaze turned as cold as frost. He steeled himself and had just raised his hand to knock when the door swung open from the inside. Shen Tang was taken aback by the striking figure before her. The man had vibrant red hair, a captivatingly handsome face, and a tall, well-built physique with broad shoulders and a narrow waist that exuded a magnetic charm. His elongated fox-like eyes were enchanting and held a lingering warmth that made one feel drawn in. He was undeniably beautiful, yet without a hint of femininity, embodying the unique allure of the male fox tribe. Although his clothing was somewhat tattered and tinged with a faint scent of blood, he emanated an air of refined elegance that starkly contrasted with the bleak and dilapidated surroundings. It was Shen Tang's first encounter with such an attractive man, and she found herself momentarily entranced. Shun Li, observing her infatuation, frowned deeply, his patience waning. Just as he was about to utter a scathing remark, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. The female before him, still overweight and unattractive with a pockmarked face riddled with acne, surprisingly bore no trace of the foul odor that usually accompanied her. Instead, she appeared considerably cleaner, her hair half dry and cascading around her shoulders, faintly fragrant with the scent of soap. To his astonishment, this female had actually taken the initiative to bathe. Shun Li's red eyes widened in shock. Questioning whether he was dreaming, he instinctively glanced inside the house, expecting to find the chaotic mess he had imagined, only to discover a surprisingly tidy interior that lacked the usual nauseating odor. He wondered if he had mistakenly come to the wrong place. Do you need something? Shen Tang stammered, unsure of how to address him and feeling somewhat flustered by his unexpected visit. His voice was gentle and melodious, akin to that of a radio drama, making her ears almost feel overwhelmed. Yet, she could detect the underlying aloofness in his tone, sighing inwardly. He was clearly a person who was warm on the outside, but cold within. Often, those who were the most gentle carry an air of distance, making them all the more challenging to approach. I understand, thank you. Shen Tang's casual remark left the man momentarily speechless. Shun Li furrowed his attractive brows, staring intently at Shen Tang, increasingly convinced that he must be dreaming. This lazy and unkempt female had actually expressed gratitude. He had never imagined he would hear those words come from her lips again. Clearly, their usual interactions were fraught with tension. He cast Shen Tang another peculiar glance, his expression softening slightly, shedding the initial repulsion and disdain. He merely wished her well and hurriedly departed. A voice echoed in his mind, announcing the system's report. Ding. Congratulations. Host. The male lead, Shun Li, has a favorability rating of 10, currently at dislike 50. Congratulations, host, for completing the first strategy mission. Reward. Skin Repair Cream 1. which has been automatically added to your system backpack. Please check it. To her surprise, the first strategic endeavor had been so simple. Shen Tang felt as if she had done nothing at all. Their exchange had consisted of merely 2 sentences. Ultimately, it was her efforts to groom herself and tidy up her home that had made the difference. After all, who could feel anything but disdain for the original owner's previous slovenly appearance? No one would be drawn to a woman who was both unattractive and lazy. And this was merely the first step. She needed to gradually reshape her image to win the hearts of the male leads. Shen Tang retrieved the skin repair cream from her system backpack. The system promptly provided instructions. Apply to the skin surface to repair skin issues, resulting in a smoother and more delicate texture. Effect duration, 8 hours. Note, recommended for use once every 3 days, with optimal results when applied before bedtime. She touched her face, dotted with acne. This was precisely what she needed. Hastily, she applied the cream to her blemishes, also targeting the numerous red spots on her neck and back. She used up a third of the cream in an instant. The following morning, upon waking, Shen Tang rushed to the bathroom to gaze into the mirror. After just one night, the redness and swelling of her acne had subsided, with many small blemishes vanished. The blackheads on her nose and enlarged pores had improved significantly, leaving her skin looking much cleaner and fairer. The visible enhancement of her skin, achieved with just a third of the cream, brought her immense satisfaction. Around 10 in the morning, Shen Tang heard a melodious horn echoing from outside. The information tower was signaling safety for the beastmen within the city, indicating that they could move freely. The wasteland was rife with polluted zones, a place designated for the exile of criminals. The condemned beastmen had formed alliances for survival, constructing shelters within the polluted areas, fortified by towering walls to protect against contamination. At the center of each shelter stood a white tower, serving as a channel for the upper echelons to disseminate crucial information to the common populace, as well as a reminder of safety for the beastmen. When the information tower emitted a sharp horn, it indicated a state of alert, prohibiting ordinary beastmen from venturing outside. Conversely, the release of a softer horn signaled the lifting of the alert, allowing free movement. However, Shen Tang found it peculiar that she had not heard the alert horn the previous night. Had she simply missed it, or had it not sounded? Shenli had appeared grave when he visited in the middle of the night, specifically warning her not to wander about. It seemed the situation outside was dire. A terrifying thought crossed her mind. Was the situation so urgent that the higher-ups had chosen to conceal it to prevent panic among the populace? Surely, she could not be so unfortunate as to face an invasion of contaminants right after her arrival. In the original narrative, she hadn't exited the story so quickly. Shen Tang shook her head, dismissing such thoughts. The information tower had declared the alert lifted, undoubtedly signaling the resolution of the external crisis. She placed a hand on her growling stomach. It was time to find something to eat. In this post-apocalyptic world, food had become a precious commodity. Most ordinary beastmen would not spend exorbitant amounts on ingredients, nor would they know how to prepare them. Yet, the wasteland was a melting pot of individuals, consisting of both impoverished citizens and criminal nobles, giving rise to specialized services catering to the elite. For someone like Shen Tang, a seemingly defenseless female, the city center's market was her best option. As she walked, passers-by pointed and whispered, "Isn't that Shen Tang? The sun must have risen in the west today." She actually dared to step outside. "Quick, move aside. My eyes are about to be sullied. What a grotesque sight. This eyesore is out here to disgust us all. It's truly nauseating. Have you noticed? Today, Shen Tang seems a bit different. She isn't as filthy as before, and the foul odor is gone. The kind that could be detected from 3 miles away. How strange. She has actually learned to tidy herself up, but she is still overweight and unattractive. A sight that still turns the stomach. I find myself contemplating how she appears less unattractive than before, her skin no longer bearing that dark hue. Where could she possibly be headed? Judging by her direction, could it be that she's off to gamble once more? Her few beastly companions, both handsome and strong, have amassed a fortune, yet they are burdened by a lazy and vile mistress who squanders it all. It incites indignation among the younger females, truly disgusting. Why does she not just perish? Her brother, Shun Li, would be liberated, and I could pursue him openly. No, no, the mistress and her beasts are bound by life. This hideous, corpulent woman must not die. She must first dissolve her bond with Jia Lan and the others. Indeed, let that wretched creature swiftly annul her partnership. She's insufferably clingy to Lu Xiao and the others. She fails to recognize that she is no longer a princess, devoid of spiritual power, reduced to this ghastly state. Were I in her shoes, I would wish for death. Yet here she is, clinging to Xiao Jin and the others like a leech, shamelessly squandering their hard-earned money. How revolting! I hope she does not again lose everything, forcing Lu Xiao and the others to pay a hefty ransom for her release. Ugh, how can such a repugnant individual exist? Chapter 4. Provocation. The fallen phoenix is less than a chicken. These individuals openly disparage Shen Tang in her presence, their scornful remarks echoing in her ears. Even though Shen Tang is not the original owner, and these actions do not belong to her, she feels her cheeks flush with shame amidst their insults, wishing to vanish into the earth. Shen Tang strives to ignore these voices as she approaches the stall selling vegetables and meat. The beast meat is somewhat stale and of inferior cuts, a far cry from the meal she enjoyed the previous night. The royal princess has been perusing for quite some time without making a purchase. Could it be that she cannot afford it? Suddenly, a sharp, mocking laugh pierces the air behind her. Shen Tang turns to see a young female approaching with an elegant stature and striking beauty, her vibrant orange curls cascading down her back. Her attire is vastly different from the ragged garments of common beasts, clearly indicating her high status in the city. Accompanying her are 5 tall, muscular males, reminiscent of knights guarding a princess, creating a path as bystanders step aside in fear. Most wear expressions of trepidation, while many young males gaze at the female with fervent desire, wishing they were among those standing behind her. Shen Tang's eyebrows knit together. She recognizes this female, the renowned noblewoman Inya. Young and beautiful, she enjoys immense popularity in the city, attracting many young males. Yet her greatest desire is to claim the original owner's 5 beastly husbands, often taking delight in undermining her, maintaining a poor relationship with her. And he calls out princess with a tone laced with derision, inciting laughter from the surrounding crowd. What sort of princess has fallen to such depths? Penniless and unable to purchase even a piece of meat? What? Xiao Jin and the others have abandoned you, and now you must personally buy your own meat? How embarrassing for us females. And he strides confidently up to Shen Tang, brimming with disdainful mockery. Shen Tang, unwilling to engage, pretends not to hear. And infuriated by her silence, thinks to herself, does this ugly, corpulent woman still believe she is a pampered princess of the palace, daring to ignore her? And he glances at the meat in Shen Tang's hand, a malicious smile, curling her lips as she belittles her. If you were to kneel and beg, perhaps I might show a bit of kindness and grant you a piece of meat. Shen Tang realizes that this woman has come specifically to provoke her, deliberately humiliating her in front of so many people. Coldly, she retorts to Inya, "Are you so idle?" Inya is momentarily taken aback, her anger flaring. "How dare you speak to me like that?" Shen Tang, losing interest, turns to leave. Does she truly need to purchase this meat? A few imposing males block her path, their expressions unfriendly. What do you mean by this? Fighting is prohibited in the city, and harming a female is a grave offense. Shen Tang turns to face the smiling Inya, her expression darkening. Inya's smile broadens as she flicks her long nails, her words not suggesting a negotiation but a threat. "I want you to divorce Lu Xiao and the others." Shen Tang's countenance darkens like the bottom of a pot. Inya feels a surge of satisfaction, yet her gaze towards Shen Tang is tinged with jealousy and resentment. Lu Xiao and his companions are handsome and powerful, their combat prowess unmatched, earning them a top spot in accumulating points from hunting polluted beasts, leaving other males far behind. The male's points are credited to the female's accounts. And a noble female would never place herself in danger. Her time is spent eating, sleeping, and seeking out strong males to earn more points. Inya has long concluded that only Lu Xiao and his formidable companions are worthy of her. What right does this ugly, corpulent female have to monopolize so many strong males? She is determined to claim them. Sooner or later, Lu Xiao and the others will be hers. Seeing Shen Tang making an effort to manage her appearance today surprises Inya. Yet the female remains disgustingly unattractive, lacking even the grace of her smallest finger. With disdain, she remarks, "No wonder Lu Xiao and the others have moved out. They cannot stand your repulsive face, which could make them regurgitate last night's meal. Do not humiliate yourself further. Recognize your place and divorce them quickly." Shen Tang is no pushover, regardless of how the original owner was undeserving. It is still a family matter, and Inya, as an outsider has no right to meddle. A sardonic smile graces her lips as she boldly declares in front of the crowd, "Are you so eager for me to divorce? Is it because you have designs on my males?" Anya's face flushes with embarrassment. "You do not slander me. In this world, females may have multiple husbands, and competition for superior males is inevitable. However, to covet another's partner is looked down upon, akin to being a modern-day mistress in the eyes of others. No matter how unworthy Shen Tang may be, those 5 men are legally her husbands, and no matter how much jealousy these females harbor, they would not publicly demean themselves by acting so shamelessly. Alas, as long as I do not relent, you shall never possess them." Shen Tang cuts in on Anya's tirade with a smile. "Why not plead with me? I might consider granting you a peace." Hearing the name Lu Xiao, Shen Tang pauses. He is one of the original owner's husbands, now the captain of the city's patrol team under a cloud of disgrace. She turns to see a troop lined up along the road, from which steps an exceptionally tall and imposing figure, the sunlight reflecting off his crisp military uniform. Dazzling to the eyes, the man stands nearly 2 meters tall, his physique robust and wild, muscles straining against his black combat attire, exuding potent masculine energy. He sports a buzz cut and wears a gas mask, revealing only his sharp, silver-gray eyes, deep-set eye sockets, and a scar at the tail of his brow. Enhancing his wild and dangerous allure, his demeanor is steady and mature as a mountain, creating a striking contrast of temptation. At his appearance, all eyes are drawn to him. The females gasp in excitement, particularly Anya, whose eyes brim with infatuation, longing to throw herself at him. The system's announcement follows suit. Ding! Male lead, Lu Xiao detected. Target basic information updated. Lu Xiao, age, 27, height, 196 centimeters, birthday, September 12th, Virgo, beast transformation, falcon, ability level, tier 7, gene evaluation, grade A, favorability, dislike 80. Please prepare for strategy. Chapter 5. The cold exterior with a warm heart, Anya bites her red lip, realizing she has unexpectedly encountered Lu Xiao today. Initially feeling a twinge of guilt and fear, she recalls that this fat woman is still Lu Xiao's partner. Publicly humiliating her in front of so many would undoubtedly diminish the male's dignity. If Lu Xiao were to take offense, her plans would be in jeopardy. Fortunately, Lu Xiao could hardly spare a glance for that repugnant woman. It seemed he truly loathed her, and divorce was not far off. Just the thought of such a handsome and powerful man soon becoming her subordinate sent a rush of excitement through Anya, flushing her cheeks. How ridiculous that this ugly, overweight creature dared to humiliate her. Anya felt a surge of pride as she approached and forcefully shoved Shen Tang, abandoning any pretense. Her words were piercing. "You unwanted, hideous wretch. Do yourself a favor and divorce quickly. Do not cling to Lu Xiao Gidge. How embarrassing for him to serve you, such a grotesque creature, as a mate. What right does such an unattractive woman have to Captain Lu Xiao? A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Leave him alone and be gone." The surrounding onlookers erupted in laughter, the venomous words striking Shen Tang like daggers, causing her hands to tremble with rage. She was aware of her lack of beauty, even admitting to her own ugliness, but never had she imagined she would be so publicly humiliated, her eyes welling with tears. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao had already distanced himself, but was suddenly drawn back by a cacophony of laughter, mingled with sharp mockery. Not one to meddle in others' affairs. He intended to walk away until he heard Shen Tang's name, causing his heart to skip a beat. He turned his gaze back to the portly female figure, scrutinizing her closely. A flicker of astonishment crossed his gray eyes. To be honest, he had nearly forgotten what his nominal partner looked like. The woman before him, though still plump, appeared significantly tidier, no longer eliciting disgust. Lu Xiao was taken aback. Was it possible she had taken the effort to groom herself? It seemed to him that the acne on her face had diminished, her skin fairer than before, less repulsive. Unconsciously, he found himself walking toward her. As the captain of the patrol team, he held considerable authority within the city to apprehend ordinary beastmen. After issuing a cold reprimand, the spectators scattered like mice under the gaze of a cat, fleeing in all directions. Seeing Lu Xiao approach, Anya's heart leapt with joy, believing he sought her out, and she eagerly called out in a high-pitched, sweet voice, "Lu Xiao Gidge." However, Lu Xiao did not even cast her a glance, striding directly toward Shen Tang, leaving Anya dumbfounded and embarrassed. Shen Tang felt her heart race as Lu Xiao approached, gripping her clothing tightly and lowering her head in confusion. He He stood before her, his tall figure casting a shadow over her. Lowering his gaze, he noticed her slightly reddened eyes, hesitating for a moment. "What are you doing here?" His voice was deep and alluring, muffled by the gas mask, carrying a husky timbre that sent shivers down her spine. Shen Tang timidly raised her head. Recalling Lu Zhao's military background, his penetrating gaze bore down on her, instilling an overwhelming pressure that made her legs wobble. Remembering the previous host's reckless behavior, she bit her lip and hastily explained, "I am not here to gamble. I simply wanted to buy some meat. There is no food at home." Her voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly inaudible. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao's brows knitted tighter. He turned to glance at the meat stall, discovering that the fresh cuts had already been chosen by the nobles, leaving only scraps. The other beastmen in the patrol team exchanged puzzled looks. Though this unattractive woman was indeed unappealing, as a precious female, it was rather pitiful that she had no food to eat. Was there no male to take care of her home? A lanky male beastman sneered. How could the captain deny a female food? If he did, she wouldn't be so fat. From a distance, one might think she was a black pig escaping a polluted area. Another chimed in, indeed. She is so large that even the captain couldn't afford to feed her. She eats more than a pig. Laughter erupted around them. Shen Tang, mot the feet, felt her toes digging into the ground, her face burning crimson. Yet, they were not entirely wrong. The previous host had an enormous appetite, capable of consuming 5 or 6 pounds of meat in a single meal. Lu Xiao was furious. The team fell silent, not daring to utter another word. They glanced at each other in disbelief, but quickly complied. As Shen Tang watched them bring a large piece of fresh beast meat, a flicker of gratitude crossed her eyes. She sweetly addressed Lu Xiao. "Thank you. Once I make the meat soup, I will bring you a portion." Lu Xiao's expression was peculiar. He had not anticipated her gratitude, nor her offer to prepare him soup. When had she become so considerate? But then, he recalled the rumors he had heard that morning about her supposedly drugging Xiao Jin. Lu Xiao's demeanor turned icy, his tone indifferent. "No need. I have patrol duties to attend to. I must be on my way." With that, he strode off with his team, his back as cold and unyielding as an ice mountain. Shen Tang noticed the change in his expression and mused. Had she said something amiss? The feeling of a warm face meeting a cold shoulder was unpleasant. The heart of a man is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. Finding no means to draw near, her attempts at goodwill seemed futile. How could she win him over? Anya, who had been watching the entire scene, looked utterly despondent, clenching her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her palms, nearly drawing blood. Hadn't it been said that Shen Tang's relationship with the beastmen was poor? Why did this ugly and lazy woman receive Lu Zhao's attention? Food was the most precious resource in this post-apocalyptic world, and that large, purified piece of beast meat was worth thousands of star coins. Anya felt begrudgingly aware of Lu Zhao's reasoning. After all, it would be humiliating for the captain of the patrol team to let his female starve. Such a scandal could tarnish a male's pride and lead to defamation by those with malicious intent. Even if Lu Xiao despised that unattractive woman, he would not allow himself to become the subject of ridicule. At the same time, Anya's jealousy deepened. How could this ugly and lazy female possess such an exceptional beastman? Lu Xiao was meant to be hers. He was merely feeling pity for her and throwing her scraps. Anya minked coldly. Shen Tang found Anya's desperate demeanor amusing, a cold smile gracing her lips. "He hasn't even given you scraps. What are you so proud of? You vile creature. What did you say? Say it again if you dare." Anya's eyes blazed with fury, wishing she could tear Shen Tang apart. How dare this ugly woman mock her? Yet Anya dared not act further, leaving only a threat, "Just you wait," before storming away with her entourage. Shen Tang stood there for a long time, staring at the spot where Lu Xiao had vanished, her heart a tumult of emotions. She understood that Lu Xiao's attitude toward her remained cold, but at least he had helped her today. Their relationship had not yet deteriorated to the point of no return. Looking down at the beast meat in her hands, a glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. No matter what, she would strive to change herself and no longer allow anyone to look down upon her. The system's voice echoed in her mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Male lead Lu Zhao's favorability rating is now 20, currently at disgust 60. Chapter 6. A cold eye from afar, Lu Xiao dispatched a beastman to deliver fresh beast meat to Shen Tang's home. Yet, as they approached her doorstep, a foul odor assaulted their senses. Oh no! Shen Tang recalled the garbage left at her entrance from the previous night, which had attracted a swarm of flies. The male beastman struggled to suppress the urge to vomit. I have tasks to attend to, so I must leave, he stammered, suppressing his disgust, and hurriedly handed over the meat before making a hasty exit. Shen Tang felt her toes dig into the ground in embarrassment. She could almost envision the gossip that would ensue. Her reputation was already poor, and this would only add fuel to the fire. She was despised by both humans and beasts. Yet it was not her intention, with so much garbage. She had simply not known how to dispose of it, and could only pile it at her door for the time being. The sharpness of a woman's voice pierced the air. What on earth is wrong with you? Can you refrain from engaging in such disgusting behavior every day? You've piled garbage here, making it unbearable for us to live. The voice belonged to Song Fong, the neighbor, who stormed over with her beastly companions, venting her frustration. Shen Tang recognized this neighbor, a female of the wolf clan, whose family had been exiled due to her beast father's misdeeds, an undeserved fate indeed. Compared to the rogues in the city, Song Fong's temperament was relatively mild, yet the poor disposition of the original owner had kept their relationship fraught with tension. Song Fong was on the brink of a breakdown. Last night, she had caught a whiff of a foul stench while trying to sleep, and upon rising this morning, she discovered that the corpulent woman next door had carelessly dumped garbage outside the yard. The two households were only a few hundred meters apart, and the nauseating odor wafted into her home. Song Fong had long heard of Shen Tang's notoriety, the exiled princess, and though she typically avoided confrontation, today was simply intolerable. With a determined stride, she advanced, flanked by her three beastly companions, blocking Shen Tang at her door. Her face was ashen with fury as she pointed an accusatory finger. Are you out of your mind? Do you intend to suffocate my entire family with this garbage? Shen Tang felt an overwhelming urge to disappear into the ground. I truly don't know how to handle this rubbish. I did not mean to cause this. Taken aback by the unexpected apology, Song Fong furrowed her brow. Skepticism evident in her gaze. You don't know how to deal with garbage? Are you jesting? You've lived here long enough to grasp such basic knowledge. Shen Tang shook her head. I genuinely don't know. These matters were always handled by others before, and I never took charge. Her words were the truth. The original owner, being a princess, had never lifted a finger for such mundane tasks as they were managed by the beastly husbands. However, now that they had abandoned her, she was left to fend for herself. Song Fong rolled her eyes, laced with sarcasm. As expected of your highness the princess, even the smallest tasks require assistance. Fine. Let me enlighten you. Submit an application via the light brain, pay 500 star coins, and someone will come to collect the rubbish. Surely you can manage that? Shen Tang replied sheepishly. I truly struggle with using the light brain. The exasperation on Song Fong's face was palpable as she stared at Shen Tang for a few moments before pulling out her own light brain, swiftly navigating the application, and impatiently stating, There, I've applied for you, and I cover the cost. I'm truly astonished. You need help even with this trivial matter. Shen Tang looked up, her expression filled with both remorse and gratitude. Thank you. I will repay you for this. With a dismissive wave of her hand, Song Fong replied, It's just 500 star coins. I'm not lacking in funds. Just ensure you avoid such foolishness in the future. I cannot endure the stench of garbage daily. Before long, a garbage truck arrived, and several workers swiftly commenced the cleanup at her doorstep. The odor gradually dissipated, and the air became refreshingly clean. Shen Tang. Song Fong felt a flicker of doubt. The once arrogant and domineering woman she knew seemed markedly different today, making her less detestable. Have you taken some strange medicine today? Why so compliant? Song Fong inquired, curiosity tinged with incredulity. Shen Tang suppressed a smile, thinking it inappropriate to divulge that her body had undergone a transformation. She earnestly assured, I acknowledge my past mistakes. I've caused much inconvenience to everyone. I will be more mindful henceforth. With Song Fong and her companions departing, Shen Tang sighed in relief. She understood her reputation in this world was dismal, and altering others' perceptions would not be an easy feat, but today marked a small yet significant beginning. A rumble from her stomach reminded Shen Tang of her hunger. She had not eaten since morning. Hastily, she made her way to the kitchen, planning to prepare a meal before thoroughly investigating the light brain of this world. The meat sent by Lu Xiao weighed around 30 pounds, enough for her for a week. Intent on a weight loss journey, she sliced only a small piece for lunch, reserving the remainder in the refrigerator. As she placed the prepared beast meat into the boiling broth, steam billowed up, carrying with it the rich aroma of the cooking meat. Just as she was about to take a moment's respite, a sudden, urgent knock at the door interrupted her. Furrowing her brow, she wondered who could be visiting her at this hour. The 5 beastly husbands avoided her like the plague. Could it be Song Fong again? Shen Tang approached the door, and as she opened it a crack, a forceful shove burst through, nearly knocking her to the ground. Before she could react, a hard slap struck her face, the fiery pain radiating from her cheek as it quickly swelled, leaving her ears ringing. Outside stood Shura, the daughter of the city lord, her elegant attire contrasting sharply with the malice etched across her features. Shura, known for her arrogance and her unrestrained admiration for Xiao Jin, harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Shen Tang, always seeking to thwart her at every turn. Behind Shura were dozens of uniformed guards, wielding electric rods and handcuffs, their presence menacing as they loomed ominously. Covering her face, Shen Tang's heart raced as she struggled to suppress her fear. "What do you want? How dare you ask?" Shura sneered, her eyes blazing with fury as she raised her hand once more to strike Shen Tang. Instinctively, Shen Tang tried to evade the blow, but 2 burly beastmen restrained her, rendering her immobile. Another resounding slap echoed as it landed on her face, the stinging pain making her vision blur. "You shameless wretch! How dare you drug Xiao Jin? You should go die." Shuri's voice was sharp and filled with rage and jealousy. Shen Tang's face had swollen grotesquely, blood seeping from her mouth. She attempted to retort, but found herself unable to voice her objections. It was unclear who had leaked the information, but the scandal of the original owner drugging Xiao Jin had become common knowledge, turning her into a laughingstock in the city. Upon hearing the news, Shura had been incensed and had come to create a scene. Not satisfied with the sight of Shen Tang's disfigured face, she raised her hand to strike again. At that moment, a tall, handsome beastman stepped forward, gently grasping Shura's hand with a tone full of concern. "Yin, don't strike her anymore. Doesn't your hand hurt?" He even blew softly on her hand, as if she were the one wronged. "Leave this wretch to us. You shouldn't dirty your hands," chimed in another brown-haired beastman, his voice dripping with disdain as he glanced at Shen Tang, full of loathing. How could such a repulsive and corpulent woman exist in the world? Just a glance was enough to turn their stomachs. The commotion had drawn a crowd of onlookers, who whispered among themselves, reveling in Shen Tang's humiliation. "Look, isn't that Shen Tang? Isn't she usually so arrogant? Why is she in such a pitiful state today?" A middle-aged woman chuckled, her eyes gleaming with derision. "She deserves it. Who told her to provoke Miss Shura? She should be aware of her current standing." Another beastman scoffed in agreement. "Her face is swollen like a pig's head. What a disgrace." Jeers erupted from the crowd. Fury boiled within Shen Tang as she yearned to retaliate against Shura, but the 2 powerful beastmen held her firmly in place, immovable. "Guards, throw her in jail. Give her a proper welcome," Shura commanded, and as soon as her words fell, the surrounding guards advanced, ready to forcibly drag Shen Tang away. Desperately, she struggled against their grasp. "Let me go." Upon hearing the commotion, the neighbor Song Fong stepped outside and was taken aback by the scene before her. She exclaimed loudly, "In this city, harming females is strictly prohibited, and imprisoning them over personal grudges is utterly unlawful. What you're doing is against the law." "Huh? The city lord is my father. Who dares to meddle with me? A mere commoner thinks they can judge her?" A cruel smile curled at the corners of Shuri's lips. Anyone who dared to lay hands on the man she coveted would surely face her wrath, and she was determined to make Shen Tang's life a living hell. Shen Tang was filled with dread, her body trembling involuntarily. She understood that once imprisoned, she would be subjected to endless torment and humiliation. Suddenly, a dark mist surged from the distance, coiling around the 2 beastmen who were restraining Shen Tang, before violently throwing them aside. With a resounding thud, the 2 beastmen crashed to the ground, their faces turning an unnatural shade of blue, lips pale and blood seeping from their 7 orifices. Someone trembled as they approached to check, only to discover the lifeless bodies of the beastmen, causing them to recoil in terror. "A person is dead. Who? Who is behind this?" Shuri's complexion turned ashen, her voice quivering slightly. She scanned her surroundings, desperately trying to locate the source of the dark mist, but found nothing. The crowd descended into panic as onlookers, who had initially gathered to watch the spectacle, scattered in fear of being ensnared by the ominous fog. Shen Tang was equally startled by this sudden turn of events. Catching a glimpse of a white figure darting past nearby, accompanied by the system's notification in her mind. Ding! Detection of the male lead Shui Yinzhou has occurred, and the target's basic information has been updated. Shui Yinzhou, age 23, height 191 centimeters, birthday November 1st, Scorpio, beast transformation, albino king cobra, ability level 8. Gene evaluation, A, affection level, disgust 99. Please prepare for strategy. Chapter 7. The handsome man emerges from the bath. Shui Yinzhou, born a slave and now a death guard, had been forcibly acquired by the original owner as a beast husband due to his immense power, serving as a life-saving trump card. He harbored an intense loathing for Shen Tang. Despite his lowly origins, his pride and ambition made him unwilling to serve an ugly and portly woman as a female lord. Bound by contract, he was compelled to protect Shen Tang closely, yet he remained hidden from sight, only acting when she faced life-threatening danger. In other words, this wretched man had been watching her misfortune unfold from the shadows, only reluctantly intervening when she was imprisoned. Previously, when the original owner clashed with others, he had shown no concern. As a devoted death guard to the princess, he allowed others to bully her. Shen Tang clenched her fists in furious indignation, a breath of frustration trapped within her, with no outlet for release. "Are you all right?" Song Fong approached, noticing Shen Tang's swollen and unsightly face. A look of sympathy crossed her features as she handed over a bottle of blue potion. "This is a swelling agent. Apply it to your face, and it should improve significantly." Shen Tang accepted the potion gratefully. "Thank you." After all, they were neighbors, and mutual assistance was only natural. Their relationship was not particularly close, but they had never had significant conflicts, and Song Fong still wished to foster goodwill with her neighbor. Suddenly, the savory aroma of meat wafted in from within the house, causing her throat to salivate as she licked her lips. "What are you cooking in there?" Shen Tang suddenly remembered the pot of meat soup she had been simmering. "Oh no." She cheerfully called to the curious Song Fong and a few beastmen peeking at the door. "I made a large pot of meat soup, and I can't finish it alone. Would you like to come and taste it?" "You cooked?" Song Fong stepped inside, the enticing scent intensifying, making her swallow repeatedly. Wolves love meat. The three beastmen accompanying Song Fong also found themselves drooling, but dared not show it. Shen Tang ladled out 5 large bowls of soup onto the table. "Try my cooking." Song Fong, not one to hesitate, picked up a bowl and took a sip. It was scalding, causing her tongue to burn. Yet she did not slow her pace, blowing on the soup as she drank. "Delicious. Truly delicious. This is the best meat soup I have ever tasted." The three beastmen exclaimed in astonishment, their mouths covered in soup. Shen Tang chuckled softly. She had only added basic oil and salt, with no seasonings at all. She found it quite bland, yet it was indeed far superior to nutrient solutions. Song Fong, sipping away, exclaimed in surprise, "You can actually cook?" Shen Tang fabricated a casual excuse. "I used to enjoy various delicacies in the palace. After eating so many, I picked up some skills. I just never bothered to cook until today. I didn't expect it to turn out so well." Song Fong took a few more hearty gulps, savoring the rich broth and tender meat. Unable to resist, she licked her lips and, feeling a bit shy, said, "If you ever need help, don't hesitate to ask me." Shen Tang smiled bashfully, revealing a crooked set of teeth that was hard to behold. Song Fong quickly lowered her head, pretending to continue drinking the soup. Shen Tang realized her smile was less than flattering and promptly closed her mouth, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her face. "Ahem." Song Fong cleared her throat, attempting to lighten the mood. "Though your appearance is, well, not the most pleasing, you are quite a nice person. I would gladly call you a friend." Shen Tang found herself at a loss for words, silently sighing within. She wished Song Fong would refrain from mentioning her appearance to avoid further awkwardness. Shen Tang scooped a few bowls of meat soup into a thermal container, preparing to head out. Seeing this, Song Fong curiously asked, "Where are you going?" "I can have my beastmen drive you. I have too much soup. I can't finish it, so I plan to deliver it to the beastmen." Song Fong, perplexed, thought she must have misheard. This notorious female was actually planning to deliver food to the beastmen. Was she dreaming? Had the sun risen in the west? Song Fong marveled. "You are truly different now. It's as if you have become a new person." Shen Tang transmigrated. "People can change." Song Fong nodded, not pondering further. She genuinely appreciated Shen Tang's transformation. Her kindness and thoughtfulness made her a rare gem in the world of beastmen. Unable to resist, she teased, "What female ever cooks specifically for males? If those beastmen find out, they will surely be overjoyed and fall in love with you." Mid-sentence, Song Fong suddenly realized her faux pas and awkwardly scratched her head. While Shen Tang's personality had improved, her appearance was still quite hard to accept. Those beast men were creatures of instinct, and who could bear to find such a plump and unattractive female appealing? Song Fong had originally had 10 beast men, but due to her family's exile, most had taken the opportunity to divorce and flee, leaving only 3 who truly loved her, willing to stay by her side through thick and thin. Song Fong cherished these 3 dearly. Shen Tang suppressed a smile and nodded. Well then, if you ever have something you wish to eat, you can come find me. We can exchange culinary ideas. Tang Tang, you are so kind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task, improving neighborhood relations. Reward, weight loss pill X1. It has been automatically added to your system backpack. Please check it yourself. The sudden announcement from the system left Shen Tang momentarily stunned. There are hidden tasks? Upon hearing of the reward, she felt a surge of joy. Fearing that others would notice her delight, she quickly suppressed her smile and became even more attentive in hosting Song Fong and her 3 beast men. Once they departed, Shen Tang hurriedly checked her system backpack, and indeed, a small compartment contained an extra weight loss pill. Opening it, she read the instructions. Weight loss pill instructions. After oral administration, it can reduce body weight by 30 to 50 pounds based on the host's constitution. Effectiveness time, 10 minutes. Without hesitation, Shen Tang consumed the weight loss pill. Soon, her body began secreting a substantial amount of dark yellow fat. After washing up and changing into fresh clothes, she felt significantly lighter. Congratulations to the host for successfully losing 22.5 kilograms with an appearance score of 6. Shen Tang gazed into the mirror, observing that the original owner's considerable weight had diminished. Yet even with the reduction of 20 to 25 kilograms, the difference was not drastically apparent. She still appeared overweight. However, the layers of fat accumulating around her waist were less pronounced, and her facial features had slightly elongated. At least there was some progress. Shen Tang tidied her lunchbox and prepared to deliver meals to her beastly husbands. A sense of trepidation filled her, particularly at the thought of Xiao Jin. That man seemed to harbor a desire to end her life, and she dared not confront him. Xuan Zhou also avoided her presence, leaving Shen Tang unable to locate him. As for Lu Xiao, he claimed to be uninterested, yet it is often said that one should not strike a smiling face. Shen Tang was confident in her culinary skills, certain she could win over a man's heart through his stomach. However, Lu Xiao was likely still patrolling outside the city, so she resolved to visit him later. After some contemplation, she decided to seek out the fox. Shunli, a member of the city gate patrol, happened to be on his day off, and Shen Tang intended to visit him at home. Following the fallout between her beastly husbands and the original owner, they had all moved away, acquiring different properties far from her. Shen Tang traversed several streets, her feet weary, until at last she arrived at Shun Li's residence. Standing at the entrance, she inhaled deeply and timidly knocked on the door. Shen Tang hesitated. As the female host, she had the authority to enter her husband's homes without a key. She pressed the door's retinal scanner, and with a click, the door swung open. Upon entering the living room, she unexpectedly encountered Shun Li, who had just finished bathing, his muscular torso bare, with only a towel wrapped around his waist. He was drying his hair with a towel when he caught sight of Shen Tang's intrusion, momentarily taken aback. His damp, red hair clung to his back, droplets cascading down his chest, his broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, showcasing well-defined muscles devoid of any excess flesh. The towel hung loosely, revealing his taut abdomen and the lines of his physique, barely concealing a magnificent sight. Water trickled down his torso, following the contours of his body, disappearing into shadow. Shen Tang instinctively glanced in that direction, her face flushing crimson, her mouth watering in response. An icy roar filled the air. Shen Tang, are you seeking death? In Chapter 8, Delivering Meals and Warmth, Shun Li's handsome face darkened, and before he could express his anger, he noticed the overweight woman fleeing in a hurry, muttering coldly. Such audacity, yet she seems to have learned her lesson. Shen Tang dashed outside, panting heavily, her excess weight quivering with each movement. She recalled how the original owner had often harbored infatuations for Shun Li, using their half-sibling relationship as an excuse to sneak peeks at him while he bathed. Had it not been for her royal status, Shun Li might have secretly eliminated her long ago. Recalling his icy, murderous gaze sent shivers down Shen Tang's spine. Her heart racing. Regrettably, The man harbored an intense loathing for her. Visible yet untouchable, it was truly maddening. Before long, a voice as cold as ice echoed from within. "Come in." Shen Tang composed herself and entered. Shunli sat regally on the sofa, having regained his composed demeanor, resembling a different man from the cold, brutal figure moments prior. Yet, despite the summer heat, he wore no less than 5 thick layers of clothing, wrapping himself tightly as if guarding against a notorious seductress. Shen Tang suppressed a smile. Was she truly so desperate? Upon seeing her enter, Shun Li's brows furrowed. "I have no money here." His tone was decidedly unfriendly, as if wishing to banish her immediately. Shen Tang rolled her eyes. "I did not come to ask you for money." "Then what do you want?" Shun Li's skepticism was palpable. This reckless woman was notoriously fond of gambling, squandering their monthly wages on games of chance, her luck abysmal, resulting in debts that nearly left them without food. Fearing that she would bring ruin upon them, Shun Li and the others had ceased giving her a salary 3 months prior, providing only a basic living allowance. Yet Shen Tang, accustomed to lavish spending, would deplete her funds at the start of each month, shamelessly seeking more whenever she ran out, continuing her gambling spree. Whenever they refused her money, she would become frantic, resorting to increasingly grotesque antics. Shun Li had reached his limit, his gaze locked on a Shen Tang, ready to erupt if she dared to request funds for gambling again. Oblivious to the murderous intent simmering in his eyes, Shen Tang lowered her gaze and produced a lunchbox, her voice softening. "This is the meat soup I made. I brought it for you to try." Unbeknownst to her, Shun Li's right hand had unconsciously begun to transform, sharp claws glinting ominously. Just as he was about to leap forward to strangle her, her words registered, leaving him momentarily stunned, questioning his own hearing. Shun Li quickly concealed his beastly hand behind him, his expression returning to normal as if the previous transformation had never occurred. "You cooked this?" he inquired coolly. "Yes. Please try it and see if it suits your palate." "It's my first time cooking, so it may not be perfect," Shen Tang replied, a blend of anxiety and anticipation in her tone. Shun Li frowned at her, then glanced at the lunchbox, incredulous. Is the sun rising from the west? This woman actually cooked for him? Surely, she wasn't trying to pull a fast one on him again. Despite his disdain, he accepted the lunchbox. Though Shen Tang could tell he had no intention of eating. Not one to be deterred, Shen Tang pressed on. "Actually, I have something else I would like to ask of you." Shun Li's expression shifted to one of skepticism, dripping with sarcasm. "What do you want me to help you with now?" Shen Tang felt discomfort at his tone, but, recognizing her dependency, softened her voice. "I would like to ask if you could help me find some seasonings, as I cannot find them at the market in the city. I wondered if you might have connections." Shun Li stared at her, his expression cold and unreadable. "What did you say?" Shen Tang, sensing his disbelief, patiently reiterated. "I would like to ask you to help me find some seasonings for cooking. As a token of gratitude, I will bring you a portion every time I prepare a new dish. You can even come over to eat directly, saving me the trouble of running around." Now certain that his hearing was intact, Shun Li was nonetheless astonished, scrutinizing Shen Tang, pondering what scheme she was concocting. This woman, who once lay about like a parasite, awaiting their care, had suddenly decided to change her ways? No, it couldn't possibly be that simple. Recalling her past reckless behavior, Shun Li's expression darkened. This was not the palace, where food was abundant and experimentation was permissible. Shen Tang's eyes widened. "I'm serious." Fearing he would doubt her sincerity, she unveiled the lunchbox, scooping a spoonful of soup to offer him. "Just taste it." The rich aroma wafting from the soup made Shun Li's mouth water, and the look of disdain on his face softened slightly, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "You made this yourself?" Having grown up alongside Shen Tang, he knew all too well her lazy nature. She had never even seen a kitchen, let alone cooked. Yet before he could inquire further, Shen Tang urged him. "Please try it quickly. It will cool down." Shun Li eyed her skeptically, confident she wouldn't dare tamper with the food before him. If she truly had the audacity to drug him, he would send her to meet the beast god on the spot. Shun Li took a single taste, his red eyes widening in astonishment, only to quickly mask it. The broth was rich, and the beast meat was tender and flavorful. Having dined on the finest cuisine from the imperial palace, he was astounded that this soup was not inferior to that of the royal chef. Could it truly have been made by this woman? How could he possibly believe it? If this woman could cook, even a sow could climb a tree. He consumed an entire pot of meat soup, leaving not a single drop behind, yet he still felt unsatisfied. "Very well, I shall assist you in finding the spices." Shun Li agreed readily this time, as he was curious to see what tricks she might conjure next. Shen Tang, observing the disbelief etched on the man's face, felt a surge of indignation and was determined to prove him wrong, to slap him with her success. Ideally, she wished for him to kneel and sing her praises. Just you wait. When I experiment with a new dish next time, I shall invite you to witness my culinary skills firsthand. I eagerly await that moment. However, if you lose, you must sign the divorce agreement, Shun Li replied with a gentle, confident smile. Shen Tang widened her eyes in disbelief, thinking, this scoundrel is waiting for me. With determination, she declared, and what if you lose? Shun Li frowned momentarily, then relaxed, saying, do as you please. A promise is a promise. Shen Tang grinned like a cunning fox, though her smile revealed a crooked set of teeth. Unattractive enough to make one wish to extract them all and replace them with porcelain veneers. Shun Li turned his head away in disdain, saying, close your mouth. It's revolting. Shen Tang's lips twitched in anger. How had she never noticed before that this fox had such a sharp tongue? Chapter 9. Infidelity. Shun Li's gaze returned to Shen Tang's face. It had been a long time since he had properly looked at the woman before him, and he now noticed that the pimples on her face had diminished somewhat. Perhaps it was an illusion, but she seemed to have lost a bit of weight. He observed a slight redness and swelling on her cheeks and inquired, what happened to your face? Shen Tang assumed he was referring to the blemishes and casually fabricated a story. I visited a doctor in the city and bought some ointment. It works quite well. No, Shun Li said, touching her face and encountering the swollen area. Shen Tang winced, her face resembling a puffed-up bun, looking even less appealing. Shun Li suppressed the urge to look away and asked coolly, how did this happen? The ointment that Song Fong provided had proven effective. After a few hours, the swelling had subsided considerably, though traces remained. Shen Tang did not wish to stir up trouble, so she smiled casually. It's nothing. I just fell this morning. It's a minor injury that will heal in a couple of days. How could a fall cause such a dreadful appearance? Shen Li frowned in confusion, but did not press further, as her well-being was of no concern to him. He had previously been indifferent to her, let alone worried about her injuries. Reflecting on this, his expression darkened slightly. He wondered why he was suddenly so concerned about Shen Tang. Although her skin had become lighter and less hideous, she was still unattractive, especially with her excess weight bulging around her waist and her bosom nearly sagging to her hips. A chill ran down Shen Tang's spine as if she were being scrutinized by a predator. Shen Li's gaze swept over her before he turned away, walking toward the nearby cabinet while expressing his disdain. Eat less. One day you'll be too heavy to move, and no one will carry you. Shen Tang refused to accept such a fate. Fearing that this fox would drive her to madness, she turned to leave. However, a cold voice called out behind her, stop. Just as she turned around, Shen Li thrust a bottle of medicine into her hands. This is a special military-grade healing ointment. It will reduce swelling in half an hour. He stated indifferently, as if merely offering a casual gift. Shen Tang glanced down and immediately recognized that this medicine was far superior to what Song Fong had given her. Just as she opened her mouth to express her gratitude, she heard the man's disdainful voice again. You look like a pig's head flailing around like that. If you're not embarrassed, I certainly am. Shen Tang clenched her teeth, inwardly cursing. Can this dog of a man not speak less? Yet, considering the contempt he harbored for her, she was not inclined to utter any compliments. On her way to meet Jialan, the system's prompt echoed in her mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. The male lead Shun Li's favorability has reached 20. To her surprise, despite his disdain, her culinary skills had evidently won him over. Shen Tang beamed with delight, convinced that with enough flattery, she could conquer these 5 hard-to-crack bones. Host, would you like to view the basic information of the male lead Jialan? Shen Tang nodded in agreement. The system's interface materialized before her eyes. Jialan age, 19 height, 183 centimeters birthday, March 12th. Pisces beast form, deep-sea mermaid, royal, ability level, 6th-tier gene assessment, level goodwill, disgust 90. The disgust level was alarmingly high. Shen Tang gasped and then pulled up the favorability list for the 5 male leads. Xiao Jin, corruption 60 Shun Li, disgust 30 Jialan, disgust 90 Xuan Zhou, disgust 99 Lu Xiao, disgust 60. Shen Tang's lips twitched in dismay. 1 was corrupted, while 4 harbored disgust. The path to conquest was indeed fraught with obstacles. The system manual clearly stated that the male lead's favorability is categorized into 6 levels: corruption, disgust, normal, favorability, affection, and deep love. Each level consists of a score of 100. While the system's mission required Shen Tang to elevate the male lead's favorability to a level of deep love or higher, while simultaneously preventing their corruption. The higher the corruption value, the greater her risk of death. If it reached 100, she would undoubtedly perish. Xiao Jin's corruption value had already reached 60, and Shen Tang dared not approach him. Perhaps it was best to contemplate how to deliver this pot of soup, as the mermaid's disgust for her was equally considerable. The original host resided in the southern part of the city, while Jialan had relocated to the northernmost shelter to avoid her, a distance of nearly 10 miles apart. Shen Tang trudged along, her legs nearly giving out. This time, she dared not trespass into private homes, cautiously pressing the doorbell. After a while, just as she thought no one was home, the door swung open. Standing there was an elegantly refined man, with slightly curled flaxen hair and striking blue eyes. Adorned with long lashes, a straight nose, and gentle rosy lips, his visage exquisitely pale and beautiful. His physique straddled the line between youth and young adulthood, combining the lean grace of youth with the tall stature of a young man, reminiscent of a perfect sculpture from ancient Greece, each detail exquisitely crafted. However, his collar was disheveled, and a faint red mark was visible on his neck, as if he had just emerged from a passionate encounter. Shen Tang was momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing her, Jialan initially appeared surprised, then his expression darkened, filled with cold disdain. "What are you doing here? Dear, who are you speaking to?" A sultry voice emerged from behind the man, followed by a beautiful woman in a bathrobe who wrapped her arms around his waist. As the woman turned her gaze and recognized Shen Tang, she gasped in shock. "Ah, who is this beggar loitering at our door?" Then, as if recalling something, she slapped her forehead and feigned a contrite expression. "Oh, right. I remember now. You must be Shen Tang, Mr. Elan's wife. My apologies. I thought you were just another beggar looking for handouts." Those impoverished scavengers in the city could not afford nutrient liquids, often consuming contaminated food, leading to physical deformities that rendered them grotesquely overweight. Shen Tang's expression soured as she observed the couple entwined together. This was her beast husband. Why was he with another female? "It's fine. You should go rest. I will handle this matter," Jialan said warmly to the woman. But when he turned to face Shen Tang, his smile vanished, replaced by unrestrained fury. "Why don't you leave? Do you want me to physically throw you out?" Shen Tang struggled to speak. "I came to see you." She attempted to extend the lunchbox toward him, but he recoiled as if confronted by a monstrous beast, forcefully pushing her away. Fortunately, Shen Tang's ample stature, weighing over 300 pounds, provided her with enough stability to avoid being toppled. Had she lost her balance and tumbled down the 7 or 8 steps, she could have sustained severe injuries or been bedridden for 3 days. Jialan's gaze towards her was devoid of any trace of pity. Instead, it brimmed with disdain, as if she were a piece of filthy refuse, repugnant to behold. "Get away, and do not let me see you again." Gu Yin, witnessing this ludicrous scene, suppressed the mocking smile that had threatened to surface, pondering how this grotesque, portly woman dared to vie for a man with her. The depths of her eyes harbored jealousy. As a member of the mermaid royal lineage, how could this female ever be worthy of him? Yet, it was thanks to this unattractive matron that she had encountered a man seemingly unattainable in her lifetime, and she certainly could not let this opportunity slip by. Gu Yin's voice was sweetly soft. "Alan, have you not yet informed her of our relationship?" Jiao Lan scoffed coldly. "Does this prince need her permission to pursue other women?" Gu Yin beamed with triumph. This corpulent woman had been entirely cast aside by Jiao Lan, and she no longer concealed her delight. With a haughty lift of her chin, she turned her gaze towards Shen Tang, her eyes gleaming with provocation. "Alan has promised to marry me. If you possess any self-awareness, you should present half of your assets and sign this divorce agreement." Chapter 10. Madness and exhaustion. Since marrying Shen Tang, Jialan had become the laughingstock of New Atlantis, reduced to a disgrace among the nobility. Not to mention that mermaids were inherently attracted to beauty. Every time he laid eyes on Shen Tang's unappealing visage, it made him nauseous. The thought of spending a lifetime with such an unattractive woman made him wish for death. The commotion drew a multitude of onlookers, who whispered and gossiped among themselves. Shen Tang still has the audacity to question His Highness Jialan. She should take a good look in the mirror. How could someone so unattractive and corpulent ever be worthy of him? Yet, being married to Jialan, which female would not feel angered in such circumstances? With the impending mating season for mermaids, Was His Highness truly considering copulating with that wretchedly overweight woman? Indeed, with such size, the act itself would be a struggle. Who could possibly desire to touch such a hideous creature? It would be a challenge merely to stand. The air filled with malicious, crude laughter. Hearing such remarks only intensified Jia Lan's humiliation. This female was a constant source of embarrassment. Marrying her was the greatest disgrace of his life. My greatest regret in this lifetime is marrying you. Jia Lan clenched his fists, his gaze towards Shen Tang icy and filled with loathing. I acknowledge your formidable mental prowess in the past, yet times have changed. You are nothing but a complete failure now, overweight, ugly, and dragging me down to this wretched place. If you possess any sense, you will hasten to divorce me so that I may escape this hellhole. The venomous curses from all sides had initially made the newly traversed Shen Tang feel mortified, but now she was as unyielding as an impervious pig. Calmly, she replied, I did not intend to disturb you. I merely prepared something and wished for you to taste it. For me? Jia Lan clearly did not believe her, and the surrounding beastmen halted their laughter, curiously eyeing the lunchbox in Shen Tang's hands. The entire city was aware of this woman's laziness. What had she ever cooked? Surely, she did not intend to poison him again? With a cloud of suspicion, Jia Lan's expression darkened, and he too considered this possibility. However, Shen Tang was oblivious to the man's thoughts. As she extended the lunchbox, Jia Lan appeared to reach for it, only to flick his hand and, in front of everyone, tossed it aside into the grass, spilling the broth everywhere. Shen Tang's expression froze. I did not dare to do it, but not to admit it? Can you be any more revolting? Do you think I am as foolish as Xiao Jin? Jia Lan's disdain grew, no matter how composed she tried to remain. Shen Tang was still merely a young girl with thin skin. After days of humiliation, she nearly reached her breaking point. Biting her lip, she endured. If you do not like it, so be it. I shall not disturb you again. Get as far away as possible. Do not let me see you again. Gu Yan gently reminded Alan, hastened to have her sign the divorce agreement. Jia Lan recalled this matter and quickly opened the divorce contract on his light brain. This female had suffered such humiliation today. Surely, she could not continue living under these circumstances. He expected her to capitulate, but instead, he was met with a cold laugh. Want a divorce? Very well, kneel and beg me. Jia Lan thought he had misheard, staring incredulously at the woman before him. What did you say? Repeat that. The crowd was filled with disbelief. This female dared to retort? Shen Tang, unperturbed by the myriad of gazes around her, raised her head and coldly regarded the pair before her. What if this man was her target? She was not a doormat. Why should she consistently grace him with kindness? Shen Tang enunciated clearly. Do you not wish for a divorce? Very well, kneel down and beg me now, and I shall sign this divorce agreement. Warning. Host has violated the strategy rules. Male lead Jia Lan's aversion level is on the rise. Please cease actions immediately. Ignoring the warnings, Shen Tang continued to provoke the couple. You will not even kneel to beg. You cannot even set aside this little pride. Yet you think you love this female so dearly? Her words simultaneously enraged both Jia Lan and Gu Yan. Jia Lan's countenance darkened. His eyes filled with malice and rage towards Shen Tang, wishing to tear her apart. This ugly woman had grown too bold, daring to threaten him. She sought to coerce him into kneeling? Truly repugnant. The crowd murmured their opinions. This ugly female must have lost her mind, daring to speak to His Highness in such a manner. It is over. His Highness will surely sever ties with her, and no male will desire her again. She can forget about finding a place in the sanctuary. Ugly people are often troublesome. It is no wonder they fail to attract the affections of males. Shen Tang disregarded the whispers, smiling like an entangled specter. Whenever you are ready to beg me, I may consider signing the divorce agreement. Otherwise, you shall remain bound to me, and do not even think about enjoying a sweet romance with your mistress. With that declaration, Shen Tang strode away before the crowd, preferring to expend her energy on others rather than suffer internally. She cast aside her personal dignity and embraced a life devoid of virtue. Gu Yan was infuriated, nearly grinding her teeth to dust. This wretched female dared to label her mistress? Her hands clenched tightly, her nails digging into her flesh until they nearly drew blood. Yet she felt no pain, her hatred threatening to consume her. She would ensure this vile woman would pay dearly. Jia Lan furrowed his brow, surprised that Shen Tang had not continued to harass him. She simply walked away, as if transformed into another person, leaving him with an inexplicable and peculiar sensation. The system remained silent, emitting a crackling sound of electricity as it delivered a ruthless warning. Shen Tang's smile froze as she realized the gravity of her words. It's over. I spoke too harshly, and that merman's favorability must have plummeted to negative numbers. Yet, the next moment, the system unexpectedly announced. Ding! Congratulations, host. Male lead Jiao Lan favorability level 10. Shortly thereafter, the system issued another joyous report. Ding! Congratulations, host. Male lead Jiao Lan favorability level 20. Shen Tang was left in bewilderment, questioning, system, have you malfunctioned? I embarrassed that proud merman. Yet his favorability increased? Could he be a hidden masochist who enjoys being scolded? Chapter 11. Triggering a side quest with her current lack of points. Shen Tang was disinclined to concern herself with Jiao Lan's thoughts. As long as the favorability increased, that was sufficient. Dogmen are inherently base. One must not treat them too kindly. The more they resist, the more it stirs their indignation. The host's attribute values have undergone a change. Would you like to check your personal attribute panel? View. As her voice fell, the system's light screen materialized before her. Host, Shen Tang age, 19 appearance, 24, ugly as a demon, skin, poor body, severely obese skills, none overall charm evaluation, low quality suggestion, improved skin condition, enforced weight loss. Shen Tang noted the change in her appearance rating. She remembered that it had initially been an 8, and now it had risen to 24. The condition of her skin has transformed from abysmal to merely poor. Regrettably, the assessment still described her as hideous as a night demon. She twitched her lips, wondering if the system's evaluation had to be so harsh. By the way, host, the 3-day period has elapsed. You may once again utilize the beauty balm. The next morning, she hurried to the bathroom to gaze into the mirror. The acne on her face had significantly diminished, nearly invisible from a distance, and her skin appeared more fair and immaculate. Although the issues of enlarged pores and blackheads persisted, overall, she could be considered an ordinary woman with subpar skin. Her appearance rating had increased by 8 points, reaching 32, and the system's evaluation was updated to ordinary visage. She still had 13 units of beauty balm remaining, and she wondered how delightful the results would be once it was all used up. Upon witnessing the changes in her face, Shen Tang felt a surge of joy, and the resentment that had plagued her vanished without a trace. Yet, when she touched the mound of fat on her abdomen, a sigh escaped her lips. She had taken to jogging around the streets every morning and evening. Passers-by cast peculiar glances at Shen Tang, whispering amongst themselves. What has this plump woman lost her mind over? Why is she running aimlessly so early in the morning? Seeing her first thing in the morning has ruined my good mood for work today. Strangely, some noted her nearly cleared acne, and her skin seemed significantly fairer than before. Now that you mention it, she does appear less repulsive than she used to, they remarked. As Shunli approached, he overheard the murmurs and furrowed his brows. He had heard about Shen Tang's fierce argument with Jiao Lan the previous day. Could it be that she had resolved to lose weight following that incident? Observing her clumsy, overweight figure in the distance, he felt a slight grimace, for it was indeed unappealing. Shen Tang ran, breathless and aching, drenched in sweat. Ding! Congratulations, host. Male lead Shun Li's affection level is now 10. Current status, disgust 20. Shen Tang looked up to see Shun Li striding towards her. His tall, handsome figure attracted the attention of many females along the way. Here are the spices you asked me to find. See if these are what you need. Shun Li interfaced directly with his wrist communicator, transferring the supplies to her. The advanced communicator possessed a cubic meter of storage space, intended for non-living items, typically utilized by soldiers on missions to carry provisions, clothing, and weaponry. Such communicators were prohibitively expensive for those of lower status. Yet both Shun Li and Shen Tang, being of royal descent, were equipped with top-tier models. In recent days, Shen Tang had learned to operate the communicator and swiftly receive the goods: salt, MSG, Sichuan pepper, star anise, cumin, chili powder, fennel, and minced garlic. Although these were basic seasonings, they were adequately comprehensive. She lowered her head to inspect the spices, oblivious to Shun Li's gaze sweeping over her face with a hint of surprise. Within just 2 days, her facial acne had nearly cleared up. Were the quacks in the city truly this skilled? He recalled how the palace physicians had been utterly helpless regarding this princess's condition in the past. Shen Li was filled with curiosity, but refrained from inquiring further. Shen Tang intended to fulfill her promise and invite him over for a meal. Shun Li reminisced about the delicious meat soup from that day, which lingered in his thoughts. He had searched high and low among the city's chefs, but had failed to replicate that flavor. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, an urgent notification from his team arrived, prompting him to depart in haste. Next door, Song Fong, with her keen senses, caught a whiff of the fragrant meal and came over to mooch a bite. She also noticed the changes in Shen Tang's complexion. With the acne gone and her skin no longer dark, she vaguely appeared more attractive than before, no longer an eyesore. Unfortunately, Shen Tang's features remained ordinary: small eyes, a flat nose, and crooked teeth, especially with her abundant flesh, which made one wish to slice it away. Shen Tang, too, desired to lose weight, yet the original owner's weight was too substantial. Despite controlling her food intake and exercising in recent days, she had only shed 4 or 5 pounds, which was hardly noticeable against her 300 to 400-pound frame. All right, then you must learn well. I will only teach you once. Shen Tang, having gained a decent friendship, felt quite pleased. First, wash the meat thoroughly and cut it into pieces. If it's bone-in meat, blanch it in water to remove the blood scum. As Shen Tang explained while cooking, she added, remember to place the meat in cold water and bring it to a boil, skimming off the foam, then set it aside. Afterward, we will prepare the vegetables and spices. Song Fong listened attentively, demonstrating a good aptitude for learning, quickly getting the hang of it. The two young women discussed culinary techniques, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Song Fong turned to see her 3 beast husbands rushing in, waving with a smile just in time. I was about to call for you. Come see the meat soup I just learned to make. It's sure to be flavorful today. Thank you, Fong Fong, but we don't have time today. The Black Wolf beast husband, Lang Xiao, replied swiftly. The city lord has issued a mobilization order, demanding all beastmen gather at the city gate immediately. I can't give you a heads up. What has happened? Song Fong gazed anxiously at her 3 husbands. Are you all going? We are not clear on the specifics, explained another of her husbands, a deer beast man. The city lord has divided the beastmen into 2 groups. One will guard the city, while the other seems to be following the city lord out of the city. Lang Xiao and I were selected for the latter. Song Fong realized something significant might be occurring outside the city. Some say those beastmen may have encountered misfortune. Male beastmen are prone to mental agitation after prolonged combat in contaminated areas, and only female beastmen possess the mental fortitude to soothe them. She worried they might lose control in battle. Lang Xiao shook his head. It's too dangerous outside. The city lord only permits female beastmen with level or higher mental abilities to accompany the troops. Song Fong, you are only an ordinary level mentalist. You cannot go. Just then, a sudden mission was announced in Shen Tang's mind. Congratulations. Host has triggered a side quest. Accompany the troops to the 405 contaminated zone. Task reward: restore mental power. Chapter 12. Embarking on the journey at the city gate, nearly 1,000 armed beastmen warriors stood ready for action. Nearby, dozens of armored vehicles and 6 fighter jets awaited, the air thick with tension and solemnity. Shen Tang furrowed her brow. The shelter could not provide such equipment. Although the city lord had the authority to mobilize the military, the army ultimately belonged to the empire, tasked with guarding the shelter, quelling riots, and eradicating contaminated entities. It seemed this time they were serious and had invested heavily. The mission issued by the system must be related to the male lead. Could it be that some beastmen had encountered misfortune outside the city? As she approached, she noticed only 3 beastmen present, clad in combat attire. Upon seeing Shen Tang, Zhao Lan's eyes flashed with intense disdain, and she coldly snorted before striding away. Beside her stood a tall, slender man with silver hair, wearing a gas mask that obscured his features. Shen Tang recognized him as the original owner's snake beast husband, Shui Inzhou, who couldn't even be bothered to glance her way. Compared to the others, Shen Li's attitude toward Shen Tang was slightly better, yet still indifferent. Upon seeing her approach, his attractive brow furrowed deeply. What did this female want? The assembled beastmen and females whispered among themselves. What is this useless waste doing here? I heard she had a quarrel with her beast husbands a few days ago, causing quite a stir. She must be trying to get close to Jialan and the others now. How absurd. Who does she think she is? It's one thing to cause a ruckus usually, but can't she see the timing? There's no time for her petty tantrums. Shen Li and the others wore displeased expressions, clearly sharing the same sentiments. The city lord tightened his rugged brows, casting a heavy gaze at Shen Tang, his voice booming, "Get lost. This is not a place for your antics." Shen Tang disregarded the taunts and responded candidly. I am not here to cause trouble. I wish to accompany the troops on their expedition. Hearing this, the city lord's coarse brow nearly twisted into a frown, his disdain intensifying as he questioned, Do you know where we are headed? If you don't leave now, do not blame me for taking action. With that, he indeed summoned 2 beastmen warriors over. Shen Tang quickly spoke up. I know you are heading to the 405 pollution zone to search for the missing team. The disdain in the city lord's eyes slightly receded, replaced by a hint of surprise. He had initially thought this female was merely seeking trouble, but it seemed she was indeed prepared. He frowned and remarked, knowing the dangers. You still dare to follow? That area is a high-level pollution zone, where the weak are devoured without leaving even a trace behind. Shura stepped forward, crossing her arms with a mocking tone. Shen Tang, can't you have a little self-awareness? You currently lack even the mental strength. Following along would only make you a burden. No one on the battlefield will care about your survival. Shen Tang ignored her sarcasm, focusing instead on the city lord and his aide, sincerely stating, Just allow me to accompany you. If danger arises, you need not worry about me. After a moment of contemplation, the city lord replied, Very well, you may join us. He warned, Before we depart, everyone must sign a death waiver. Should you perish, there will be no one to retrieve your body. The city lord had no real intention of letting Shen Tang go. If the imperial princess were to die, he would have a hard time explaining it. He merely wanted to avoid being hounded at such a critical moment, initially believing the death waiver would deter Shen Tang, but to his astonishment, she readily signed her name. Shun Li, Jialan, and Xuanzhou were all taken aback to see Shen Tang sign the death waiver. This female, who was typically cautious of danger, was acting quite out of character today. Jialan sneered coldly, suspecting Shen Tang was attempting to entangle him. However, she had not approached him at all, not even casting a glance in his direction. His expression became increasingly peculiar, a strange feeling flashing through his mind. As the others gathered, the team was ready to move. The flying beastmen transformed into their beast forms and took the lead to scout ahead, while the remaining beastmen boarded armored vehicles and fighter jets. Among the thousands in the group, there were only a few females, allocated 2 armored vehicles for themselves. Shen Tang was also assigned specialized protective gear and a gas mask. The equipment of the apocalypse was made from nanomaterials, highly extensible, allowing the clothing to stretch and fit various body types. But it took her considerable effort to don the gear, nearly bursting the fabric. Onlookers remarked with discomfort, mixed with whispers of ridicule. Despite her thick skin, Shen Tang felt a twinge of embarrassment, silently vowing to lose weight. She could no longer bear this tormenting situation, struggling to climb into the armored vehicle. She found an empty corner and plopped down, causing the entire compartment to sway slightly. The last person aboard was Shura. Despite the available space across from her, insisted on approaching Shen Tang. With a provocative glint in her elongated eyes, she exclaimed, Could you move a little? There aren't enough seats as it is, and your large backside takes up space for 3, leaving us with nowhere to sit. Exactly, it's cramped in here. A slender female, Shurian's follower, echoed. Ugh, do you smell that sour sweat? Who hasn't bathed in days? It stinks. After the vehicle's door closed, the confined space felt even more stifling, the air becoming somewhat murky. A noblewoman complained, The fatter one sweats more. It must be her smell. What's she trying to do? Suffocate us. I should have stayed home today. Shen Tang's plump physique caused her to sweat profusely at the slightest movement, soaking her clothes. Yet she had just bathed that morning and changed in a fresh attire, certain she bore no unpleasant odor. It was clear these individuals were deliberately ostracizing her to humiliate her. As the daughter of the city lord, Shura commanded the loyalty of the other females, who willingly joined in targeting Shen Tang, eager to curry favor with her. Moreover, Shen Tang's unattractive appearance made her a target of jealousy. Why should she have 5 top-tier beast husbands? These females seized the opportunity to kick her while she was down. One bear tribe female muttered under her breath, Honestly, it's so cramped I have no room for my bag. Why does this waste come along? She's just a nuisance. Another added, That fat pig should just roll off the vehicle and run. It's not like we're in the pollution zone yet, so those things won't be around. Perfect for her to lose some weight. Laughter erupted at this remark. This group of females was not new to targeting her. Shen Tang recalled from the original owner's memories that they often taunted her, contributing to the owner's increasingly twisted personality. Suddenly, Shen Tang stood up, startling the group of females. Someone shouted angrily, What are you doing? Is it you who suggested I roll off the vehicle? Shen Tang glared down at the fox tribe female who had spoken, her already unattractive face contorting in a menacing smile, which frightened the female into paling. I was just saying it casually. Without acknowledging her, Shen Tang coldly scanned the rest of the compartment. The original owner was stout and hefty, standing there like a small hill, exuding an overwhelming presence. The females around her resembled fragile chicks in comparison. Let me see who else thinks it's cramped. Shen Tang rotated her wrist and smirked. Anyone who says another word, I'll kick them out. There is plenty of space outside. The females fell silent, the air thick with tension. Even Shura felt a flicker of fear. If this ugly creature truly lost her temper, her formidable weight could easily throw them into a pit. Which delicate female could withstand that? The compartment fell into an immediate hush, no one daring to speak further. With the quiet settling around her, Shen Tang realized that dealing with this group required mirroring their malice. After all, the original owner's reputation was already tarnished, and being bold was far better than being treated like a soft target. As the scenery outside the window gradually transformed, the vegetation grew increasingly lush, with towering plants reaching 5 or 6 meters high, adorned with vividly colorful and mesmerizing flowers. Yet live animals were seldom seen. At some point, a faint gray mist began to envelop the air, diminishing visibility. Shen Tang felt a chill run down her spine. Congratulations, host, on completing the side mission, accompanying the troop to the 405 pollution zone. Reward: restoration of mental strength, now automatically effective. Please verify your status. Chapter 13. The Black Panther of mental pollution. Deep within the polluted land, the gray mist thickened, and a rotting stench pervaded the surroundings. A horde of zombies was besieging a lone Black Panther. Its roar echoed through the mountains. The Black Panther's eyes glowed a fierce red as it swiped its claws, tearing the approaching zombies to shreds. Like a relentless machine of war, the Panther continued to fight, but as the battle wore on, its mind grew increasingly chaotic, the world around it distorting as if everything was collapsing. Just then, the roar of engines echoed from afar. Several armored vehicles burst through the mist and halted at the edge of the battlefield. The doors swung open, and a group of beastmen in white uniforms jumped out, rushing towards the scene with medical equipment in hand. We found Xiao Jin. Quick, save him. The lead beastman doctor shouted urgently. However, the Black Panther's ears perked up, a glint of ferocity flashing in its eyes. It suddenly turned, letting out a deep growl as it charged towards the medical team, launching a fierce attack. Oh no! Xiao Jin has lost his mind. Someone cried out in terror. More beastmen leaped from the armored vehicles, attempting to subdue the Black Panther. But in its current state of mental frenzy, its strength and speed far surpassed the norm, attacking anyone who dared approach without mercy. The surrounding ruins crumbled further under its onslaught, dust swirling as the chaos intensified. We can't control him, a beastman's soldier gritted out, his weapon knocked away by the Panther's claws, sending him crashing against a tree, unconscious. Just as the situation seemed poised to spiral out of control, the roar of fighter jets filled the sky. Several aircraft swooped in low, quickly deploying electronic nets. The net unfurled in midair, flickering with blue electric sparks, precisely ensnaring the body of the Black Panther. The current surged through its flesh, yet it failed to render the creature unconscious. Instead, it incited the Panther to become increasingly agitated, emitting a series of low growls that caused leaves to tremble and fall from the trees. Inside the carriage, the female trembled in fear. A voice from the system echoed in her mind, announcing, "Beep! Host has triggered a side mission. Assist the male lead, Xiao Jin, in overcoming his mental agitation. Mission reward: weight loss elixir." Is that Xiao Jin outside? Shen Tang hurriedly exited the vehicle, spotting a large number of severely injured orcs sprawled on the ground nearby. In the forefront, the Black Panther was ensnared by the capture net, baring its teeth and glaring fiercely. This panther was enormous, with a long and muscular physique, its body taut like rock, measuring a staggering 5 or 6 meters in length, nearly double that of an ordinary leopard. Yet now, it was covered in wounds, blood dripping from its sleek dark fur and staining the earth beneath. Enveloped in a sinister black mist, the embodiment of its mental turmoil, it appeared on the verge of being consumed by it. Roaring, the panther struggled violently, causing the net to exhibit signs of failing to contain it. The onlookers surrounded the panther, including Shun Li, Jiao Lan, and Shui Zhou, all of whom wore expressions of sympathy, as if they were witnessing their own tragic fates. Jialan strode over, shouting at Shen Tang. "How dare you show your face here? If it weren't for you, Xiao Jin would never have ended up like this." Shen Tang was taken aback by the sudden outburst, bewildered as to how this was her fault. The system clarified. Extended exposure of male orcs to pollution during combat can trigger a mental breakdown. The longer it persists, the more severe the chaos becomes. You have never provided mental comfort to any of the 5 orc husbands, which has led to Xiao Jin's uncontrollable ferocity. The city lord gazed at the trapped panther, his expression grave. The sanctuary lacked any suppressants and could only rely on the mental strength of females for healing. Xiao Jin was a formidable high-level orc, and attempting to soothe him required at least a high-level female. Shen Tang, being a mere waste with no mental strength, was not a candidate for this task. Among those present, the most powerful in mental strength was Shura, who was only a low-level psychic. Naturally, the city lord was reluctant to send his daughter into danger. An orc completely gone mad would be a far more terrifying entity than the polluted ones, leaving only the option of enforced euthanasia. "Father, you cannot harm Xiao Jin. Let me try," Shura exclaimed, seeing through the city lord's thoughts, desperately trying to intervene. Xiao Jin was her favorite male, and she could not bear to see him perish. "Nonsense. Look at him now. You are the only one of your kind. Don't cause me more trouble." The city lord scolded, exasperated. He understood his daughter's feelings toward Xiao Jin, fixating on a married male, which was undeniably dishonorable and embarrassing. However, he privately acknowledged Xiao Jin's strength. If he could be brought to their side, it would be a significant asset. Thus, he turned a blind eye to his daughter's infatuation. Yet, now that Xiao Jin was in a state of mental chaos, he was far more dangerous than the polluted creatures. This was no trivial matter. "Father, trust me. Let me try," Shura insisted, brimming with confidence that if she could successfully calm Xiao Jin's mental upheaval, he would surely yield to her once he regained consciousness. Shun Li and the others would undoubtedly take an interest in her, becoming her loyal subjects. The mere thought of such a scenario, with 5 handsome and powerful males vying for her affection, eager to please her, filled Shura with exhilaration. Taking some risks was well worth it. Shura truly was kind-hearted and infatuated, remaining steadfast even in such a dire situation, while casting disdainful glances at the so-called waste of a female who could offer no assistance. As a female, she could not even soothe her own male orc and had to rely on others for help. It was utterly humiliating. Shen Tang, unfazed by the scornful remarks, furrowed her brow, glancing at the ensnared black panther. If this continued, he would either succumb to mental chaos and die, or be shot to death in a barrage of bullets. "Let me go," Shen Tang suddenly spoke, silencing the crowd. Shura retorted, "What can a useless person like you do? Only I can save him. If you want him to live, just stand there and don't interfere." Shen Tang dismissed further explanations and walked directly toward the Black Panther. The orcs and females exchanged bewildered glances, and the city lord frowned, but, recalling something, a glint of darkness flickered in his eyes, choosing not to stop her. Shura stomped her foot in anger. Infuriated that this waste had the audacity to claim she was in the way. Where did she find the audacity? Yet, Shura did not dare to approach recklessly. She had witnessed the horror of an orc gone mad, and this waste would certainly be torn to shreds. How delightful it would be to witness that scene unfold. As the sedative took effect, the Black Panther lay motionless on the ground, temporarily losing its capacity to resist. However, in that instant when Shen Tang drew near, it suddenly opened its crimson beastly eyes, broke free from the net, and pounced on her. The crowd erupted into chaos, shocked that the sedative had no effect on the enraged high-level orc. It was over. Shen Tang was doomed. Some females covered their eyes in fear. Shura eyes sparkled with malice, eagerly wishing for the panther to snap Shen Tang's neck. Yet in the next moment, everyone stood frozen in shock. The anticipated scene of carnage did not materialize. A glimmer of white light emanated from Shen Tang's palm, gradually dispersing the black mist enveloping the panther. Was this mental power? Shun Li, Jialan, and Xuanzhou watched in astonishment as the white light radiated from her hand, their previous expressions of disdain swiftly replaced by surprise. Chapter 14. Rising affection. The massive silhouette of the beast loomed over Shen Tang. The Black Panther sniffed its prey beneath, letting out a low, hoarse growl like distant thunder, reeking of the metallic scent of blood. Its powerful claws pressed against Shen Tang's chest, leaving deep gashes. It was as if the panther relished the thrill of toying with its dying prey. Shen Tang swallowed hard, her instinct for survival reaching a peak as she desperately focused her mental energy. She was not of this world and had never wielded mental power before. Initially believing it would be extremely difficult, she unexpectedly found the spiritual tree in her mind as she closed her eyes and sank into consciousness. However, the spiritual tree was a half-broken, withered trunk. Climbing to its top, she discovered a small sprout. The fragile seedling drew nourishment from the dead wood, rejuvenating itself in the process. Mental energy flowed from the sprout's branches and leaves into Shen Tang's limbs, gathering in her palms. The pure white light touched the black mist surrounding the panther, causing the eerie vapors to dissipate rapidly. It worked. Shen Tang increased the flow of her mental energy, and the black mist clinging to the panther began to thin. The frenzied crimson in the panther's eyes gradually faded, and once the black energy completely vanished, the panther swayed and collapsed to the ground, losing its strength. Shen Tang seemed to see the panther gaze deeply at her before losing consciousness, uncertain if it had regained its reason. When the military doctor arrived with equipment to examine the panther, he was filled with astonishment. The beast god's protection. Xiao Jin's mental agitation levels have returned to normal. Hurry, get him to the medical vehicle. Unless there was a high-level female, but Shen Tang, this waste, had long since lost her mental strength. Hadn't she? Could it be that her mental powers had returned? Such a miracle had never occurred in history. Yet the reality before them was enough to leave all present orcs in shock. Shura glared at Shen Tang with venomous eyes, trembling with rage, her slender nails digging in her palms until they nearly drew blood. No, impossible. She refused to believe it. This had to be a coincidence. Surely Shen Tang, that ugly creature, had done something underhanded. Beep. Congratulations, host. Jialan's affection level is now 15. Beep. Congratulations, host. Shuizhou's affection level is now 19. Beep. Congratulations, host. Shen Li's affection level has risen dramatically, now at 10. Reward, skin repair ointment, had just risen when she heard the system's announcement in her mind. Before she could feel any joy, darkness enveloped her, and she collapsed heavily to the ground. The closest to her, Shen Li, hurried to her side, kneeling on one knee to catch her in his arms, preventing her forehead from hitting the ground and potentially bleeding. He turned to the arriving military doctor, his voice laced with a tension he was unaware of, and asked coldly, what happened to her? The doctor quickly performed a full examination of Shen Tang and soon relaxed, explaining to the two beastmen, Shuizhou and Jialan, who had also arrived, that her frail constitution and excessive use of mental energy had led to her physical collapse. With some nutritional supplements and a bit of rest, she would be fine. Jialan thought to herself that she had warned Shen Tang to eat less. It was foolish to let her body deteriorate to such a state that she could faint from using mental energy. How could she still dare to delay the divorce? It was a classic case of a fool with ambition but no capability. Enough chatter, let us take her to the medical room. Shen Li frowned, insisting that they were still Shen Tang's husbands and could not let her come to harm. You carry her. I can't lift someone this heavy, Jialan replied, her eyes filled with disdain before she turned to leave. Shuizhou cast a fleeting glance at the unconscious Shen Tang, said nothing, and melted into the night, disappearing from view. Damn these two, Shen Li muttered through clenched teeth as he lifted the unconscious Shen Tang and strode toward the medical room. Fortunately, he was a robust 6-tier male. Otherwise, it would be challenging for an average beastman to carry a nearly 300-pound woman. Upon reaching the medical room, his arms were sore, feeling more exhausted than during a hunt for pollutants. Once Shen Tang woke up, he would have to starve her. If she continued to gain weight, he wouldn't be able to carry her anymore. After the military doctor bandaged Shen Tang's wounds and administered a bottle of nutritional supplements, more than half an hour passed before she slowly regained consciousness. The room was filled with the scent of disinfectant, and aside from the doctor in a white coat, no one else was present. Am I in a medical vehicle? She wondered, recalling her fainting spell and who might have brought her here, assuming it was the staff. You're awake. Do you feel any discomfort? The doctor inquired routinely. Shen Tang felt particularly fatigued, as if she had endured a nightmarish night and had been soundly beaten. Other than that, she was well. She shook her head, thanking the doctor. I'm fine now. Shen Tang, the city lord requests your presence, an attendant stated. Shen Tang donned her coat and followed the beastman to the temporary tent of the city lord, where an elderly man she did not recognize held a gray crystal stone. Even the city lord showed him great respect. "This is Mr. Kunda, a mental evaluator who can test the awakening of your mental powers," the city lord introduced. If this princess truly regained her Tier 1 mental power, it would be a momentous occasion for the entire nation. Now that the princess was in his hands, she naturally became a bargaining chip. Perhaps he could use her to escape the polluted lands. Of course, the city lord kept his thoughts to himself, suppressing his deep contemplation and harshness, adopting a friendly demeanor. "Shen Tang, your valiant act of saving Xiao Jin was witnessed by all present. I know you have endured many grievances and difficulties in the shelter this past year, but once you recover your mental powers, everyone will respect and honor you." "Thank you for the information, City Lord. I understand. Please, let the mental evaluator begin," Shen Tang nodded. "Good child. Place your hand on the crystal and channel your mental energy," Mr. Kunda instructed. Following his guidance, Shen Tang infused her mental energy into the crystal, which erupted with a fierce white light. The city lord and Kunda's expressions turned to surprise. However, in the next moment, the white light rapidly dimmed, leaving only a faint glow. Mr. Kunda, somewhat disappointed, remarked, "You possess Tier 2 mental power, which is quite commendable. Good child. I look forward to you aiding more beast warriors trapped in darkness." The city lord's brows furrowed deeply. How could it be Tier 2? She had saved a nearly collapsing Tier 1 beast man, which only someone with legendary Tier 1 mental power could achieve. "Mr. Kunda, are you sure you haven't made a mistake?" Mr. Kunda shook his head, replying, "Mr. Sherlin, please trust the expertise of the elder. The testing crystal does not make errors. She truly possesses only Tier 2 mental power." Seeing the city lord's continued skepticism, Mr. Kunda elaborated, "Females with Tier 2 mental power are exceedingly powerful. Throughout the Empire's history, only 5 have ever appeared. Historical records state that when they arrive on the battlefield, they can save thousands of frenzied beast warriors in a single instance. It is impossible for someone with such power to faint from a single act of comfort." The city lord felt extreme disappointment, but found no evidence to refute this claim. "Thank you, City Lord and Mr. Kunda. I shall take my leave now." Once outside the tent, Shen Tang felt puzzled and questioned the system. "Didn't you say my mental power had recovered? Why do I only have Tier 2 mental power?" The system's mechanical voice echoed in her mind. "Please do not trust anyone in the shelter. This is the city of sinful exile. These desperate individuals will betray you for their own gain. A female with Tier 2 mental power without self-defense will become a target for various factions. City Lord Sherlin harbors ulterior motives. Do not let him learn your true level." "So you deliberately concealed my mental power level?" "Yes, but the mental evaluator's assertion is accurate. You currently do not possess the strength of mental power. I can modify the display results of the mental testing stone, but I cannot hide your test data. You genuinely only possess the equivalent of Tier 2 mental power. Why?" Shen Tang thought of the small seedling in her mental sea and vaguely guessed the answer. "The host's mental power has suffered abnormal damage. The system has helped restore the foundation, but the growth of the mental tree requires considerable time. Currently, only one has been restored." "Abnormal damage?" Shen Tang murmured. "Are you suggesting that my mental power isn't the result of entering the polluted lands a year ago?" The system prompted, "Do you remember the main quest?" Shen Tang fell silent. She had read in the system manual that the main quests issued by the system would update according to the current plot. Returning to the Empire, she would certainly encounter the original female protagonist, which Shen Tang had always resisted. The original host's memories only retained nearly a year since arriving in the polluted lands. Her past memories seemed shrouded in mist, leaving Shen Tang unable to discern them. The female protagonist and the original host had always been at odds. Could it be that she had a hand in this? Yes and no. Can you stop being cryptic? Shen Tang was weary of discussing this matter. She considered how to swiftly restore her mental power. Even if she did confront the original female protagonist, she at least wanted to have the strength to defend herself. The system hesitated for a moment before stating, "The efficient methods for restoring mental power involve privacy. Please explore on your own." Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the side quest, assisting the male protagonist Xiao Jin through his mental turmoil. Reward: Weight Loss Pill X1. The reward has been automatically placed in the system backpack. Please check it. Taking the weight loss pill would cause her body to expel a significant amount of fat, and she needed to take a shower. The armored vehicle was equipped with a rudimentary bathing area. As Shen Tang approached, she encountered female companions. "Oh, seeing you safe is such a relief." Their previous attitudes had changed dramatically, now overly cordial toward Shen Tang, their tones laced with an undertone of flattery. Shen Tang forced a smile, feeling their insincerity. These females, fearing her resurgence of mental power and the potential for reckoning old scores, had come to win her favor. Yet, Shen Tang had often heard them belittling her in private. Not far away, Shireen approached, rolling her eyes at the sycophants flattering Shen Tang, disdain filling her heart. What is there to boast about with mere Tier 2 mental power? You were just lucky this time. Shireen had nearly succumbed to jealousy, only to discover from her father that Shen Tang's mental power test had merely reached the first level, far inferior to her own. It seemed this time was merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. However, her indignation soon transformed into a deeper resentment towards Shen Tang. All of this was due to that ugly creature ruining her chances. Otherwise, Xiao Jin would have been hers. Shireen, your words are rather harsh. We are, after all, on the same side. What gives you the right to insult us as trash? Xiong Rong and the others, possessing the same level of mental power, were exceptionally talented females in the city, accustomed to being revered. Yet, they felt humiliated by Shireen's disdainful remarks, their expressions turning sour. Unfazed, Shireen retorted, "The trash I speak of refers to others. If someone wishes to take offense, that is beyond my control." You, who countenance darkened, tugging on Xiong Rong's hand and whispering, "Let's not stoop to her level. We should leave." They were all striving to make a living in the shelter and had no desire to provoke the daughter of the city lord. However, after this encounter, they realized that Shireen was not a person to be closely associated with, and they resolved to keep their distance in the future. Shen Tang had little interest in the squabble. She retreated to the armored vehicle's bathing area to consume a weight loss pill. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have lost 41 pounds. Charm value 6. The first time she took the weight loss pill, she shed 45 pounds, and this time, although the weight loss was not as substantial, the change in her physique was markedly more pronounced. Her waist had slimmed down significantly, and while there was still much flab on her abdomen and thighs, it was no longer as exaggerated as before. Rapid weight loss had left her skin lacking elasticity. When she glimpsed her reflection, she noticed her arms and belly had become quite loose, with unsightly stretch marks becoming even more apparent. Host, after the significant increase in male lead Shun Li's favorability, you have been rewarded with a skin repair cream, which is effective for tightening loose skin and diminishing stretch marks, greatly enhancing skin elasticity without risk of rebound. Recalling this reward, Shen Tang felt a wave of gratitude. System, I truly adore you. Please refrain from teasing the system assistant. Elated, Shen Tang retrieved the skin repair cream from her inventory and applied it generously to her loose skin and stretch marks, nearly covering her entire body. The cream's effects were swift. Within minutes, her loose skin regained its firmness, and her stretch marks became nearly invisible. Congratulations, host, your appearance value is now 5. Host's personal information has been updated. Would you like to view it? Show me my personal information. Shen Tang could barely contain her excitement. Host, Shen Tang age, 19 appearance, 43, unremarkable, skin, poor body, 239 pounds, severely obese skills. Mental power, 1, comprehensive charm evaluation, below average suggestion, improved skin condition. Enforce weight loss. Her appearance value had risen from 32 to 43, and the system's evaluation had been upgraded to unremarkable, finally shedding that harsh judgment. The skin condition had improved from poor to fair. The body section now included her specific weight, 239 pounds. Shen Tang's mouth twitched. The journey to weight loss was indeed a long one. A new skill had been added, mental power. Shen Tang was somewhat satisfied with her current state, though she lamented 239 pounds is still too cumbersome. System, could you reward me with a few more weight loss pills? Please, host, strive to complete tasks to earn more rewards. Task duration, 30 days. Please act promptly, as exceeding the time limit will result in task failure. As the saying goes, a woman's hair is her second face. Shen Tang's hair was thin and limp, barely enough to conceal her scalp. She had long desired a hair growth potion, but upon learning of the time constraints for this task, her lips twitched. A month? Xiao Jin would undoubtedly be furious. How was she to navigate this challenge? Regardless, she steeled herself and resolved to take action that very night. As she prepared to step out, she unexpectedly collided with an individual she had not anticipated. Chapter 16. This merman truly has a thing for beauty. By now, the night had deepened, and the polluted area's gray mist thickened, preventing any further travel. The troops established camp on high ground, erecting makeshift electric fences and setting traps around the perimeter to deter any attacks from mutated creatures. After a day of battle, the orc warriors were most eager for the comfort of female companionship. Most females slept in tents with their orc partners, ensuring both safety and privacy. Shen Tang, self-aware, chose not to disturb Shen Li and instead slept alone in the armored vehicle, several hundred meters from the camp. Upon exiting, she spotted Jianlan leaning against a tree not far off and nearly thought she was dreaming. "What brings you here?" The youth turned his head to look at her, his blue eyes as cold as ice and devoid of warmth. Jianlan's exquisite features resembled a magnificent statue of a Greek goddess, bathed in the faint moonlight, his skin pale as jade, and his slender form reminiscent of a newly emerged sea nymph. Anyone's gaze would be irresistibly drawn to him, captivated by his allure. The prince from a neighboring country, betrothed through alliance, was indeed strikingly handsome. The original host had not shortchanged herself. The mermaid queen from New Atlantis had numerous offspring, yet she had chosen the most beautiful among them, who also happened to despise her the most. Were it not for the original host, Jianlan would not have had to endure such torment. Thus, Shen Tang was astonished to see Jianlan appear here in the middle of the night. Scanning the area to confirm they were alone, she stepped forward and teased, "You didn't come here on purpose to find me, did you? Worried about me?" Jianlan scoffed. "Don't flatter yourself. I merely passed by." "Huh, this place is so far from the camp, and you just happen to wander by the armored vehicle occupied by females. Do you really expect me to believe that? Or are you looking for other females? Does this prince need to seek out others? It is always others who come to me willingly." As he spoke, Jianlan narrowed his slanted blue eyes, casting a dismissive glance at her face, which only served to heighten the mockery. "Tonight, I am on patrol and merely came to check if you were still alive." Shen Tang's lips twitched. This man's words were truly abrasive. "What? Do you want me dead so you can find another?" This fish seemed perpetually intent on seeking a divorce. Suddenly, she recalled his previous entanglement with that mistress. She wondered how their relationship had fared since that day. Smirking as she teased, "Weren't you just clamoring about wanting a divorce? Have you reconsidered? Looking for a secluded spot to kneel before me? Your filthy mouth truly deserves to be sewn shut. Silence would serve you best." Jianlan let out a cold laugh, yet he was not incensed. His azure gaze lingered on Shen Tang, a hint of curiosity breaking through his previously contemptuous demeanor. "How is it that I notice you've suddenly lost weight?" Jianlan stepped closer, gripping her chin and scrutinizing her closely to ensure he was not mistaken. This hefty woman had indeed slimmed down, her skin appearing tighter and smoother. Even the repulsive stretch marks that had once marred her body had vanished. He had seen her earlier that day, and this transformation was astonishing. "Have you undergone liposuction?" he inquired, his gaze probing with a significant undertone. "You were so unattractive before, yet tonight you seem much more appealing." Reflecting on the changes Shen Tang had undergone in recent days, Jianlan found himself somewhat perplexed. He could not deny that a flicker of curiosity had ignited within him regarding this woman and the secret she harbored. Standing too close, Shen Tang caught a whiff of the fresh ocean scent emanating from him, which left her momentarily dazed. However, recalling this man's previous demeanor, she felt utterly speechless. He had once found her so repugnant that he couldn't bear to glance in her direction, and now he was boldly touching her. "What does it matter to you? Soon-to-be ex-husband?" Shen Tang pushed his hand away and fled, as if escaping. She had not found a good reason either, but sometimes, the more enigmatic a riddle, the more captivating it becomes. When a man grows curious about a woman, he is not far from falling. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Shen Tang's lips twitched slightly. This mermaid is indeed a staunch admirer of appearances. She had awakened her mental abilities, a matter of great significance, yet it only garnered a mere 15 points of goodwill, whereas a slight improvement in her looks instantly earned her 20. Shen Tang patted her face, intending to seek out Xiao Jin, but unexpectedly, she encountered Shen Li along the way. Shen Li's gaze fell upon Shen Tang, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, though he did not inquire further. Instead, he handed her a milky white crystal. "What is this?" Shen Tang exclaimed in astonishment, surprised that Shen Li would present her with a gift, indicating that he had come specifically to find her. "You will know once you consume it," Shen Li replied, his tone unchanged. This item was intended for her from the beginning, but in the past he glanced at Shen Tang without elaborating. Shen Tang understood his implication. The original owner had squandered extravagantly, giving away valuable items, which would soon turn into gambling debts. The system had already informed her that this white crystal was used to nourish mental strength, a rare and precious item. Shen Tang did not hesitate and swallowed the white crystal. The crystal instantly transformed into a warm current, melting into her limbs and ultimately converging into the small sapling of the mental tree within her sea of consciousness. The sapling visibly grew at an astonishing rate. On her personal attributes page, her mental strength increased from 1 to 5. Though the enhancement was modest, it was nonetheless a pleasant surprise. The system informed Shen Tang that now, if she were to heal a level beast man, she would not faint immediately. Before Shen Tang could express her gratitude, Shen Li questioned her first. When did your mental strength recover? Why have you never mentioned it to us before? I know, Shen Li acknowledged, having heard about her testing. She was certainly stronger than before. Shen Li's gaze settled on Shen Tang's face and suddenly noticed that her blemishes had nearly vanished, and she appeared somewhat slimmer. Her features no longer seemed so crowded, making her considerably more pleasant to behold. Unbeknownst to him, his tone toward Shen Tang had become less cold. However, there were no other emotions involved. He spoke in a calm voice. I did not expect you to step forward to save Xiao Jin today. This crystal is merely a token of gratitude. The implication was clear. He wished for her not to overthink it. Shen Tang, you are my beast man. Providing you with mental comfort is my duty. Just as Shen Li was about to turn and leave, he heard a voice from behind him. He halted, his crimson pupils narrowing in disbelief. Shen Li had already harbored doubts about Shen Tang's recent changes, and now he turned to her with a gaze that held profound scrutiny. A frenzied beastman was exceedingly dangerous. Even if Shen Tang's mental strength had truly recovered, there was a risk of injury. This cowardly woman had always feared for her life. Yet she resolutely saved Xiao Jin and made such statements tonight. Had she lost her mind? Or had she genuinely changed? Chapter 17. The Violent Man. Shen Li furrowed his brow, a hint of sarcasm flashing in his eyes, realizing it was indeed as he suspected. This female would not selflessly save others. She must have ulterior motives. What do you want us to do for you? Shen Li asked patiently, genuinely curious about what scheme she could concoct next. Shen Tang licked her lips, feeling somewhat embarrassed about what she was about to say. For instance, you could hand over all the points you earned from hunting the contaminated species. Seeing Shen Li's wary expression, Shen Tang sighed inwardly, recognizing that the original owner's notorious reputation still loomed large. She quickly clarified, rest assured, I will not use your points for gambling. I merely wish to leave this dreadful place as soon as possible. The universal currency in the shelter was hunting points, also known as redemption points, which could be exchanged for the Empire's star currency at an 11-to-1 ratio. It was customary for beastmen to share their accounts with their partners. Yet no law mandated it. 3 months prior, Shen Li and the others had severed their account binding with the original owner, and Shen Tang's personal account was now burdened with significant debt. To escape the polluted land, she first needed to earn enough redemption points. Shen Tang, do you think I would trust you again? Shen Li refused outright, his voice cold and unyielding. Don't even think about it. Shen Tang was well aware that she would be rejected, yet she was not too disheartened. After all, time was on her side, and there was no rush. In the medical vehicle, he had thought he was certain to die this time, even if he did not perish from mental collapse. He would undoubtedly be executed by the army. As the youngest and bravest major of the Night Radiance Empire, he never anticipated ending up in such a predicament, and he could not help but find it amusing. All of this was due to that woman, Shen Tang. Xiao Jin admitted that he had developed an overwhelming hatred for her, even harboring murderous thoughts, wishing to take her down with him. But as his vision gradually cleared, Xiao Jin rose from the hospital bed, observing the room's furnishings, inhaling the strong scent of disinfectant, and a hint of confusion flickered in his golden eyes. Is this hell? Why does it resemble the medical ward in my memories? Xiao Jin, you are awake. How do you feel? A medical officer inquired as he approached. Just awakened. Even in his dazed state, Xiao Jin realized he was still alive. How is this possible? Suddenly, he curled up, clutching his head, letting out a low growl as cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his fragmented memories began to reassemble. He remembered. It was Shen Tang, that fat woman, who had provided him with mental comfort. But had she not lost her mental strength long ago? Could it be that her mental strength had returned? Yet even if she still possessed it, how could that venomous woman possibly have the goodwill to soothe him? Xiao Jin had always looked down upon bonding with females, and he felt profound disdain for those males who humbly sought female comfort. He had vowed never to become such a submissive male, and thus had never actively pursued any female, even ignoring noble females who sought him out. During his mental breakdown, he had always managed to endure using suppressants. This was his first experience of mental comfort from a female, and the sensation was delightfully tingling. It was even more pleasurable than engaging in intimate activities. However, the thought of Shen Tang's ugly, corpulent face made Xiao Jin's expression turn sour, as if he had swallowed a fly. He was truly mad. He even wanted to experience it again. He could not bear to think of her face. Merely looking at it made him feel nauseous. There would never be a second time. System: if I go in now, will Xiao Jin kill me? Reward: Insecticide 1 has been automatically placed in the system bag. Please check it yourself. What is this insecticide for? Shen Tang pondered, as she did not cultivate flowers or vegetables. This insecticide is not the same as others. You will soon find out. The system teased her, and Shen Tang did not dwell on it too much. Knowing that Xiao Jin would not harm her, she felt at ease entering the medical vehicle. From a distance, she saw the man sitting on a hospital bed, his physique tall and muscular, clad only in military green camouflage pants, his upper body bare, showcasing robust muscular lines across his shoulders and back, a tapered waist, and a full set of 8-pack abs without an ounce of excess flesh. His back bore bandages around a wound, and his arms showed remnants of scars, exuding an indescribable sharpness that was dangerously alluring. Xiao Jin was focused on assembling a firearm when he heard footsteps at the door. Lifting his gaze to glance at Shen Tang, his piercing golden eyes radiating an intimidating chill, he toyed with the gun in his hands, smirking derisively. Do you still have the audacity to come before me? Shen Tang swallowed hard, forcing a smile as she replied. After all, I am your savior. You would truly kill me, would you? Savior? Ha, he scoffed, a short, mocking laugh escaping his lips. He arched an eyebrow, tauntingly saying, Shen Tang, your face has become increasingly worthless. Do not forget who drugged me. Shen Tang could not cleanse the past misdeeds of the original owner. Even if she jumped into the Yellow River, she could only accept them. That day, I acted impulsively, and I apologize. Yes, you. Such an incident will never occur again. Xiao Jin furrowed his brows, staring at her, his thin lips tightly pressed together. Could this rotund woman actually be apologizing? It was as if the sun had risen in the west. He casually shoved his pistol into the thigh holster, stood up, and strode toward her, extending his broad, long palm to firmly grasp her chin, lifting it to force her to meet his gaze. With a playful glint in his eyes, he said, Shen Tang, it has only been a few days. What new tricks have you learned? I genuinely apologize. That time was my fault. Shen Tang gasped for breath, inwardly cursing this violent man. Xiao Jin smirked mockingly, about to utter a retort when suddenly, he appeared to discover something amusing, leaning closer to her face and moving her chin side to side. Strange, where have those disgusting, pus-filled pimples on your face disappeared to? He suddenly realized that this rotund woman looked somewhat different from what he remembered. It seemed that her visage was not as unattractive as before, and she had lost quite a bit of weight. Once her face was a mound of flesh, resembling a chrysanthemum. Now, though still plump, it was less repulsive, and he could vaguely discern some curves. How had she become more appealing in just a few days? Let go of me, under the man's aggressively scrutinizing gaze. Shen Tang felt her pride insulted. She opened her mouth and fiercely bit down on the flesh of his palm. Damn it, crazy fat woman. Have you lost your mind? Xiao Jin winced in pain, releasing her while muttering curses. Shen Tang turned and ran toward the door, but in the next moment, Xiao Jin appeared before the entrance, blocking her path. With a grim expression, he slammed the iron door shut and grasped her neck, pinning her against the wall with a force that felt as if it could crush her bones. Shen Tang's eyes widened in panic. Wasn't it said that Xiao Jin had abandoned his dark tendencies? Did he still intend to settle accounts? What do you wish to do to me? Hurting a female is against the law. Rest assured, your life is still safe for tomorrow's sun. Xiao Jin looked at her face, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. It was indeed slightly more pleasing than before, yet still unattractive. Though her appearance had improved a bit, she was still deemed useful enough to be spared for the time being. This implied that once she lost her value, he would swiftly end her life. Shen Tang's chest heaved with rage. I am your female master. How dare he treat her in such a manner? Female master? Huh, you think you can tame me? Xiao Jin smirked wickedly, teleporting to the top of the vehicle. Chapter 18. Enemy attack suspended in midair. Shen Tang realized that if Xiao Jin loosened his grip, she would plummet to the ground. The height of this armored transport vehicle was nearly 2 stories. Even if she survived the fall, it would be enough to confine Shen Tang to bed for 3 to 5 days. What a vile man. Shen Tang, terrified, wailed, disregarding the difference between genders, desperately clinging to Xiao Jin's arm, her greasy flesh pressing against him, utterly disgusting. Xiao Jin felt a wave of nausea, veins throbbing on his forehead as he gritted his teeth and growled, "Let go. I won't. It was he who had threatened her first. She would not be blamed for making him uncomfortable. Xiao Jin's face turned pale with anger. Yet this fat woman clung to him like an octopus, impossible to shake off. Just as the two were entangled, Xiao Jin suddenly narrowed his golden eyes, scanning ahead with a glint of coldness, stepping back to release Shen Tang. Finally, her feet were on solid ground. Shen Tang turned and attempted to descend the ladder, but in the next second, she was pushed to the ground by Xiao Jin, his expression unusually serious. Lowering his voice, he commanded, "You fat woman, be quiet. If you wish to live, do not run around." As he spoke, a pair of black panther ears emerged from his head, alertly searching for any signs of disturbance. Shen Tang held her breath, mentally inquiring of the system. System? What is happening? The system has detected an unidentified biological entity approaching. Analyzing danger level. Please ensure your safety, host. Could it be that pollutants were nearing? The level of danger must be significant if it caused Xiao Jin to act as if he were facing a formidable foe. Shen Tang had seen some images of pollutants in the system database. Those humanoid pollutants resembled the zombies from horror films and were even more repulsive compared to pollutants. She found Xiao Jin, the vile man, somewhat more appealing. Shen Tang cautiously shifted her ample body closer to him. Xiao Jin noticed her subtle movement and expressed his disdain. His tone still harsh. "Stay away from me, or I will toss you to the pollutants." Shen Tang rolled her eyes internally. Fearing that this vile man might indeed throw her out, she begrudgingly shifted her body back. "Didn't you just tell me to keep my distance?" "You are truly difficult to please," Shen Tang muttered softly, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close, and then fell silent, observing the surroundings. The gray mist in the forest thickened, revealing a hint of eerie purple. Shen Tang noticed that the flowers with spiraled purple patterns in the thicket had quietly bloomed, revealing rows of sharp teeth and emitting purple smoke from their mouths. In the stillness of the night, the purple smoke composed of pollen spores was rapidly spreading toward the camp. Seeing Xiao Jin donning a gas mask, Shen Tang quickly followed suit, hiding behind him. Xiao Jin scoffed, noting that she was not entirely foolish. He swiftly drew his pistol, moving with precision to load a flare. With a sharp crack, the flare sliced through the night sky, its blinding red light exploding in the darkness. The previously resting beastmen and females were startled awake, rushing out of their tents with expressions of panic and vigilance. "Don't panic. Put on your gas masks, quickly." An elder beastman, spotting the purple smoke, shouted sternly. He quickly secured the mask over his face, displaying a practiced ease, clearly having experienced numerous such scenarios. The other beastman warriors swiftly donned their gas masks, scanning their surroundings. "It's a horde of zombies," someone shouted. Everyone present at the camp's perimeter gasped in horror. At the outer edge of the electric fence, zombies surged like a tidal wave, blocking the camp's exit. They emitted hoarse growls, their skin rotting to reveal ghastly white bones, their movements stiff and contorted, crammed together, with decaying flesh falling from their bodies, emanating a nauseating stench. These zombies seemed oblivious to the obstruction of the electric fence, relentlessly pushing forward. The foremost zombie was electrocuted by the fence, and more zombies trampled over its corpse, surging ahead. If this continued, the horde would surely breach the electric barrier. How could there be so many polluted zombies? We had clearly cleared this area before. A young wolf beastman gripped his weapon tightly, disbelief evident in his voice. A lithe black shadow darted through the electric fence, plunging into the throng of zombies. "Damn it, Xiao Jin has charged out. He truly fears nothing. We cannot allow the zombies to break through our defenses. Follow me, charge forward." Leaving a portion of the beastmen to protect the females, more beastmen surged out of the camp, some wielding weapons, others transforming into their beast forms, engaging in battle with a horde of zombies. Xiao Jin, a general of the empire forged in the crucible of battle, had participated in countless campaigns. He didn't even shift into his beast form, and with the sounds of gunfire, bullets accurately pierced the skulls of the zombies, splattering rotten flesh and brain matter. Get back. Xiao Jin shoved a nearby beastman aside as a zombie's claw barely grazed his shoulder, nearly tearing him apart. Xiao Jin, to your left. Shen Li also came to assist. Xiao Jin swiftly adjusted his aim, bullets whistling as they took down several approaching zombies. Jiao Lan stood on the other side, his exquisitely handsome face etched with disgust, as he detested repulsive things the most. The sound of gunfire accompanied his impatient growl. Disgusting creatures. When will this end? Why are there so many of them? Shui Yinzhou's silver hair flowed under the moonlight, resembling an emotionless sculpture, exuding an icy, murderous aura. The black mist slowly ascended from his body, coalescing into hundreds of venomous serpents, flicking their tongues as they swiftly lunged towards the horde of zombies. Wherever the serpents slithered, the zombies were devoured entirely, leaving only a carpet of black ashes behind. Each time Shen Tang witnessed Shui Yinzhou's extraordinary powers, she was astonished, feeling a sense of relief, as it seemed these zombies would soon be eradicated. However, in the next moment, the system emitted an urgent alert. Warning, warning. A level of contamination source has been detected within the system's scanning range. Host, please find shelter immediately. Shen Tang furrowed her brow in confusion. Were these not merely low-level zombies? Although they were numerous, Xiao Jin and the others would certainly handle them. Her gaze swept across the battlefield. Despite the vast number of zombies, the situation appeared to remain under control with everyone's combined efforts. The system's voice sounded once more, tinged with urgency. At 3 o'clock, less than 500 meters away, do you see that tall, thin wolfkin orc? Following the system's guidance, Shen Tang beheld tall, thin wolfkin orc standing motionless at the periphery with his back turned to the crowd. Who was he? Why was he standing there without moving? Another orc, noticing the wolfkin, approached to pat him on the shoulder, asking, "Hey buddy, are you alright? Not feeling well?" In the next instant, a horrifying scene unfolded. The wolfkin's skin suddenly began to peel away as if slashed by an invisible blade. From his flesh emerged countless arachnid-like aberrations, their bodies adorned with spiral patterns. And 8 elongated legs resembling sharp blades surged forth like a deluge. The orc who had approached screamed in terror, unable to escape as he was instantly engulfed by the swarm, reduced to nothing but a pool of blood and bones within seconds. What is that? A female orc cried out in panic. Fall back! Fall back! Do not let them near. The arachnid aberrations moved with astonishing speed, swiftly crawling across the ground and lunging toward the crowd. It was a cunning ploy to draw the tigers away from their mountain. Within the camp, fewer than 100 orcs and a dozen females remained, utterly incapable of contending with the swarm. Even the incendiary devices failed to halt the advance of the insects. The areas traversed by these spiders were left with corrosive venom, eroding even the armored vehicle's bulletproof glass, leaving it riddled with rust. Shen Tang could find no suitable shelter, and in desperation, she climbed the nearby tree. The scene appeared both ludicrous and absurd. Fortunately, with the camp currently under enemy attack, no one cast a glance her way. Shen Tang's hands transformed into sharp claws, gripping the rough bark of the tree as she clambered several meters high, perspiration streaming down her face. Thankfully, the original host was a catkin orc, endowing her with some innate talent for climbing. Host, keep going. Those mutated spiders are about to catch up. The alarmed Shen Tang glanced downward to see a swarm of oversized mutated spiders gathering at the base of the tree, their 8 legs waving as they climbed upward. The speed at which these creatures ascended was alarming. They were nearly upon her. The system continued to broadcast the distance. 2 meters, 1 meter, 90 centimeters, 80 centimeters, 50 centimeters. Shen Tang's face paled in terror, and she squeezed her eyes shut, summoning all her strength to climb frantically to the top of the tree. The system fell silent, surprised by the agility of the seemingly plump host. Congratulations, host. The mutated spiders did not follow you. The safety level here is as high as 78. You may remain here and wait for the battle below to conclude. Shen Tang crouched atop a sturdy branch, peering down, nearly fainting from the height. How could it be so high? It looked to be 30 or 40 meters. Had she really climbed that high? Shen Tang felt tears welling up. She had acrophobia, and how would she descend later? Nevertheless, it was certainly preferable to being devoured alive by those insects. Perched high, she had a clear view of the battlefield. Following the ambush, a small number of orcs had perished, and the remaining orcs had encircled the females for protection. Shen Tang noticed Anya among them. She had not paid her much attention before, but it seemed she had traveled in another armored vehicle. Shen Tang recalled that this female harbored feelings for Lu Xiao and was likely to resent her for being with him. Speaking of Lu Xiao, she realized she had not seen him for several days. Once the battle concluded, she would have to find an opportunity to ask Xiao Jin about him. Lost in her thoughts, she failed to recognize the danger approaching from behind. A mutated snake, drawn by the scent of a living being, began to ascend the tree, its coloration blending with the trunk, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. As it entered striking distance, the mutated snake opened its gaping maw and lunged at Shen Tang like an arrow released from a bow. However, in the next moment, an even larger and more imposing white snake appeared, swallowing the mutated snake whole. Shen Tang, startled by the commotion, turned to see the white snake behind her, letting out a frightened scream as she nearly lost her balance and fell from the tree. Her knowledge of snakes was limited, but this one, with its non-rounded head, resembled a cobra, which was highly venomous. Shui Yinzhou noticed the fear in the female's eyes, and a glint of derision flickered in his serpentine gaze. She was quite foolish, unable to even discern whether it was an orc. Seeing the white snake exhibit a human-like disdain but not make any aggressive moves, Shen Tang realized it must be an orc. The system reminded her, "This is your snake husband, Shui Yinzhou." Shen Tang exhaled in relief, patting her chest. Smiling at the white snake, "Oh, it's you. You scared me to death. I thought you were a wild beast." As she spoke, she caught sight of the white snake holding half of an unfinished slender tail in its mouth. She seemed to recall from a documentary that king cobras consumed other snakes. Just now, a mutated snake attempted to attack the host. It was the one that Shui Yinzhou has just devoured. Had he not arrived in time, the host might have perished. Shen Tang promptly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me." Shui Yinzhou's gaze fell upon Shen Tang, who, due to her fright, had curled her body, her excess flesh accentuating her plumpness. His silver-purple serpentine eyes glimmered with cold disdain as he spoke in a dispassionate, low tone. "Do not delude yourself. I did not come to save you." With that, the white snake slithered down the tree, disappearing into the night. Shen Tang bit her lip. To be frank, Xiao Jin's disdain was the highest, yet was Shui Yinzhou whom she feared the most. Shui Yinzhou's attitude towards the original host was equally enigmatic, leaving her perplexed about his true intentions. He was rarely seen, and even the original host had only encountered him a few times, making the endeavor to win him over exceedingly challenging. But what did his words mean? Shen Tang recalled that he had consumed a mutated snake and belatedly realized that the pollutants were highly toxic. How could he consume it? System. Is Shui Yinzhou's innate ability purification? No, purification abilities are exceedingly rare and special, even if they commit serious crimes. Orcs with purification abilities receive amnesty and are not exiled to contaminated lands, the system explained. Shui Yinzhou's innate ability is far more peculiar and formidable. It is devouring, allowing him to consume all things and transform them into his own strength, including contaminated creatures. What a bizarre skill. It was akin to a gluttonous serpent. It seemed that Shui Yinzhou was indeed not there to save her, but merely lent her a helping hand. System, keep a close watch on me. If danger arises, be sure to inform me promptly. Understood, host, but Shui Yinzhou has just descended and consumed all surrounding pollutants, so your current safety probability stands at 99. Shen Tang nodded, continuing to observe the evolution of the battlefield. The zombies had been entirely eradicated, leaving only the troublesome horde of mutated insects. The strength of the swarm was not particularly formidable, yet their reproductive rate was alarming, capable of infiltrating orcs' bodies to lay eggs, making them difficult to guard against. After killing one spider, the yellow liquid bursting from its abdomen contained eggs, which could hatch in mere 3 minutes upon exposure to air, making it impossible to eradicate them completely. Shen Tang recalled the insecticide that the system had rewarded her. The insects you mentioned, could they possibly be these? Indeed, the efficient insecticide produced by the system can eliminate mutated insect species of grade 96 and above in the apocalypse. The host is advised to use it with caution. Human nature is inherently selfish. These beastmen have no ties to her, most of them being vile individuals. Currently, she possesses only this bottle of insecticide, which is best kept as a safeguard for herself, rather than exposing it now and attracting unnecessary trouble. On the battlefield, Xiao Jin's whereabouts are unknown, while Shun Li and the others continue to fight desperately. Shen Tang is conflicted about whether to use the insecticide. Her mission is to win over the male lead. And he certainly cannot die, right? Suddenly, her eyes widen in shock, a profound astonishment flashing within. A massive crimson figure emerges on the battlefield, dispelling the fog and piercing through the darkness. Shen transforms into his true form, a stunning red fox enveloped in flames, with long, graceful limbs and a bushy, elegant tail, exuding an air of mysterious nobility that starkly contrasts with everything around. The beast men and females present are left dumbfounded, their actions forgotten. Shen has never transformed into his beast form before. He has always maintained his human shape on the battlefield, making this the first time everyone witnesses his true self. How beautiful! The red fox strides elegantly, and as it moves, the swarm of insects scatters in terror, as if encountering something horrifying. It spews a burst of flame that incinerates spiders and eggs, producing a series of crackling sounds that resonate in the ears of the beastmen like celestial music. Oh my! It suddenly dawns on them. Shen possesses fire-based abilities. These repulsive insects fear fire more than anything. When Shen first arrived at the shelter, he was a formidable level 6 peak beastman, and now he must have broken through to level 7. This is wonderful. We are saved. Brothers, let us join forces and eliminate these foul insects. The morale of the crowd surges, and they rally together to drive back the swarm. Shen Tang ponders as she gazes at the remnants of the flames, the insects reduced to charred black ash, devoid of any possibility of resurrection. She murmurs, "Even the polluted species can be incinerated so thoroughly. Is this fire not extraordinary?" After a few minutes, the system finally speaks. The host is quite perceptive. Shen employs the flames of annihilation, a supreme fire ability that can only be awakened by the royal family of the Yuan Empire. Shen Tang's eyes flash with surprise. The Yuan Empire is immensely powerful. Had it not been for the Sea of Oblivion dividing the continent, the flames of war would likely have spread into the territory of the Night Radiance Empire. Yet, to her knowledge, the rulers of the Yuan Empire are the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, while Shen is merely a wandering ordinary red fox. Shen Tang reflects deeply. The beast husbands of the original host are all remarkably distinguished, and even this seemingly gentle childhood friend harbors secrets from her. Everyone has their secrets. Shen Tang's task is simply to conquer the male lead, and there's no need to dig deeper. He throws down a mass of mangled flesh, his right hand morphing into a claw that ruthlessly extracts a purple crystal core from its abdomen, before setting the corpse ablaze, reducing it to ashes. This is the instigator of the chaos, the level-changing mutated insect mother. Only by eliminating it can the swarm cease to reproduce. Xiao Jin is impressively powerful, having single-handedly taken down the insect mother. If it weren't for him and Shen today, we might not have been able to survive this place. Shireen approaches, her eyes filled with admiration for Xiao Jin, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Xiao Jin looks down at her flattering demeanor, his piercing golden eyes flashing with disdain, his lips curling into a sardonic smile. There is no need for compliments. I do not care for them. With your concern, it would be better to look after your own beast husbands. Yin's beast husbands have been gravely injured while protecting her, yet she turns her attention to another male, which no man could endure. The man speaking is tall and imposing, with a stern visage and brown hair. He is Hu Sha, and Ya's strongest beast husband, a level 5 peak beast man. Though he does not compare to Shen and the others, he is still a formidable warrior in the shelter. He bears wounds on his abdomen and wears an even darker expression, angrily urging her. Anya, chastised by his outburst, feels anger rise within her. What's the rush? Did I say I wouldn't provide you with mental soothing? This is not a big issue. She is a noble female. After all, it is not for males to command her. Moreover, each session of mental soothing requires immense energy, and Shireen can only soothe one male above level 5 at a time. Naturally, she wishes to provide mental soothing for Xiao Jin instead. Shen Tang, that useless one, can succeed. There is no reason for her to be inferior. Shireen disregards the increasingly displeased expressions of her beast husbands, gazing at Xiao Jin with affection. Surely, you do not wish to interact with that ugly Shen Tang. Allow me to assist you with mental soothing. If you want, I can make you my primary husband. Hu Shua's face turns as dark as a pot's bottom. Shireen, do not forget who your beast husband is. The onlookers regard Shireen with an odd gaze, whispering amongst themselves. What Shireen is doing is excessive. Hu Shua and the others have just finished battling and require the soothing presence of a female. She has rejected them for an outsider. The task of females on the battlefield is precisely to soothe the males. Otherwise, why bring them along? Her indifference towards her beast husbands is colder than towards outsiders. I have long admired her, wishing to become her beast husband, yet I never expected her to be this kind of person. Upon hearing these remarks, Shura's expression changes slightly. She does not wish for her carefully cultivated image to be ruined in an instant. No, that is not what I meant. Shura, you are my beast husbands, and I can provide you with mental soothing at any time. However, Xiao Jin has been fighting for so long, and I was merely considering priorities. Shura bites her lip, trying to defend herself. All right, I understand your concern for everyone and your desire to contribute more to the shelter, but there is no need to rush. Shura and the others require your mental soothing now. The city lord approaches and pats her shoulder, offering her an exit. Shura is not foolish. She quickly accepts the opportunity. Before leaving, she casts a reluctant glance at Xiao Jin, secretly vowing, "This man will eventually be mine." Xiao Jin observes the exchange between the two with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. All females in the world are such hypocritical and tedious beings. Xiao Jin turns to leave, walking towards the tree. Suddenly, he hears someone urgently calling his name. "Ah, Xiao Jin, save me." The black panther ears atop Xiao Jin's head twitch as he looks up at the treetop, his mouth twitching in annoyance. "Shen Tang, are you seeking death by climbing so high?" He scoffs. What is even more perplexing is how this female, looking as she does, managed to climb up there. You think I want to climb this high? If I hadn't hidden here, those insects would have devoured me long ago. Shen Tang pouts, feeling wronged. Other females have their beast husbands to protect them closely, while she, unfortunately, has no one to guard her, left to fend for herself. Xiao Jin coldly urges, "Stop dawdling and hurry down. The team is about to depart, and there's no time to wait for you." Shen Tang's face pales. "How am I supposed to come down from this height?" Xiao Jin, visibly impatient, responds, "Come down the same way you went up." No, I have acrophobia." Shen Tang looks down and becomes dizzy, her voice trembling. "TSK, weren't you quite bold before?" Upon seeing her timid demeanor, Xiao Jin's impatience slightly recedes, replaced by a hint of mockery. Truly a troublesome individual. He steps closer, opens his arms, and reveals a wicked grin. "Close your eyes and jump down. I will catch you." Shen Tang sees the man's mischievous smile, her lips twitching. Does he think she is foolish? This man is deliberately toying with her, jumping down from such a height. What if he fails to catch her? She would lose her life. Life is only given once. Shen Tang dares not entrust her safety to this wicked man. "Shen Tang, what are you doing up in the tree?" Shun Li and the others have arrived as well. Chapter 21, Catching Breath. Shun Li turns to Xiao Jin with disapproval, suspecting him of teasing Shen Tang. "Do not look at me like that. I have done nothing." Xiao Jin let out a brief and cold chuckle, contemplating revenge on the corpulent woman, yet recognizing that such childish antics were beneath him. It was her own folly that had led her to climb up, leaving her stranded. Shun Li, Jialan, and Xuan Zhou, upon hearing this, wore expressions of disbelief. How had this hefty woman managed to ascend a tree? However, now was not the time for such musings. The priority was to rescue her. They could not simply abandon Shen Tang to her fate. Shun Li retrieved a thick cushioning mat and looked up toward the treetop, his voice gentle as he urged, "Just jump down, you won't get hurt." Shen Tang lacked the courage to leap. While climbing up, she had felt no trepidation, but glancing down now revealed a daunting drop of at least 20 meters. Her legs trembled at the thought. Would that mat truly catch her? A number of beastmen had gathered, drawn by the commotion, and began to murmur among themselves. How had Shen Tang managed to scale the tree? Surely it was to escape a swarm of insects. Her hefty form resembled that of a pig. It was utterly baffling. It appeared she was stuck up there, cowardly and useless, unworthy of the attention of Xiao Jin and the others, akin to flowers adorning a mound of dung. From the crowd, scornful remarks and laughter ensued. Jialan's face burned with embarrassment as she spat. Shen Tang, jump down immediately. You're only making a fool of yourself. Anya approached, witnessing the comical scene, and a glint of mockery flashed in her eyes. Turning to Xiao Jin and the others, she donned a sympathetic smile and suggested softly, "Your Highness Jialan, I have a beast man who is a flying beast. Perhaps he could transform and bring Shen Tang down." Jialan glanced at her, questioning her presence. Xiao Jin and the others were equally disinterested in her. Anya felt ignored, her frustration growing, yet she could not direct her resentment toward Xiao Jin. Instead, she glared at the grotesquely overweight figure in the tree, wishing fervently for Shen Tang to fall and meet her demise. Suddenly, Shui Yinzhou spoke up. "Shen Tang, there is something behind you." Shen Tang, mistaking it for a snake, lost her footing and plummeted from the tree, landing with a thud on the cushioning mat. Her considerable weight caused the mat to shudder, creating a dent upon impact. Shen Tang, disheveled and in a state of utter disarray, had her clothing torn by sharp branches, exposing her pale, plump flesh, yet none showed her compassion. They merely mocked her as one would a jester. "Ha ha! Is Shen Tang trying to lift our spirits with her antics? Look at her flabby form. Is this how a female ought to appear? There is nothing alluring about her. It's quite nauseating. Such a display. If I were her beast man, I would be utterly humiliated. She deserves this for all her foolish deeds. This is her comeuppance." Shun Li, observing her sorry state, wrinkled his brow in distaste but stepped forward nonetheless, removing his jacket to drape over her, shielding her exposed skin, and gently inquired, "Are you all right?" Shen Tang, still shaken, shook her head, dismissing the cruel jests around her, relieved to have survived. She glanced up at the tree, realizing there was nothing there. Suddenly, she recognized she had been deceived and shot a furious glare at Shui Yinzhou. Shui Yinzhou merely cast her a dispassionate glance before turning to leave. The crowd, finding no further amusement, dispersed. Anya bit her lip, a trace of jealousy flickering across her beautiful face. Did Xiao Jin and the others not wish for Shen Tang's demise, seeking her downfall? Yet, she sensed a shift in the atmosphere surrounding them. Curse that obnoxious Shen Tang for ruining her plans. She must seize an opportunity to eliminate Shen Tang. In such a perilous place as the polluted area, it was ripe for unforeseen accidents to occur. The city lord summoned all Beastman warriors to an open area for an impromptu meeting. Nearly 1,000 individuals had come, but following last night's ambush, 13 had perished, and over 40 were severely injured, while the rest bore minor wounds but would continue with the mission. The lingering scent of blood would attract more mutated creatures. Thus, they needed to depart swiftly to complete their rescue mission, or the casualties would only increase. After the meeting, the city lord retained Xiao Jin, inquiring what transpired during her absence. In recent months, the polluted zones surrounding the shelter had rapidly expanded, with an increasing number of pollutants and escalating levels of mutated creatures, causing greater difficulties. For instance, last night, a high-level contaminated area should not have yielded high-level mutated species, yet the current situation suggested otherwise. Thus, the city lord had initially dispatched Xiao Jin and Lu Xiao with an elite team to investigate, only to lose contact with the entire squad, nearly succumbing along the way. Xiao Jin's mind conjured Shen Tang's image, his brows furrowing, yet he realized he no longer found her as revolting as before. He had to concede that, had it not been for Shen Tang's presence, he might have perished for his country. Beep. Congratulations, host. Xiao Jin's favorability has increased by 20. She was filled with exasperation. Having just made a fool of herself, Xiao Jin was now gaining favorability. This man truly harbored ulterior motives. He merely wished to see her humiliated. Beep. The host has been assigned a side quest. Provide emotional support to at least one male lead. Reward. Weight loss pill X1. Task duration. Before midnight tonight. Time was of the essence. Given Xiao Jin and Shui Yinzhou's aversion towards her, they would likely not allow her to approach. Jialan's dislike wasn't as pronounced, but she was sharp-tongued and picky, a staunch esthetician. No chance there. Shen Tang pondered deeply and decided to seek her childhood friend, the fox. Shen Li held the highest favorability among the 5 male leads, making him the most suitable candidate to approach without the burden of dislike. She ventured to the armored vehicle where Shen Li had been, but her teammates informed her he was not present. He had just disembarked, likely to relieve himself, they said. What do you need him for? Just a casual inquiry. If he is not here, I'll ask him tomorrow. After Shen Tang departed, she questioned the system. Can you locate Shen Li? Affirmative. Male lead, Shen Li, has been detected in a concealed cave approximately 15 kilometers away. Had he wandered that far just to relieve himself? Shen Tang did not dwell on it and promptly made her way there. Upon reaching the cave entrance, she heard a sound that was both alluring and stifled. Chapter 22. Touching the fox's tail system. What is happening? Shen Li is undergoing a breakthrough, causing a mental frenzy. He is in a vulnerable state. The host should seize this opportunity. Shen Tang hesitated at the cave entrance, uncertain if her abrupt intrusion would yield adverse results. What if he failed in his breakthrough? The system succinctly replied, "He will die." Shen Tang's heart sank. However, Shenli was a male lead and hadn't even encountered the female lead yet. Surely he wouldn't perish so easily? The system promptly reminded her. The forced death of the target will result in automatic failure of the host's mission. Please do not harbor any false hopes. Unable to afford the risk, Shen Tang steeled herself and entered the cave. Within the dim cavern, Shenli leaned against the wall, his satin-like, vibrant red hair cascading chaotically over his shoulders. His handsome face bore an unnatural flush, and he appeared to be enduring immense pain, beads of sweat nearly soaking through his clothing. His hands were clenched tightly, nearly piercing his palms. His rationality was slipping away. His fox ears, fiery red, and a long, fluffy tail indicated he was entering a semi-beastly state, a precursor to losing control. Suddenly, Shenli heard footsteps approaching the cave entrance. His icy gaze sharpened, and he swiftly drew his sidearm, awaiting the moment the intruder would cross the threshold. Ready to shoot to kill. "Shenli, it's me." A familiar voice, cautious yet recognizable, called from the entrance. Shenli's hazy eyes flickered with surprise, doubting his own ears. Why would that female come here? With a clatter, the gun dropped to the ground, and Shenli's long frame immediately slackened, sliding down to the corner in a heap. He leaned against the cold, hard stone wall, propping himself up on one leg, his head drooping low. Strands of hair on his forehead were dampened by cold sweat, and his Adam's apple bobbed violently as he swallowed. The veins in his neck throbbed, faintly revealing the frantic pulse beneath. When Shen Tang entered, she was confronted with a scene more dire than she had anticipated. Her body tensed as she nervously scanned Shen Li's flushed face, which bore a striking resemblance to one in heat. The system confirmed her suspicions. During periods of mental frenzy, beastmen exhibit a profound yearning for the comfort of females, resulting in hormonal fluctuations. In essence, Shen Li's current state mirrored that of a beastman entering mating season. Shen Tang felt a pang of anxiety. Such a situation did not imply indiscriminate acceptance. She had no desire to impose herself upon him. Akin to the past encounter with Xiao Jin. "Why are you here?" Shen Li's voice was hoarse and frigid, a stark contrast to his usual gentleness. "I came to find you, but you were not here. Someone mentioned they saw you heading this way, so I followed and heard voices inside the cave. I didn't expect it to be you," Shen Tang explained as she approached him. Shen Li's complexion was pallid, and the redness at the corners of his eyes intensified. "Get away from me. Stay back," he commanded with icy ferocity. Shen Tang bit her lip in tension, a sense of unease flashing through her mind. This was not quite aligned with the system's description of a mating season. His demeanor was alarmingly aggressive. Suddenly, a bold thought crossed Shen Tang's mind. It was common for beastmen to experience mental frenzies. There was no need for Shen Li to hide away in a cave. Remaining with his comrades would offer him easier access to female assistance. Unless, of course, his unusual behavior suggested he was concealing something from outsiders. If Shen Li had indeed disguised his identity, his only flaw would be the uncontrollable transformation into his beast form during a genetic frenzy, revealing his true nature. Shen Tang swallowed hard and tentatively suggested, "I merely wish to provide you with mental comfort. If this continues, it will be too late for you to revert to your human form." In a sudden move, Shen Li lunged at her, pinning her to the ground, his hands morphing into sharp claws that tightened around her throat. The pale moonlight streamed into the cave's entrance, casting half of his face into shadow, his beastly red eyes glinting with a chilling intensity, resembling a vengeful specter. Shen Tang's heart raced, her breath constricted as she witnessed the drastic change in Shen Li's expression. Had he been pretending all these years? Why? Was he truly an orphan who accidentally found himself in the royal palace? The implications of smuggling or espionage flashed through her mind, but she dared not dwell on them. Avoiding his cold, murderous gaze, Shen Tang masked her growing panic. She bit her lip, her voice trembling with fear and a sense of injustice. "I know you despise me and do not wish for my help, so I shall leave it be. It was foolish of me to come here out of concern for your well-being." Shen Li's lips tightened, his grip loosening slightly as he spoke in a low voice. What happened today must not be mentioned to anyone else. The icy glint in his eyes remained, suggesting that should she utter a wrong word, he would swiftly eliminate her, leaving no trace behind. Shen Tang nodded fervently. I saw nothing." Shen Li seemed about to say more, but he had completely exhausted his strength, letting out a painful groan before collapsing heavily onto the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Tang escaped his grasp and fled. Shunli remained silent, acutely aware of the uncontrollable power surging within him. He closed his eyes, surrendering to the situation. Mental comfort. Let begin. With his consent, Shen Tang felt a surge of anticipation, her gaze inadvertently drawn to the strikingly handsome face of a man. Typically, Shunli was calm and composed, but now he appeared disheveled, his eyes rimmed with crimson, exuding an alluring charm that was almost fatal. He resembled the fabled seductress that could bring a nation to ruin. His fluffy, fiery red fox tail swayed gently, occasionally brushing against her calves and ankles. Shen Tang felt a surge of temptation and, under the guise of propriety, could not resist the urge to touch it. The plush texture was utterly enchanting. Unbeknownst to her, this small act of mischief did not escape Shun Li's notice. He abruptly opened his eyes, regarding her with disdain. "What are you doing?" "Just a slip of the hand." Shen Tang chuckled awkwardly. Shun Li's expression darkened, but he was too weary to engage further with her. Shen Tang focused entirely on her task of providing mental comfort, her palms emanating a soft glow that gradually dispelled the dark aura surrounding Shun Li. Once the shadowy mist was cleared, she turned her head to find the man by her side with his eyes closed, breathing steadily, already lost in slumber. Her own energy was nearly depleted. Thankfully, due to the crystal Shun Li had gifted her previously, she only felt fatigued and did not faint as she had before. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest. Provide mental comfort to at least one male protagonist. Reward: weight loss pill X1, automatically added to the system's inventory. Please check at your convenience. That evening, while bathing, Shen Tang took the weight loss pill. The system reminded her that she could once again use the skincare cream. With only one application remaining, she decided to use it all at once. Chapter 23. Harassment. Congratulations, host. Your appearance value is now at 9. Shen Tang gazed at her reflection in the mirror, marveling as the blemishes on her face had completely vanished, leaving no trace behind. Her skin appeared smooth and pristine. The excess weight had also diminished significantly. She still looked somewhat plump, but at least her waist had formed. The host's personal information has been updated. Would you like to view it? Yes. Shen Tang Ziplit Ijali. Host, Shen Tang. Age, 19. Appearance, 52. Ordinary. Skin, average weight, 192 pounds. Categorized as severely obese. Skill, mental power, 5. Overall charm rating, low recommendation. Mandatory weight loss and enhancement of facial features. She had finally crossed the threshold of losing 200 pounds. Shen Tang felt quite pleased with her current state. Stretching her limbs, the exhaustion from her mental exertion began to lull her into a drowsy state. The other females had followed their beast husbands into their tents, leaving her alone. The space in the vehicle felt considerably more spacious, and she quickly succumbed to sleep on a row of seats. They were on a mission to provide mental comfort to the beastmen warriors heading out to battle. The males protected the safety of the females, while the females soothed the combat-ready male beastmen. A fair exchange indeed. Many beastmen in the ranks lacked mates, and the females were tasked with collectively providing mental comfort to these single males before battle, preventing any unforeseen incidents. After restoring her level of mental power, Shen Tang was assigned this duty. Upon completing her grooming, she arrived at the temporary square, only to notice a subtle shift in the gazes directed toward her. Was that Shen Tang who just walked by? I almost didn't recognize her. My goodness, why does she seem to be getting more beautiful? All her blemishes are gone, and her skin looks so tight and smooth. Don't you think she's lost a lot of weight? She used to be as fat as a pig, but now she doesn't look as heavy. Indeed, it's strange. Just yesterday, I thought her waist was as thick as a barrel. Now, after just one night, she appears to have slimmed down considerably. Her skin looks even more delicate than mine. Listening to the chatter around her, Shen Tang couldn't help but smile, her spirits lifting. But suddenly, someone groped her backside. Whirling around, she found a few beastmen scattered behind her. One male beastman stood directly behind her, merely half a meter away. Of average build and seemingly of mature age, perhaps in his 40s or 50s. Such individuals, often unable to find mates, tended to harbor unsavory backgrounds. Shen Tang furrowed her brow, a wave of nausea rising within her, though she dared not accuse anyone outright, assuming it may have been an accident. The middle-aged beastman, seeing Shen Tang turn away, felt relieved and continued to lecherously eye her figure, a glint of depravity marring his otherwise decent features. It must be said, this female has grown somewhat plump, yet her voluptuousness is utterly enticing. With a slender waist, robust thighs, ample bosom, and a particularly rounded dairy, she exudes an irresistible sensuality. Even through her clothing, a mere touch ignites an insatiable yearning within him. What transpired? Was she once again subjected to harassment? These long single elder males, perpetually submerged in sexual repression, are voraciously starved, making instances of sexual harassment all too common, especially during the times when females congregate for spiritual solace. There are always those who seize the opportunity to act inappropriately. They dare not overstep their bounds, typically targeting unattractive, overweight females devoid of a protector, such as Shen Tang. Yan Hui did not expect Shen Tang to be so audacious, and his indignation quickly morphed into rage, reddening his face and thickening his neck. "Do not slander me without cause. Who has witnessed my harassment of you?" Shen Tang retorted angrily. "With so many witnesses present, why would I single you out?" This was her first encounter with such an ordeal, truly repulsive enough to make her feel nauseated. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged male dismissed Shen Tang with a disdainful glance, retaliating with such a figure, who would desire you? I say, you must be the one yearning for a male, deliberately trying to entice me. Several similarly aged elder males joined in, echoing his sentiments. Indeed, who would want such an unattractive, overweight creature? This hefty woman has no mate, clearly a female that no one desires, and her very essence reeks of desperation, attempting to attract a male's attention through such means. I heard this female is a banished princess. Huh, having lived for so long, I have yet to experience the taste of a princess. Though perhaps not conventionally attractive, I have a preference for the plump, for it brings a unique pleasure. Come to my tent tonight. I assure you I will cater to your every need. The onlookers merely observed with cold indifference, watching the spectacle unfold without intervening. No one wished to court trouble. Had a beautiful, delicate female been assaulted, surely a strong male would rise to her defense, perhaps even winning her heart in the process. Yet this ordinary-looking hefty woman evoked no sympathy from the males, who instead mocked her. Perhaps this hefty woman is playing hard to get, secretly longing for mating. These unattached elder males are bursting with vigor. They could certainly satisfy her. The group of middle-aged males, seeing no one to intervene, grew increasingly brazen, surrounding Shen Tang with lewd gazes. Yan Hui, feeling triumphant, grinned with intent, reaching out to touch Shen Tang's ample bosom. I say you, so alone and defenseless, will be better off with me. Suddenly, he let out a shrill scream, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of bones cracking. Shenli rushed over, snapping his wrist and kicking him to the ground. Shen Tang stared at the imposing figure blocking her, momentarily stunned. The crowd stirred with commotion. How did Shenli arrive? Yan Hui's fate was sealed. He dared to harass Shen Li's female, and now he was a seventh-tier beastman. Yet, had Shenli not always despised Shen Tang? Why would he come to her aid? Nonetheless, Shen Tang was nominally his mate, and such an incident would tarnish his reputation. Shenli turned to Shen Tang, his usual gentleness replaced by an icy demeanor, colder than the night before. Did you not notice that the other females arrived, each accompanied by a male? They do so to prevent such occurrences. These elder males harassing females is an unending issue. You coming here alone only provided these scoundrels with an opportunity. If I had not happened to pass by today, I shudder to think what might have transpired. Are you foolish enough to lack self-preservation instincts? Or are you truly so desperate? Tears began to well in Shen Tang's eyes, uncontrollable as they cascaded down her cheeks. But you all loathe me. No one is willing to protect me, so I had no choice but to come myself. Chapter 24. Cleansing the scum. Shen Tang's tears and snot flowed freely. Her already unattractive features now contorted in distress on her plump face, rendering her even less appealing. In the past, Shenli would have mocked her in his heart, despite not voicing it. Yet now, he refrained from deriding her and softened his tone, saying, "Next time, you can call for me. I can accompany you in the future." Really? Shen Tang halted her tears, looking at him with hope. Shenli noticed her astonishment and felt an inexplicable surge of emotion, nodding in affirmation. Despite his lingering dislike for Shen Tang, they had grown up together, and, as her nominal mate, he could not stand idly by as she endured such humiliation. Shen Tang curiously inquired of the system whether Shen Li's affection had increased. She had long recognized that this fox was warm on the outside, yet cold within. Last night had revealed his true face, devoid of compassion. She had not expected him to genuinely assist her today. Indeed, host, after providing him spiritual solace last night, Shun Li's affection surged by 30, bringing it to 40. Please continue your efforts to win him over and obtain his superior genetic sample. Shen Tang was filled with confusion. What genetic sample? You know that thing? The system, rarely displaying any semblance of shyness, replied, "You'll understand in due time." Shen Tang Shen Set impending zoom, feeling as though the system had dug a pit for her to fall into, yet she dismissed the thought. Both were tacitly aware of last night's events. And Shun Li resumed his usual calm demeanor, coldly observing the middle-aged beast man with the broken wrist. Yin Hui lay on the ground, wailing, while his companions helped him to his feet. One burly beast man stepped forward, glaring menacingly at Shun Li, shouting, "Fighting among beast men is strictly prohibited. Your blatant aggression is a violation of military discipline." Shun Li snickered. "If you're so familiar with military regulations, then surely you recognize that harassing females is an even graver offense. You cannot possibly be unaware." Yin Hui, supported by others, rose with a sullen expression, adamantly denying. "Who saw me touch her? Without evidence, do not make baseless accusations. I wouldn't take this hefty woman even if she were offered for free. She is merely slandering me. You are in cahoots with this fat woman. Compensate me. Compensate me." Shun Li retorted coldly, "If you are so innocent, then let us seek the city lord and allow him to adjudicate this matter." "Let's go," Yin Hui scoffed, unperturbed. Such incidents were rampant. Even the city lord turned a blind eye, especially since he had not succeeded. At most, he would face a few days of confinement as a mere formality. The city lord was currently in a carriage, convening a meeting to discuss the next course of action. Xiao Jin, Jialan, Shuainzhou, and several other high-ranking beastmen were present. Upon seeing Shun Li approach, they were not surprised, yet upon recognizing Shen Tang trailing behind him, they frowned. What was this hefty woman doing here? "Today, I bring my female to seek justice." She provided spiritual solace to the single males in the troop, yet was subjected to the lewdness of this beastman named Yin Hui. "There are witnesses. I implore the city lord for a fair judgment." Shun Li recounted the entire sequence of events and brought Yin Hui and his cohorts forward. The onlookers noted the disgust on the faces of the elder beastmen, all seasoned offenders, and knew there was no need to mistake them for innocents. Yet, no one expected Shun Li to bring such a matter to the city lord's attention. The city lord frowned, indicating he understood, yet did not take the matter to heart, casually imposing a 3-day confinement as a warning. Beside him, Xiao Jin furrowed his brows, a chilling aura emanating from him. It was not that he felt pity for Shen Tang. He held a deep disdain for her. However, this female was nominally his mate, and while he could tolerate bullying her, being insulted by such an old scoundrel was a direct affront to him. What surprised Xiao Jin even more was that the usually lazy Shen Tang would actually go to the trouble of providing solace for the single males in the troop. Based on his understanding of her, she would likely avoid such arduous tasks, seeking any opportunity to escape her duties. Providing spiritual solace was exceedingly taxing, and many females were reluctant to do so for their mates, let alone for unfamiliar males. Most females tend to seek excuses to evade such tasks unless the situation is truly urgent, at which point they might reluctantly take action. Consequently, the number of females providing mental comfort rarely exceeds half. Those who are willing to assist are generally kind-hearted and gentle. Reluctant to witness more beastmen perish in battle and eager to lend a hand. But kindness and gentleness? What do those qualities have to do with this hefty woman? Xiao Jin's golden eyes flickered with a profound meaning as he stepped forth to stand before Shen Tang, his cold and wicked visage scrutinizing her with keen interest. He suddenly realized that this hefty woman had lost weight. The repulsive pimples on her face had vanished, and her skin appeared tender and smooth, a stark contrast to her previously unattractive appearance. The dramatic changes she had undergone recently made it difficult for Xiao Jin to even recall what she had looked like before. Upon noticing Xiao Jin's sudden approach, Shen Tang instinctively took a half-step back. Yet this man remained steadfast before her, observing her with palpable interest, causing Shen Tang's heart to race with unease. Had he discerned something? Had he noticed the differences between her and the original owner of this body? Shen Tang swallowed hard, intending to break the peculiar atmosphere with words, but the man's deep, magnetic voice resonated first in her ears, remarking that she was indeed different from before. Shen Tang's heart raced. She endeavored to maintain her composure, feigning ignorance, asking, "Ah? What do you mean?" Xiao Jin merely chuckled coldly, refraining from elaborating. He turned and strode over to the elderly beastman, a wicked smile playing on his lips as he remarked that confinement was hardly a punishment. His icy golden gaze turned malicious as he suddenly seized the elder beastman, known as Yan Hui, his grip casual as if capturing a mere chick, binding him with chains before kicking the door open and unceremoniously hurling him out of the vehicle. To live was to be a disgrace. Death was preferable. Xiao Jin's abrupt actions left the onlookers momentarily stunned, unable to react or intervene. The city lord's expression darkened as he demanded, "Xiao Jin, what are you doing?" Xiao Jin responded with a light laugh, shrugging off the inquiry, declaring that he was simply ridding the world of scum. The sky was bleak, the wind mournful, and dozens of armored vehicles steadily traversed the desolate roads of the polluted area, trailed by a horde of thousands of contaminated zombies, a dark mass emitting dreadful howls. Xiao Jin's actions amounted to casting Yan Hui directly into the throng of zombies. The iron chains tethered within the vehicle prevented Yan Hui from keeping pace with the armored vehicle, and despite his desperate screams for help, no one came to his aid. Soon, exhaustion overtook him, and he collapsed to the ground, his body pierced by sharp stones and thorns, leaving a long trail of blood as he was dragged along. The moment the chain snapped due to the violent collision, Yan Hui was flung backward, completely consumed by the relentless wave of zombies, leaving not even bones behind. In the ensuing chaos, his companions were paralyzed with fear, their faces pale as they were all abandoned by Xiao Jin, becoming fodder for the zombie horde. This scene unfolded in a matter of minutes, with various expressions among the onlookers. The city lord's displeasure was evident, a flicker of darkness flashing in his gaze. Yet he said nothing, only issuing a decree that henceforth, beastmen were strictly forbidden from harassing females, with severe penalties for transgressions. Shen Tang was taken aback by Xiao Jin's unexpected defense of her, feeling a mix of astonishment and realization. She had indeed overthought the situation. This man still held disdain for her. He merely found her embarrassing. The growing strength of the beastman army would only enhance her safety. This time, no one dared to lay a hand on her, and their journey proceeded smoothly. As she walked, Shen Tang suddenly sensed two malevolent gazes upon her. She looked up to find Shura and not far away, her brow furrowing in discontent. Had these two formed an alliance? And had also participated in today's mental comfort task, showing no reluctance to engage in such endeavors, as it could bolster her reputation as kind and gentle, making the young beastmen in the city infatuated with her. Occasionally, she even managed to identify a few talented beastmen to become her devoted followers, eager to offer everything for her. Thus, having witnessed the entire event today, and you felt a surge of jealousy towards Shen Tang, the ugly one, her hands clenching tightly as her nails dug into her palms. Why did this ugly one deserve the protection of Shun Li and Xiao Jin? Moreover, inexplicably, this ugly one had recently become somewhat more presentable. Although still overweight and unattractive, she was no longer worthy of comparison with Enya. Yet she remained an eyesore, remembering how Shun Li and the others had repeatedly defended Shen Tang, and you viewed her as a thorn in her side, wishing to see this hefty woman vanish at once. If she could achieve this without conflict, that would be even better. As Enya's thoughts turned, she relayed this incident to Shireen, who promptly became enraged and rushed over to confront Shen Tang. "Shen Tang, you ugly creature. How dare you attempt to entice brother Xiao Jin? What audacity you have!" Shireen stormed forth, blocking Shen Tang's path, recognizing that the two had come to provoke her. Shen Tang's eyes flashed with coldness, her expression dismissive. "Xiao Jin is my beast husband. My dealings with him have nothing to do with you." Yin's anger flared as she retorted, "Xiao Jin is the male I have my sights set on. You are not worthy of him. Be sensible and divorce him at once. Otherwise, I will ensure you regret it." "Oh, Xiao Jin is your beast husband? Then go ahead and call for him. Let's see if he responds to you." Shen Tang found the situation increasingly amusing. This arrogant man held her in disdain, and it was unlikely he would take any interest in Shireen. What confidence did this female possess? Upon hearing this, Yin's expression soured further. She had been spurned by Xiao Jin, her attempts at affection consistently ignored, and now she directed her fury at Shen Tang. Her impotent rage manifested as jealousy. Why should this hefty woman enjoy the favor of both Xiao Jin and Shun Li? The fact that they defended her today was solely because she was their partner. Had she been their partner, they would surely treat her with the same care. This ugly creature was utterly unworthy. Yet Shura could do nothing more than vent her frustrations on Shen Tang, deepening her resentment, her gaze dark as a venomous snake, her hand poised to strike. Fighting is strictly prohibited in the ranks. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I have no qualms about summoning the city lord to witness how his daughter disgraces him in public. Shen Tang would not allow herself to be victimized again, seizing Shura's wrist and flinging her aside. Shura, with her slender arms and legs, nearly toppled over from Shen Tang's forceful shove, her face contorted with rage. You, how dare you lay hands on me? If you're unwell, seek treatment. Don't come here to act mad and bite at people. I'm not a veterinarian. Shen Tang replied with a frown, her lips curling in disdain as she brushed past the two and continued on her way. How dare you insult me? Shura's face darkened further. This hefty woman dared to disregard her and simply walk away? Beep, congratulations to the host. Shenli's affection level increased by 20. Beep, congratulations to the host. Shout Jean's affection level increased by 20. Beep, congratulations to the host. Jiao Lan's affection level increased by 10. Beep, congratulations to the host. Shui Zhou's affection level increased by 10. Shen Tang was astonished. Today had yielded remarkable rewards, likely due to her comforting the beastmen. Though Xiao Jin and the others feigned disdain, it was impossible that they were not moved. No male could resist the charm of a gentle and kind female. Even if she was not conventionally attractive, their fondness would surely grow. The following days passed with little change. Yet since their journey had transitioned from the moderate polluted area to a highly polluted zone, the level of contaminants encountered had significantly escalated. One day, the convoy was besieged by 13 high-level contaminants. Had it not been for Xiao Jin and the others, they would have likely suffered devastating losses. As the level of contaminants increased, even Shen Tang, though not on the battlefield, could distinctly sense a marked improvement in the intelligence of these pollutants. The lowest-tier zombies were akin to those depicted in films, driven solely by the instinct to attack. Even with strategies in place to counter the ambushes of the contaminants and heightened vigilance during the night, they still suffered multiple setbacks, resulting in nearly 100 casualties. The city lord decreed the cancellation of nighttime rest periods, ordering that beastmen and females remain within the vehicles at all times, moving at full speed. The people were utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally, their morale sinking ever lower. With hope for progress dimming, the Lord had brought a contingent that comprised nearly half of the city's elite forces. If they could not rescue the trapped squad, they might even lose this formidable unit, rendering their efforts futile. Yet the path ahead was fraught with peril, and without hope, the troops would surely falter. Suddenly, a piece of good news came from Shura. She had discovered a precious purification crystal mine just a few kilometers ahead. Upon hearing this, spirits soared. Was this news truly authentic? Had they indeed found a purification crystal mine? In the shelter, the food and water were contaminated and required purification before consumption. Without any orc capable of purification in the city, they needed purification crystals to access clean water and food, making these crystals exceedingly valuable. In the black market, a single crystal could fetch tens of thousands of star coins. Although Shen Tang and Shura were at odds, the news brought her joy. For acquiring purification crystals would benefit all the orcs in the shelter. System, is there truly a purification crystal mine ahead? Chapter 26. Following her, the purification crystal mine ahead is a trap set by high-level intelligent pollutants. Please, host, detach from the squad as soon as possible. The system issued a warning. Shen Tang's expression changed abruptly, and she swiftly sought out Shun Li and the others. Fearing an ambush ahead, they could not proceed and needed to take another route. Ambush. How do you know that? Shun Li looked at her meaningfully. Shen Tang's voice was not quiet. On the contrary, she deliberately raised it so that all the orcs present could hear. She needed to alter the troops' course as much as possible. She had no desire to accompany these orcs to their doom. Shen Tang, are you out of your mind? Just when everyone is elated, you come here to sow discord and disturb everyone's spirits. Shura emerged from the crowd, her gaze filled with contempt and mockery. Shen Tang couldn't be bothered to argue with Shura and replied emphatically, "What I say is true. There is real danger ahead. How could a major pollution zone possibly host a large-scale purification crystal mine? This is clearly a trap set by pollutants, waiting for us to fall into their snare." The crowd began to harbor doubts about her words. While purification crystal mines often appeared in pollution zones, it was plausible that it could be a trap. A brown-haired beaver orc glanced at Shura and hesitantly asked, "Is your mental detection error-free? Is there truly a crystal mine ahead, and not a trap set by a mutated species?" Shura, furious at the doubt cast upon her, pointed an accusatory finger at the beaver orc, exclaiming, "I am a level mentalist. Don't you trust me? Would you rather believe a level mentalist who is a waste? Have you lost your minds?" The difference between level and level mentalists seemed minimal, yet represented a chasm of disparity. Female mentalists of level and below could only provide comfort, while level mentalists could detect their surroundings. This was Shura's source of arrogance. However, the energy required for environmental detection was immense. Shura could only perform it once every 3 days. She had merely sought to determine if there were any ambushes nearby when she unexpectedly detected a purification crystal mine 5 kilometers away. If her mental detection was accurate, she would be heralded as a hero of the shelter. Yet this useless Shen Tang dared to undermine her. Shura gritted her teeth, and before the crowd, she dared not act, but raised her chin in haughty disdain, scoffing, "Shen Tang, with your meager level mental power, you cannot even detect the environment. What gives you the audacity to question my words?" Shen Tang frowned, her voice calm, yet resolute. "Instinct. Are you jesting? You expect us to abandon the crystal mine based on your ludicrous instinct?" Shura's eyes were filled with derision, nearly laughing out loud. The expressions of those present soured. Was this plump woman toying with them? The orcs in the city were well aware of Shen Tang's reckless and absurd behavior, and her meddling at such a critical moment was particularly loathsome. Shun Li and the others also frowned, observing Shen Tang with indifference, clearly unconvinced by her claims. Shen Tang sighed internally, her face stern. "What I say is true. Anyone who does not wish to die, follow me on another path." The crowd, seeing that she was not joking, exchanged glances, uncertain whom to trust. This foolish woman would not be foolish enough to risk her life for others. Would she? Could it be that genuine danger lay ahead? The rarity of purification crystals made their easy discovery seem too fortuitous. There is no such thing as a free lunch. This principle was known to any reasonable adult. Shura's mate, Bai Shi, pondered for a moment before stepping forward to gently advise, "Inin, the sudden emergence of a crystal mine is indeed unusual. Perhaps we should forego it. Our mission is to locate the missing squad. Regardless of whether the path ahead is fortuitous or perilous, it falls outside our plans." Shura was taken aback to hear her beloved mate, Bai Shi, question her decision, and her anger surged. The more they doubted her, the more she felt compelled to prove herself. As a level mentalist, how could she possibly be outdone by the ugly Shen Tang? Under normal circumstances, Shura's sycophants would have rallied to her side, ridiculing Shen Tang until she was humiliated. Yet this time, Xiong Rong and Hu Hua hesitated, choosing not to align with Shura. Shura seethed with fury. Those disloyal servants of hers would no longer receive any benefits from her. Anyone who believed this fool could follow her. Once they secured the crystal mine, they could forget about sharing it. With a darkened expression, Shura glared menacingly at Shen Tang, her demeanor aggressive. "You useless person, if you want to leave, then hurry up and get out of the way. I believe Miss Shura. She is a powerful level mentalist and surely cannot be mistaken. If we could indeed mine the purification crystals, it would lead to overnight wealth. I would never have to worry about my future again." The polluted land was fraught with danger. One could lose their life in an instant. What was the harm in taking a gamble? For reasons of profit or trust, nearly all the orcs sided with Shura and the Lord. Shen Tang recognized the lack of credibility in her words. She bit her lip, clench her fists, and hesitantly glanced at Shun Li. Shun Li, his brow furrowed, stepped out of the ranks to stand beside her. "I will follow you on another path." Shen Tang's eyes sparkled with joy. "You believe what I said?" Shen Li shook his head, speaking coolly, "I do not." The crystal mine held little allure for him. What mattered was which path bore less risk. Moreover, if Shen Tang left the squad, she would be heading to certain death. He could not stand idly by and watch her perish. Shura stared at Shun Li in disbelief. But even more astonishingly, Xiao Jin stepped forward from the crowd, positioning himself behind Shen Tang, exuding a relaxed and rebellious air. Whatever, fewer people means it's quieter. Shen Tang was equally astonished. She was not surprised that Shun Li would step forward, given his favorable disposition towards her, but Xiao Jin had always harbored intense disdain. However, recalling his inherent rebellious nature from the original narrative, he was inclined to act contrary to expectations. With this thought, Shen Tang dismissed any notions of self-importance. Shui Zhou's gaze fell upon Shen Tang, his silver-purple eyes flashing with significant meaning. He said nothing but leisurely stepped to her rear, signaling his stance. Jialan frowned, his beautiful brows knitted in confusion and anger. Did these three individuals have a screw loose? Was this plump woman attempting to court disaster? And why were they joining in the chaos? Yet, glancing at the remaining remnants of the squad, he concluded that following them was less assured than aligning with Xiao Jin. With that thought, Jialan grimaced and moved to stand behind Shen Tang. The four men, each with their own thoughts, left Shen Tang unconcerned about their musings. She had achieved her goal. As for the others, she had laid her words bare, leaving their choices to fate. Is there anyone else who wishes to join us? Chapter 27. The Temptation of Gastronomy. I followed Shen Tang and Captain Jialan. Songfan's black wolf beast husband, Lang Xiao, stepped forward first. As a member of the Jialan team and a neighbor, his perception of Shen Tang had dramatically shifted, believing her words were not mere nonsense. His inherently cautious nature made him reluctant to take risks. I trailed behind Captain Xiao Jin. It seemed pointless. My salary was sufficient to purchase purification crystals, and with so many people, my share would be minimal. Thus, I opted out, with the addition of 4 beast husbands to Shen Tang's ranks. The morale of the troops visibly wavered, and increasingly more beastmen rallied behind her. Captain Xiao Jin and his companions were the backbone of the army, supported by numerous loyal followers. Within a few minutes, 50 or 60 beastmen emerged from the ranks, opting for a different path. Several females also stepped forward, unwilling to endure high risks. It was evident to all that following Xiao Jin was the safer choice. Shura Field inwardly cursed the fools, seething with resentment, convinced they would regret their decision. Approaching Shen Tang, she spoke darkly, declaring that Shen Tang should prepare for embarrassment. Shen Tang raised an eyebrow and smirked, confident in the outcome. Shura Field, in her frustration, shoved past Shen Tang, casting a begrudging glance at Xiao Jin, her fingers clenched tightly in her palm, consumed by jealousy and malice towards Shen Tang. Everyone knew of her infatuation with Xiao Jin. He was aware too, yet he remained indifferent, consistently defending Shen Tang. What was so special about this ugly creature? Clearly, she was the most outstanding female in the city, the one truly deserving of him. If only she could discover a purification crystal mine, Xiao Jin would surely regard her with newfound admiration. As these thoughts filled Shura Yin's mind, she felt a sense of triumph, envisioning a future where Xiao Jin would recognize her worth, kneeling before her in regret, pleading for her forgiveness and affection. When Xiao Jin noticed the female's unwavering gaze, filled with a repulsive desire, he frowned, a deep disdain flickering in his eyes. He had no interest in females and detested those who clung to him mindlessly, compared to the boorish and bothersome daughter of the city lord. He even found Shen Tang to be somewhat more tolerable. At least she had become less unattractive and annoying. Simultaneously, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Xiao Jin's favorability, 5. It was perplexing how this man's favorability could increase so inexplicably. The city lord's expression darkened. Are you truly going to leave the team for another path? Yes, we will regroup at the next waypoint. The majority of beastmen still chose to follow the city lord in search of purification crystal mines, while Shen Tang's group, numbering 50 to 60, ventured down a remote side trail. Along the way, they encountered numerous attacks from polluted entities, but with Xiao Jin and his companions present, they navigated through with minimal injuries. Although they did not discover a crystal mine, they were fortunate enough to find a river with a lower level of contamination, replenishing their dwindling supply of bottled water. As midnight approached, the fog in the polluted area thickened again, hindering their progress. After 10 exhausting days of travel, the beastmen were mentally and physically drained. Xiao Jin suggested they set up camp on the flat ground near the river to rest for the night. Finally, we can catch our breath. One exclaimed, I need to sleep and recharge. I feel like I'm turning into a zombie. It's certainly a blessing to follow Captain Xiao Jin. Dozens of beastmen swiftly erected an electric fence for safety, pitched tents, and kindled campfires, as many lower-level pollutants still feared flames. As night fell, temperatures in the polluted zone dropped below freezing. Shen Tang, feeling wide awake, sat by the campfire outside her tent to warm herself. Shenli approached, offering her a bottle of nutrient solution. Eat something, he urged. Afterward, he knelt beside her, joining in the warmth. The orange glow of the fire illuminated his handsome, gentle face casting distinct shadows. His fox-like eyes were exceptionally beautiful, narrow and long, with delicate lashes casting faint shadows. Upon closer inspection, one could notice a small, crimson mole on his nose, adding to his allure. Shen Tang's heart raced, and she quickly averted her gaze. The beast husbands despised her crush. She looked down at the nutrient solution in her hand, lost in thought, recalling that night when Shunli was indeed a spy sent from another nation. What was his purpose? Initially, she had relied on her childhood friend, but now she felt compelled to exercise caution. Not hungry? The red-haired man beside her suddenly inquired. Shen Tang shook her head. I don't like nutrient solutions. With that, she retrieved a few jerky strips from her storage, provisions she had prepared before her journey. Courtesy of Lu Xiao, half of it was consumed, while the other half remained in storage, good for half a month. Xiao Jin observed the dry jerky in his hand, finding it quite aromatic. Shen Tang's lips twitched. Return my jerky. That's my dinner tonight. You're already so plump. Eat less. I'll help you lose weight. Xiao Jin looked down at her still ample figure, his eyes revealing undisguised disdain before he tossed the jerky into his mouth, chewing a few times, his golden eyes brightening at the taste. Where did you buy this? The resentment of having his food snatched away surged within Shen Tang. But upon seeing the fluffy leopard ears sprouting from his dark hair and his long leopard tail swaying joyfully behind him, her resolve softened. Akat, it's normal to be domineering and unreasonable. Shen Tang replied with a triumphant smile. Of course, I made it myself. You? Xiao Jin scoffed disdainfully, clearly unconvinced. This lazy, gluttonous creature could not possibly have made it. Believe it or not, Shen Tang retorted, uninterested in further explanation, and took another jerky strip, munching contentedly. Xiao Jin's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze revealing curiosity. He then turned away, returning after a brief absence, dragging a beast resembling a bull, skinning and dissecting on the spot to extract several tender pieces of meat, purified before handing them to Shen Tang. Cook this for me. I'm hungry too. After eating the jerky, he found a nutrient solution tasteless and difficult to swallow. Shen Tang was incredulous. How could jerky possibly be prepared on the spot? She turned to the campfire, an idea illuminating her mind. How about we have roasted meat tonight? It will taste better than jerky. The seasoning Shun Li had given her was still in her storage, perfectly suited for the occasion. Roasted meat? Xiao Jin frowned. The apocalypse had left a severe scarcity of culinary options, and most beastmen survived on nutrient solutions and raw meat, believing that concocting recipes was a waste of time. Shen Tang felt a pang of sympathy for them. Life without the enjoyment of food was dreary. She glanced at the beast husbands and blinked. How about lending me a hand? Chapter 28. The Future Tyrant? Xiao Jin regarded her coldly, his tone impatient. If you have something to say it quickly. Don't dawdle. Shen Tang's temples throbbed slightly. Considering that this troublesome man was her target, she swallowed her irritation and replied, Please find some thick branches for a barbecue rack, and some particularly thin sticks. Shenli, you come help me process the beast meat. Cut it into evenly sized pieces, marinate them with seasoning, and skewer them onto the sticks. It'll be easier to control the cooking. Shenli listened attentively, nodding with a gentle smile. All right, I'll help you, but I've never done this before, so I might be a bit clumsy. His gentle nature was reassuring, yet as Shen Tang recalled his identity, a sense of unease settled in her heart. Maintaining a composed smile, she replied, It's fine. Everyone has to start somewhere. Practice makes perfect. Just help me cut this piece of meat into smaller chunks. Seeing the two of them busy, Xiao Jin frowned slightly and clicked his tongue. He had expected anything from this plump woman, merely bored. However, seeing Shen Tang so confident piqued his curiosity about what she could possibly produce. Those two fools truly believed that the gluttonous and lazy woman could cook. Jiao Lan scoffed inwardly, unwilling to remain with them, fearing he might catch their folly. Shui Yinzhou languidly reclined upon the tree, entirely disinterested in the surrounding commotion. Occasionally, he would cast a sidelong glance towards the bonfire, a flicker of profound meaning passing through his silver-purple beastly eyes. Shen Tang was confident that her culinary skills would astonish the group of men. However, she had always relied on the family's electronic grill, which lacked substantial heat. This was her first attempt at grilling over an open fire. As she cooked, an unpleasant burnt aroma wafted through the air. Oh no, it's burnt. Shen Tang hurriedly retrieved the skewers, the meat charred and smoking, shrinking considerably into charred remnants. Is this what you call grill meat? Xiao Jin grimaced at the acrid scent of burnt charcoal, his expression sour. Surely, this plump woman isn't attempting to poison them. He had suspected her intentions all along. She was clearly up to no good. It was a mistake. I didn't team manage the heat properly this time. I'll grill them for a shorter duration next, Shen Tang said awkwardly. You had better not be deliberately wasting food. Otherwise, you shall go hungry. Xiao Jin's face was icy, reproaching himself for trusting Shen Tang today. Food was precious in the apocalypse, and if this woman dared to squander it, he would ensure she faced the consequences. Can you truly grill meat? Shenli also frowned, displeased with Shen Tang. Shen Tang sai in de na li. Recognizing that changing their impressions of her would not be an easy task. The original owner had often wasted food, particularly when Shun Li and the others failed to meet her expectations. She would deliberately throw away the hard-earned meat they had hunted, preferring to spoil it rather than share. Trust me one last time. I will succeed this time. Shen Tang vowed to conquer them with her genuine culinary talent. After her previous failure, she gradually mastered the heat. The meat became golden and juicy, dripping with beast fat that sizzled in the fire. The enticing aroma of grilled meat soon enveloped the two men beside her, causing them to salivate, their gazes fixed hungrily on the skewers in her hands. Believing the time was right, she removed the skewers, slightly burnt but with a crispy exterior glistening with juices, making it all the more appetizing. How about a taste? Xiao Jin, already tempted by the savory aroma, found himself salivating, his appetite rekindled after years of consuming nutritional fluids. He snatched the skewer and stuffed it into his mouth without a thought for the heat. Wow, delicious! His golden eyes sparkled, gasping in delight, not slowing his pace, as if he were a starving ghost returned to life. Shen Tang's lips twitched in disbelief. Was it really that astonishing? Yet, seeing the cold-faced, cool man transform into a ravenous wolf filled her with pride. She quickly grilled several more skewers of meat and offered them to Shunli. You should try this too. I managed the heat even better than before. The outside is crispy while the inside remains tender. It must taste exquisite. Observing Xiao Jin's enjoyment, Shunli set aside his prejudice. His eating manner was quite refined and elegant, offering an exquisite sight. After finishing, he expressed his satisfaction with high praise, declaring it utterly delicious. Not far away, Jialan lay before the tree, resting with his eyes closed, when he suddenly caught a whiff of the irresistible meat aroma. He swallowed hard, opening his eyes to trace the scent back to Shen Tang and the others who were grilling. How could it smell so good? Could this plump woman truly possess a talent for cooking? A hint of regret crossed Jialan's face. Had he offered to help, he could have enjoyed a share of the meal. Yet, there was no way he would stoop to ask for food. His disdain for the plump woman ran deep, and he had no desire to associate with her. However, as a noble prince of New Atlantis, what delicacies had he not tasted? Jialan, feeling irritable, moved further away to continue his rest, but the tantalizing aroma relentlessly invaded his nostrils, stimulating his appetite to the point of madness, causing his stomach to ache. Damn, this woman is doing this on purpose. Jialan shot a cold glare in their direction, flipping over in an attempt to block out the scent. Yet, he had always scorned nutritional fluids, and now, with no food consumed that evening, he was ravenous, his hunger growing unbearable. Shen Tang indeed intended to provoke him. With a mischievous smile, she frequently glanced at Jialan while grilling, fanning the flames to spread the aroma even further, hoping to entice the proud merman to approach her for a taste. However, after much effort, she found that the merman's resolve was surprisingly strong, and her attempts had failed. A flicker of defeat crossed Shen Tang's mind. Considering their antagonistic relationship, she realized that the haughty merman would never willingly relent. With a sigh, she decided to take several freshly grilled skewers and walked towards Jialan. What do you want? Jialan opened his eyes upon seeing Shen Tang approach, his expression frosty and irritable. I noticed you haven't eaten yet, so I grilled some meat. I brought you some since I have leftovers. Shen Tang found herself at a loss for words. This guy was truly suffering from pride. His longing was evident, yet he continued to feign indifference. She thrust the skewers into his hands, urging him to eat. Was it really that difficult to ask? I personally brought it to you. Why are you being so difficult? Jialan's expression was uncomfortable, and in a fit of embarrassment and anger, he retorted, I don't want to eat. If you don't want it, then throw it away. Shen Tang replied, turning to leave, unwilling to waste more breath on him. Recalling the original story, she remembered that 10 years later, A coup would occur in New Atlantis, and Jialan would inherit the throne of the Sea King, ruling the seas. Yet, he would become a tyrannical merman, bloodthirsty and cruel. Whenever he suffered from headaches, the blood would flood the seas, and only the female protagonist, Shen Tang, could alleviate his pain. The Supreme Sea King would dismiss his harem, spending almost every night in Shen Tang's chamber, becoming the sharpest weapon in her hands, clearing all obstacles for her. The youth before her still bore a hint of youthful naivety, and Shen Tang could not reconcile the Jialan before her with the temperamental tyrant of the original tale. This man had a foul temper and was not particularly likable, but how could he transform into such a figure? A thought flickered through Shen Tang's mind. If Jialan were indeed destined to become a bloodthirsty blade, why could that blade not be wielded in her hands? Jialan silently watched Shen Tang walk away, laughing and joking with Shen Li by the bonfire, not sparing him another glance. It appeared she had no ulterior motives, merely delivering food without any intention to harass him further. Has this woman truly changed? The aroma of the skewers in his hand wafted enticingly, and he swallowed hard, ultimately giving in and taking a bite. His blue eyes lit up. The meat was crispy on the outside and tender within, bursting with juices. Perfectly seasoned, not too salty or spicy. Jialan recalled the day she had brought him the meat soup. Hearing from Lang Xiao later that his female had labored all morning alongside Shen Tang to prepare it. Initially, he had thought Shen Tang had bribed Lang Xiao to speak well of her, attempting to curry favor, considering her gluttonous and lazy nature. Surely, she had never set foot in a kitchen. Yet now he found it hard to believe that the soup had indeed been prepared by Shen Tang's own hands. The disdain in Jialan's eyes waned, and a complex emotion began to surface as he regarded Shen Tang, suddenly finding that this unattractive woman was not so detestable after all. Beep. Congratulations to the host. Shen Li's favorability has increased by 10. Beep. Congratulations to the host. Xiao Jin's favorability has increased by 15. Beep. Congratulations to the host. Jialan's favorability has surged. His disdain has dissipated. Now at favorability, 0, neutral. Reward, 100 boxes of purified water, automatically stored in the system backpack. Please check it yourself. Shen Tang listened to the system's announcements echoing in her mind. Her spirits lifted as she curved her lips into a smile. She proceeded to grill another dozen skewers, intending to garner favor with Shuang Zhou. However, upon arriving at the tree where he had been perched, she discovered that the white serpent was no longer in sight, leaving her wondering where he had gone. Shuang Zhou has always been elusive. Should he choose not to meet her, she would certainly be unable to locate him. Shen Tang sighed, deciding to abandon her search for the time being, as there would be ample opportunities in the future. The aroma wafting through the air was exquisite. Shen Tang and her companions were grilling meat late into the night, and the enticing scent kept me awake. I had never encountered such a delectable fragrance before. Who could be responsible for this culinary delight? It appeared to be Shen Tang and Shen Li who were preparing the feast. How had they managed to make it smell so delightful? How I wished to taste it. To my surprise, the plump Shen Tang could actually grill meat. We had underestimated her capabilities. The orcs in the camp were drawn from their tents by the mouth-watering aroma, seeking the source of the delightful scent. Several females approached, curiosity evident in their inquiries. Shen Tang, did you grill this meat? It smells wonderful. Shen Tang smiled and nodded, offering them a few skewers of freshly grilled meat, inviting them to sample the flavors. For me? Thank you. The females were somewhat taken aback. After all, their prior relationship with Shen Tang had not been particularly cordial, and they had often mocked her in private. They had not expected her to extend such an invitation. Xiao Jin had hunted a wild buffalo, leaving plenty of meat behind. If it were not consumed tonight, it would go to waste. He called upon several orcs to help prepare the remaining meat, skewering it according to Shen Tang's method, coating it with barbecue seasoning to create grilled delicacies. The orcs had limited supplies of nutritional liquid, often enduring hunger, but they felt reluctant to indulge in the grilled meat without contributing. They ventured out to hunt a few more beasts, specifically to seek Shen Tang's guidance on how to grill the meat. The once quiet camp was now filled with chatter and laughter, as groups of orcs gathered by the riverside campfire, relishing the grilled meat. The previously tense and somber atmosphere had transformed into one of vivacity and relaxation. In stark contrast to the jovial orcs surrounding Shen Tang, a different group of orcs, having taken a separate path, faced dire circumstances. Upon reaching the so-called crystal mine, They fell into an ambush by advanced pollution species. It dawned upon them that there was no crystal mine. It was a complete trap. The city lord led his team through the chaos, yet nearly half of their once formidable group had been lost. The remaining orcs were injured and demoralized, their hearts heavy with despair. As Shen Tang savored her grilled meat, her ears perked up at the distant sounds of beastly roars. The other orcs in the camp also took notice. Is that Cook's voice? It sounded almost like a cry for help. Hadn't they gone in search of the purification crystal mine? Had they encountered trouble? Let us go check it out, Xiao Jin urged, leading a team of elite orcs to provide assistance. Half an hour later, Shen Tang spotted dark silhouettes on the distant horizon, rapidly approaching. The figures transformed into a multitude of orcs, with one group appearing tattered and wounded, some even missing limbs, their spirits visibly crushed. In stark contrast, another group of orcs appeared well-fed and revitalized, a striking juxtaposition. What happened to you? Why are you so injured? Did you find the crystal? Don't mention it. There was no crystal mine at all. It was a trap set by those pollution species. The injured orc recounted the tale, his eyes filled with regret. Those who had followed the city lord lamented their decision, wishing they had heeded Shen Tang's warning, which would have spared them from such peril. Meanwhile, those who had accompanied Shen Tang, initially regretting their missed opportunity for wealth, now felt fortunate for not having followed. Shura looked utterly disheveled, her hair a mess. Face pale and panicked, clothes tattered, and her body marked with bloodstains, unsure if they were her own or someone else's. One of her orc companions was missing as well. Upon spotting Shen Tang emerge from a group, her expression twisted into a malevolent grimace as she lunged forward, hurling accusations. You wretched girl. You knew there was danger and yet encouraged me to go. What are you doing? Shen Tang had anticipated this outburst and, frightened, quickly fled to hide behind Shen Li. Block me. This madwoman wants to bite me. Chapter 29. The rescue of Lu Xiao. Shura, seething with fury, exclaimed, You knew there was danger. Why didn't you stop us? You let us walk into a trap on purpose. Shen Tang retorted with a cold smile. How dare you slander me? Everyone here heard my warning about the crystal mine being a trap. You insisted on going, and now you want to blame me for your folly? Do you truly believe everyone is as blind and foolish as you? Shura was taken aback by Shen Tang's newfound sharpness, her anger boiling over as she yearned to silence Shen Tang. Shen Li's gaze hardened, his tall and imposing figure shielding Shen Tang. His voice, though gentle, carried an undeniable authority. Miss Shura, please remain calm. This is not the time for infighting. Shura, seeing Shen Li's defense of Shen Tang, was consumed with jealousy, her silver teeth grinding as her eyes reddened, fingers digging into her palm. The tide had turned, and those who once trusted her began to voice their anger. It's all Shura's fault for misreporting. Otherwise, how could we have followed you? A powerful psychic like you couldn't even detect the lurking pollution species? How could we have trusted you? If she hadn't insisted on leading us to the purification crystal mine, my brother wouldn't have died there. My mate Ba Hung is also dead. All of this is Shura's fault. You treacherous lot. What right do you have to blame me? You wanted to share the spoils and insisted on following me. If people died, it's not my concern. Why should I bear all the responsibility? Shura's face twisted with rage, nearly fainting from the fury. In the end, she became the scapegoat for all, losing face entirely. If there were blame to be placed, it was solely her own doing. Enough. Silence. The city lord's voice cut through the chaos, his towering form stepping forward. The overwhelming pressure of an 8th-tier orc emanating from him, instilling fear. The crowd fell silent, yet their anger simmered beneath the surface. Their trust in the city lord and his daughter waning. What is that delightful smell? What are you eating? Suddenly, one orc sniffed the air, swallowing hard. The newly arrived orcs, weary from their escape, were ravenous, and the rich scent of grilled meat was enticing. Shura, too, could not suppress her salivation as she gazed toward the campfire. With 300 or 400 returning, the remaining meat would surely be insufficient. As Xiao Jin and the others prepared the beast meat, they discarded the innards, which the orcs deemed refuse. True connoisseurs, however, knew that the innards were the true delicacy. Shen Tang licked her lips and suggested, the innards can be prepared as well. They taste fantastic. Shura scoffed derisively. You think you're so kind, suggesting we eat those filthy innards? Are you here to humiliate us? Unable to retort, Shura shot Shen Tang a furious glare. Only beasts eat innards. Anyone who wants can eat them, but I certainly won tea. With that, she stormed off in anger. The expressions of those present varied. Innards were notoriously pungent, with no orc ever willing to consume such things, usually discarded as waste. Can innards really be eaten? The smell was indeed strong, but seasoned and grilled. They could be quite delicious. If you don't believe me, I'll prepare some for you. The orcs in the camp had already been won over by Shen Tang's culinary skills, and several volunteered to assist, cleaning the innards thoroughly as per her instructions, even saving the bones and hides, ensuring no part of the wild beast went to waste. Shen Tang gathered the prepared ingredients in large leaves, inviting a few nimble orcs to join her in grilling. Soon, the ravenous orcs were irresistibly drawn by the tantalizing aroma of meat wafting through the air. Upon witnessing her savoring a skewer of roasted pig liver with delight, they completely abandoned their disdain for offal and scrambled to partake. However, it was only after tasting that they realized how delicious what they had previously deemed refuse truly was. The heart was firm and succulent, the liver thick and rich, and the roasted beef skin was crispy and fragrant. Breaking the roasted bones revealed a jelly-like marrow inside, which was even more flavorful than the roasted meat itself. It was exquisite, something I had never tasted in my entire life. This was far superior to nutritional liquid. Reflecting on the offal and bones I had discarded during my hunts filled me with regret. Had I known they were this delectable, I would have kept them for myself. Shen Tang, this plump woman, was she not both lazy and greedy? When did her culinary skills become so remarkable? I had truly underestimated her in the past. Indeed, it was delightful. Chewing it revealed that appearances can be deceiving. Shen Tang, though somewhat unattractive and overweight, possessed exceptional cooking skills and willingly prepared roasted meat for us, showcasing her kind heart. It appeared we had wronged her in our previous judgments. Shura, enticed by the mouth-watering scent of meat, felt hunger pangs in her stomach. Jealousy and resentment surged within her. How had this ugly creature transformed into someone so popular, stealing away the spotlight that rightfully belonged to her? Do not be upset. Shen Tang is merely a small person who has found her moment of triumph. She is still far beneath you. A tall, elegant man approached her softly to comfort her, her beast husband by she. Upon seeing him, Shura Yin's expression softened slightly, but she huffed in discontent. Is it just roasted meat? Anyone can do that. Go out and catch a wild beast for me right now. Bai Shi's face stiffened. It was far too dangerous outside, shrouded in toxic smoke, making it impossible to see the path ahead. Asking him to find food under such conditions would be tantamount to sending him to his doom. What? Do you wish to defy me as well? Shura Yin's foul mood made her intolerant of anyone, even Bai Shi, who had always doted on her. Bai Shi gently reassured her, tomorrow I will catch a wild beast for you. It is too late and perilous outside tonight. Shura Yin pondered and did not press further. Yet her stomach continued to grumble. Hu Shua cast her a sidelong glance and abruptly stood up, gruffly stating, I will ask Shen Tang for some meat. Was her beast husband seeking food from that ugly creature? It was an affront to her dignity. None of you are permitted to ask that ugly creature for roasted meat. Anyone who dares to do so, I shall sever our partnership. Upon uttering these words, the expressions of several of Shura Yin's beast husbands darkened. They could tolerate her starving, but they were unwilling to suffer alongside her. However, she was, after all, the daughter of the city lord, a precious level, spiritual female. Despite her ordinary looks, they had pursued her for a long time, so it was impossible to fall out over a mere roast, and they had no choice but to endure. Meanwhile, the situation on Inya's side was hardly better. 3 of her 5 beast husbands had perished, and the remaining 2 were severely injured, unable to hunt. Inya fixed her gaze on Shen Tang among the crowd, her expression dark and filled with malice, as her nails dug deeply into her palms, jealousy bubbling uncontrollably from within. She too was famished, lacking nutritional liquid, yet could not bring herself to seek food from Shen Tang. Fortunately, she had many sycophants. Shen Tang was busy roasting meat by the campfire when she noticed a slender monkey tribe, orc, approaching for food. The system discreetly informed her that he was there to procure food for Inya. Shen Tang's mind whirled, and a mischievous smile crept across her lips as she handed him a large platter of barbecue. Inya, sitting on the steps of the cart, waited impatiently and soon spotted the monkey orc hastily returning with a platter of roasted meat. The meat looked wrinkled and leathery, its origin uncertain, but emitted a particularly enticing aroma. Inya, too hungry to care, grabbed a handful and stuffed it into her mouth. The monkey orc, witnessing her uncouth manner of eating, could not help but wince. Yet, Enya was the most beautiful female in the city, and her every action was a delight to behold. The orc, infatuated, crouched before Enya and asked earnestly, "Enya, are you full? Shall I fetch you more?" After finishing her meal, Enya wiped her mouth and nodded haughtily. The monkey orc scratched his head, hesitatingly adding, what you just ate was pig intestines. Shen Tang said it was the only leftover no one wanted. Enya's face turned ashen, and she suddenly retched violently, clutching her stomach as she staggered to a tree to vomit. She felt as if she had consumed excrement, gagging fiercely as drool streamed from her mouth. "Shen Tang, may you suffer a terrible fate." Her fury erupted, her sharp curses filled with rage. That fat woman had done this on purpose. She was not someone to be trifled with. If they sought to target her, they must be prepared for her retaliation. The orcs feasted heartily that night, and they dared not underestimate Shen Tang any longer. However, what intrigued everyone even more was how Shen Tang had known that the purification crystal mine was a trap. Was there truly such remarkable intuition in the world? Some orcs approached her to inquire, but Shen Tang merely claimed it was a wild guess, leaving them even more curious and admiring. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task. Winning hearts, 1. Reward: 100 boxes of high-energy compressed biscuits, automatically deposited into the system backpack. Please check host. Another hidden task. Shen Tang was astonished as she checked her system backpack and confirmed that 100 boxes of compressed biscuits had indeed been added, with both water and food secured. How fearful was this system of her being stranded in the wild? Just as Shen Tang was ruminating, the system's prompt echoed in her mind once more. Ding! A new side quest has been issued to the host. Help the male lead Lu Xiao escape from peril. Reward: a cosmetic procedure for facial enhancement. Task duration: 3 days. Please complete it promptly. Chapter 30. Whom to sleep with tonight? Shen Tang mused that this task was not difficult. She merely needed to follow the group to the abandoned factory, though time was indeed pressing. Shenli had just finished a temporary meeting and was heading in her direction. Shen Tang stomped her foot near the dying campfire and looked up at him, seemingly casually asking, "How many days until we reach our destination?" Shen Tang was taken aback. "Huh? Why?" The danger level of the high-pollution zone far exceeded their plans, and this journey had resulted in heavy casualties. The path ahead was fraught with peril, and the vehicles transporting supplies had previously suffered attacks from polluted creatures, leaving little food remaining. Continuing forward would not provide enough resources to support everyone's return, rendering the endeavor futile. It would be better to terminate the mission here. Shen Tang frowned. What about the orcs trapped in the pollution zone? Shunli glanced at her, surprised that this female would show concern for the distressed orcs. Pausing, he gently explained, "Sacrificing pawns to save the king is unavoidable. We have documented this new route in the vehicle's log, which will save much time on our next visit. But what if they return next time? Would those missing orcs still be alive?" "No," Shen Tang said stubbornly. "Are we just going to abandon them? Did we not come here to rescue people?" Shunli leaned lazily against a tree, arms crossed, shoulders slouched, a playful smirk on his lips. "Do you think the city lord is truly so benevolent? He personally leads the troops not to save people, but for his own gain." Shen Tang queried the system in her mind. What is the energy core? So that was it. Shen Tang possessed a plethora of resources as rewards from the system, sufficient to support the Group S advance. Moreover, she could ensure that Lu Xiao's team remained alive while awaiting rescue. However, what reason could she provide to the others? The last trap had at least allowed for some plausible excuses, but this one would be far trickier to justify. Tonight, the entire team would rest, and Shen Tang intended to contemplate strategies thoroughly. The city lord issued new orders to prevent ambushes from pollutants, mandating that a male must always accompany females for protection. This meant that females must find a beast husband to sleep with each night. Shen Tang's lips twitched slightly as the 4 men avoided her presence entirely. Who was she supposed to sleep with? Chapter 32. A Secret Affair. Shen Tang sighed and mustered the courage to approach Xiao Jin and the others, awkwardly speaking up. "You all saw the new decree from the city lord, right? Who will accompany me to bed tonight?" Xiao Jin lifted his eyelids and cast her a cold glance, his refusal sharp and decisive. "Don't even think about it. I have a strong aversion to females. If any female gets within 3 meters of me, it makes me feel nauseous. Don't look at me. Find someone else." Jialan leaned against a tree with his arms crossed, frowning at Shen Tang with evident disdain. He could not fathom sharing a bed with an unattractive, overweight female, and feared that she might make unwanted advances. He vowed that he would end her life on the spot if that happened. Zhou was nowhere to be found. Even if he were present, he would certainly refuse to share a bed with Shen Tang. His dislike for her was profound. Shen Tang, feeling helpless and embarrassed, shot a pitiful look at Shun Li, her eyes blinking earnestly. Upon seeing this chubby woman attempting to act cute, Shun Li's lips twitched, and the warm smile on his face almost faltered. He pressed his fingers to his temples in frustration and sighed indulgently. All right, I'll sleep with you tonight. It's better to have someone to look after you in case of danger. That's wonderful, Brother Shun Li. You truly are the best to me, Shen Tang exclaimed joyfully. Hearing her unexpectedly refer to him as brother left Shun Li momentarily stunned. The term felt quite unfamiliar to him now. His complicated gaze fell upon Shen Tang's plump face, which reminded him of her childhood. Well, at least she has made some improvements. She is not beyond redemption. Shun Li's fox-like eyes narrowed slightly, and a charming smile graced his lips as he spoke in a deep, melodious voice. Naturally, I must take good care of you. Shen Tang felt her heart flutter, her cheeks flushing slightly. How enchanting, she thought to herself, truly deserving of the title of a seductress. However, she understood that Shun Li harbored no romantic feelings for her. He always greeted everyone with a smile, displaying that same pleasant demeanor towards both males and females, unwittingly flirting with all, truly resembling a central air conditioning unit. Thus, while Shun Li's prowess did not match that of Xiao Jin and Zhou, he was undoubtedly the most popular male among the young females in the city. Xiao Jin glanced at Shen Tang's monkey-like face with a strange expression, frowning as he turned to coldly glare at Shun Li. What was this lecherous fox up to now? Zhao Lan's exquisitely handsome face remained impassive. It was none of his concern. He yawned and departed leisurely. Shen Tang followed Shun Li to his tent. Shun Li took a new sleeping mat and laid it carefully on the inflatable mattress, ensuring it was perfectly smooth without a single wrinkle. Shen Tang silently praised her fox-like brother for his diligence when she saw him pull out 2 rectangular pillows to place between them. His gentle voice held a warning. Behave yourself while sleeping tonight. Do not cross the pillow or else. Shun Li did not finish his sentence, but smiled at Shen Tang, causing her heart to tremble as she sensed the clear threat. Indeed, he was a smiling tiger. She hurriedly nodded. Rest assured, I will definitely not cross the line. Cross the line? Shen Li asked curiously, but he did not press further, merely nodding indifferently. As long as she refrained from engaging in any repulsive antics, he was willing to offer her sufficient tolerance. Suddenly, a notification echoed in her mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Shun Li's affection level has reached 10. Shen Tang felt a surge of joy, her eyes sparkling as she regarded Shun Li. It seemed that this fox was indeed the easiest to win over. If only the other male leads were as easily swayed. Shun Li met her excited gaze, his brows knitting together as a familiar disdain flickered in his eyes. The system's urgent notification followed. Warning. Shun Li's affection level shows signs of decline. Host, please cease your infatuated behavior immediately. Shun Li hesitated, glancing at the female beside him. Noticing her sleeping soundly without any other movements, he finally felt at ease and laid down on the mattress. Just as he was about to remove his outer garment, he paused, casting a glance at Shen Tang before dutifully putting it back on. He then layered on 3 more pieces of clothing and even added a lock to his belt. Shen Tang, oblivious to the man's precautionary measures against potential threats, would have surely been infuriated had she known. With her eyes closed, she felt no inclination towards sleep, as the sounds of activity from outside the tent occasionally reached her ears. As the night deepened, the noises grew bolder and more uninhibited, stirring an almost primal response within her, leaving her flushed and breathless. The male beastmen, after long hours of battle, were eager to seek solace with females at night. The closer the contact, the better the comfort derived. The most effective method, naturally, was the most primitive form of male-female mating. Shen Tang took a deep breath and cautiously opened her eyes to glance outside the tent. What she saw was shocking. Not far from the tent, a female was emerging with 3 tall, muscular males, all 4 engaged in a passionate display, entirely oblivious to their surroundings, presenting a scene far too inappropriate for children. Shen Tang almost gasped in disbelief. Were these beastmen truly this uninhibited? Could they not restrain their desires? Shen Tang felt her face burn with embarrassment. As a lifelong single, her boldest endeavor had been to watch a few movies a night. She never expected to witness such an exhilarating display of real-life outdoor encounters. The sounds alone were enough to stir her senses. Stifling the heat rising within her, she stealthily turned to peek at Shun Li, who was facing away from her. His broad shoulders and flowing, silky red hair lay in disarray across the mattress, intertwined with her own dark locks. She could not tell if he was awake or asleep. In truth, Shun Li was far from asleep. With the keen hearing of a fox, the sounds penetrated his ears the moment he closed his eyes, leaving him feeling somewhat restless and an unfamiliar heat rising within him. The image of the female beside him, with her plump figure, instantly extinguished any desire he might have had. He took a deep breath, his face cold as he muttered, "I'm going out to switch shifts," before slipping on his shoes and exiting the tent. Upon encountering Shun Li, as he stepped out, Anya felt a surge of delight and was about to devise a reason to approach him. However, upon catching sight of Shen Tang inside the tent, her expression turned sour, her nails digging painfully into her palm. How could Shen Li be sharing a tent with that ugly creature? Hadn't they always detested her? Jealousy twisted Anya's beautiful face, and she resolved to eliminate Shen Tang at the earliest opportunity. With a swift thought, Anya turned towards Shi Yin's tent. From a distance, she could hear the heated sounds from within, and her expression darkened, her nails digging deeper into her flesh. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her jealousy and strove to appear gentle and amiable. Shortly after, Shi Yin emerged from her tent, her clothing disheveled, and marks of passion evident on her neck. Clearly just having spent intimate moments with a male. "What is it? You wanted to see me?" Shi Yin asked, flicking her long nails with an air of arrogance. Her gaze towards Anya laced with mockery and disdain. Anya clenched her fists in her sleeves, recalling that this foolish female still held some value to her. With a bright smile, she replied, "I came to share some news that I believe will interest you, Sister Shi Yin." "Oh, do tell." Shi Yin raised an eyebrow, signaling her to continue. Anya leaned in conspiratorially. "Tonight, when I stepped out to use the restroom, I saw Shun Li coming out of Shen Tang's tent. They spent the night together. It's quite astonishing. How could someone as handsome and noble as Shun Li be interested in that ugly creature?" Upon hearing this, Shi Yin's expression darkened, her teeth grinding in frustration. Yet, she did not miss the glint of triumph that flashed in Anya's eyes. Suppressing her anger, she replied, "So you came all this way to inform me of this? You wanted to deal with Shen Tang for you?" She sneered. "You think you can use me as a pawn?" Anya's face paled. She had not anticipated that this female was not as foolish as she seemed. Quickly recognizing her ulterior motives, she bit her lower lip and, feeling wrong, said, "Sister Shi Yin, I did not mean it that way. You are the most formidable female in the city, and I admire you greatly. How could I dare?" "Enough. Silence, you wretched creature. I detest your pretentious behavior." Shi Yin interrupted with undisguised disdain in her eyes. She glared at Anya, whose stunning and seductive visage had drawn the attention of many male beasts, despite her lowly status as a commoner. Even her maid had been caught stealing glances at Anya, much to Shi Yin's chagrin. Anya's face darkened at the harsh words hurled at her. "All right, Yin, why are you getting upset over someone outside? It's cold out here. Come back in and get some rest." A gentle and melodious male voice chimed in from behind. Bai Shi, hearing the commotion outside, lifted the tent flap and strode forward, wrapping Shi Yin in his embrace and whispering words of comfort, while discreetly casting a knowing glance at Anya. Suppressing the resentment bubbling within her, Anya smiled coyly. "If my sister does not welcome me, I shall not disturb your rest." With that, she turned and made her way to a secluded grove nearby. Moments later, she heard rustling behind her, and before she knew it, she was enveloped in a tall, broad embrace. "Did you miss me? Finally, you are here. I've been waiting for you for ages. I missed you dearly," Anya playfully replied, turning to face the gentle and refined Bai Shi. His white shirt was partially unbuttoned, revealing tantalizing bite marks. A flicker of displeasure crossed Anya's eyes. "Has that female drained you dry, yet you still have the energy to seek me out? If you want to know, why not try it yourself?" Bai Shi replied suggestively, playfully pushing her down onto the ground, eager to remove her clothing. Anya gazed up at the misty night sky, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. "Shi Yin, oh Shi Yin, proud as you are, you never imagined that the male you trust and cherish most is currently acting like a lustful dog beneath me." Before arriving in the polluted lands, Bai Shi was a skilled medical researcher, possessing remarkable talent and handsome, gentle features. Anya had merely seduced him a few times and effortlessly lured him into her den. Ever since that fateful encounter, he had developed an insatiable craving for her body, finding her beauty and alluring form far superior to Shura Yin's, leaving him unable to resist her charms. The two maintained a clandestine affair for nearly half a year, undetected by Shura Yin. The thrill of their secret relationship only heightened their desire. With a hoarse voice, Shi asked, "What were you doing with Shura Yin today?" And her eyes filled with longing, replied, "Isn't it obvious? I missed you. It has been so long since we last met. I'm currently preparing for pregnancy, and it's difficult for me to find the time." Shi's face momentarily reflected guilt, and noticing the shift in his expression, bit her lip and feigned vulnerability. "Do you prefer her, or do you want me more?" After what felt like an eternity, they finished, and Shi dressed, tossing her a vial of frenzy-inducing drug. And exhilarated, slipped the vial into her pocket, casting a reluctant glance at the man who had turned away. "Are you leaving? When can we be together openly?" "It is almost time. I must leave quickly before Shura Yin notices." His voice grew cold after their passionate encounter. He fastened his belt, donned his coat, and buttoned his shirt tightly to obscure any evidence before rising to depart. And lay on the ground for a moment, regaining her composure before leisurely dressing. Her gaze filled with scorn as she looked in the direction Shi had gone. A group of males driven by their lower instincts. It is far too easy to ensnare them. Then, she turned her determined gaze toward the direction of Shun Li's tent. "Any male I set my sights on will ultimately belong to me." They were accustomed to her alluring and promiscuous nature, yet jealousy still simmered within them. "You haven't satisfied us yet, and now you're seeking new males?" Feng Hai questioned angrily. Unfazed, and cast a disdainful look at her two mates. "Now that I have only you two left, it's insufficient. I must seek out stronger males to protect me." Feng Hai and Zhao Yin fell silent, aware that her words held truth. One had lost an arm, while the other was gravely injured, rendering them incapable of safeguarding her. And he yearned for Shun Li. But with Shen Tang, the ugly obstacle in her way, she felt perpetually thwarted, much like Shi. A malicious glint flickered in her eyes as she tossed a vial of blue liquid to the wolf beast, Zhao Yin, whispering her plan. Zhao Yin, upon hearing her scheme, was taken aback, shaking his head in fear. "No, that would be a grave offense against the female. What if we are discovered?" And exasperated, responded, "Are you so foolish as to get caught? Shun Li has gone to change shifts. Only Shen Tang is in the tent. You must act quickly and ensure success." Zhao Yin hesitated, and Ye's voice turned sharp. "If you cannot even handle this simple task, then leave. I do not need useless burdens by my side." She had long grown weary of the two injured males, eager to replace them with fresh recruits. Feng Hai and Zhao Yin, witnessing her disdainful attitude, felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. They had endured their injuries to protect her, only to be deemed unworthy of her presence. Seeing their inaction, Ye's irritation grew, and she dismissed them, summoning a new male she had just acquired that day and began to engage with him right before their eyes. Zhao Yin's eyes turned red with rage as he gripped the vial tightly, then turned and stormed away. Meanwhile, Shen Tang forced herself to sleep but was jolted awake by the system's alarm. "Host, wake up! Someone is trying to harm you." "Who seeks to harm me?" Shen Tang's drowsiness vanished, replaced by fear as she peered outside. "It isn't ya. Shi has given her a vial of specially formulated frenzy-inducing drug. This drug, when sprinkled on a beast, can incite mutated creatures within a 10-kilometer radius to go berserk. They plan to eliminate you tonight. And you sent Zhao Yin to kidnap you 5 minutes ago. Please be vigilant." Shen Tang, Dao Wen, Anya, Shi, how do they become entwined? They have been secretly colluding. Shi is Ye's clandestine lover. Shen Tang's lips twitched. Shura Yin will surely be furious if she discovers this. Their so-called sisterhood will shatter, and with Shura Yin's temper, she would tear Ye apart. Neither female was virtuous, and Shen Tang took pleasure in watching the drama unfold. Yet, time and again, they had dared to flaunt their antics before her, truly believing her to be an easy target. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Shen Tang's eyes. By now, it was around 3 or 4 in the morning. The energetic males and females had nearly exhausted themselves, leaving the camp enveloped in silence, save for the whistling wind. Zhao Yin stealthily entered the tent, spotting Shen Tang soundly asleep on the ground. A glint of malice flickered in his narrow eyes. He had not intended to harm a female, but alas, Shen Tang, you are merely a victim of your misfortune. As Zhao Yin prepared to sprinkle the frenzy-inducing drug upon her, Shen Tang suddenly opened her eyes. kicking him sharply in the leg while forcefully slapping the vial from his grasp, sending it tumbling outside the tent. "You wretched, slothful creature," feigning sleep. Zhao Yin stumbled back in shock, his expression shifting to one of wrathful determination. This must not be exposed, otherwise his life would be over. Tonight, this female must perish. Seeing the murderous intent in his eyes, Shen Tang's face paled, and she turned to flee the tent. Yet in an instant, Zhao Yin lunged forward, gripping her throat with one hand while swiftly covering her mouth and nose with a cloth soaked in a sedative. He intended to drag Shen Tang outside the camp to kill her and bury her. "Help!" Shen Tang struggled desperately, but the disparity in strength between males and females was insurmountable, her cries dwindling. At that moment, "Is that the fat female? You have quite the audacity to harm a female under my very nose. Do you think I am dead?" Shen Li's expression was as frigid as ice, his gaze fixed on Shen Tang, who was being held captive by the beast man, a hint of tension lurking within him. Zhao Yin was nearly paralyzed with fear. "Captain Shen, you misunderstand. I'm merely..." "Enough with the nonsense. Release her." Shen Li's voice was cold as frost as he drew his handgun and approached slowly. Zhao Yin had no way to defend himself. His face turned pale as he realized his doom was sealed. Desperate, he thought, why not fight back? With that, his expression darkened, and he drew a dagger, pressing it against Shen Tang's neck, the blade glinting ominously in the moonlight. "You, don't come any closer. If you do, I will." Without hesitation, Shen Li fired, the bullet striking Zhao Yin's arm, causing him to scream and collapse. The bullet had come perilously close to Shen Tang's head, blood splattering across her face, her pupils dilating in shock. In that fleeting moment, brushing against death, Shen Tang's breath hitched. Under the moonlight, Shen Li's crimson hair was tousled by the night breeze, his face devoid of emotion, his blood-red eyes cold as ice, a stark contrast to his usual gentle demeanor. He showed no mercy, completely unconcerned about the potential consequences of a trembling hand. Shen Tang was left in a state of uncertainty, torn between relief and despair. Zhao Yin, injured and struggling, attempted to rise and fight back, but Shen Li conjured a wisp of foxfire that materialized into chains, binding him to the ground. Shen Li cast a cold glance at Shen Tang. "Run. What are you waiting for?" Shen Tang snapped back to reality and fled, noticing a blue vial rolling on the ground, which she hastily pocketed. Once outside the tent, and at a safe distance, believing the crisis had been averted, she was startled by the system's alarm once more. This time, she barely had time to grasp the message before the ground beneath her cracked open, and of course, thick hands seized her ankle, dragging her into the depths below. Shen Tang did not even have time to scream for help before she vanished. When Shen Tang regained consciousness, she found herself slung over the shoulder of a stout male beastman. The uneven terrain jolting her so violently that she felt she might vomit the meat she had consumed earlier that night. "Who are you? What do you want?" Shen Tang's face was ashen as she attempted to move her body, only to discover that she was bound in chains, immobile. Simultaneously, she quickly consulted the system in her mind, realizing she was over 10 miles away from the camp. Had this mole beastman carried her such a distance? Shen Tang's expression darkened. She had escaped one calamity only to find herself in another, and these two women were truly ruthless. The mole beastman brought her to a secluded valley, where a dark expanse lay before her, obscuring whatever lurked in the distance. Shen Tang faintly heard the roar of some creature, a chill running down her spine. The mole beastman, evidently frightened, glanced ahead, and without further ado, tossed Shen Tang to the ground as though she were refuse. "Stay here. Soon, they will come looking for you." His lecherous gaze roamed over Shen Tang's ample form. Despite her size and appearance, she was still a female. However, he dared not risk her scent, for otherwise, he might have enjoyed himself that night. The beastman hooked a small silver key with his stubby pinky finger. It was the key to her chains. In the next moment, he swallowed the key and, with a cold smile at Shen Tang's pale face, vanished into the ground. He was confident that the frail female would never manage to escape, come dawn. She would be devoured by the ravenous, mutated creatures, leaving no trace behind. What the beastman did not anticipate was that Shen Tang possessed a system capable of easily unlocking the chains. Ding! 17 kilometers ahead, by the Crescent Moon Lake. The male lead, Shue Yinzhou's whereabouts have been detected. Please proceed with the strategy promptly. Chapter 33. Hardship Shen Tang was taken aback and speechless. System, are you certain this is the right time for strategy? I can barely ensure my own survival, let alone charm a man. After a moment of contemplation, she realized that the longer she remained missing, the more frantic the camp would become. Fine, I will heed your advice and seek out Shui and Zhou. The moonlight, soft as silk, cascaded over the silver-blue lake, a gentle breeze stirring up delicate ripples that resembled countless shards of silver glimmering in the dark. Shen Tang, disheveled and muddy, pushed through the towering shrubs and was suddenly met with a scene that resembled a dream, momentarily stealing her breath away. She had not expected such beauty to exist in the polluted land. Suddenly, a clear sound of water splashing echoed. The moonlight shattered into ripples. Emerging from the water was a half-naked man with silver hair. His bare upper body was revealed, sculpted like marble, with wide shoulders and a narrow waist. His skin pale and almost sickly. His long silver hair flowed like moonlight, and his silhouette was both enchanting and sinister. Shen Tang's eyes widened. Was this a reward for her near-death experience? Perhaps too excited, she instinctively took a step forward, inadvertently stepping on a dry twig, which cracked loudly. Who is there? Shui Zhou suddenly ceased his movements and turned to face Shen Tang, his silver eyes sharp as blades, chilling to the bone. Terrified, Shen Tang stumbled back, crouching down in an attempt to hide her ample figure behind the tall bushes. The disturbances ahead fell silent. Curiosity piqued, she peeked through the foliage, only to find that the figure on the water's surface had vanished. She stared wide-eyed, but before she could process this, a sudden cold, damp breath brushed against her neck, and a low, ominous voice seeped in her ear like a ghostly whisper. Are you seeking death? Shen Tang yelped, collapsing to the ground, her eyes wide with terror as she beheld the man who had appeared like a specter before her. Weren't you just bathing in the water? How did you suddenly end up behind me? Shen Tang's voice stuttered. Peeking at me while I bathe, you confess without prompting. Shui Zhou glared at her, damp strands of silver hair coiling around his broad shoulders. Water cascaded down the smooth lines of his muscular form, pooling at his feet, resembling a water spirit just emerged from the depths. Yet this water spirit was extraordinarily handsome. Shen Tang belatedly realized that Shui Zhou was not wearing his mask today. After so many days of traversing this world, it was her first glimpse of the enigmatic serpent man's true visage. His features were stunning, breathtakingly beautiful, akin to flawless jade, elegant and ethereal, yet exuding an aura of coldness and lethal intent that deterred any thoughts of impropriety. Shui Zhou's gaze grew even colder as he spoke softly. Do you recall what I mentioned before? If you trespass again, I shall break your neck. And no, I didn't mean to spy on you bathing. I merely happened to pass by and stumbled upon this. Shen Tang protested, her voice trembling. Do you think I would believe your flimsy excuse? Shui Zhou scoffed, suddenly closing the distance and gripping her neck. His eyes narrowed dangerously, and after a moment of contemplation, he released his icy grip. Shen Tang fell to the ground, clutching her neck and coughing. Shui Zhou cast her a cold glance, devoid of any pity, before turning to leave. Wait, Shen Tang quickly called out, scrambling to her feet and stumbling to keep pace with him. Don't go. I need you to stay with me. As a female in the polluted zone, I surely want to survive the night. What does that have to do with me? He replied, his tone frosty and mocking. If you follow me, I want to hesitate to send you to your demise first. Shen Tang felt a chill run down her spine. Unlike other male leads, who might simply be verbally cruel, this serpent truly meant what he said. In the original story, this serpent beast was notoriously reclusive, preferring solitude. The polluted land was like a deserted wasteland to him, and he had little interest in joining a group, largely to avoid her. Her request for protection was utterly unrealistic. Suddenly, Shen Tang recalled a plot point from the original narrative. Shui Zhou loathed her, yet was compelled to acquiesce to her will because a chip was implanted in his heart, controlling his life and death. However, the current Shui Zhou lived like a mere shell of a man, indifferent to his own fate. He would not hesitate to perish alongside her if it came to that. Have you not always desired the key to the chip? If you assist me this time, I may contemplate granting you access. Shui Zhou halted and turned, regarding her with a cold gaze. Are you threatening me? It is merely a negotiation. Shen Tang shook her head, pulling up the map route saved on Xiao Jingguang's brain. You shall take me to the abandoned factory. A flicker of surprise crossed Shui Zhou's eyes, yet he dismissed it. After all, it mattered little where they were headed. He scanned the map, his serpentine tail swaying, and then turned to proceed alongside her. Zhou walked ahead with unwavering focus, showing no intention of waiting for her, compelling Shen Tang to run just to keep pace with his speed. Following the marked path on the map, the closer they approached the abandoned factory, the more numerous and potent the pollution creatures became. These advanced pollutants stood no chance against Zhou, transforming into mere sustenance for the giant serpent. Beside him, Shen Tang felt both secure and frightened, fearing that one misstep could lead to her being consumed. Sensing her trepidation, Zhou's long lashes drooped slightly. After a prolonged silence, he finally inquired, "Where is the key?" Shen Tang's heart skipped a beat. She had no knowledge of its location. Although the chip was implanted by the original owner, she lacked any memories regarding it. She merely used this pretext to bait him into assisting her. Perhaps upon returning to the palace, she could uncover some clues. She would certainly strive to help him extract the chip, and even if the key remained elusive. She had not truly deceived him. She spoke of consideration. Zhou turned, regarding her with a mocking glare. "Are you unwilling to speak? Or do you simply not know?" Chapter 34. Hatred and Betrayal. Zhou scrutinized her, noting the significant changes in her over the past few days. As though she were a different person altogether, Shen Tang maintained an outward calm, yet internally she was in turmoil, having been by the original owner's side for years. He knew her character intimately. Had he perhaps sensed something? As she stepped forward, she abruptly discovered a cliff ahead. Below lay a dense and expansive jungle, and not far off, the factory's silhouette loomed starkly against the gray sky, its chimney broken in half, exposing rebar as if it were a shattered bone. Numerous gray-green vines entwined around the iron walls, resembling a dying beast coiling amidst the trees, making the entrance difficult to discern. "How do I descend from such a height?" Shen Tang muttered to herself, and upon turning her head, she found herself face to face with a man's chilling and enigmatic visage. Zhou stood against the moonlight, his entire face cloaked in shadow, his silver-purple eyes gazing at her with a playful yet frigid detachment. A peculiar smile crept upon his lips, and suddenly, the system in her mind blared a sharp alarm. "Warning! Warning! The male lead Zhou's favorability has plummeted, and he has entered a state of darkening." Shen Tang's pupils contracted in fear, and she fled in panic, only to find herself ensnared within the coils of his serpentine tail, which lifted her and brought her to the edge of the cliff. The fierce winds below whispered of countless buried bones. Zhou loomed above, coldly regarding Shen Tang's unattractive and corpulent face, his disgust reaching its zenith. Deceitful, hypocritical, and ugly. No matter who she was, it no longer mattered. This was the end. "Shen Tang, you shall perish," he murmured. In that instant, as the serpent tail released its grip, Shen Tang plummeted down the cliff. Beep! Detecting the host in mortal peril, the protective system activated. A faint green light enveloped Shen Tang, coalescing into a translucent barrier that surrounded her, gently floating down like feathers, safely landing at the cliff's base. As the green light dissipated, Shen Tang suddenly felt her strength wane, collapsing to the ground, her face pale as she struggled to regain her senses. That snake beast had truly meant to kill her. Trembling all over with rage, Shen Tang thought, "This man wants me dead. How can I possibly pursue my objective? If I abandon this task, either you find another host or change the target." The system remained silent. Shen Tang anxiously called out several times, yet there was no response. Could the system be malfunctioning? The rustling sounds around her signaled the emergence of a swarm of insects from the soil, causing Shen Tang's complexion to turn ghostly pale, her skin crawling with dread. Fortunately, the system's backpack was still functional. She hastily retrieved a bottle of insecticide and unleashed a torrent of spray. Those caught in the mist fell lifelessly in droves. The nearby insects, terrified of the spray's scent, scattered in a panic, disappearing from sight. Upon the demise of some mutated insect beasts, gray crystal cores appeared on the ground. Shen Tang exclaimed in delight, "You're still alive. That's wonderful. I thought the system had vanished when I called out earlier." The system responded, "The system has been bound to the host's soul. It cannot die. It merely entered a low-energy state after depleting its energy. Please endeavor to complete your tasks, and the system will have more energy to assist you." Shen Tang felt somewhat reassured and instructed the system to collect the crystal cores into the backpack, continuing her journey toward the abandoned factory. The distance was merely a few hundred meters. Thankfully, she encountered no large mutated species, having dispatched the mutated insects with insecticide. Her system backpack now contained over 300 crystal cores. As she crossed the fence and approached the factory's entrance, the iron gate was entwined with vines, and a nearby warning sign had long since faded, rendering the text illegible. Numerous corpses of pollution creatures littered the ground outside, and the wind carried a foul, putrid stench. Inside the factory, silence reigned, as if it had been abandoned for ages. Shen Tang's heart dropped as she wondered if Lu Xiao and the others were still alive and whether any mutated creatures lurked inside. She first instructed the system to scan the factory's interior for danger. Upon confirming there was none, she picked up a heavy iron rod and knocked on the factory's rusted and mottled door. "Hello, is anyone there?" The echo was hollow. Within the factory, a deathly stillness prevailed. Bloodied and tattered beastmen lay motionless in corners on the ground. If not for the faint sounds of breathing in the air, one might think a vast morgue. Someone faintly heard the noise and struggled to rise from the ground, dragging their frail body toward the window. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope flickered in their dull eyes as they exclaimed, "Brothers, look outside." There is someone knocking at the door. The outside was already surrounded by pollution creatures. It was impossible for anyone to approach. "Are you hallucinating from hunger? It's really a person, a living one. I'm not mistaken. Quickly come and see." I heard the sound too. From the shadows emerged several frail beastmen, who desperately wiped the dust from the window to see a plump female figure holding a rod, knocking at the door. How could a female be stranded here? Is she seeking refuge? The flickering hope in their hearts was once again extinguished. Alas, they had been trapped here for half a month, their supplies exhausted, and they were barely surviving, let alone helping others. Yet they could not allow a female to remain outside. Before night fell, she would become fodder for the pollution creatures. After knocking for what felt like an eternity, the thick iron door finally creaked open from within. "Hurry inside." Someone grabbed her and pulled her into the factory, swiftly locking the door with 3 heavy bolts. "You're still alive. That's wonderful. I've been searching for you all." Shen Tang sighed in relief upon seeing the missing team still intact. "Are you a beastman sent by the shelter to assist us?" The beastmen scrutinized her. But why is she a female? Their expressions varied. Each gaze directed at Shen Tang, holding a glimmer of expectation. At the very least, the shelter still remembered them, still searched for them. They had not been abandoned. The support team must be on their way, right? You come to inform us. That is splendid. I can finally leave this wretched place. The shelter has not forgotten us. The crowd fell silent, their faces filled with confusion. Shen Tang added, "I want to see your captain." "Want to see the captain? What is your relationship with him?" The beastmen immediately grew wary. Chapter 35. How has she become so beautiful? Isn't the captain's mate that ugly, overweight Shen Tang, who is despised by everyone in the city? Indeed, I encountered her just last month. Her body was a mass of flesh, her skin as dark as coal, and her face was riddled with acne and pus-filled sores. Being near her, I could even smell a foul odor that nearly made me vomit. The captain must have been extraordinarily unfortunate to marry that hideous, plump woman. I heard that this malicious, unattractive female often squandered the captain's money on gambling. So how could she possibly be kind enough to seek out the captain? "You are Shen Tang, really?" The orcs scrutinized the suddenly appearing female with a dangerous glint in their eyes, wondering if she was seeking refuge and attempting to deceive them with fabrications. This female was indeed quite overweight, with squinty, swollen eyes, a flat nose, and crooked teeth. Far from attractive. Yet, she was still an improvement compared to Shen Tang, the fat woman. At the very least, her skin appeared tender and smooth, fairer than that of most females in the city. Shen Tang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she nearly forgot how poor the original owner's reputation was. The orc stereotypical impression of her was still rooted in the past. Reluctantly, she pulled out her holographic device, opened her personal information page, and showed them. "I am indeed Shen Tang. After recovering my psychic powers, I ventured into the contaminated zone with the military. After some unforeseen events, I found myself nearby and noticed this abandoned factory, so I intended to seek shelter from the mutated creatures. I did not expect to accidentally encounter you." The nearby orc rubbed his eyes, confirming he was not mistaken. Goodness, it really is Shen Tang. The holographic device's personal information verification cannot be forged. How have you become so much less unattractive? All the acne on your face has vanished, and your skin has improved so remarkably. How did you manage that? You don't even seem as overweight as before. It's truly bizarre. The crowd exchanged curious remarks, their spirits visibly lifted. Stop, stop, stop. Shen Tang quickly interjected. None of this is important. I came to lead you out of here. Also, where is Lu Xiao? I need to find him. Shen Tang was taken aback. Below? Yes. This abandoned factory has been overrun by mutated creatures, becoming their nest. When we arrived, we cleared the surface of the factory of mutated creatures, only to later discover that the underground harbored a hidden world, an abandoned underground hive laboratory. We have yet to enter the lowest levels, as we have heard that a terrifying mutated creature is trapped down there. Every night, we can hear its roars echoing from below, and the captain forbids ordinary team members from going down. As the orc spoke, he rubbed his arms, his face filled with fear. It is said that the laboratory conducted illegal experiments using hundreds of level-contaminated creatures to create that monster, which even the captain cannot contend with. To prevent that creature from escaping, the captain and orcs above level 5 are suppressing it on the first underground level. Shen Tang, you claim to come to help us. But how can you assist us all alone? A tall, slender orc with gray hair scoffed coldly. What use is it for a female to come here? She hasn't even brought a support team. It seems more like she's here to hinder us than to help. Don't think we can save you. We are struggling to survive in this wretched place, merely waiting to die day by day. The orc's eyes turned crimson as he hoarsely roared, clearly on the brink of madness. The others recalled their dire situation, their spirits sinking once more, the air thick with despair. Forget breaking through the encirclement. They were so famished they could barely muster the strength to walk. Shen Tang opened her mouth, insisting, "Take me to see Lu Xiao first." She had supplies from the system in her space, enough to assist this group of orcs through their crisis, but she did not dare to reveal them recklessly. Human hearts are susceptible to temptation. These starving orcs could easily turn into a pack of ravenous wolves. A female like her, with no means of self-defense. Exposing such resources could lead to unforeseen consequences. The crowd assumed Shen Tang was merely anxious to find Lu Xiao for refuge, and did not think much of it. Someone went below to inform Lu Xiao. Approximately half an hour later, Shen Tang spotted the tall figure she had not seen in a long time. Lu Xiao appeared somewhat thinner than when they first met, yet he remained tall and upright like a pine tree, composed and dignified. Particularly striking were his sharp gray-blue eyes, which bore an imposing intensity that compelled people to instinctively straighten their posture and remain alert. "Why have you come?" When Lu Xiao saw Shen Tang, a flicker of surprise crossed his typically stoic face. It was unclear whether he was surprised by her presence in the abandoned factory or the transformation she had undergone. He distinctly remembered her dark, overweight figure from their last meeting, and yet, in just half a month, her skin had become fair and delicate, and her form less cumbersome. "I will explain later. First, gather all the surviving orcs and inform me of the current situation. I have important matters to discuss with you," Shen Tang said, her voice tinged with urgency. Lu Xiao furrowed his brow, unsure of what this female was up to by appearing here. Based on his past experiences with her, he knew better than to trust any words that came from her mouth. "Yes, as of last night, our supplies have been completely exhausted, and none of the orcs have eaten anything since. We initially set out with 107 orcs, but after suffering 2 losses from ambushes along the way, we arrived at the factory with 105. Following our engagements with the mutated creatures and the toll of the past half-month, only 69 orcs remain. The survivors all bear moderate to severe injuries and have been in a state of hunger and dehydration for an extended period, rendering them too weak to resist another wave of mutated creatures. They can last at most 3 more days. The outcome will ultimately be death by starvation." Despair permeated the hearts of the crowd, and though Lu Xiao's expression remained inscrutable, the fists at his sides relaxed slightly, his fingertips icy. "You should not have come here," Lu Xiao said, looking at Shen Tang with an emotionless tone. "The area is overrun with mutated creatures that have surrounded the entire factory, intent on starving us to death inside. Our supplies have long since run out, and we cannot ensure your survival outside. But I can lead you out alive," Shen Tang replied, her smile bright as she met his gaze. Lu Xiao's expression momentarily shifted to one of astonishment. "What?" The crowd turned their attention to the bold Shen Tang, questioning her sanity. How could she still joke in such dire circumstances? Shen Tang wasted no time with idle conversation. She directly retrieved 100 boxes of purified water and 100 boxes of high-energy compressed biscuits from her system space. However, she first stored the items in her holographic device's space before extracting them, ensuring no suspicion would arise. The supplies instantly filled a large portion of the area. Shen Tang looked at the astonished crowd, offering a faint smile. This is the material I brought with me. It may not be much, but it should be sufficient to address your urgent needs. Chapter 36. The Coy Man, is this not enough? All the orcs present were dumbfounded, some even flushed with excitement, tears streaming down their faces. This would last them at least 7 days. Finally, there was hope. Lu Xiao had not anticipated that Shen Tang had truly come bearing supplies. She wasn't merely speaking empty words. She genuinely meant what she said and acted accordingly. Among the crowd, some orcs gazed intently at the supplies, their eyes glimmering with greed. Lu Xiao's expression darkened instantly as he unleashed the formidable pressure of a peak level 7 orc, his sharp gray-blue eagle eyes scanning the crowd with authority. These supplies are our assurance for leaving this place. As captain, I, along with Vice Captain Lu, will distribute these supplies fairly. Should I discover anyone harboring ulterior motives towards these resources, he fired a shot into the ground. Bang! The bullet struck dangerously close to the eager tiger orc, less than 10 centimeters away. The expression of the tiger beast man turned pale as he swallowed hard, the fear of death suppressing his greed. The other beastmen also quickly reined in their inappropriate thoughts. After all, Lu Xiao was a peak 7th tier beastman, and no one present could contend with him. To provoke him would only result in a death far worse than that of the mutated creatures. Lu Qi, you first distribute half of the supplies to the team members, while the other half will serve as reserves for future needs. Yes, Captain Lu Xiao. A young beastman with azure hair stepped forward, consolidating the supplies and distributing them according to his orders. The famished and parched beastmen could hardly wait. As soon as the supplies were distributed, they pounced upon them like ravenous tigers. The taste of these high-energy compressed biscuits was hardly better than that of nutritional solutions, but having had little exposure to gourmet delicacies, they deemed it a rare treat. A single high-energy compressed biscuit was sufficient to sustain a large adult beastman for half a day. Lu Xiao, I wish to discuss something with you privately. Shen Tang approached him, lowering her voice. Lu Xiao glanced down at her, his brow slightly furrowed, and nodded indifferently. Follow me. Shen Tang followed him to an abandoned workshop, which seemed to be Lu Xiao's resting place in recent days. It had been tidied up and appeared relatively clean. Lu Xiao closed the door and locked it. The soundproofing of the walls was excellent, preventing outsiders from overhearing. The workshop had only a small window, allowing barely any sunlight to penetrate, leaving the interior shrouded in dimness. The shadow cast by Lu Xiao elongated on the wall, winding like a serpent. His tall and imposing figure, with deep-set, cold features, a prominent nose, and a well-defined jawline, exuded a striking masculine charm. The scar above his left brow lent him an inexplicable allure, making him exceedingly captivating. With only the two of them in the room, Lu Xiao finally had the opportunity to voice his concerns. How did you end up here with such a large quantity of supplies? That's a long story. Then make it brief. I have patience. Lu Xiao positioned himself beside her, towering over her with a scrutinizing gaze as if assessing her every word, knowing that no falsehood could escape his keen perception. Shen Tang instinctively felt nervous, but realizing there was little to conceal, she chose to tell him everything straightforwardly. I was framed by those two females, and when I regained consciousness, I found myself abandoned in the wilderness. Later, I fortuitously encountered you all. And the supplies? I am, after all, a princess of the empire. How could I not have some private funds? I also saved a portion of the wages you previously entrusted to me to purchase supplies, just in case of unexpected circumstances. At least I have a means of survival. Lu Xiao scoffed. It's commendable that you possess such foresight. I thought all your money went to the casinos for charity. Shen Tang's lips twitched. She hadn't expected this cunning man to be so sharp-tongued, his words laced with hidden barbs. Fearing that Lu Xiao might discern her true feelings, she deliberately adopted the haughty demeanor of her former self and retorted, I'm bad, not foolish. Naturally, I must keep something for my own safety. If I weren't relying on you to leave this wretched place, I wouldn't have been willing to part with these supplies. Upon hearing her words, Lu Xiao's tightly furrowed brow relaxed slightly. After all, in his perception, Shen Tang was a selfish and self-serving female. It was hard to believe she would willingly part with supplies. This explanation, in fact, increased his trust in her. Nevertheless, it was evident that Shen Tang had come to their aid, helping them through a perilous situation. Lu Xiao's cold gaze once again fell upon Shen Tang. noticing the bruises on her exposed skin and the marks that appeared to be cuts from branches. It was unclear what she had endured in recent days, but her skin had become notably fair and delicate. Even minor injuries were now highly visible. She must have suffered greatly during her journey, yet she did not exhibit the same dramatic reactions as before. Instead, she appeared composed and calm, which surprised Lu Xiao, causing his gaze to linger on her for a moment longer. Ding! Congratulations, host. Lu Xiao's favorability has increased by 20. Please continue your efforts. TSK. He is quite the silent admirer. Shen Tang smiled slyly and mysteriously added, Actually, besides the supplies, I have other valuable items. With that, she took out all the crystal nuclei from her system backpack. After using the insecticide, she had collected over 300 crystal nuclei. These nuclei could rapidly replenish a beastman's abilities, enabling the entire team to restore their combat prowess to its peak, sufficient for at least 3 days of fierce battle. This time, even Lu Xiao's icy countenance cracked slightly, his intense gaze fixed upon her, his voice deep and solemn. Where did you acquire these crystal nuclei? While Shen Tang could find excuses for the supplies, the origins of the crystal nuclei were much harder to explain, as they were notoriously difficult to obtain, let alone in such vast quantities. Shen Tang, not wanting Lu Xiao to harbor doubts about her, responded openly, Everyone has their secrets. This is something you need not concern yourself with. You only need to know that I am willing to share them with you. However, the crystal nuclei would not be given without cost. She needed him and his team to assist her in retrieving the energy core hidden within the factory. Lu Xiao narrowed his deep-set eyes, his gaze laden with meaning. You even know about the energy core? At that moment, he began to suspect that this woman was not simply a hapless victim, but rather had ulterior motives for approaching them. Shen Tang twitched her lips, secretly lamenting that this man, with his military background, possessed an extraordinarily keen sense of investigation. Shen Tang chose to feign ignorance of his suspicious gaze, speaking candidly. I learned about the energy core from Xiao Jin and Shunli. They mentioned that the city lord personally led a team to the contaminated zone to obtain the energy core within the abandoned factory. That energy core must be quite valuable. I certainly cannot leave empty-handed. I must seize this opportunity. We're also here for the energy core, but the situation is not so simple. Lu Xiao approached a table and retrieved a decrypted research report. Chapter 37. Crisis. The energy core is stored in the lowest level of the underground laboratory, but it is guarded by an exceptionally powerful mutated creature. This creature is a monster engineered by the laboratory, with an energy rating that can reach 10th tier abilities. Even if our team regains its peak combat strength, we would still not stand a chance against it. Shen Tang received the research materials Lu Xiao handed her, and the last page contained a photograph of the mutated creature. Inside the laboratory's glass chamber floated a massive creature nearly 5 meters tall, suspended in a pale green liquid. Its body was a collage of characteristics from over 100 different species, with claws sharp enough to tear through steel, and multiple eyes from different creatures adorning its head and abdomen, capable of rotating 360 degrees. Its entire body was covered in translucent scales, faintly revealing the writhing blood vessels and organs beneath. The organs were grotesquely interconnected, presenting a sight that was utterly horrifying. What were the odds of defeating this monster? Shen Tang felt a chill run down her spine, nearly cursing out loud. Lu Xiao remained silent as he gazed at her, then spoke softly, 1%. Shen Tang felt a pang of regret, yet she was not foolish enough to seek death. If they truly could not overpower it, she would have to abandon the idea. The crystal nuclei would serve her little purpose, so she decided to give them all to Lu Xiao to improve her standing with him. Take these crystal nuclei. They will be of greater use to you than to me. You can distribute them to your team members, which will increase our chances of escaping the contaminated zone. Lu Xiao looked at her with curiosity, but ultimately accepted the offer without refusal. The entire team will rest tonight and depart tomorrow morning. You can stay here in this workshop for the night. Before leaving, Lu Xiao added, Thank you. Ding. Congratulations, host. Lu Xiao's favorability has increased by 10. Please continue your efforts. Shen Tang glanced out of the small window. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze, obscured by thick fog, making it impossible to discern whether it was day or night. She felt utterly exhausted, finding several mattresses stacked in a corner, and collapsed onto them, falling into a deep slumber. In her drowsy state, she heard the low growls of some creature. At first, she did not pay it much mind, but gradually, The bizarre low growl grew louder, its frequency increasing. Shen Tang jolted awake from her nightmare, drenched in sweat. She rose, opened the door, and stepped out of her room, only to find several beastmen also stirring from their slumber. They lay on the ground or in corners, lazily yawning, clearly accustomed to the situation. Shen Tang glanced towards the floor, distinctly sensing that the sound emanated from below. Had the creature awakened? Seeing that no one else seemed concerned, she hoped the monster could not escape. Unable to endure the anxiety any longer, she resolved to seek out Lu Xiao. Just as she opened the door, a series of explosive sounds erupted from the depths below, shaking the entire factory. All the beastmen within were roused from their sleep. Someone shouted, "Run! The monster is coming out!" Shen Tang's face turned pale as she followed the beastmen in a frantic dash outside, her corpulent body gasping for breath. Lagging far behind the group, just as she was about to escape the factory, she instinctively turned to glance back, witnessing the elevator leading to the underground laboratory burst open. A massive creature, its body riddled with tubes, crawled out from the shattered entrance, its appearance strikingly reminiscent of the images she had seen. The sight sent blood rushing to her head, intensifying her horror. Lu Xiao, along with a portion of the beastmen, was engaged in a desperate battle against the creature, buying precious time for others to flee. Shen Tang, preoccupied with her own survival, was about to rush out when she caught sight of the scene outside the factory, and her pupils constricted in alarm. The mutated beings surrounded the factory, a vast horde of at least 1,000. This was dire. These aberrations had all emerged in response to the commotion. With danger looming from both front and back, they were truly finished. Regardless, they had no path of retreat. They would have to fight their way out. Amidst the chaos of blades, bullets, and explosions, those beastmen who had exhausted their ammunition transformed into their beast forms, engaging the mutated creatures outside. However, the situation on Lu Xiao's side was grim. The experimental monster appeared impervious to pain, rendering bullets ineffective. A fifth-tier beastman, in beast form, lunged fiercely at its back with sharp claws. Shen Tang felt a wave of nausea as she watched. Within mere minutes, 2 more beastmen were consumed by the creature. They could not afford to wait any longer, although the beastmen had energy crystals to sustain them in a prolonged battle against the outside mutants. The creature inside the factory was far too powerful. They would not last 3 days. Today, it could obliterate them all. The beastmen present heard her voice and cursed inwardly. Had this fat woman lost her mind? Higher-tier mutants could control lower-tier ones. They even suspected that the horde outside had been attracted by this creature. Shen Tang was suggesting unleashing the king. If they united, it would surely lead to their swift demise. Lu Xiao was equally baffled by Shen Tang's intentions, but recalling her resolute gaze from earlier that night, he felt a flicker of doubt. Transforming into his true form, he became a golden eagle, its wingspan comparable to that of the experimental creature. With powerful talons, he slashed through the creature's scales, causing a trickle of pale blue blood to flow. The experimental creature roared in fury, unleashing a piercing sound wave attack. Weaker beastmen were sent flying, crashing against the walls and spitting blood. The creature's eyes glowed red as it pursued the golden eagle. As Lu Xiao dove towards the main entrance, he seized Shen Tang with his talons and soared outside. Shen Tang quickly retrieved a blue vial from her pocket and hurled it at the experimental creature. "What is this?" The golden eagle spoke, its voice hoarse and tinged with a hint of blood amidst the roaring winds. Shen Tang replied, "This is a frenzy serum. Its scent has a hallucinatory effect on contaminated creatures, driving them into a frenzy to attack the source of the odor." Lu Xiao's golden eyes widened in surprise at her possession of such a substance. Without questioning her words, he grasped the vial with another claw and, with a swift turn, dove back, releasing the serum when he was less than 10 meters from the creature. The vial shattered against the creature's scales with a resounding crash. The translucent scales, sharper than blades, breaking the glass and spilling the light blue liquid. The scent wafted through the air. The beastmen, locked in combat with the mutated creatures, suddenly noticed that the mutants had lost interest in them, redirecting their aggression towards the experimental creature. Thousands of mutated beings swarmed the creature, gnashing their teeth, while emitted furious, piercing cries. Its claws smashed down, obliterating a dozen of the mutated creatures into a bloody pulp. Yet, the sheer number of mutants was overwhelming. Even an elephant would fear 1,000 ants. The beastmen stood dumbfounded, dropping their weapons in disbelief. What was happening? Why were they turning on each other? Whatever the case, these repulsive creatures fighting among themselves was advantageous for them. The mutants should be able to occupy the experimental creature for half an hour, enough time for them to escape. Let us go. Hurry, don't waste any time. Just as Lu Xiao was about to lead Shen Tang away, she urgently patted his iron-like talon, pleading, wait. Don't leave yet. Let me down first. Shen Tang, this is not the time for your whims. If we don't leave now, we'll miss our chance. Lu Xiao's deep voice carried a hint of anger. Shen Tang felt helpless. He surely thought she was being reckless again. She gestured towards the abandoned factory, saying, do you remember the energy core? While that experimental creature is distracted, we must hurry to the underground laboratory and retrieve the contamination core. Let me down quickly. If we wait any longer, it will truly be too late. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Xiao did not release Shen Tang, but instead plunged into the abandoned factory with her in tow. Upon landing, he transformed back into human form, his specialized combat suit enveloping his tall, muscular frame, leaving Shen Tang no time to admire anything. Noticing her lingering gaze, Lu Xiao frowned and muttered, behave yourself. Shen Tang, feeling embarrassed, turned her head away. There were no stairs leading down. The only way down was via the elevator. They arrived at the damaged elevator shaft, which was completely inoperable. Below was an empty abyss, visible to the bottom, with broken wires and steel pipes clinging to the surrounding walls. Shen Tang's fear of heights began to surface. How were they to descend? Don't make a sound, Lu Xiao instructed, gripping her collar and leaping forward. Jumping down the elevator shaft. What? Shen Tang exclaimed internally, suppressing her instinct to scream, fearful of attracting the experimental creature. Lu Xiao landed smoothly with Shen Tang in tow. As she stumbled forward, her legs felt weak, and she nearly toppled over, almost dragging Lu Xiao down with her. Shen Tang gazed in awe at the abandoned laboratory before her. The flickering fluorescent lights above cast a pale glow, while rows of glass chambers lined the corridor, each containing various grotesque specimens, some humanoid embryos with fish gills, others mammals with extra limbs, all seemingly in slumber. The most striking feature was a large cylindrical glass chamber at the center of the room, much larger than the others, which lay empty, its walls shattered. Glass fragments scattered across the floor, with a viscous green liquid lingering at the bottom. This chamber had likely housed the experimental creature. Lu Xiao did not linger on the grotesque sights, but instead strode purposefully to the reagent rack, where an array of instruments lay alongside several shattered test tubes. Their contents long dried, leaving dark brown stains on the floor. Inquired curiously about the founders of these laboratories. Such large-scale illicit facilities are unlikely to be the work of an individual. There must be an underlying organization. It is unclear, but irrespective of the country, establishing illegal laboratories for researching mutated species is a severe crime, and once apprehended, the offenders will inevitably face the law. Lu Xiao spoke calmly, turning the glass vials on the stand, trying them one by one, as he twisted a vacant glass vial from the third row. A hidden passage opened in the wall ahead. Following him into the passage, saw at the forefront an energy core encased in bulletproof glass. It resembled a sphere, emanating a faint blue glow, its surface entwined with yellow-green patterns. The energy core had been corrupted and polluted, requiring purification before it could be utilized. Lu Xiao conjured a blade of wind from his palm, slicing through the glass to retrieve the energy core. Soon, heard that familiar, piercing shriek. Danger! The experimental subject was closing in. They needed to flee. Lu Xiao tossed a miniature bomb in the laboratory, swiftly transforming into his beast form, grasping and soaring towards the elevator. As they were about to exit through the door, they narrowly avoided the pursuing experimental subject. The creature emitted an enraged screech, slashing its claws at the air, nearly harming. Fortunately, the golden eagle executed a swift maneuver, averting a tragic fate for her. The skies were indeed the battleground for eagles. At the moment of the factory explosion, Lu Xiao's speed surged, resembling a supersonic fighter jet, creating sonic booms and rippling energy waves in the air. In the blink of an eye, the factory engulfed in thick smoke rapidly diminished to a mere, and its body suddenly felt weightless, causing her to foam at the mouth. Nearly fainting. Slow down, big brother, she exclaimed. She had narrowly escaped the mutated creature, but was on the verge of perishing at his hands. Remembering he had also grabbed her, Lu Xiao slowed down, flying towards a certain direction in the dense forest. The team narrowly escaped and regained signal on their light brain. They arrived at a rendezvous point, and Lu Xiao landed, transforming back into human form. S legs weakened, causing her to collapse on the ground, retching in disarray. Luckily, she hadn't consumed much that day, only expelling a few sour droplets, appearing quite haggard and emaciated. Upon witnessing her pitiful state, the others felt a twinge of sympathy. Thanks to you, had it not been for your help, we wouldn't have survived. The beastman's perception of began to shift. Previously, was considered overweight, unattractive, and foolish, akin to a sewer rat, avoided by both humans and beasts alike. Yet now, she had transformed into a much more appealing figure, even assisting them in escaping the factory, causing their disdain for her to dissipate. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task. Winning hearts, too. Reward: orthodontic restoration. Would the host like to claim the reward immediately? Heard the system's prompt in her mind, elated by the prospect. This reward was splendid. She had long endured her decayed teeth, crooked and riddled with cavities, with some gums even festering. No matter how many times she brushed, a faint odor lingered. That man, Shun Li, had even remarked on her unsightly teeth, urging her to stop smiling, which had wounded the pride of a blossoming young woman. Now, she was eager to restore her teeth, to impress those men. Chapter 39. Riding the Eagle System. Initiate the oral restoration now. Urged impatiently. Understood, host. The orthodontic restoration includes the following services: teeth alignment, cavity repair, and enhancement of oral function and aesthetics. Reconsidered, asking if the speed of the teeth adjustment could be modified. Ideally, it should be gradual to avoid suspicion. Affirmative. Adjusting the teeth alignment time frame for the host, estimated at 13 months, to achieve a perfect dental appearance. This pace was acceptable. Felt an intense tingling in her mouth, as though various miniature instruments were working diligently to extract cavities, implant new teeth, and apply a cooling substance over her inflamed gums, cleansing them. The entire process was swift, concluding within 5 minutes. She activated the selfie mode on her light brain, opening her mouth to inspect the results. Most notably, her teeth had turned white. The previously yellowed ones, which resisted cleaning, were now transformed into healthy teeth, and her mouth felt fresh without any foul odor. Although the alignment required time and her teeth were still somewhat crooked, they were no longer repulsive. By the way, host, there's one more thing. Lu Xiao's favorability has surged, now surpassing disdain and reaching a neutral relationship. Reward: weight loss pill X1, automatically added to the system's inventory. Please check it yourself. Lu Xiao searched for considerable time before discovering hiding behind a tree, seemingly engaged in something clandestine. Frowning slightly, he called out, "The team is about to set off. Prepare yourself." Okay, I'm coming. Quickly shut her light brain and emerged from behind the tree, beaming. Lu Xiao rarely witnessed smile so radiantly and couldn't help but glance at her face a few extra times. Perhaps it was an illusion, but he felt her smile today was less unattractive, even somewhat delightful. Yet, he did not dwell on it, allowing his gaze to fall upon. Her skin was now tender and smooth, though her scars were still quite evident. Particularly noticeable were the marks on her rounded arms and the flesh around her waist and hips, with a few distinct scratches left by his claws. Despite not exerting much force, he was surprised that the marks had remained. Prolonged contact would surely have been unbearable. Females truly are delicate creatures. Was overjoyed, not expecting Lu Xiao to invite her to ride him. Yet she was acutely aware that this was not due to any particular favoritism from him. His favorability, shifting from disdain, indicated that in his eyes, she was merely an ordinary individual he did not find bothersome or likable. He would treat any female he did not despise in the same manner. "Thank you," she expressed. Lu Xiao nodded lightly, transforming into his true form. The golden eagle was enormous and majestic, visibly larger than other avian beastmen, its feathers shimmering with a metallic sheen, edges sharp as blades, its beak curved like a hook, and its powerful claws capable of effortlessly shattering rock, embodying both strength and grace in motion. So handsome, thought, suppressing her awe as she climbed onto his back, distinctly feeling the golden eagle's body sink slightly. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she fidgeted, realizing she needed to lose weight. Fortunately, Lu Xiao said nothing, tilting his head to glance at her, his sharp beak emitting a deep, resonant voice. "Are you settled?" Nodded. The golden eagle flapped its wings, rapidly ascending to the sky, the wind howling fiercely, tousling her hair. She had to grasp a few of his stiff feathers around his neck to maintain her balance and avoid being blown away. although Lu Xiao could not see her. He imagined her greasy hands clutching his feathers, his eagle eyes flickering with a hint of disdain. However, seeing refrain from her usual repulsive antics, he chose not to comment, allowing her to hold on. At the military camp, after was ambushed the previous night and had not yet been found, her fate remained uncertain. This incident incited collective panic among the females in the camp, all demanding an explanation. It was not that they cared deeply for her. They were merely afraid of becoming the next victims. The city lord had no choice but to take the matter seriously, detaining and interrogating the assailant. Zhao Yin continuously insisted that he was merely confused, claiming that he had sought revenge because had previously harassed him. He not only took full responsibility for his actions, but also tarnished reputation further, painting her as a disgraceful figure. The notion of teasing males was something that a woman like her could execute. S reputation plummeted to an all-time low, even with her recent changes. It remained challenging to alter the ingrained perceptions of most beastmen. As a majority of beastmen accepted his narrative, Anya secretly sighed in relief, feeling a sense of satisfaction and wishing for the matter to be swiftly resolved. The wretched creature has perished, but let us not allow her to drag others down with her. Unexpectedly, Feng Hai stepped forward to accuse Anya, claiming that she had orchestrated the events of the previous night, instructing Zhao Yin to act on her behalf. Anya was utterly taken aback by her beast husband as betrayal. Her countenance turned pale, and she feigned a pitiful demeanor. Feng Hai, I recognize that I have neglected you of late, but must you resort to such baseless accusations? In this dire moment, to cast aspersions upon me is nothing less than a calculated act of revenge. I assure you, I am truly incensed. You are the one who is most aware of the clandestine dealings you have engaged in. I have submitted the recording from that night to the city lord. Your attempts at evasion will avail you nothing. Feng Hai regarded Anya with a frigid gaze, the warmth of affection extinguished from his eyes. Reduced to a state of disability, he realized that to her, a useless person would eventually be discarded. If such was the case, then let all suffer together. Zhao Yin, too, displayed foolishness by becoming a pawn while still defending her. Anya's face drained of color. Her lips trembled as her arguments faltered. The overwhelming resentment in her heart made her wish to rend the traitor before her into pieces. Observing the distorted, sullen expression on Anya's face, Feng Hai scoffed coldly. A glimmer of pity flickering in his eyes, whether for her or himself was unclear. He left her with a parting remark, "Take care of yourself. Miss Anya, please accompany us." Two tall, robust beastmen approached, placing handcuffs upon her wrists. Anya exclaimed in anger, "Release me. I am a female. How dare you treat me thus? Please remain calm. Captain Shun Li merely has questions for you and hopes for your cooperation during the investigation." Ultimately, Anya was confined to the interrogation room. Upon hearing this news, many expressed their disapproval. Who would have guessed? Anya, who usually appears so gentle and kind, would conspire to harm others. She even sent her own beast husband to do such bidding. Once discovered, was she not pushing them into a pit of fire? The lack of defense from Feng Hai spoke volumes about how she treated her own husband. I truly misjudged her. I once hoped to become her beast husband, but I am grateful to have seen her true colors today. Chapter 40. She has returned alive? Inside the interrogation room, Xiao Jin loaded his firearm, his expression icy and irritated, radiating an alarming pressure. He hastily declared, "Enough of the idle chatter. Otherwise, I shall toss you into the contaminated zone to feed the mutants." Anya's fair visage turned ashen, nearly to the point of tears. I do not know. I truly do not know. I only sent Zhao Yin to teach Shen Tang a lesson, but he failed to succeed that night. I have no knowledge of Shen Tang's whereabouts. Shun Li and Xiao Jin exchanged glances, their expressions revealing differing sentiments. Could it be that this female genuinely lacked knowledge? Outside the vehicle, Jialan leaned against a tree, his handsome features clouded with an inscrutable expression. Regardless of his disdain for that rotund woman, she was still their female. Her disappearance under their watch was a dereliction of duty for the males, leaving them feeling humiliated. To be frank, there was a trace of regret among them. Had they agreed to share a tent with that woman that night, perhaps this predicament could have been avoided. As Shun Li and Xiao Jin emerged from the vehicle, Jialan approached with urgency, inquiring, "Did you uncover any news regarding that woman?" Shun Li shook his head with a sigh, stating, no matter how he pressed her, Anya insisted she was unaware. Xiao Jin sneered, "Why bother with such complexities? I suggested employing torture directly to see if she confesses. Shun Li disagreed, asserting, resorting to violence against a female will incite resistance from others and complicate matters further. Besides, I do not believe she's intentionally concealing anything. She genuinely appears to be in the dark. Jialan, recalling the enemies that woman had made in the shelter, furrowed his brow and speculated. Might there have been another participant that night? It was a possibility that could not be dismissed. Regrettably, they had not paid much attention to Shen Tang and were unaware of her adversaries. Let's continue searching. Meanwhile, Shura reveled in the news of Anya's confinement, relishing the misfortune befalling that contemptible female who sought to use others as tools. Shura was in high spirits, feeling that her plan would yield a double victory. The information from Xiao Jin and the others would soon render her single, presenting her with an opportune moment to seize the initiative. However, she could not afford to wait. She needed to act swiftly to claim him. Shura donned a beautiful dress and applied striking makeup, transforming her previously modest beauty into something far more alluring. Satisfied with her reflection, she set out in search of Xiao Jin. The man, exuding an aura of cold menace, bore a displeased expression, suggesting he was in a foul mood. He cannot possibly be seeking that wretched creature, Shura thought, a flicker of jealousy igniting within her. Even in death, she continues to be a thorn in my side. She approached with a gentle and refined smile, lifting her skirt gracefully. Brother Xiao Jin, are you troubled? You may confide in me. Perhaps I could be of assistance. This female, though generally unremarkable in appearance, was notorious for her haughty and imperious demeanor. Her insatiable appetite for power was evident in her attempts to win him over, failing to recognize her own unworthiness. When Xiao Jin completely disregarded her, striding away without so much as a glance, Shura expression soured dramatically. Enraged, she stomped her foot and turned towards the direction in which he had disappeared, cursing. Who do you think you are? It is a privilege for you that I even take notice of you. How dare you treat me with such disdain? She had gone to great lengths to present herself beautifully, hoping to captivate him, only to find this ungrateful man blind to her efforts. Shura bit her lip, her desire for conquest growing stronger. The more he resisted, the more determined she became to possess him. Just wait. Xiao Jin will inevitably come to regret his actions. The next time he is in a state of turmoil, he will be on his knees, begging for my affection. Imagining this scene brought a smug smile to her lips, and she resolved to humiliate the proud man, compelling him to kneel before her, pleading for her love. Unbeknownst to Xiao Jin, who was oblivious to Shura fantasies, he would have felt nauseated by the mere thought. Once reunited, Xiao Jin, Shun Li, and Jialan exchanged glances, shaking their heads. They had scoured the vicinity without success in locating Shen Tang. She had been missing for nearly 24 hours, and under such circumstances, the likelihood of survival was grim. It was possible she had already fallen prey to the mutants. That wretched woman truly knows how to create trouble. It may be for the best if she is dead. At least I would be spared her presence, Jialan remarked bitterly, though his demeanor belied any sense of joy. He turned and walked further into the forest. Shun Li furrowed his brow and questioned, "Where are you going?" Jialan ran a hand through his tousled, flaxen hair, visibly agitated. "I will continue searching to ascertain whether that woman is truly dead. If she is alive, I wish to see her. If she is deceased, I wish to see her remains." His concern was not for her well-being, but rather for his own predicament. Among the 5 of them, only he and that woman were bound by an imperial marriage. If she were indeed dead, he would be left a widower, unable to remarry. Xiao Jin's expression remained cold, betraying no emotion, while an oppressive atmosphere surrounded him. Shun Li felt a pang of guilt, blaming himself for failing to keep watch over her. He intended to search farther afield when he noticed Shue Inzhou approaching. This serpent beast was known for its elusive nature, and Shun Li was surprised to see it today. A thought occurred to him, and he stepped forward to inquire, "You often linger outside. Have you seen Shen Tang? She disappeared last night." Shue Inzhou regarded him with a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "I have not." Shun Li exhaled in relief. Shue Inzhou raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Shun Li with amusement. He was well aware of the fox's true nature, a duplicitous individual who feigned kindness while harboring malice. On the surface, he treated Shen Tang well, but his disdain for her was no less than his own. However, now, the anxious expression bore a hint of genuine emotion. What kind of enchantment had that female cast upon them in recent days? Shue Inzhou secretly scoffed. Unfortunately, they would never find her again. Falling off the cliff, shattered beyond recognition, there was no possibility of survival. Suddenly, several individuals received a message from the city lord on their light brains. Chapter 41. This snake has a twisted mind. Shui Zhou also saw the message from the city lord, and a flicker of disbelief crossed his cold, indifferent face as he stood frozen in place. He had personally thrown that female off the cliff. How could she possibly still be alive? The man's thin lips were tightly pressed, and his expression darkened, lost in thought. Shenli noticed the fleeting change in Shui Zhou's demeanor. A glimmer of insight passed through his alluring fox-like eyes, and with a slight smile, he leaned closer and said, Zhou, are you hiding something from us? Surely you met her that night? Shui Zhou shot him a cold glance, ignoring Shenli, and turned to leave. Xiao Xin, Zilan, and the others had long since become accustomed to the aloof nature of this snake beast and did not take his unusual behavior to heart. By the way, who harmed her? Upon hearing the fox's last remark, Shui Zhou abruptly halted, his hands hanging at his sides, tightening and then relaxing. Ultimately, he turned and joined the three towards the square. From a distance, Shen Tang spotted a sea of dark figures below. Almost all the beastmen had gathered. Shen Tang raised an eyebrow and chuckled inwardly, realizing the commotion caused by her disappearance was quite significant. Among the crowd, Shun Li, Jiao Lan, and Xiao Jin were present. Tall and imposing, each possessing striking features that easily captured the attention of all. However, Shen Tang's smile froze when she saw Shui Zhou trailing behind them. Shui Zhou also noticed Shen Tang. At the moment their eyes met, Shen Tang's heart skipped a beat, and she turned away, pretending not to see him. Out of sight, out of mind. Shui Zhou frowned slightly, his lips taut, a hint of discomfort flashing across his face. He had contemplated many possibilities on his way here. Perhaps this hefty female would publicly reveal the truth and accuse him of being the murderer. Or she might scream in a fit of rage, demanding to know why he had done such a thing. Yet, she did neither. She coldly ignored him. Lingering death was not terrifying. It was the anticipation of it that was most excruciating. Shui Zhou, weary of life, had long wished for an end. Rather than becoming a chained dog, he preferred to take his master down with him before he perished. He would rather she condemn him to death now than keep him in suspense. What was her true intention? Was she contemplating revenge? Torturing him? Shui Zhou's gaze was complex, filled with doubt and inquiry. For the first time in his beastly existence, he found himself unable to see through this seemingly shallow and foolish female. Shui Zhou fixed his gaze on the plump figure, unwittingly developing a flicker of interest in Shen Tang, a sensation he had never experienced before. When a man becomes intrigued by a woman, it often marks a perilous beginning. Ding! Congratulations, host. Shui Zhou's favorability has reached 20, now at 80 in dislike. Please continue your efforts. Shen Tang heard the sudden voice of the system in her mind and felt a wave of frustration. Could this snake truly be mentally unstable? She had lowered herself to please him, yet he was intent on diminishing her even further. Ignoring him would only increase his favorability. Lu Xiao, come here. The city lord summoned Lu Xiao for questioning. She yawned and headed towards the tent, planning to get some proper rest. Lu Xiao followed the city lord into a separate tent, where he recounted the events of the past half-month, including how Shen Tang had brought supplies to aid their escape. Oh, you actually encountered the wandering Shen Tang by chance, and she had so many supplies? The city lord was incredulous. Where could that useless female have acquired such provisions? Perhaps from her past? It was conceivable, given that she was a banished imperial princess. Her assets should have been confiscated long ago, but who could guarantee she hadn't hidden away some private stash? The city lord pondered for a moment before accepting this explanation without further inquiry. What truly concerned him was another matter. In a deep, authoritative voice, he inquired, "What about the energy core? Have you found it?" Lu Xiao met his gaze steadily and shook his head regretfully. Beneath the abandoned factory lies an underground hive laboratory. I discovered that the energy core is hidden in the lab's lowest level. However, there is a 10th-tier experimental subject there, and we were unable to confront it. We had no choice but to escape without securing the energy core. Although the beastmen obeyed the city lord's orders, their allegiance was ultimately driven by self-interest, devoid of loyalty. Coming from a military family, Lu Xiao was never one to engage in deceit or flattery. His words were the truth. The energy core was not in his possession, but had been secured by Shen Tang within her light brain space. Lu Xiao believed the energy core belonged to Shen Tang and did not intend to disclose this matter to the city lord. After Lu Xiao departed, the city lord sat in contemplation for a long time before summoning another beastman. This individual was an informant he had placed within Lu Xiao's patrol team, loyal to him and monitoring Lu Xiao's every move. The city lord was acutely aware that the proud young talents in the city were not loyal to him, especially those who had arrived at the sanctuary a year ago, such as Xiao Jin and the others. Their formidable strength, particularly that of the young snake beast Xue Yinzhou, posed a significant threat. He had to remain vigilant. There were informants among the teams, led by several individuals. The Tiger Clan Beastman responded respectfully, yes. What he reported aligned closely with Lu Xiao's account. It seemed Lu Xiao was indeed telling the truth. Could it be that he had overthought the matter? The city lord's gaze darkened as he spoke, a hint of regret in his tone. Chapter 42. Facial reconstruction. Just as she was about to fall asleep, a system notification sounded in her mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the side mission, assisting the male lead Lu Xiao in escaping danger. Reward: 1 opportunity for facial reconstruction. Would the host like to use the facial reconstruction opportunity immediately? Upon hearing the system's words, Shen Tang's drowsiness vanished instantly. She had endured her unattractive appearance for far too long. Use it immediately. Please select which facial feature to adjust. Without hesitation, Shen Tang replied, eyes. As the saying goes, the eyes are the windows to the soul. Regardless of gender, appearance matters. To win over these difficult men, especially the beauty-obsessed Jialan, she needed captivating, expressive eyes. All right, the facial adjustment panel is now open for the host, with no time limit. An electronic screen appeared before Shen Tang, visible only to her, reminiscent of character creation screens in online games. The initial face displayed was her current one: squinty, puffy eyes, a flattened nose, and an average mouth. She longed to reshape her entire face, but unfortunately, each facial adjustment allowed only one feature to be modified. The system temptingly advised, if the host diligently completes tasks, another opportunity for facial reconstruction will be granted. Shen Tang dismissed the system, finding the men it had arranged to be particularly challenging to seduce. She focused intently on the task of reshaping her face. Shen Tang aimed to create a pair of enchanting, soul-stirring eyes that would make men willing to brave any danger for her. However, they appeared too artificial, easily discernible as a fabrication. Overly exquisite eyes would look out of place on her face. After some contemplation, she decided to adjust her features based on her original facial structure, enhancing her attractiveness significantly without making her appear like a different person altogether. Shen Tang spent half an hour before she was satisfied. The originally swollen and puffy eyes vanished, replaced by a pair of elegantly shaped, slightly double eyelids, their arcs smooth and beautiful, reminiscent of a languid cat's eyes. The irises were strikingly distinct in black and white, alluring and glistening, with the outer corners gently tilted upwards, exuding a hint of playful charm. Shen Tang activated the selfie mode on her holographic device, and the more she gazed, the more she admired her reflection. This pair of beautiful eyes had significantly enhanced her otherwise mundane features, bestowing upon her a refreshing aura. Shen Tang, are you asleep? Came the voices of Shun Li and the others from outside. Shen Tang felt a surge of curiosity and couldn't resist the urge to see the reactions of these men. Shun Li lifted the tent flap and stepped in, his gaze falling upon the female lying on the sleeping mat, her back turned to him. His gentle voice carried a note of apology as he said, I was wrong that night. I shouldn't have left midway, otherwise that incident wouldn't have occurred. It's all right, it's not your fault. If anyone is to blame, it's the ones who conspired against me. Shen Tang turned around, a playful smile gracing her lips as she offered a soothing expression. Shun Li met her gaze, momentarily speechless, his fox-like eyes wide with surprise, the ruby hue of his pupils slightly dilating. Shen Tang curiously blinked. The upward tilt of her eyes seemed to gently scratch at his heart, sending a delightful shiver through him. Then, as Xiao Jin and Jialan entered, they too were taken aback upon seeing her face. Perhaps it was the lighting, but tonight, this once plump woman's eyes sparkled with an enchanting clarity, as if they could ensnare one's very soul. When she smiled, her eyes resembled crescent moons, captivating all who beheld them. Jialan stared in astonishment at Shen Tang's alluring eyes, sensing a difference from before, yet upon closer inspection, there seemed to be no significant change. Why did she look so exceptionally beautiful today? The upward tilt of her eyes felt like tiny hooks, causing his heart to skip a beat. Damn it. How could I find this woman somewhat attractive? Jia Lan's handsome face darkened, questioning whether his aesthetics had been compromised from spending too much time around her. Xiao Jin's deep, enigmatic golden eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue. Surely, this woman hadn't been swapped? Under the intense gaze of three men, Shen Tang feigned ignorance, blinking her eyes in confusion. What are you staring at? Is there something on my face? Shunli spoke softly. Xiao Tang, you seem to have become much more attractive lately. Shen Tang smirked. Beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. You've harbored prejudice against me before. Thus, everything about me appeared unappealing. Now that I've reformed, you naturally find me more pleasing. The three fell momentarily silent. While her reasoning was absurd, it bore a semblance of truth. Shen Tang, noticing their peculiar gazes, yawned lazily and casually inquired, "Why are you all here at this hour? Are you hoping to share a bed with me? Dream on. Who will want to share a bed with you?" Xiao Jin's handsome face soured as he turned away, confirming that this woman remained as shameless and lustful as before, undeterred by any supposed swap. Shunli's gaze swept over her face, concealing the depth of his thoughts. And with a gentle smile, he said, "We came to inquire about what happened the other night. Do you know who took you away?" Jia Lan pursed his lips, hesitating before adding, "The city lord will likely ask you about this matter tomorrow morning, so we came to ask you first." Shen Tang shook her head. "I cannot disclose this matter to the city lord." Shunli raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Why not? Could this incident be related to the city lord? The city lord was not an upright man, yet he had no reason to target her covertly. It has nothing to do with the city lord. But it does involve his daughter. Shen Tang did not conceal this detail, wishing to gauge the men's attitudes toward her. "The ones who conspired against me were Nya and Shureen, and you sent her beast husband Zhao Yin to kidnap me, but failed. To my surprise, Shureen was also involved. She dispatched a mole beast man to abduct me and leave me in the polluted lands." The expressions of the three men darkened. While they did not particularly like Shen Tang, allowing outsiders to bully her was tantamount to disregarding them. Shureen was the city lord's daughter. Informing the city lord would not only fail to deliver justice for her, but could also lead to him eliminating Shen Tang to protect his daughter's reputation. Xiao Jin recalled how Shureen had attempted to seduce him earlier that day, and his expression soured, as if he had swallowed a fly, his aura growing chillingly cold. Chapter 43. Cunning Fox. Shen Tang zonde, zenni ni dai. I'm going to rest. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Take care on your way out. Xiao Tang. I nearly lost you once and will not allow such a thing to happen again. Come sleep in my tent tonight. I will ensure your safety. Shunli's gentle gaze lingered on her face, his deep voice mingling with a hint of guilt and affection, seemingly sincere in his desire to make amends. Shen Tang gazed at the red-haired man's tender and alluring smile, almost losing herself in its charm. Had it not been for the unchanged affection level in the system, she might have truly believed this cunning fox had feelings for her. What a skilled actor he was. Shen Tang's lips twitched, but she did not refuse. After all, this cunning fox had the highest affection level among the 5 male leads, and his gentle and attentive nature made the prospect of sleeping next to a handsome man not only safe, but visually delightful. Thus, Shen Tang followed Shun Li to his den. Xiao Jin and Jia Lan exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat peculiar. On the way back, the military rations were fully consumed. Since the last successful hunt, the beastmen had begun to venture out to hunt on their own without needing Shen Tang as prompting. She taught them the art of grilling meat, and the beastmen displayed remarkable learning abilities, quickly mastering the technique, yet the most authentic flavors still belonged to her. Shen Tang was more than willing to use the guise of grilling meat to enhance her rapport with the beastmen. From a distance, the aroma of meat wafted through the air, causing Zhou's throat to bob and his forked tongue to flicker with anticipation. He was aware that the beastmen had been frequently hunting and grilling meat lately, but as a snake beastman who preferred to swallow his prey whole, he believed they were merely idling away their time and wasting energy. Thus he paid little attention to their activities. However, tonight, he found the scent of grilled meat unexpectedly enticing. He spotted Shen Tang, surrounded by several beastmen and a few females, eagerly seeking her advice on grilling techniques. Laughter echoing among them. He frowned slightly. When did this once plump woman become so well-liked? Zhou's eyes darkened as he noticed Xiao Jin, Lu Xiao, Jia Lan, and Shun Li, who typically avoided her, now encircled her, eagerly assisting with cutting meat and washing vegetables. It was truly perplexing. What kind of charm had this plump female cast upon them? Shui Zhou curled his lips in a cold smile, his expression mocking as he prepared to leave. Yet the alluring aroma held him captive, making it difficult to move. He swallowed hard, a flicker of irritation flashing in his eyes. Shen Tang appeared to be on a diet, claiming she couldn't consume much grilled meat. Yet most of it ended up in the stomachs of the 4 men beside her. She was quite attentive, asking Shen Li and the others what they wanted to eat, her face radiating warmth, appearing particularly gentle in the glow of the fire, with an almost delicate charm. This scene of warmth and harmony stung Shui Zhou's eyes, igniting a sense of inexplicable irritation within him. He felt like an outsider. With a cold expression, Shui Zhou clenched his jaw, an icy pressure emanating from him, the invisible dark mist swirling outwards. The nearby beastmen instinctively recoiled in fear. A dark, frigid gaze fell upon Shen Tang, making her squirm in discomfort. She didn't need to look up to know who it was. Puffing her cheeks, she smiled even brighter, engaging jovially with Shen Li, deliberately treating the snake like air. Oomph! That insufferable snake dared to push her off a cliff. Even a devoted admirer has their dignity. She was not inclined to placate him. Shen Li's beautiful, elongated fox-like eyes sparkled as she caught sight of the cold and solitary Shui Zhou standing not far away. She then glanced at the female companion beside her, sensing an unmistakable tension in the air between the two. Could it be that something had truly transpired between them? A playful smirk curved her crimson lips as she asked, "Xiao Tang, look at Shui Zhou standing over there all alone. He seems quite lonely. Would you like to call him over for something to eat?" Suddenly, a prompt from the system resonated in her mind. Ding! Detecting a downward trend in the male lead Shui Zhou's affection level. Please, host, do not act impulsively. Initiate the strategy immediately. Shen Tang's heart skipped a beat as she struggled to maintain a calm facade. Surely not, she thought. She hadn't done anything yet, and now the snake was about to lose affection again. Frustrated, her face darkened as she gritted her teeth and retorted, "System, can't you choose a different target for the strategy? The males of this caliber are rare and invaluable. His genes are exceptionally superior. It would be a pity for the host to give up on him," the system replied. Shen Tang rolled her eyes, utterly speechless, considering that he was indeed her target. She couldn't afford to neglect him entirely. If things became too strained, she would ultimately be the one to suffer. After grilling a few skewers of meat, she was about to rise and take them to Shui Zhou when she looked up to find that the silver-haired man had already vanished. Well, how swiftly he departs. It saves her from the embarrassment of approaching him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for losing 33 pounds. Your current weight is 163 pounds, and your charm level increases by 5. Shen Tang stared at the mirror, astonished. It must be said that this weight loss potion from the system truly understands a woman's heart. Every ounce of fat was reduced where it needed to be, leaving her with a voluptuous hourglass figure that was undeniably alluring. Weighing over 160 pounds still sounded heavy, but given the robust physique of beastmen, her ample curves indeed held a certain irresistible charm. System, display my personal information page. Shen Tang urged impatiently. Opening personal information page for the host now, the system responded. Host, Shen Tang age, 19 appearance, 51, ordinary yet delicate, skin, average build, 163 pounds. Moderately overweight skills, mental strength, 5, overall charm evaluation, below average recommendations, optimized physique, refined facial features. Her appearance score had risen to 51, and the system's evaluation had been updated from mediocre to ordinary yet delicate. Although the overall charm evaluation still left much to be desired, at least it no longer reached the level of being detestable. Before she could revel in her modest success, the system issued a new task. Ding! A new side quest has been assigned to the host. Obtain Shui Zhou's snake shedding. Reward: Inhibitor Production Manual. Chapter 44. Obtaining the snake shedding. Is the system out of its mind? If you wish to harm me, just say so. There's no need to devise hellish tasks. Shen Tang was utterly terrified. If she recalled correctly, the shedding of a snake beast held profound significance. They would only bestow it upon their chosen partners. There was no way Shui Zhou would part with such a personal item. This was an utterly impossible task. The system gently suggested. Even if he does not willingly give it to you, host can always obtain it through alternative means. Shen Tang was at a loss for words. were they suggesting theft or robbery? She must have lost her mind to even consider taking something from an 8th-tier beastman. Given the current state of her relationship with Shuayin Zhou, theft seemed out of the question. Snake beasts were inherently vigilant, and if he caught her, it would be tantamount to courting death. The system perceived her reluctance and coaxed her. The side quest is not mandatory. The host can refuse. But the reward is the inhibitor production manual. You want to find another opportunity like this. When a beastman experiences a mental frenzy, they require the soothing presence of a female partner. However, given the male-dominant nature of their world, where males outnumber females, the competition is fierce. And most male beastmen do not have the privilege of marrying. Even those with female partners cannot always rely on them for comfort, as it demands tremendous energy. And they generally prefer not to assist unless absolutely necessary. Consequently, even mid-tier elite beastmen spend substantial sums of star coins each year to purchase inhibitors. Yet, the inhibitors produced by various empires are often of mixed quality. Most come with side effects, providing only temporary relief and potentially exacerbating the symptoms of the next genetic frenzy. To date, no perfect inhibitor has been developed. The inhibitor produced by the system, however, is a refined, flawless version, far superior in eliminating genetic frenzy than the most expensive options available, and without any side effects. Not only could the inhibitor fetch a high price, potentially enriching her, but it might also attract beastmen to serve her. All right, I accept this task. Shen Tang pondered deeply before agreeing. The shedding, being such a personal item, would likely be kept close by Shuayin Zhou, but he was elusive, making it difficult to locate him. System locating Shuayin Zhou. He has not left the city tonight and is resting in his room, the system informed her. Glancing out at the deep, dark night, Shen Tang noted that it was already past 2 in the morning, with silence enveloping the world. To be cautious, she waited until the late hour had passed before heading to Shuayin Zhou's residence. After separating from the original host, he had moved far away. But due to the original host's antagonistic behavior, he still had to protect her, placing his home somewhat closer than those of the other 4 beastmen. Half an hour later, Shen Tang arrived at his residence. At 3 in the morning, darkness enveloped the interior. Even the bedside lamp was off. Fortunately, the security system of the male's dwelling was entirely permissive towards the female host. Regardless of how much they might despise the original host, they could not blacklist Shen Tang. Moreover, following past incidents of female hosts catching their male partners in infidelity, the security system had been programmed to ensure that as long as the female host did not ring the doorbell, no alarms would sound. Shen Tang successfully infiltrated the room, standing at the bedroom door, listening for any sounds before gently turning the doorknob. It felt exceedingly clandestine, akin to a pervert sneaking into a respectable woman's chamber. Shen Tang was utterly exasperated, pondering what sin she had committed in her past life to be bound to this system, undertaking such absurd tasks. Host, keep going. I detect that Shuayin Zhou is in a deep sleep. The snake shedding should be inside the room. Please hurry in and search. The system urged. Taking a deep breath, Shen Tang steeled herself and entered the bedroom, nearly tripping over something. The cold moonlight streamed in through the window, illuminating the scene before her. Her pupils constricted as she stifled a scream, holding her breath in shock. Shuayin Zhou lay on the bed, his silver hair tousled, his attire disheveled, and his lower half transformed into a thick, long snake tail nearly 10 meters in length, cascading from the foot of the bed and sprawling across the floor, reflecting a glass-like sheen in the moonlight. What she had nearly stepped on was indeed his snake tail. Shen Tang was frozen in place, her palms sweating with anxiety. She closely observed the man on the bed, noting his steady breathing and lack of signs of waking, allowing herself a moment of relief. Swallowing hard, she cautiously sidestepped the serpentine tail on the floor, moving with utmost care to avoid stepping on it. There was no shedding on the bed. He must have placed it in the cabinet. Shen Tang approached the wardrobe, moving with caution as she rummaged through it. As she bent over with her back turned, the silver-haired man on the bed slowly opened his eyes, his silver-purple vertical pupils glinting with a cold, eerie light under the moon's glow. He squinted slightly, watching the sneaky female from a distance, like a top predator eyeing a small mouse that was blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Finally, Shen Tang discovered the shedding within the cabinet. It was thin, delicate, and as light as gossamer, neatly arranged in layers from the juvenile stage to adulthood, indicating that the owner had preserved it well. So well preserved. One wonders who he intends to give it to. Shen Tang, weary of overthinking, desired to swiftly achieve her objectives and fulfill her system tasks. Suddenly, the cold, slick tail of a serpent ensnared her waist, yanking her backward with such force that she stumbled and nearly struck her head against the corner of a cabinet. Shui and Zhou rose from the bed and glided toward her, towering above, his gaze icy and disdainful. Sneaking into my room at this hour to pilfer? Should I commend your audacity or lament your foolishness? His voice was chilling and deep, brimming with malicious intent. The oppressive aura around him was frightfully cold. Shen Tang swallowed hard, striving to suppress her fear, and looked up defiantly. I am your female sovereign. It is only natural for me to seek you out. You and your possessions are legally mine. How can taking what is rightfully mine be considered theft? Ah, Shen Tang, it seems your brazen audacity has only grown in my absence. Shuayin Zhou let out a short, icy laugh, his gaze fixed upon her as though she were a dying creature. Shen Tang abruptly recalled the night she was pushed off the cliff, a chill coursing through her, and hastily spoke, even without mentioning our partnership. I haven't disclosed what transpired that night to anyone. Otherwise, would you be comfortably resting in your bed now? You belong in a damp, cold cell. Oh, and what of it? Shuayin Zhou crossed his arms, observing her with a chilling stare. Considering I have not exposed your secrets, might you grant me a request? Shen Tang implored him gently. Do you dare make demands of me? Where do you find the audacity? The cold cruelty on Shuayin Zhou's face intensified, his scornful gaze piercing her. You ought to comprehend your current predicament. I could quietly end your life and dispose of your body in the wilderness without anyone ever knowing, not even the surveillance. If you were wise, you would not appear before me tonight seeking your own demise. The powerful serpent tail tightened around her waist, its grip fierce enough to kill a large prey in mere moments. Yet suddenly, the tail hesitated, and a peculiar expression flickered across the man's dark, cold visage. Huh, where did this plump woman acquire a waist? Shuayin Zhou initially thought it was merely an illusion and cautiously measured with his tail, discovering that indeed she had lost weight. He distinctly remembered this woman's waist being as thick as a barrel, her excess flesh repulsive to behold. Yet now there was a discernible curve between her waist and hips, an unexpected improvement. It was in this moment of hesitation that Shen Tang seized the opportunity to break free from his constricting tail and hurriedly dashed toward the door, willing to abandon her task if it meant preserving her life. The murderous aura radiating from the man was more terrifying than before. With a mournful expression, Shen Tang exclaimed, I realize my mistake. I should not have threatened you. Please let me go. Just pretend tonight never happened. Consider it a nightmare. Shuayin Zhou smirked coldly. This woman possesses a surprising degree of self-awareness. Dreaming of her indeed constitutes a nightmare. With a swift motion, the slender tip of his tail flicked the switch of the bedroom light, illuminating the room. He gazed down at the unfortunate female ensnared by his tail. It was no illusion. She had genuinely lost a considerable amount of weight. The serpent beast's vision was poor in low light, and he had failed to notice earlier. Perhaps due to her near tears, her eyes glistened with moisture, exuding an unexpected charm. A hint of uncertainty flickered in Shuayin Zhou's silver-purple gaze. How has this woman become less unattractive? Could you please let me down? I might suffocate. The grip of the serpent tail was terrifying, and Shen Tang struggled to breathe. Shuayin Zhou shot her a cold glance but did not release her. First, tell me why you broke into my room tonight. His inquiry was casual, yet he had already formed his own conclusions. This woman was a gambling addict, likely in need of money, intending to steal from him. If she found no cash or star cards, she would resort to pilfering valuable items for sale. Shen Tang was no stranger to such acts, and Shuayin Zhou's patience had reached its limits, teetering on the brink of madness. He merely wished to hear how this wretched female intended to rationalize her actions. I just wanted your serpent shed. Shen Tang mustered her courage to declare. Before Shuayin Zhou could conjure a mocking smile, he froze, his pupils dilating. A flicker of disbelief crossing his features as he questioned whether he had misheard. Wasn't this loathsome woman repulsed by serpents? His expression darkened again as he inquired, What do you want my serpent shed for? This female had an intense aversion to serpent beasts. It was implausible that she would suddenly desire the shed. Surely, she wasn't merely fabricating a flimsy excuse to placate him? Curious, Shen Tang internally questioned the system. Why do I need to take his serpent shed? Host, you may not understand, but the serpent shed can be fashioned into intimate apparel. When a male presents his shed to a favored female, it signifies affection. Likewise, when a female adorns herself in garments made from the shed, it represents her fondness for the male. As you are his female sovereign, it is only natural to claim it. You wish for me to meet my demise. Just say so. If I were to use that excuse, do you think Shui Zhou would believe me? He would be eager to kill me. Thus, the system provided a more plausible explanation. Shui Zhou is powerful, and his unique abilities imbue the serpent shed with his essence, intimidating all beings below the 8th tier of transformation. You can carry the shed for added protection in contaminated zones. This reasoning seems sound. Noticing her earnest demeanor, Shui Zhou slightly relaxed the grip of his tail. Seizing the moment, Shen Tang wriggled free. Seeing the man's murderous aura dissipate, she mustered her courage, snatched a stack of serpent sheds from the wardrobe, and fled, declaring, "You caused me great harm last time. Consider this a form of restitution. I promise I will never trouble you again." Caught momentarily off guard, Shui Zhou watched as this woman made off with his belongings, disappearing without a trace. Despite her ample physique, she moved remarkably quickly. Shui Zhou found the situation peculiar. Had this woman truly risked her life just to obtain the serpent shed? Being inherently lazy, he lacked the motivation to pursue her. After all, the shed was of little value to him now, and if it meant this woman would remain quiet for a few days, it was a fair trade. Beep. Congratulations, host. Shui Zhou's affection level has risen to 10. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have completed the side quest. Acquire Shui Zhou's serpent shed. Reward. Inhibitor Crafting Manual. The reward has been automatically added to your system backpack. Please check it at your convenience. As Shen Tang ran wildly, she was surprised to hear the system's notifications, astonished that her affection level had increased. She had anticipated that the serpent would be furious, leading to a significant drop in his favorability. Turning to glance behind, she realized that the terrifying serpent beast had not pursued her. Otherwise, she would have been captured long ago. A wave of relief washed over her. She had no immediate desire to inspect the inhibitor crafting manual. Instead, she collapsed on her bed, burying her head in the pillow, and slept soundly until the next afternoon, her stomach growling with hunger. Descending to the kitchen, she opened the refrigerator, which had previously contained only a few bottles of nutrient solution, now brimming with vegetables and fresh meat. A bounty sent by Shun Li and Lu Xiao as compensation for their shared meals. Chapter 46. Demanding Private Funds. Host. The favorability levels of target characters have significantly increased recently. Would you like to check them now? Yes. Shen Tang was eager to see the fruits of her recent efforts. Xiao Jin, Disgust 10, Shun Li, Neutral 95, Jialan, Neutral 20, Lu Xiao, Neutral 20. Shui Zhou, Disgust 70. Not bad, not bad. The favorability levels of the 5 beast husbands had all improved to varying degrees. Shen Tang recalled that Xiao Jin's favorability had previously been at a level of Disgust 30, and now it had risen to Disgust 10, an increase of 20 points. Jialan and Lu Xiao similarly experienced a rise in their favorability by 20 points. Shen Tang instantly forgot the unpleasantness of the previous night, her mood soaring to delightful heights. She retrieved a large piece of meat from the refrigerator, which was marbled with fat and lean. She recalled that this creature resembled a sheep from Earth and exuded a faint, gamey aroma, yet its stew was exceptionally delicious. The thought of the lamb soup from a quaint little shop she often visited in her past life made her mouth water. The gas line in the shelter had exploded a few years prior and had yet to be repaired, leaving Shen Tang with no choice but to purchase a new set of kitchen appliances. After preparing the ingredients and seasonings, she placed the chopped lamb along with scallions, ginger, and garlic into cold water, patiently simmering the soup while skimming off the froth. As Shenli passed by the small villa, his nose twitched, catching the enticing scent of meat. Is Xiao Tang cooking? A thought crossed his mind as he approached the door and pressed the doorbell. Shen Tang heard the chime and initially assumed it was the Song family from next door coming over to mooch a meal. She quickly wiped her hands and went to open the door, only to be surprised by Shun Li's arrival. This cunning fox seemed to have an uncanny connection with her. She had intended to bring him some soup after it was done, but he had come to her instead, saving her the trip. Come in, please. I made plenty of soup today, and I can't possibly finish it all alone. Shen Tang invited him inside. Upon entering, aside from the mouth-watering aroma of the rich meat stew, he also detected a fresh, subtle fragrance, reminiscent of an air freshener. He surveyed the tidy furnishings, noting the absence of clutter. The new plush cushions on the sofa and chairs radiated an inexplicable warmth, a stark contrast to the previous state where rubbish lay strewn about. It appeared that this female had indeed turned over a new leaf, as if she had transformed into a different person altogether. Shen Li's gaze flickered, but he chose not to comment, gracefully taking a seat at the dining table, waiting for the meal without offering to help, embodying the elegance of a nobleman who had never touched the mundane tasks of life. Shen Tang inwardly scoffed at his rudeness. However, recognizing him as a target of her affections, she felt obliged to extend her hospitality. Once the soup was ready, she ladled a generous bowl and, wrapping the rim with a damp cloth, presented it to him with confidence. Try it and see how it tastes. This time I've improved my recipe. It must be even better than the last. The broth was creamy and fragrant, and merely inhaling it whetted Shen Li's appetite. He eagerly took a sip, only to find it scalding hot, prompting him to stir it with a spoon. Shen Tang, having not eaten all day, was famished and, disregarding her image before him, served herself a large bowl filled with meat as well. Xiao Tang, could you recount the events from the night of your assassination attempt? How did you end up encountering Liu Xiao? Did you happen to see Yinzhou along the way? Shen Li casually inquired. Shen Tang discerned his intention to pry for information, but wished to avoid escalating matters. She responded coolly, Yinzhou harbors intense disdain for me, disappearing without a trace. So how could I possibly have seen him? I was thrown into the wilderness, conveniently near an abandoned factory, where I accidentally crossed paths with Liu Xiao, and we managed to escape together. Is it truly that simple? Shen Li's expression softened, and he smiled warmly. Did you not find anything of value in the abandoned factory? It was clear he was a cunning fox, and such matters could not escape his notice. Shen Tang thought to herself that they would eventually learn about the energy core she had extracted from her space. The moment Shen Li laid eyes on the energy core, his pupils constricted. He had merely suspected, but had not anticipated they would actually possess it. He urged, quickly stowed away. This item is best kept between us. Do not reveal it carelessly in public. His words rang true, yet submitting an application for approval required the Lord's review. Shen Li rested his chin in his hand, gazing at Shen Tang with eyes that glimmered like a fox's, and remarked meaningfully, Xiao Tang, do you understand the principle of having a gem brings trouble? Shen Tang was momentarily taken aback. His long, jade-like fingers tapped lightly on the table as he nonchalantly said, the Lord, Shirlin, is extremely eager to acquire this energy core. Within the shelter, the imperial laws are virtually non-existent. This is the Lord's domain. Tell me, with such a valuable item, why would he not seek to monopolize it? It seemed that direct trading with the energy core was not an option, and the main quest stretched ahead like a long, winding road. Shen Li scooped a spoonful of the rich broth, blowing on it delicately before savoring it. Today's soup is delightful. The flavor is rich and the meat wonderfully tender. Xiao Tang's culinary skills have truly improved. Shen Tang sensed it was the right moment to broach the subject of his private funds. She pursed her lips and spoke softly, Brother Shen Li, do you remember the matter I mentioned to you before? Shen Li, rarely hearing her refer to him as brother, raised an eyebrow, his expression warm and pleasant as he smiled and asked, oh, which matter are you referring to? Chapter 47. The tears of a mermaid cough, cough, cough. Shen Li was caught off guard by a mouthful of soup, hastily grabbing a napkin to elegantly wipe his mouth. He then stood up with a smile, saying, Xiao Tang, I just remembered I have something to attend to. I can't stay for now. Don't run away. I'm being serious. I'm not lying to you. Seeing this cunning fox attempt to escape upon the mention of money, Shen Tang quickly stepped forward to block him, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud and locking it for good measure. Today, he could only leave over her dead body. Oh dear, one mustn't bite the hand that feeds. I see your sudden enthusiasm is merely a ploy for my private funds, Shen Li remarked, looking down at her with exasperation, his smile not reaching his eyes. Shen Tang understood that this old fox was not easily fooled. The original owner's poor character was deeply ingrained, and she could not change his impression of her overnight. After contemplating, she rushed to her study to fetch paper and a pen, swiftly drafting a guarantee. She raised 3 fingers and solemnly vowed, I promise not to touch your money and will never gamble again. Should I violate any of these agreements, I shall divorce you and set you free. Shen Li was momentarily taken aback. This female, having lost her support in the polluted land, had nowhere to turn but death. Thus, even if she severed ties with them, she would never truly seek a divorce. He admitted that for a fleeting moment, he had wondered if her recent changes were merely a fade to swindle money from them. Yet, He had not anticipated her to draft a guarantee. A written guarantee still held validity under imperial law. Should Shen Tang breach its terms, Shenli could use this document to unilaterally initiate divorce proceedings. Xiao Tang. Such words are too formal between us. Given our relationship, a guarantee is unnecessary. I naturally trust you, Shenli said sweetly, glancing at the guarantee before tucking it into his pocket once he confirmed there were no legal loopholes. Shen Tang's lips twitched. This cunning fox was rather cautious. Shenli accessed his personal information on the holographic device, removing Shen Tang's account from the blacklist and relinking her asset account. To her surprise, he had hidden quite a stash of private funds. Shen Tang could hardly contain her excitement. By the way, according to the imperial sentencing, how many redemption points do I need to leave the polluted land? Shenli gazed at her with a smile, his voice coolly delivering the chilling figure of 10 billion. What? Shen Tang was left speechless, astonished at the enormity of her original crimes that warranted such a hefty ransom. The sum of 15 million felt utterly insignificant in comparison. Just moments after becoming wealthy, Shen Tang felt burdened with debt, as if the weight of the world pressed down upon her, making her wish for a block of tofu to end it all. Shen Li's smile grew even more tender. If you refrain from squandering at the casino, we might accumulate this sum in no time. Gambling is detrimental to both oneself and others. I shall never set foot in a casino again, or else you may break my legs. Shen Li raised an eyebrow in surprise at her fervent oath. Nodding with a smile, I naturally believe you. The guarantee had been written. If all else failed, he would simply resort to divorce. Shen Tang was indifferent to whether he truly believed or feigned belief. Regardless, she intended to effect change through tangible actions. After bidding farewell to Shen Li, she prepared several lunchboxes, intending to gauge the reactions of other beast husbands. Lu Xiao, hailing from a military family, possessed a stern demeanor and impeccable upbringing, rarely uttering unkind words towards the original owner. Upon hearing that Shen Tang sought to bind his assets, the man furrowed his brow and, with polite detachment, replied, I believe in your sincere resolve to amend your ways. However, this sum of money shall remain in my custody for the time being. Once you have saved enough, I may return it to you. His reluctance was evident. Shen Tang had no choice but to seek out Xiao Jin. Upon learning her intentions, Xiao Jin discarded both her and the lunchboxes out the door with a frigid, harsh tone. Shen Tang, did you spend the night in the polluted zone? Have you lost your mind? Dare you come to me for money? You must be dreaming. I would rather take this money to my grave than give you a single cent. A man of a violent temperament, he was equally unwilling to part with his coin. After a moment of hesitation, Shen Tang knocked on Jia Lan's door. This noble prince did not even allow her entry, crossing his arms against the wall, his ice-blue eyes dripping with disdain. He coldly mocked, No money here, nor do I owe you my life. I would have to be kicked in the head by an orca to give you any money. Go bother someone else. Do not come looking for me. With that, he slammed the door shut, as if prolonging their encounter was a torment. She nearly forgot how much this merman despised her. As for Shuaizhou, it was needless to say, Shen Tang did not dare venture near that street. The system's notification chimed in her mind, Host. Do not forget you have a side quest to raise the favorability of the 5 male leads to at least ordinary levels. There are 7 days remaining until the task deadline. Please expedite your progress. However, she understood that strategic advancement could not be rushed. Being overly eager might suggest ulterior motives towards them. There were still 7 days ahead. No need for haste. Shen Tang, though attempting to sound earnest, had no clear plan, especially regarding the aloof and brooding snake beast. What shall the host do now? She pondered. Taking out the manual for inhibitor production, she decided to study it. All right, the system responded. In a flash of light, a paper manual appeared in her palm, simple in design, consisting of only 20 to 30 pages. Shen Tang opened the table of contents. The first half detailed the materials required for the production of inhibitors. She skimmed through it. Yulan Chao, a rare plant that appears in radiation zones of level 3 and above, with deep blue leaves that emit a faint glow at night. Function: contains natural components that calm the nerves, serving as the fundamental ingredient for inhibitors. Method of acquisition: can only be found deep within the ruins of radiation zones and requires special protection for harvesting. Blood vine crystals: a red vine that parasitizes on ruined structures, its roots crystallizing into deep red gems. Function: stabilizes the blood flow of beastmen, preventing the chaotic energy within from spiraling out of control. Method of acquisition: requires cutting the blood vine and excavating its roots. Once exposed to air, the crystals will rapidly evaporate and must be sealed immediately. Ghost butterfly wing powder, a rare creature that only appears in level 3 polluted zones, with semi-transparent wings that emit a faint glow. Function: provides a calming effect on the spirit, alleviating the anxiety and aggression of beastmen. Method of acquisition: capture the ghost butterfly. Carefully remove its wings and grind them into a fine powder. Remember to wear gloves and avoid contact with the powder before its toxicity is neutralized. There were also mentions of moon dew flower nectar, shadow spider silk pouches, and various other peculiar and unheard of items, all seemingly possessing the ability to soothe the psyche. It was likely that these components were also included in the inhibitors developed by other imperial companies. She wondered just how much stronger the formula produced by the system would be compared to those circulating on the market. Among the ingredients listed, there was one particularly unique component: the tears of a mermaid. Chapter 48. Silencing witnesses. Shen Tang stared blankly at the last line of the ingredient list, bolded for emphasis. Tears of a mermaid? What on earth was that? Fortunately, there was a description beneath the ingredient. Tears of a mermaid. The tears shed by deep-sea mermaids during extreme emotional upheaval, crystallizing in contact with air, clear as crystal, possessing miraculous effects. Shen Tang felt a wave of frustration. She happened to be in proximity to a pure-blood mermaid, a member of the esteemed royal lineage, not to mention obtaining his tears. She wondered if such a rare commodity could be procured from the black market. Shen Tang resolved to step out, seeking the raw materials mentioned in the manual. They would certainly not be available in ordinary markets. She would have to try her luck in the underground black market. Along the way, the beastmen she encountered cast curious glances at her, whispering amongst themselves. Who was that female who just walked by? She looks a bit like that Shen Tang. The hefty one. What? You think she is Shen Tang? I thought she was a new female at the shelter. I was considering greeting her as she seemed familiar. It really is Shen Tang. I have seen her wearing that outfit before. It is definitely her. My goodness, am I seeing things? Why does this hefty woman look more attractive? Her skin is fairer, and she has slimmed down quite a bit. She even looks somewhat alluring. Nearby, a beastman joked, "You must be starving if you find a hefty woman appealing." Yet, she truly was different from before. The change was profound, so much so that they nearly forgot what she had looked like previously. Were they perhaps wearing tinted glasses when they judged her before? Time would fade these individuals' impressions of the original owner, and even if doubts lingered, they would not delve deeper. Not far away, Shireen was out shopping for clothes with her beast husbands. Upon hearing the commotion outside, her good mood soured, and upon stepping outside to see Shen Tang, her expression darkened further. One of her beast husbands, stroked his chin, a glimmer of interest in his eyes. Oh, how did this hefty woman become so pretty? Her face looks much more refined now. Though her nose and mouth are a bit unattractive, those eyes are truly captivating. Are you blind? How dare you say that ugly creature is pretty? Or do you think I am inferior to that ugly creature? Shi Yin's face darkened, and in a fit of rage, she slapped him. Yu Yi's handsome face immediately bore the imprint of her 5 fingers. He forced a smile. Yes, I am blind. That ugly creature doesn't he even compare to your pinky? His eyes spoke volumes, expressing a beguiling allure that made Shi Yin seethe with jealousy, wishing she could gouge out that ugly creature's eyes. As Shen Tang walked down the street, she suddenly sensed a venomous glare, as if someone wished to dismember her. Frowning slightly, she turned her head to see Shi Yin and her beast husbands not far away, remembering that this female had sent someone to harm her that night. Shen Tang's expression turned frigid. She averted her gaze, pretending not to see them, and strode forward. Shi Yin's backing was the city lord. As long as she remained in the shelter, she was shackled by his influence, and seeking revenge at this moment was premature. Seeing that this ugly creature dared to ignore her only fueled Shi Yin's rage further. However, this time she dared not recklessly provoke her, feeling a tinge of guilt and fear. She was uncertain whether the ugly creature knew that she was behind the attack that night. If this ugly creature were to find out, it would give her leverage against Shireen. Although Shireen had a city lord father, he was not omnipotent. Should her scheming against the female be exposed, she would undoubtedly face punishment, which would also greatly tarnish her reputation. How wonderful it would be if that hefty woman were to quietly meet her demise. A vicious glint flashed in Shi Yin's eyes as she turned and headed towards the city lord's mansion. The city lord, busy attending to affairs in his study, darkened upon seeing Shi Yin approach, exclaiming in frustration, What trouble have you stirred up now, you ungrateful wretch? Do you want your father to clean up after you once again? This daughter has spent each day indulging in revelry with beast husbands or seeking out handsome, powerful male beasts, her mind never occupied with serious matters. She never came to him unless she was in trouble and needed him to bail her out. The Lord, Shurluin, furrowed his thick brows in irritation, fully aware that the events of that fateful night were instigated by his troublesome daughter. Consequently, he refrained from delving deeper into the matter and hastily pinned the blame on the suspect, Anya. Lord Shurluin found this situation utterly perplexing. Shireen, in a fit of anger, exclaimed that such a scourge would bring calamity for centuries. That ugly creature simply refused to perish, and father, you must assist me in eliminating her. Lord Shurluin retorted angrily. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? You should have at least informed me before you took matters into your own hands. The death of a female may seem inconsequential, but do not forget her status. She is a banished imperial princess. A withered camel is larger than a horse. What if the Empire sends someone to investigate? If discovered, I would not be able to protect you. Upon hearing this, Shireen's complexion paled slightly, and she shook her head defiantly, asserting that it was impossible. The Empire had long abandoned her. Otherwise, they would not have exiled that ugly creature to this forsaken place. Perhaps the imperial officials are merely waiting for her demise. Lord Shurluin remained non-committal, as it was reasonable to assume that someone would seek to establish connections in the event of the princess's exile. Yet, as Shireen had stated, the Empire indeed seemed intent on allowing this princess to fade into oblivion, which even he found to be heartless. Father, to avoid prolonged troubles, we should swiftly deal with her. As the Lord, it would be a trivial matter to discreetly remove someone from the city, Shireen urged. Lord Shurluin narrowed his eyes, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table, his expression severe. He was convinced that Lu Xiao was concealing something, and Shen Tang, being his female companion, surely knew more than she let on. He suspected that the two had successfully acquired the energy core. It would be prudent to secretly capture that plump woman for interrogation and subsequently silence her. Chapter 49. Male hormones. Shen Tang ventured into the underground black market in search of materials for a suppressant. The orcs in the polluted lands had long been engaged in combat with mutated species, their bodies eroded by toxic mists, making them more susceptible to mental instability than ordinary orcs. Where there is demand, there is a market. Despite the Empire's explicit prohibition on selling suppressants and related medications in the polluted territories, many merchants risked everything to profit from the sale of items that could alleviate mental agitation in the black market. Shen Tang indeed found several of the necessary raw materials. However, their prices were exorbitant. A single piece of Yin grass was astonishingly priced at tens of thousands of redemption points. These unscrupulous merchants were truly extortionate. To her knowledge, Yin grass, as a basic raw material, would only sell for a few hundred coins outside, yet these black market profiteers were utterly shameless. Warning: host, you may encounter life-threatening danger in 3 days. As Shen Tang was haggling with a masked merchant, the sudden voice of the system startled her, causing her hand to tremble and nearly drop the Yin grass. She hurriedly inquired of the system what was amiss. Lord Shurluin and Shireen are conspiring to eliminate you. The Lord has drafted an order to advance the annual hunting season. In 3 days, under the pretense of the hunting season, he will dispatch 5 beastmen outside the city and send his subordinates to capture you for interrogation, ultimately silencing you and framing the incident as an ambush by the pollutants outside. Shen Tang was filled with trepidation. This father-daughter duo was colluding in their wickedness, and it was all directed at her. Naturally, this is due to the energy core you possess in your space. Speaking of that energy core infuriated her. The system had incessantly claimed it was a valuable item, yet after going through great lengths to acquire it, it proved utterly useless and only incited the Lord's suspicion, prompting him to plot her demise. This hot potato was proving to be a liability she could scarcely manage. The system remained silent, stating, Lord Shurluin feigns compassion while being genuinely hypocritical. He is exceedingly wary of your 5 beastmen. If the pawns cannot serve his purpose, he will undoubtedly seek their elimination. When he decides to eradicate Shun Li and the others, the first to fall will be you, the weak pawn, but the energy core has prematurely aroused his suspicions. It is only a matter of time before you cannot escape this predicament. Shen Tang understood this logic. While she could evade initial danger, she could not escape it forever. It seemed the sanctuary was no longer a viable option. In the coming days, keep a vigilant watch on Lord Sherluin's movements. If there are any signs of trouble, notify me immediately. Understood. Hey, are you buying or not? You've been standing in front of my stall for ages. If you're not purchasing, then scram. You're disrupting my business. The vendor, noticing Shen Tang's apparent lack of funds, urged her harshly, his words laced with condescension. Shen Tang, maintaining her composure, put down the materials and turned to leave. These unscrupulous merchants would not take advantage of her, for she was genuinely impoverished. She could always procure these materials after leaving the polluted lands. The pressing concern, aside from guarding against the Lord and his daughter, was to quickly raise the favorability of those several beastly men. They were set to depart in 3 days, and time was of the essence. Xiao Jin and Xue Yinzhou's favorability remained a disdain. Shen Tang, lacking the courage to confront the serpent beast for now, decided to prepare a meal and visit Xiao Jin to bolster his favorability. In the military training camp, under the scorching sun, the muscular orcs trained vigorously in the open field, glistening with sweat as they engaged in combat. The air was thick with potent male hormones. Several young and attractive females cast furtive glances at the tall, imposing figure at the center, striking the punching bag. Xiao Jin, with a perfectly sculpted physique, removed his sweat-soaked fitted shirt, revealing a chiseled torso with defined muscles. He wore camouflage pants that accentuated his long, strong legs, exuding a rebellious demeanor that radiated an aura of cold aloofness. With each punch, his fists, wrapped in white bandages, delivered tremendous force, causing the bag to sway violently. In the sunlight, his chest heaved with exertion, and the taut muscles of his back glistened with perspiration, saturating the air with an intoxicatingly potent male essence. The females outside watched in awe, practically drooling, desiring nothing more than to immediately bear him a litter of cubs. Shen Tang, being a normal woman, found herself swallowing hard. Though she was not as overt in her admiration as the others, she simply appreciated the view. Moreover, he was rightfully her beastman. There was no crime in watching. As a wave of envy and admiration washed over the onlookers, Shen Tang strolled leisurely into the training area, seated herself on a bench, and observed Xiao Jin, waiting for him to finish his training before approaching him. A few young males at the entrance noticed Shen Tang's arrival, exchanging surprised glances and smirking with mischief. Today the sun must have risen in the west. What brings Shen Tang to the training camp? One jested. Look at her, all starry-eyed over our captain, nearly drooling. Another chimed, teasingly. Upon hearing their banter, Shen Tang's face flushed crimson, and she instinctively reached to touch her mouth, denying that she had been drooling. The young orcs, seeing her gesture, erupted into laughter, having never realized how entertaining she could be. Shen Tang shot them an indignant glare. This bunch of brash soldiers was truly insufferable. What the hell? I can't believe I'm finding her somewhat attractive, one muttered as he made his exit, eager to cleanse his eyes with images of more alluring females. Hey, Captain, your female is here looking for you. Aren't you going to say anything to her? A young beastman who was on good terms with Xiao Jin approached, playfully nudging his shoulder. Xiao Jin removed the bandages from his hands and draped a white towel over his shoulders. His brows furrowed as he shot a glance toward the bench where Shen Tang sat. He had indeed seen her arrival. He simply could not be bothered to acknowledge her. Xiao Jin accepted a bottle of purified water from a nearby orc and strode over to Shen Tang, his expression impatient. What brings you to the training ground? Of course, I'm here for you. Is there another beastman here that I might be seeking? Shen Tang retorted with a smirk. Xiao Jin's eyes flashed with impatience, his tone increasingly irritable. Have you forgotten how I warned you before? Don't bother me unless necessary, or I will not hesitate to throw you out in front of everyone. Shen Tang clenched her jaw. This dog's attitude was utterly intolerable. In my heart, I silently chant, do not be angry, for anger breeds illness, and no one shall substitute for me. I lift a gentle and considerate smile upon my face, asking, have you not yet had lunch? I have prepared something for you to eat. The other beasts in the vicinity gaze over, their expressions filled with disbelief. Is it not said that this female is both gluttonous and lazy? How could she take the initiative to bring food to the captain? How fortunate indeed. They had never witnessed such tenderness from a female, a tinge of envy blossoming in their hearts. Chapter 50. Touching the leopard's ears. Xiao Jin was also taken aback, not expecting Shen Tang to travel such a distance to deliver lunch to him. A complex emotion surfaced, but he soon recalled that she had previously brought him water with good intentions, only to secretly drug him. His expression darkened, and he coldly replied, "Just leave it here. And be quick about it. I am quite busy, with no time for idle chatter." Seeing that Xiao Jin's feelings remained unchanged, Shen Tang grew anxious, scratching her heart in frustration. Initially, feeding him delicacies would elevate her favorability, yet this insufferable man had raised the threshold far too high. Now, it was futile. He referred to her as a fat woman. This dog of a man truly had a sharp tongue. Shen Tang rolled her eyes. Even her patience wore thin. "Believe it or not, this is your only chance tonight. Otherwise, I shall seek out Shun Li and the others. My beastly husbands are not limited to you alone. Next time, you may not even have a turn." Xiao Jin's handsome face darkened. This fat woman had agreed to meet him and was already entertaining thoughts of other males, proving to be as lecherous as ever. Shen Tang smiled coyly. For such a proud man, a little provocation was the most effective strategy. This implied that he wished for her to wait for him tonight, which meant he was in agreement. Though she provided him with emotional comfort, a luxury sought after by other males, this fellow acted as if he were a lord, demanding her patience. Such a female lead felt quite oppressed. Were it not for the generous rewards of the task, Shen Tang would not indulge his foul temper. Turning, Shen Tang made her way to Xiao Jin's abode. The interior was modest in size, simply decorated with no embellishments. In one corner lay scattered fitness equipment, while a large punching bag occupied the center of the living room, and a half-assembled handgun rested on the coffee table. Shen Tang found herself internally mocking, as this man appeared to embody a violent persona. Indeed, a hot-tempered brute, completely unsuitable for a life of matrimony. As Shen Tang waited on the sofa, fatigue soon overtook her, and she dozed off, her eyelids growing heavy. The leather sofa was quite firm, and the house contained only 2 bedrooms, one of which Xiao Jin had converted into a training room. Women should not suffer in silence. Shen Tang followed her heart and entered Xiao Jin's bedroom, lying down on the soft, comfortable bed, quickly succumbing to sleep. He intended to take a shower and rest. As he walked toward the bedroom, he withdrew his leather belt to remove his trousers when he suddenly caught sight of a bulge on the bed, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Upon recognizing the woman on the bed, Xiao Jin's face darkened as he bellowed, "Shen Tang, get down from there." Awoken from a deep slumber, Shen Tang rubbed her disheveled hair, bewildered. Her gaze fell upon the man's unbuckled belt, revealing his underwear. Her face froze in shock. "What the heck? That size is too much. And it's a thong, too? Who would have known this cold exterior concealed a lewd heart?" "Xiao Jin, you scoundrel." Undressing in front of female. Xiao Jin's brow twitched, his expression dark as ink, nearly fainting from rage at this fat woman. He quickly fastened his belt, his voice frigid as ice. "Do you dare to call me a rogue? Shen Tang, have some shame. You barged into my home, slept in my bed, and still dare to label me as a rogue? I wonder who was the real rogue that drugged me that day." He nearly believed this lustful female had forgotten her past transgressions and still sought to impose her will upon him. 3 minutes later, the two sat facing each other on the living room sofa, exchanging glances, the atmosphere strangely harmonious yet tense. Xiao Jin coldly interrogated, "What are you doing in my home?" He was left speechless, having thought it a mere jest, never imagining this female would truly come to wait for him. It showed a certain sincerity. Noticing Shen Tang had abandoned her mischievous thoughts, his tone softened slightly as he said, "Then let us begin." Shen Tang nodded and sat beside him, her fingertips swirling with a faint white light, strands of mental energy flowing into his body. Xiao Jin reclined on the sofa, eyes closed, brows furrowed, a mixture of pain and suppressed pleasure evident on his face. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a side quest. Touch Xiao Jin's leopard ears. Quest reward. Obedience spray. Please commence the task immediately." Shen Tang cursed inwardly. "System, are you insane? You want me to touch this devil's beast ears? Isn't that akin to treading on sacred ground? He would surely kick me out." Touching the beast ears is a vital means of enhancing emotional connection between males and females, and do remember his favorability is ever so close to breaking free from disdain. Do not hesitate. Host, muster your courage. Shen Tang's lips twitched. This man had claimed to suffer from disdain for females. With his foul temper, you truly think it would not deepen his aversion toward me? He is the male lead. If he genuinely had disdain for females, how could the female lead possibly win his affection? Ultimately, it all boils down to love. You cannot remain in a stalemate. Fight fire with fire. Perhaps, beneath that icy exterior, He secretly enjoys this kind of treatment. After a brief moment of silence, Shen Tang pondered. The system's words seemed to hold some merit, and the reward of obedient spray sounded appealing. Shen Tang feigned nonchalance, her fingers lightly brushing against Xiao Jin's black, rounded leopard ears. They felt warm, plush, and delightfully soft. She had never had the pleasure of petting a big cat before. Suddenly, the man on the sofa opened his eyes wide. Capturing Shen Tang's hand and pinning her beneath him, his golden pupils icy and livid. Are you seeking death? If you wish to keep that hand, I can arrange for it to be severed. I didn't mean to. It was an accident, Shen Tang muttered. With physical contact, the mental energy, soothing, could be more effective. If he would not allow her to touch him, how could she provide comfort? Xiao Jin glared at her, clearly unconvinced by her words. If she must touch him, why did it have to be such a sensitive area? This wretched fat woman surely harbored ulterior motives. The mental soothing has yet to be completed. Release me at once. To interrupt abruptly is detrimental for both of us and may cause trauma to your spiritual sea. Shen Tang gazed at him innocently, offering a gentle reminder. He threatened coldly, do not waste your breath. I shall never mate with you, not in this lifetime. He could see through this fat woman's intentions, as it was merely a desire for his body. Such delusions. Even if every female in this world perished, he would never mate with her. Shen Tang was speechless. This dog of a man was far too confident. She had no desire to mate with him. When seeking a husband, she desired someone gentle and considerate, not a brute like him. Fuming, she retorted, do you believe I cherish you? A violent man of low character. You pale in comparison to Shun Li and the others. I must have been blind to have ever been interested in you. Dare you call me lowly? A violent man? Am I inferior to that lewd fox? Xiao Jin's face turned ashen, his grip tightening around her wrist, instantly reddening her skin. He hoarsely shouted, if it were not for you falling head over heels for me at the welcoming banquet, relentlessly pursuing me until you demanded the emperor's blessing for our marriage, how could I have ever been bound to you or brought to this wretched place? I even lost my rank. Do you realize you have ruined my life? This shameless fat woman had recently attempted to drug him, seeking to impose herself upon him, and now she dared to criticize him. Xiao Jin wished this fat woman had never laid eyes on him. Yet her accusations only served to insult his masculine pride, igniting a deeper fury within him. He truly wished to eliminate her, with countless ways to do so, had he not held disdain for harming females. This fat woman would have long since met her end before him, let alone insult him. Shen Tang felt a sharp pain in her wrist and inwardly cursed the original owner's poor judgment. This dog of a man indeed had violent tendencies. Apart from his handsome looks and well-built physique, he was utterly worthless. Let go of me, she shouted angrily, struggling and aiming a kick at his lower body. Xiao Jin had learned his lesson and quickly released her, stepping aside to avoid her attack. His expression darkened, resembling ink. This hefty woman truly had no sense of remorse. Last time, she had nearly rendered him incapable of boasting about his prized assets, and now she dared to provoke him again. Are you seeking death? He clenched his fists and shouted in fury. Who initiated the attack? You brought this upon yourself. Warning, Xiao Jin's favorability plummets, immediately descending into a darkened state. The host must cease all provocative behavior at once. These brutish men could become lethal when consumed by darkness. Shen Tang quickly adjusted her attitude, lowering her tone to feign reproach. Do you realize how strong you are? You nearly broke my wrist. You refuse to listen when I speak, leaving me no choice but to resort to such measures. It was not my intention. She rolled up her sleeve to show him, proving her words were sincere. Xiao Jin cast a cold glance. Indeed, noticing the obvious red mark on her wrist, his jaw tightened. Was this hefty woman truly so delicate? He hadn't even exerted much force. Yet, he had struck first and suffered the consequences. The chilling, intimidating aura surrounding him dissipated slightly. He casually grabbed a tube of ointment from the drawer and tossed it to her, feigning indifference. This was hardly even a minor injury. A couple of good nights' rest would suffice. He couldn't bear to use such a fine remedy, so he stowed it in his neural space, his expression softening with genuine warmth. By the way, the mental soothing session isn't complete yet. Do you wish to continue? Come here and continue, Xiao Jin retorted gruffly. His mental state was already unstable, and tonight, this hefty woman had left him feeling dizzy with rage. He was overwhelmed with a desire to flee the city and vent his frustrations on the mutated creatures outside. He doubted he would remain sane when he arrived at the battlefield for the hunting season in 3 days. He then flopped onto the sofa with abandon, legs spread wide, exuding a wild and untamed aura. Shen Tang steadied her mind and sat beside Xiao Jin, this time refraining from any physical provocation, focusing solely on helping him with a mental soothing. After the earlier commotion, Shen Tang's clothes were disheveled, her collar wrinkled. Her figure was already voluptuous, and even after taking a weight loss pill, her waist and hips had seen little reduction. Leaning slightly closer to the man, her exaggerated curves almost spilled from her wide neckline. Xiao Jin glanced down and felt his heart skip a beat, unable to tear his gaze away, a vague heat rising within him. Shen Tang was diligently assisting him with a mental soothing when she suddenly heard the man above her hiss through clenched teeth, "You vile woman, do not tempt me." Shen Tang was taken aback. What was this mad leopard's problem now? When she looked up, she found him averting his face, eyes tightly shut, his ears slightly reddened. Shen Tang raised an eyebrow, recalling how Xiao Jin had reacted similarly during her mental turmoil session with Shunli. Thinking this was merely a normal state for a beastman in a manic phase, she brushed it off, muttering a few complaints under her breath and continuing to channel her mental energy. Xiao Jin pressed the back of his right hand to his forehead, suppressing the rising heat, and opened his eyes to steal a glance at Shen Tang, who was focused on her task. His gaze flickered for a moment, desperately avoiding Cernarius. Damn it, this was absurd. How could he find this hefty woman somewhat alluring? A battle raged within him, and his expression grew increasingly grim. He cursed himself for having suppressed his desires for so long, and with the added pressure of mental turmoil, his body was merely reacting instinctively. It was certainly not that he had developed any interest in this hefty woman. After half an hour, the mental soothing session concluded. Shen Tang was drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted, and she glanced at Xiao Jin, who had fallen asleep on the sofa. She had to admit, this man was still quite handsome. His features were sharp and cold, exuding an air of dominance and wildness. When asleep, he appeared less aggressive, revealing the innate charm of his handsome visage. How delightful it was to see him at peace. She decided to make do with spending the night here. Shen Tang looked around and soon found herself dozing off at the dining table. When Xiao Jin awoke in the middle of the night, he felt incredibly comfortable and full of energy, even better than the last treatment. As an adult, he had refrained from engaging with females and had relied on suppressants to forcibly control his mental turmoil. However, these suppressants often came with side effects, making the next episode of Mania even more intense. Thus, for years, Xiao Jin had existed in a semi-manic state, rarely experiencing such relief and ease. Hearing another breath nearby, Xiao Jin turned his head, expecting the female to have left, only to find her soundly sleeping at the dining table, her chubby face pressed against the surface, leaving faint red marks. Xiao Jin frowned slightly. This hefty woman, so used to a pampered life, could sleep so soundly even on a table? Little did he know, this was a skill honed during her student days. Cursed troublemaker. Xiao Jin rose from the sofa without waking Shen Tang and went to the bedroom to fetch a new blanket. Beep. Congratulations to the host. Xiao Jin's favorability has skyrocketed. The relationship has now been updated to ordinary, with a favorability score of 20 having increased by 30 since the previous drop. The host is encouraged to continue this progress. Shen Tang awoke to the sound of the system notification. As she opened her eyes, she saw the tall figure of the man carrying a blanket, approaching her with the intent of draping it over her. Noticing his flustered movements, her face registered astonishment. She then propped her chin on her small chubby hand, smiling brightly at Xiao Jin. "Oh, are you worried I'll catch cold and want to give me a blanket?" Xiao Jin's handsome face darkened suddenly, sneering. "Don't get ahead of yourself. I was awakened by your snoring and grinding teeth, and I was about to toss you out when I realized you woke up first. Good, that saves me the trouble." Shen Tang's face flushed with embarrassment. She hurriedly called out to the system in her mind. "Do I really snore and grind my teeth when I sleep?" She couldn't recall having such bad habits. Perhaps she was just too tired today? No, he is lying to the host. How infuriating. This doggo man dared to deceive her just to get rid of her. The flicker of goodwill Shen Tang had felt towards Xiao Jin vanished without a trace. Seeing her remain silent, Xiao Jin was uncertain of her thoughts. He tossed the blanket onto the sofa, crossed his arms, and regarded her with a devil-may-care attitude, his expression arrogant and charming. "Do you need me to explicitly ask you to leave, little chubby girl?" Suddenly, she recalled that in the original story, this fellow had indeed come from a rough background. Both Xiao Jin and Lu Xiao were affiliated with the military, serving for many years, but their demeanors were entirely different. Lu Xiao embodied the stern, upright military ethos, rarely smiling, exuding an overwhelming sense of authority. He hailed from a genuine military family, receiving the most orthodox military education throughout his life, his aura undeniably impressive. In contrast, Xiao Jin resembled a rogue soldier. He had truly emerged from the slums, daring to forge fake documents and lie about his age to join the military at the tender age of 14 or 15. After fighting in countless bloody battles, he had climbed from a mere foot soldier to the rank of major general in the empire. This man was notorious on the battlefield for his reckless abandon. While Lu Xiao was dubbed the cold-faced reaper, Xiao Jin was known as the living king of hell, reflecting on how he had painstakingly reached the rank of major general, only to be forced into a marriage with the original host and relegated to this desolate place, with all his military achievements and assets evaporating. It was no wonder he harbored such murderous intent towards her. Shen Tang felt a wave of guilt wash over her and chose not to confront him further. She nodded obediently, deciding it was best to leave to avoid aggravating him. Xiao Jin, noticing her sudden compliance, turned towards the door, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Why had this hefty girl suddenly become so docile? Xiao Jin furrowed his brow as he observed Shen Tang's solitary figure opening the door, evoking an indescribable sense of pity within him. It was indeed unwise to let a female traverse the night alone. Xiao Jin was acutely aware of the desperate appetites of the unwanted old males in the city. Some of these individuals lay in wait in unmonitored areas at night, preying on solitary females, and even the older, less appealing ones were not spared. This plump girl had become somewhat more attractive, but was she not merely meat tossed into the jaws of a wolf? Shen Tang was taken aback, not expecting this dog of a man to suddenly display such generosity. Could he be one with a cold exterior yet warm heart? However, his tone was quite displeasing, as if he were bestowing upon her some grand favor. Shen Tang curled her lip, but acknowledged that he had a modicum of conscience. Thus she did not refuse him and took her blanket to his bedroom. Naturally, Xiao Jin would not follow. He would be sleeping on the sofa in the living room that night. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the side quest. Touch Xiao Jin's ear. Reward: obedience spray. The reward has been automatically placed in the system backpack. Please check it yourself. By the way, host, once Xiao Jin's favorability reaches ordinary, the system will also provide a generous reward, which is a lucky blind box. Would you like to try your luck now? A lucky blind box? Shen Tang raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of interest flashing in her eyes. Indeed, the lucky blind box is a special reward. Theoretically, anything could be drawn from it. However, the prizes may range from ordinary tissues and purified water to rare items, with a chance of unexpected mysterious surprises. What you draw depends entirely on your luck. Shen Tang felt a twinge of foreboding. In her previous life, she had been a dismal card drawer, always landing on the worst outcomes. The lucky blind box sounded eerily akin to a cursed blind box. With a sudden craving for a card draw, she rubbed her hands together. It was time to give it a go. Very well, host. A virtual image of a lucky gift box appeared before Shen Tang. She recalled that in 3 days, she would face an assassination attempt and silently urge her luck to grant her a life-saving item. Shen Tang reached out and clicked on the gift box. In the next moment, fireworks erupted, followed by a cascade of golden light. Even the system's typically indifferent mechanical voice carried a hint of excitement. Wow, a golden legend. Host, your luck is truly remarkable. Shen Tang then heard a prompt in her mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for drawing an Earth-type ability. The system chirped joyfully. Your luck is astonishing. An ability is the highest level reward from the blind box, a top-tier prize of golden quality, with a mere 0.01 probability of being drawn. She checked her personal attributes panel and found that, in addition to her mental power, she had gained an Earth-type ability. The following morning, upon awakening, Shen Tang prepared a double breakfast and, after casually boosting her favorability by 5 points, departed from Xiao Jin's residence. On her way, she sensed someone trailing her from behind. Slowing her pace and consulting the system, she learned it was an observer sent by the city lord to monitor her. Shen Tang's heart sank as she recalled the Earth-type ability she had drawn the previous night. It was the perfect opportunity to test its power. A formidable shadow wolf stealthily followed Shen Tang. Upon noticing her turning to glance in its direction, it quickly hid behind a nearby tree. crouching low and using the bushes to conceal itself. Focused intently on Shen Tang, it failed to notice a spike of earth slowly forming beneath it, which in an instant lunged towards rear. The wolf let out a howl of pain, clutching its backside as it fell to the ground, its face contorted in agony. It turned to see the sharp stone that had emerged from where it had been hiding, cursing its bad luck. How had it not seen that coming? Its rear had nearly been destroyed. Cursing itself for such misfortune, the wolf recalled its mission and hurriedly stood up, only to find that the female had long since vanished. It was over. Had its loud cry exposed its presence? Meanwhile, Shen Tang, panting from a series of twists and turns, glanced back to see that the wolf had not followed. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the system's voice echoed in her mind once more. Ding! The system issues a temporary task. Assist Jia Lan through his heat cycle. Reward: defensive equipment. Please proceed immediately to Jia Lan's residence to complete the task. Countdown begins. 3 hours. Chapter 53. The heat cycle of the merfolk listening to the system's voice, which resembled the ticking of a time bomb. Shen Tang felt an overwhelming urge to physically remove the system from her mind and deliver a sound beating. What kind of absurd task was this? Each one more convoluted than the last. She could not accept this one. Shen Tang's head throbbed. The system coaxed her gently. After reaching adulthood, merfolk experience an extremely intense heat cycle, which should ideally be soothed by the host's union with them. However, Jia Lan has been suppressing it since his marriage, and in recent months, his heat cycle has become increasingly difficult to manage. Following the recent mental turmoil caused by the last hunt, his body has been forced into an early state of heat, suffering greatly and in desperate need of comfort. Now is the perfect opportunity for you, host. Opportunities like this are fleeting. If you miss this chance, it might never come again. Shen Tang's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, suddenly likening the system to a brothel madam, enthusiastically promoting her most alluring courtesan, tempting her to indulge in the pleasures of the flesh. It was not as if he had any interest in the original host. Otherwise, given the original's fervent nature, she would have already taken him to bed. As for me, I cannot even enter his abode. Shen Tang remained indifferent, unperturbed in the slightest. Years later, a coup would occur in the deep sea, and Jia Lan would ascend as the new sea emperor. Who would have thought this debauched tyrant would once have been tormented by a heat cycle? Shen Tang mused inwardly, curling her lip in disdain. Did he not have a little lover in the sanctuary, someone named Gulien? During his heat, he could easily seek solace with that female. Why should it concern her? Jia Lan has no interest in Gulien. He is still in his prime. Host, seize this opportunity. If you can capture the heart of this youthful sea emperor, it would be an invaluable asset. Shen Tang was taken aback. She had assumed that due to the future emperor's notorious promiscuity, they would have already engaged in their intimate escapades. To her surprise, he was still a virgin. However, recalling Jia Lan's disdainful demeanor towards her, Shen Tang's mouth twitched slightly. If she dared to take advantage of him in his vulnerable state, that cold-faced, beauty-obsessed merfolk would undoubtedly kill her upon regaining his senses. Host, there are still 2 hours and 37 minutes remaining on the countdown. The journey is expected to take an hour and a half. Please set out immediately for the task location. The system's voice urged her relentlessly. Shen Tang found it impossible to mute it. Though the task was somewhat ridiculous, the reward was quite appealing. She desperately needed a set of defensive equipment, so she begrudgingly prepared to set out. Meanwhile, Jia Lan's home was anything but calm. The sounds of shattering objects echoed through the space, and the floor was strewn with chaos, a winding trail of blood leading to the bathroom. With a splash, he fell into a bathtub filled with water, the blood seeping from his arm, quickly turning the water a pale red. He curled up, his face pale, his furrowed brow betraying his struggle against the pain, a faint black mist swirling around him. Damn it, he could barely control his heat cycle. That bothersome woman had attempted to disturb him several times. It was infuriating. He would rather cut his own hand to stay conscious than seek help from her. Suddenly, Jia Lan heard the sound of a door opening outside. He opened his deep blue eyes, initially thinking it was that bothersome woman again. But upon checking the surveillance at the door, he discovered it was Gulien. His expression turned icy, and he was unaware of the flicker of disappointment that crossed his mind. How had this female gotten in? Jia Lan suddenly recalled that he had given her a key to his room in hopes of utilizing her to escape the polluted area. His expression darkened at the thought. He could not let anyone see him in such a disheveled state. Rising from the bathtub, he made his way to the living room. Gulien turned around to see the young man approaching. a gentle smile gracing her face. However, upon noticing his drenched and disheveled appearance, she bit her lip in concern and asked, "Alon, are you feeling unwell?" She stepped forward, attempting to grasp his hand, but was forcefully rebuffed by Jalan, the strength of his rejection nearly causing her to stumble. Shocked and saddened, she gazed at the indifferent expression on the young man's face. "Zilang, I have told you not to disturb me these days. Why have you come?" As she had suspected, Jalan had entered his estrus phase prematurely. During this vulnerable time, male beasts are particularly fragile and yearn for the comfort of females. Whether she could capture him depended on today's events. Gu Yin feigned surprise, her expression softening with affection. "Has your estrus phase begun early? By the way, I came to tell you that I have accumulated enough redemption points and will be able to leave the polluted land tomorrow." Gu Yin appeared to be considering his well-being, gently coaxing, "If you spend the night with me, I can petition the Empire to take you with me." "Sleep with you?" Jialan's gaze fell upon her, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his lips. "You think you are worthy? You are nothing but a toad dreaming of swan meat. In the past, I wouldn't even deign to glance at someone of your caliber." "What did you say?" Gu Yin's expression froze, her cheeks burning as if struck. The once gentle young man now regarded her with an unfamiliar coldness. "Did you really think I would be interested in you? Just the thought of your touch disgusts me." Such vile and hypocritical females could not compare even to a single hair on him, yet they dared to harbor foolish infatuations. Gu Yin's face turned pale, unwilling to accept his contemptuous tone. Yet even in her naivete, she realized that his previous tenderness had been a fade. He merely sought her to escape the polluted land and had never intended to be with her. As she observed the young man's eyes suddenly transform into a resplendent shade of crimson, an ominous feeling washed over her, prompting her to flee. However, her feet felt as though they were nailed to the ground. Entranced by those mesmerizing eyes, her very soul seemed to be absorbed within them. In a daze, she instinctively opened her terminal to submit an application. Yet in the next moment, the young man staggered and collapsed heavily to the ground. Following that, the captivating force vanished. Jialan's ability to so easily cast illusions upon her indicated that this was certainly not his first experience. Over the past days, she had been thoroughly deceived by this merman. A tempest of fury surged within Gu Yin as she looked down at the half-kneeling youth, a mocking smile creeping across her face. "Ha! If you refuse to submit to me, you shall never leave this place. Without me, you will not survive the night." With that, Gu Yin turned and departed, having heard tales of how ferocious and terrifying a merman's estrus phase could be, knowing that without a female's comfort, he might very well perish in agony. Jialan would have no choice but to seek her out in desperation. The thought of the noble merman prince groveling at her feet, begging for mercy while she shamelessly humiliated him, filled Gu Yin with a sense of vindictive pleasure. And she burst into laughter. "Ha, Jialan, I await your arrival tonight, begging like a dog." As the door closed behind her, the room plunged into darkness. The young man's pallor was stark, his hair falling over his eyes, shrouding him in obscurity. He braced himself against the wall, attempting to rise and search for inhibitors in the drawer, but in the next moment, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed. Chapter 54. The perverse system. Before Shen Tang arrived at Jialan's residence, she knocked on the door and called out several times, but received no response. Could it be that he was not home? Turning the doorknob, she found the door locked. Surely, Jialan, despite his reluctance to see her, would not ignore her entirely. Given his sharp tongue, he would likely have taunted her upon her arrival. A sudden sense of foreboding gripped Shen Tang, and disregarding decorum, she used her female master privileges to unlock the door. Upon entering the living room, she spotted the brown-haired youth collapsed on the floor, a shocking wound on his wrist oozing blood, trailing down to the floor, while the bathroom faucet was left running, water nearly flooding the living room. Damn it! Shen Tang's pupils contracted, nearly believing he had attempted suicide. She hurriedly rolled up her pant legs and rushed to the bathroom to turn off the faucet. Fortunately, she arrived in time. The water on the floor quickly drained away. When her fingers accidentally brushed against his skin, she was startled by its heat. This was far too serious. Jialan's exquisitely handsome face was flushed as red as a boiled shrimp. Shen Tang knelt beside him, pressing her forehead against his. Suspecting that this pampered merman prince had a slight fever, it couldn't be solely due to his estrus phase. She immediately stood up to search for antipyretics and inhibitors. Just a few steps away, She heard the young man's indistinct mutterings, his delirious ramblings punctuated with complaints of discomfort and pain. This damned place is disgusting. Bugs and rats. Filthy. It's all that fat woman's fault. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have come to this wretched place. Shen Tang turned to see Jia Lan, still lying motionless, eyes tightly shut, lost in a deep slumber yet still cursing. Her lips twitched in exasperation. She had not expected this insufferable fish to dream about her in his nightmares, indicating just how much he loathed her. Forget it. I won't hold it against this foolish fish. Shen Tang rummaged through the drawer and found the antipyretic, only to discover that the adjacent drawer contained several empty syringes of inhibitors. The system, exasperated, remarked, "Host, why search for inhibitors? You yourself are the best inhibitor. Take advantage of Jia Lan's weakness to obtain his genetic sample." Hearing the system's overly eager voice, Shen Tang felt a strange sensation and suddenly widened her eyes. "The genetic sample you keep mentioning, it wouldn't be related to those men, would it?" Her face flushed crimson. This perverse system. While she certainly had a fondness for handsome men, she was not the type to take advantage of someone in their vulnerable state. No, I absolutely cannot do this," Shen Tang thought, suppressing her burning cheeks as she hurriedly prepared the antipyretics with warm water to administer to Jia Lan. In his unconscious state, it seemed he sensed someone approaching. He frowned in resistance, instinctively trying to push her away. However, he lacked the strength, and she was forced to pry his mouth open and pour the antipyretics in him. The brown liquid dribbled down the corners of his mouth, staining the collar of his white shirt. Remembering the merman prince's love for cleanliness, Shen Tang dashed to the bathroom to fetch a clean towel, gently wiping his mouth. The medicines of the apocalypse took effect quickly. Jia Lan's temperature decreased somewhat, but his face remained flushed, and the darkness enveloping him only grew thicker with time. Shen Tang summoned pure, white spiritual energy, gradually dispelling the dark aura surrounding him. As the dark energy dissipated, the young man's abnormalities began to subside. "It works." Shen Tang's face lit up with joy as she intensified her output of spiritual energy. The tension in Jia Lan's brows gradually relaxed, as if he were sinking into a deep sleep. After the ordeal, Shen Tang felt utterly exhausted, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. At the very least, she had stabilized the current situation. This action would not eradicate Jia Lan's estrus phase, but would delay it, fulfilling the system's task. After all, it merely required her to help him through this period. Shen Tang spread her hands and asked, "System, where's my reward?" The system, having failed to obtain the coveted genetic sample, replied with disinterest, "Host, why not take the opportunity to secure him? Look at him in that limp state. What can I do?" Shen Tang ziplit isapota. The system fell silent, conceding to her point. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest, helping Jia Lan through this estrus phase. Reward, self-defense equipment. The reward has been automatically placed into the system's backpack. Please check it at your convenience. Shen Tang valued her life greatly and directly retrieved the self-defense equipment from the system's backpack. Contrary to her expectations of something akin to a bulletproof vest, the system's offering resembled a thin, translucent energy form. After reading the accompanying manual, with a mere thought, the equipment transformed into a streak of light, enveloping her. The transparent self-defense gear clung closely to her skin, creating the illusion that she wore nothing at all. However, Shen Tang could distinctly sense a layer of resilient protection enveloping her. How delightful it was! After traversing the apocalyptic realm for numerous days, she finally experienced a long-lost sense of security. Before departing, Shen Tang draped a blanket over Jia Lan, ensuring his condition remained stable before she felt at ease to leave. Many passers-by observed Shen Tang exiting Jia Lan's residence, engaging in whispered discussions. A female who had just walked by remarked that Shen Tang resembled someone she recognized. Curious, how could she have emerged from Jia Lan's abode? The two were notoriously rumored to be at odds. Prince Jia Lan openly displayed his disdain for the fat woman, avoiding her as much as possible. How could they possibly be seen together? I heard that Jia Lan recently purchased numerous suppressants for his mating cycle in the black market and had not ventured outside for several days, seemingly awaiting the onset of his rut. Today, Shen Tang emerged from his quarters. Could it be that they had engaged in copulation? Some females were filled with indignation and jealousy, insisting it was impossible. Even if that fat woman appeared somewhat less unattractive, she was still merely average-looking, far inferior to themselves. How could Prince Jia Lan possibly take notice of her? Yet, as the males entered their rut, does appearance truly matter? Once the lights are dimmed, any female would suffice. The females, envious and resentful, lamented that had they known, they would have pursued their own interests. If that fat woman could succeed, there was no reason they could not. This news swiftly reached Gu Lian's ears. Initially, she had firmly awaited Jialan to come to her in supplication, having concocted elaborate plans to humiliate that haughty merfolk prince. Upon hearing this revelation, she could no longer contain herself, nearly fainting from rage. No, she could never believe that Jialan would engage in copulation with that wretched fat woman. She was even less appealing than herself, and there was no way Jialan could find her attractive. In her desperation, Gu Lian dispatched her beastly husband to investigate. Numerous beastmen witnessed Shen Tang departing from Jialan's residence, lingering there for over an hour. Shortly after Shen Tang's departure, others spotted Jialan emerging, appearing entirely composed, evidently having passed through his mating cycle. Chapter 55. A lucrative path. Gu Lian, still waiting for Jialan's pleas for mercy, was consumed by fury, her nails digging painfully into her palms, her face twisted with venomous resentment. That detestable fat woman would pay dearly for thwarting her ambitions. A wicked glint flashed across Gu Lian's beautiful visage as she contemplated her imminent departure from this wretched place. With nothing to lose, she could quietly eliminate a female, and the military would never trace it back to her. As Shen Tang reached her doorstep, a piercing sound sliced through the air behind her. Her cumbersome form left her no chance to evade. The sharp arrowhead was aimed directly at her heart. Had it struck true, her demise would have been inevitable, and even divine intervention could not have saved her. Yet, the anticipated gruesome scene did not unfold. As the arrow neared her flesh, it seemed to encounter an invisible barrier and was deflected, veering off to pierce the door instead. The beastman concealed behind the tree was taken aback. His archery skills were renowned throughout the city. How could he have missed his target? Quickly, he knocked another arrow, intent on another attempt. Surely, that fat woman could not escape a second strike. Shen Tang's mind raced as the system's warning blared in her thoughts. She swiftly fled the spot, yanking the arrow from the door, and cried out towards the bustling crowd. Help! Someone is attempting to harm a female. Nearby beastmen were startled by her desperate cries. Rushing to her aid, Shen Li, who happened to be patrolling nearby, perked up at the familiar voice, his fiery fox ears twitching. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurriedly led his team to her side. Upon seeing the sharp arrow in Shen Tang's grasp, his expression darkened, and he commanded, "Surround this area." The concealed leopard beastman turned pale with fright. He had finally managed to reach a point where he could leave this dreadful place, and he had no desire to end up in prison. He abandoned his assassination attempt, swiftly vanishing like a shadow. The patrol team arrived just in time to find only the discarded bow and arrows hidden amongst the bushes. Shen Li approached Shen Tang, concern etched on his face. "Are you injured?" he inquired. Shen Tang's complexion was somewhat pale, but she remained composed, shaking her head. "I am fine. I've always been fortunate. That man did not hit me." Shen Li sighed gently. "Xiao Tang, you truly have faced an extraordinary series of misfortunes. It seems these individuals have targeted you repeatedly. I will lead a pursuit shortly. No matter how swiftly the perpetrator flees, they cannot leave no trace." Shen Tang mused that it was indeed this group of reckless men who had drawn trouble upon her, making her a target for everyone's ire. Had it not been for the protective gear bestowed by the system, she would certainly have been turned into a pincushion, although Shen Li endeavored to comfort her. Shen Tang understood that the assailant had utilized a homemade bow and arrow, indicating a premeditated attack that would make investigation exceedingly difficult. This incident would likely remain unresolved. Well, given the speed of the perpetrator's escape, it was improbable that they would be found again. They likely would not dare to strike a second time. It was noon, and it was now time for Shen Li to take a break. Shen Tang, exhibiting her professional integrity, asked, "Shall you stay for lunch?" Upon witnessing the female's radiant smile, Shen Li felt a flicker of surprise. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he distinctly sensed that Shen Tang's teeth seemed much more aligned than before. They were no longer crooked like a camel's, but appeared clean and orderly. Sunlight cascaded upon her, illuminating her plump visage, and when she smiled, her teeth shone forth. Her eyes crescent-shaped like a waning moon. While her appearance remained unremarkable, there was an undeniable charm to her. Ding! Congratulations, host. Shen Li's affection level has reached 5. Hearing the system's sudden notification in her mind, Shen Tang looked up in surprise at the red-haired man before her. whose handsome and captivating face bore a gentle and elegant smile. His elongated fox eyes sparkled with sincerity, appearing more genuine than ever. Xiao Tang, since you have kindly invited me, I shall graciously accept. I happen to have fresh venison from a recent hunt that I have yet to enjoy. Please wait here while I fetch it. All right. Shen Tang nodded with a smile. Shenli did not merely partake of the meal. He helped carry the heavy meat to the kitchen and assisted with washing the vegetables. The two busied themselves for over half an hour, preparing a fragrant and tender venison stew that was utterly delightful. After satiating his hunger, Shenli recalled the rumors he had heard about Shen Tang visiting Jialan's residence and lingering there for over an hour. Knowing that Jialan was currently in his rut, he wondered if the two truly had. For reasons unknown, a vague emotion flickered within Shenli, leaving him feeling inexplicably agitated. Xiao Tang, this stew is exceptionally flavorful and tender. Venison is quite nourishing. You females should indulge in it more, Shenli remarked cheerfully, placing a generous piece of meat into Shen Tang's bowl. As he leaned in closer, he subtly inhaled her scent, relieved to find no trace of the fishy odor associated with the merfolk. He found himself unexpectedly exhaling a sigh of relief, realizing the shift in his sentiments. Shenli felt a hint of surprise. His gaze returned to Shen Tang, who was engrossed in her meal. He could not help but acknowledge that she had indeed become more attractive in recent days. Her gentle and cheerful demeanor, coupled with her industrious nature, would naturally elicit an instinctive fondness from any male. Yet, Shenli did not genuinely believe he had developed romantic feelings for Shen Tang. At most, he felt a mild curiosity and affection towards her, having grown up together and considering her a sort of half-sister. However, he remained intrigued by what Shen Tang had been up to during that hour spent in Jialan's room. Feigning ignorance, Shenli inquired with curiosity, Xiao Tang, I heard that you and Jialan copulated? Cough, cough, cough. Shen Tang, thoroughly enjoying her meal, suddenly choked at his blunt question. Take your time. There is no rush. No one is competing with you. Shenli gently patted her back as she struggled to swallow the morsel. Who said I copulated with Jialan? The beastmen along the way are saying so. Many saw you leave his room at noon. Shen Tang shook her head vigorously, insisting, I did not do anything. I merely provided him with mental comfort. Nothing more. Shenli, upon hearing her words, was taken aback. How could she dare to drug Xiao Jin and yet claim that she only engaged in such a pure act during the mermaid's most vulnerable mating period? The man beside her scrutinized her with an intense gaze, causing Shen Tang to realize that her actions were somewhat inconsistent with the original character's persona. She lowered her head, poking at her bowl with her chopsticks, and sighed, That mermaid despises me so much. How could I dare to do anything to him? If he wakes up, he would surely kill me. Ah, that is indeed a valid point. Shenli chuckled lightly, his unwavering gaze on her hinting at a playful intrigue. Shen Tang felt a shiver run down her spine under his stare and hastily changed the subject. I happen to have a significant project and would like to invite you to assist me. Are you interested in collaborating? Shenli raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh? What does Xiao Tang want my help with? Shen Tang smirked coldly, revenge, and perhaps earn a substantial sum of money in the process. Chapter 56, Account Credited. 100 million points revenge. Shenli put down his utensils, gazing at Shen Tang with intrigue. Do you know who is responsible for your troubles? It is Gu Yan. She sent her beast husband to assassinate me. Shenli tapped his fingers lightly on the table, a knowing smile gracing his lips. I am still investigating this assassination attempt. How did you come by this information? Naturally, the system had informed her, but that could not be openly stated. Shen Tang met the cunning fox's inquisitive gaze with certainty. Articulating her analysis with clarity, I deduced it. I had just left the Jialan residence when I was attacked. What are the odds of such a coincidence? Everyone knows that Jialan and Gu Yan have a secret affair. She must have thought I was stealing her mate and wanted to take revenge before I left. If she could successfully kill me, that would be even better. Shenli pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. So how do you plan to exact your revenge on her? Shen Tang's face lit up with a wicked grin as she beckoned him closer. Shenli hesitated before leaning in to listen, his fiery fox ears twitching lightly in her breath, evoking a strange sense of excitement. Clearing her throat, Shen Tang restrained her impulse for mischief. After hearing her plan, Shun Li's elongated fox eyes sparkled with surprise, then erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha, Xiao Tang. You truly are a vengeful little rascal, but I like it. In the past, she had been arrogant and foolish, left with nothing but the remnants of her dignity. Yet she had aided others in counting their riches. Now, She was clever, cunning, and unwilling to suffer in silence. Her mind was filled with schemes against others, making her increasingly endearing. Beep. Congratulations, host. Shen Li's favorability has increased by 10. Please continue your efforts. Shen Tang raised an eyebrow, realizing that winning over this cunning fox was surprisingly easy. If only the other men were as easily swayed. However, she did not particularly crave their affections. They were merely tools for her to accumulate points. Gazing out the window, a chill flickered in her eyes. Now that the assassination had failed, Gu Yin and her family would likely be frantic to escape before their misdeeds were revealed. What a perfect opportunity for her to take advantage. After a satisfying meal, it was time to get down to business with the cunning fox. Meanwhile, Gu Yin, upon learning of the failed assassination attempt, contorted her face in rage and slapped her subordinate hard, exclaiming, "Useless fool! You couldn't even kill a female. What good are you to me?" The leopard beast, nursing his swollen cheek, replied pitifully, "You have no idea how peculiar that fat woman is. I shot her right in the heart, yet she remained unscathed. I intended to shoot again, but Shunli arrived with his men, so I had no choice but to flee." "What? Shunli saw you?" Gu Yin's face drained of color, her teeth biting down on her lip. She merely sought to take revenge on that repulsive woman, never intending to risk herself. If Shunli pursued the matter, he would surely uncover traces leading back to her. "What should we do now?" the leopard beast inquired, seeking to placate her. Gu Yin, seeing his battered face, felt her anger surge anew. "It's all your fault for being so incompetent. We must gather our valuables and flee immediately. The military won't trace us if we leave now." "All right, I'll get to it right away." The group of beastmen quickly gathered the valuable items from their home and prepared to escape. Gu Yin's family hurriedly made their way toward the flying vehicle, but a tall figure suddenly obstructed their path. Shunli leaned casually against a tree, arms crossed, and a smile playing on his lips, his fiery, bushy foxtail swaying behind him like a flowing sunset. "Oh dear, where are you all rushing off to in such a hurry? Why not stay for a meal before you depart?" Gu Yin's face turned ashen, speechless with fear. How could Shunli be here? Could it be that their scheme had been exposed? Impossible. Even if they checked the surveillance, they couldn't possibly have traced them so quickly. The leopard beast stepped forward, wearing a facade of flattery. "Captain Shunli, what brings you here? We have already submitted our application to leave the team. Is there perhaps a new task in the city that requires additional manpower?" While he spoke sweetly, the leopard beast understood that their plans had likely been uncovered. Otherwise, Shunli would not be standing in their way. He subtly signaled to the other beastmen to prepare for an attack. The group surrounded Shunli, and a wolf beast crept up behind him, malice glinting in its eyes. With a powerful leap, it lunged towards him, its sharp fangs glistening ominously. Shunli remained still, a calm smile on his handsome face as he raised his hand, conjuring a fiery blade and sending it toward the rear. The wolf beast's elongated body was instantly pierced by the fire blade, and without a sound, it was cleaved in two, blood mist bursting forth like flowers in bloom. The wolf howled. Gu Yin's horrified scream echoed as dread filled her heart. Witnessing the gruesome fate of the wolf beast, she felt nausea rise within her. Shunli calmly retrieved a clean handkerchief to wipe his hands, his gentle smile unwavering. "I merely asked everyone to take a moment to rest before departing. Is it truly necessary to resort to violence? Damn it, who is truly being violent here?" The beastman's expressions darkened. Even a fool could see that this fox had come to exact revenge. Unless they dealt with Shunli, they would not survive to leave the city. "Attack together. Kill him." The leopard beast roared, charging at Shunli with a whirlwind of invisible blades. Though Shunli was a formidable 7th-tier beastman, these were also powerful fighters within the city. 13 against 1. Victory was not impossible. While the beastmen engaged Shunli, Gu Yin, her face pale, hastily made her way toward the flying vehicle. In her haste, she stumbled over a mound of earth, falling flat on her face. The package in her hands rolled away, only to be picked up by a chubby little hand. "Wow, so many beast crystals. Gu Yin, your beastmen are not completely useless after all." Gu Yin looked up in shock, recognizing the voice she wished she could tear apart. Shen Tang was opening the package, tossing the beast crystals and valuables into her light-brained space. Gu Yin's head spun with fury as she shouted, "You wretched girl, give me back my belongings. I found them on the way. They're mine now. What proof do you have that these riches belong to you? Otherwise, why not call out to them and see if they respond to you?" Shen Tang retorted with a chilling smile. "You wretched girl, I will kill you. Gu Yin screamed, rising to her feet, hair disheveled and eyes bloodshot, utterly devoid of her usual beauty, resembling a vengeful specter. As Gu Yin lunged at her, Shen Tang summoned earthen walls that shot up from the ground, trapping the female within. Stepping closer, Shen Tang removed the light brain from Gu Yin's wrist. In this polluted land, there existed an unwritten rule. Redemption points could be acquired not only through tasks and hunting alien species, but also by plundering others' redemption points. The redemption points of male beasts were stored within the light brain accounts of the females. Gu Yin realized what she intended to do and let out a piercing scream. No, but it was too late. Light brain account credited 136,500,000 points. Chapter 57. Earth Escape Technique. Shen Tang, fearing that Gu Yin might succumb to anger, smiled gratefully at her, appreciating the grand gift she had received just before her departure. The younger sister expressed her heartfelt gratitude, declaring, "I shall accept it. Ah, you vile creature, I will kill you. I will kill you." Gu Yin was so furious that she felt her lungs might explode, nearly fainting. The commotion attracted the attention of the nearby male beasts. Upon witnessing their female companion ensnared, fury ignited in their eyes. They immediately abandoned their struggle with Shun Li and rushed to rescue Gu Yin. Shun Li caught sight of the rising earthen wall and was momentarily astonished. Did Xiao Tang do this? In that fleeting moment of hesitation, he failed to intercept the group of beastmen. The leopard beast raised its sharp claws to cleave through the earthen wall and, clutching the limp Gu Yin, sped toward the aircraft. The aircraft roared to life, emitting a billowing cloud of white smoke, preparing for takeoff. The aircraft would only linger in the contaminated area for 1 hour. Should they miss it, they would need to apply for the next flight. The leopard beast could ill afford this loss, so they dashed into the aircraft and swiftly sealed the hatch. Gu Yin, in her futile attempts, suffered a loss of over 100 million redemption points, an outright monetary loss. After years of struggle in the contaminated zone, they had ended up empty-handed, gifting their efforts to another. Gu Yin's expression twisted in rage as she fixated on the increasingly distant figures of Shen Tang and Shun Li. Pounding on the cabin door's glass, "Wretched girl, you wait for me. I will not let you off." Shen Tang could not hear Gu Yin's words, but seeing her contorted and sinister expression, she understood the vitriol of the insults. She lifted a stone from the ground and, with a crash, struck the aircraft's wing, causing it to shudder violently as it billowed black smoke and departed. Whether it could land safely now depended on the fortune of those aboard. A mischievous smile crept across Shen Tang's face. Having gained over 100 million star coins, her mood was exceptionally buoyant, bringing her one step closer to her main quest. Shen Li turned his head to observe the triumphant smile on the female's face. Her cunning demeanor rendered her previously mundane appearance vibrant and intriguing. "Xiao Tang, when did you awaken your Earth-based abilities? Why has no one been informed?" Shen Li approached her, his fiery fox tail swaying gently behind him, appearing exceptionally sprightly and soft. Most females in the Empire awaken mental abilities. Shun Li's gaze bore into Shen Tang, his elongated fox eyes exuding warmth and allure when smiling, but when devoid of mirth. They appeared chillingly profound, like a sharp blade piercing through her facade. Shen Tang felt uncomfortable under Shun Li's scrutiny, cursing the sly fox for being so deeply calculating that she must remain guarded. Everyone has secrets. Did this fox not possess secrets of his own? Why must he be so aggressively inquisitive? Shen Tang averted her gaze, pouting. "You mention most, so there are always exceptions. Can't I be that exception?" "You're right. While the number of females awakening a second ability throughout the history of the empires is indeed scarce, they're not non-existent." Shun Li's slender, jade-like fingers gently twirled a strand of her hair, his fluffy, fiery fox tail swaying playfully, the corners of his pale, red lips curling with amusement. "Xiao Tang, you truly are a treasure. You continue to surprise me." The tender, melodious tone sent shivers down Shen Tang's spine. She winced, stepping back 2 paces to evade the fox's playful advances. When she was once overweight, unattractive, and useless, this sly fox would have kept a distance. Now, upon seeing her awaken a second ability, he rushed to approach her. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Shen Li's favorability has increased from 20 to 35. Please continue your efforts. System. In 2 days, the city lord will send Shen Li and the others away. Given that this fox's favorability is already quite commendable, Do you think I should inform him to stay and protect me? Or should I join them for the hunting season? Shen Tang contemplated this matter internally. That could work. Otherwise, should I accompany them? One cannot evade fate. The city lord and his daughter wish to eliminate the host. Even if you escape this time, there will be another opportunity. Shen Tang fell silent, pondering her next move. She anxiously inquired of the system. Can you issue more life-preserving tasks? Preferably ones that reward useful items. The system promptly responded, ding. A new time-limited task for the host. Touch Shun Li's fox ears. Reward. Beginner Earth-based skill, Earth escape technique. Shen Tang felt an overwhelming urge to berate the system. Could it not issue normal tasks? The system replied defensively, Host, I am fundamentally a strategy system. The task library is filled with such assignments. This is already one of the simplest tasks. Would you like me to replace it? Shen Tang feared it might offer an even more ludicrous task, so she begrudgingly accepted. Fine, let be this one. Do not change it. On the way back to the city, Shen Tang quietly approached Shun Li, catching a whiff of the faint fragrance emanating from him, reminiscent of blooming flowers that captivated the soul. She steadied her nerves, clasped her hands behind her back, and suddenly spoke, Shun Li. Shun Li halted, turning to face her. Shen Tang displayed a gentle smile. A leaf has fallen upon your head. Allow me to remove it. As Shun Li raised his hand to touch his head, Shen Tang seized his wrist, then stood on her toes, her fingers inadvertently brushing against his fox ears, soft and fluffy like clouds tinged with rosy hues. The fur gently tickling her palm, making her linger. Yet, Shen Tang dared not delay, releasing him swiftly, opening her palm to reveal a half-yellow leaf. Shun Li's lips twitched. His keen eyes discerned that the leaf had been hidden in her palm beforehand. This brazen girl was attempting to feign innocence. He pretended to be unaware, smiling cheerfully. Thank you, Xiao Tang. Shen Tang chuckled awkwardly. Haha, you're welcome. Ding. Congratulations, host. For completing the time-limited task, touch Shun Li's fox ears. Reward. Beginner Earth-based skill, Earth escape technique. The reward has been automatically deposited into the system backpack. Please check it yourself. Upon returning home, Shen Tang entered seclusion to cultivate her abilities. After 2 days and nights, she successfully learned the Earth escape technique. At that moment, unfamiliar footsteps echoed from outside. Chapter 58, A Grand Gift for You. Shireen, accompanied by a large group of beastmen, surrounded the building, sealing it tightly, not allowing even a fly to escape. Shen Tang, I anticipate your extraordinary abilities. You cannot escape. Shireen sneered coldly, eager to witness that plump woman kneeling in supplication. In the city, anyone who dared to provoke her would meet a gruesome end. Ha ha ha. The beastmen beside her, upon hearing her deranged laughter, felt their mouths twitch in disbelief. What madness had overcome this female? They were already in a foul mood. Capturing one female hardly warranted such a commotion, but it was the city lord's command. Shireen quickly realized her misstep, halting her laughter. Clenching her hands, a malicious delight filled her face as she anticipated torturing that plump woman to repay old grudges. Break in and capture her alive. Bang! The door was brutally kicked open by the robust beastmen, who stormed in like thieves. They smashed everything within the house. Yet Shen Tang was nowhere to be found. Report, Miss, we have searched everywhere. All possible hiding places have been checked. There is no one in this house. The surveillance clearly showed she entered the house and never exited. How could such a large person simply vanish? Shireen's eyes burned with fury as a sudden thought crossed her mind, and a crazed smile flickered in her eyes. She immediately ordered, Humph. That plump woman must have been frightened and hidden in the basement. Go search the basement for her. Female residences are typically equipped with a basement for storing supplies and handling emergencies. The door to the basement was exceptionally sturdy, making forced entry a formidable challenge. However, Shireen had long obtained a universal key from her father, allowing her to enter the basement directly with her companions, yet they found no trace of anyone inside. Instead, they discovered the innermost wall of the basement covered in vibrant, glaring graffiti, seemingly mocking their foolishness. Ha ha! A bunch of fools, this lady has long since fled. If you wish to capture me, you might as well cultivate for another 800 years. To the fortunate souls who have come here, I present you with a grand gift. The group stood in stunned silence, muttering curses under their breath, realizing they had been duped by that fat woman. Shireen trembled with rage, her silver teeth nearly grinding to dust, her face a terrifying shade of anger. Suddenly, A chilling beep echoed in her ears. Not good. There's a bomb. Run. A beastman screamed in terror. Yet it was too late. The next moment, boom. The entire basement, along with the building above, was obliterated. In the neighboring area, Song Fong and their beastmen heard the earth-shattering explosion and mistakenly believed it was an earthquake. They rushed out in their pajamas, not even having time to change, only to witness the adjacent building engulfed in thick black smoke. Heavens, what on earth has happened? Hurry, we must rescue them. Song Fong anxiously urged her beastman partner. She feared for Shen Tang's safety and hurriedly led Lang Xiao and the others to help. Soon, they saw numerous unfamiliar beastmen crawling out from the ruins, with the only female among them being Shura, her face smeared with blood, screaming as she stumbled out, followed by the soot covered by Shi, whose hair was a chaotic mess. How had they ended up in Shen Tang's home? Song Fong was unclear about the unfolding events, but she knew the two had always been at odds. Shura had led a group of beastmen to invade a private residence, and it was evident that their intentions were malicious. It seemed this explosion was aimed at them, and Shen Tang should be unharmed. Shura face was a canvas of blood. Oh no, she must be disfigured. Lang Xiao and the others looked upon Shura's bloodied visage, which revealed glimpses of her skeletal structure, horror flashing in their eyes as they whispered among themselves. Hearing their words sent Shura into a panic. Her face throbbed with pain as she touched the sticky flesh. She let out a piercing scream, her eyes rolling back, almost losing consciousness. My face, my face. Reassure yourself. Inin, it's merely an injury, not disfigurement. Let us hasten to the medical room. Bai Shi gently grasped her hand, attempting to comfort her. However, upon seeing her grotesque appearance, a flicker of disgust crossed his eyes. Even if such injuries could heal, they would undoubtedly leave scars. Her face, once merely fair, now paled in comparison to Inya's beauty. Yet, as Shura was his partner, Bai Shi felt a mix of pity and urgency, swiftly carrying her towards the town's medical center. Meanwhile, not far outside the city, a hefty figure emerged from the ground. Shen Tang brushed off the dirt and leaves from her attire, soon hearing the explosion from within the city, a wicked smile creeping onto her face. Did those fools truly think they could scheme against her? I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear, host? The system chimed mischievously. Shen Tang noted that the system seemed to grow more personable the longer it accompanied her. What good news? Speak, so I may delight in it. Shura led a group into the host's home and was blown to smithereens. Being closest to the bomb, half her face was destroyed, and after seeing her reflection, she fainted and was taken to the emergency room. Shen Tang's laughter brought her to the brink of pain. She is fortunate to have survived. And the bad news. The host's light brain contains the location system of the sanctuary. Bai Shi and his companions are already in pursuit and will catch up within half an hour. Shen Tang furrowed her brow. This relentless group was like a leech, difficult to shake off. Should she venture deeper into the forest? Yet, ahead lay the sanctuary's safety perimeter, and further it would lead her to contaminated areas, where the mutated creatures were far more terrifying than her pursuers. With predators in front and behind, the situation was truly daunting. Host, do not forget the outdoor survival gift pack awarded by the system, as well as Xue Yinzhou's snakeskin. His snakeskin can intimidate mutated creatures below level 8, ensuring the host's safe passage through areas below that level. Upon hearing this, Shen Tang hurriedly retrieved the outdoor survival gift pack from the system's backpack. Upon opening it, she found insect repellent, a dagger, a handgun, 300 rounds of ammunition, 10 bottles of purified water, 5 packs of compressed biscuits, a portable tent, and a thermal container. The rewards from this gift pack were indeed substantial. Shen Tang planned to seek out Shun Li and the others, as the purified water and compressed biscuits would sustain her for the next few days. The portable tent was practical, and the thermal container would help maintain her body temperature in extreme conditions. Although she was unskilled with firearms, she secured the dagger to her belt and held a bottle of insect repellent in her hand. The snake's skin could not be fashioned into clothing, so she wrapped it around her body like a bandage. Fortunately, the snake's skin was long enough to encircle her entirely. With all preparations complete, Shen Tang ventured deeper into the dense forest. Chapter 59. The despicable man who refused to help. Bai Shi informed the city lord, far away in the contaminated zone, of the events unfolding in the city. Enraged, the city lord granted him the authority to mobilize the city as troops, leading hundreds of elite beastmen out to capture Shen Tang alive. After all, She was merely an ordinary female, and her speed could not match that of the seasoned beastmen. Within half a day, she was cornered by her pursuers, unable to escape. "You despicable, malevolent female. How dare you injure Enin? I will make your life a living hell." Baishi's demeanor was far from the cultured nobleman he usually portrayed. His eyes burned with a fierce rage as he glared at Shen Tang. Shura, her face wrapped in bandages, exposing only her twisted, crimson eyes, glared at Shen Tang with murderous intent, shrieking madly, "Kill her! Bring me the head of this wretched woman." Dozens of male beastmen lunged at her. Shen Tang activated her earth escape technique, vanishing without a trace. The group stood bewildered, halting in their tracks, exchanging confused glances. How could this female suddenly disappear? Impossible. How could she awaken Earth-type abilities? This was utterly unheard of. Yet, I felt the fluctuation of Earth-type abilities. It undoubtedly emanated from that fat woman. Damn it, that woman is becoming increasingly sinister. Not only has she changed so much in recent days, but she has also awakened Earth-type abilities. Shura Yin's nails dug into her palms, her jealousy boiling over. How could that ugly creature awaken Earth-type abilities? Why did all good fortune fall upon her? This matter must not be allowed to reach others. Shura knew all too well that her current status, aside from being the city lord's daughter, stemmed from her formidable mental prowess. If others learned that another female in the city had awakened a second ability, it would surely overshadow her. This news must not escape. The ugly creature must be eliminated. What are you fools standing around for? Hurry and pursue her. At any cost, kill her. Whoever brings me Shen Tang's head, I will reward them with 50 million redemption points. The group, fueled by fervor, dashed off in pursuit. Many beastmen skilled in Earth-type abilities, with their keen senses, followed Shen Tang's lingering scent, their speed in burrowing surpassing hers. "Warning, host. The pursuers are closing in, within less than a kilometer of your position." These relentless hounds truly would not relent. Shen Tang's heart raced, imagining the torment she would endure at Shura Yin's hands if captured. She could practically envision being flayed alive. The moment the underground passage was breached by the beastmen, a sharp claw lunged forward, nearly grasping her ankle. Shen Tang, startled, burst forth from the ground, only to find herself on a hillside. In her moment of distraction, she stumbled over a withered branch and tumbled down, colliding with stones and deadwood. Her outer garments were torn. Had she not been wearing the protective gear rewarded by the system, she would have surely met her demise at the hands of those beastmen, or, even if she survived the fall, suffered grievously from rolling down the slope. The incline was steep, littered with thickets and jagged stones, and the distant roars of mutated creatures echoed ominously. Struggling to her feet, Shen Tang fervently hoped the beastmen would not pursue her. She wished to be forgotten. Alas, fate was unkind. Shura, that deranged woman, bore a grudge against her and was determined to eradicate her completely. Shen Tang could hear the chaotic footsteps drawing nearer from all directions. Drawing her dagger, she understood the futility of resisting. If captured, her fate was sealed. "System, your host is on the brink of death. You must devise a plan. Do not panic, host. I have detected the male lead nearby at a 3 o'clock direction, less than half a kilometer away. Could be Shen Li and the others." Shen Tang's heart leapt with joy. Her escape route aligned with the direction of their movement, and she believed she might soon meet them. Hope blossomed within her as she hastened towards the indicated direction. It would be ideal to encounter Shen Li and Lu Xiao, for these two beastmen were the most gentle and held a favorable disposition towards her. They would undoubtedly not abandon her in her time of need. Even the dead leopard and the handsome merman would suffice, considering their shared experiences of life and death, even if they did not particularly like her. They would not stand idly by and watch her perish. On the hillside, not far away, towering ancient tombs loomed, and a silvery giant serpent coiled languidly around a stout treetop, exuding a languorous aura, as if in a state of repose. Shen Tang's expression stiffened, her lips twitching. How unfortunate that it was him. Upon hearing the commotion, the white serpent lazily lifted its eyelids, casting a glance in her direction. An expression of mild surprise flickering in its eyes, followed by a glint of coldness in its silver-purple gaze. Why did this female seem somewhat disappointed upon seeing him? A dark mass of pursuers emerged behind. Shuayin Zhou cast a casual glance, noting that their levels exceeded 5, identifying them as the elite team from the city. Come to hunt this troublesome woman. How amusing. She had a knack for attracting trouble. They had barely departed for a day, and she had already caused another catastrophe. Shen Tang's complexion paled as she cried out, "They want to kill me. Please help me." Shuayin Zhou regarded her with a frigid stare, unmoved. The white lizard, leading the beastmen in pursuit, halted upon seeing the massive white serpent perched in the tree, anxiety etched on its face, astonished that Shuayin Zhou was so close. However, the beastmen in the city were well aware of the animosity between Shen Tang and Shuayin Zhou, and it appeared that Shuayin Zhou had no intention of rescuing this troublesome woman. Shuayin Zhou's indifferent gaze swept over them, his silver-purple serpent eyes revealing no emotion, seemingly acquiescing to their actions. The white lizard's face brightened with malicious glee, commanding, "Capture her." Shen Tang cursed inwardly. This loathsome man truly would not lift a finger to save her. She was, after all, his female master, no matter how much he despised her. He could not simply watch her be killed by this mob. Despairing of any assistance from this apathetic serpent, she resolved to save herself. She shed her cumbersome outer garments, her hands transforming into beastly claws as she began to climb the tree. When Shuayin Zhou's cold serpent eyes fell upon her, wearing his shed skin, his pupils constricted sharply, and even the serpent tail that hung lazily from the treetop stiffened abruptly. If he had been in human form, Shen Tang would have surely seen the dark and strange expression on his face, the veins on his forehead throbbing. How dare this female wrap herself in his skin? Shuayin Zhou felt his skin had been desecrated. Yet, the serpent's skin clinging to Shen Tang's voluptuous form accentuated her already exaggerated curves, emanating an inexplicable allure. As the beastmen transformed into their animal forms and began to climb the tree to drag Shen Tang down, the serpent's long tail swept out effortlessly, sending the beastmen crashing to the ground or hurtling into the trees, some even breaking ancient trunks, spewing blood forth. The serpent's tail coiled around Shen Tang's waist, pulling her closer to him. Chapter 60. Fear. The white lizard and its companions turned ashen with rage, growling, "Shuayin Zhou, what do you intend to do? She is a serious criminal. Your actions amount to shielding a fugitive. The city lord has personally ordered her capture. If you continue to protect her, you will be held equally accountable." Many drew their firearms, aiming at the tree. An invisible black mist formed a barrier, blocking all incoming attacks. Shuayin Zhou ignored the frenzied beastmen below, languidly leaning against the tree, his silver-purple eyes narrow as he leisurely observed Shen Tang's disheveled state. Her clothing was tattered, her hair a chaotic mess, resembling a beggar with a bird's nest for a head. She was already unattractive, and now she looked even more like a vagrant. However, no beggar could be as corpulent as she was. A cold smirk danced on his thin lips, dripping with sarcasm. "We have been gone for merely a day, and you have managed to make yourself this wretched. Shen Tang, you truly have a talent for stirring up trouble." Shen Tang, disinterested in his mocking, removed the tattered serpent skin from her body, cradling it like a treasure, heartbroken over its destruction. Such a useful protective item, ruined. She had no way of stealing another from this insufferable serpent. Shuayin Zhou noticed the sorrow in her eyes and frowned, glancing at the tattered remnants of his serpent skin in her hands. For a fleeting moment, he mistakenly believed Shen Tang had a fondness for his skin. Yet, he knew all too well that this troublesome woman harbored a deep aversion to serpents, having insulted and beaten him during his weakest transformation period, disregarding his pleas and tears, declaring his serpent skin utterly revolting, and even sending people to burn it all. Now, in a desperate bid for survival, she wrapped herself in the very skin she once deemed repulsive. It was truly laughable. Unaware of Shuayin Zhou's thoughts, Shen Tang suddenly sensed the man's aura turn chillingly cold. The serpent tail, coiling around her waist, abruptly swung downward, causing her to spin helplessly in the air. The black mist barrier dissipated. Her terrified gaze met that of the pursuers above and below. The man's icy, mocking voice resonated above her. "You want her? Very well, but you must be prepared." Shen Tang's complexion shifted dramatically. This vile man intended to harm her. In that moment before the serpent tail would release her, adrenaline surged, and she grasped the thick, long tail, her plump form pressing tightly against the cold, hard scales, causing the tail in her embrace to stiffen as if wishing to throw her off. Shuayin Zhou's forehead throbbed with rage, his expression dark enough to drip ink. "Get away. I won't let go. You are my beast man, and you must protect me. You cannot throw me off." Shen Tang knew her actions were shameless, but with the serpent intent on her demise, she had no qualms about abandoning her dignity. Her complexion turned a shade of purple as she clung fiercely to the serpent tail, nearly suffering a concussion from his violent attempts to dislodge her. Shui Yinzhou radiated an aura of chilling fury, instilling primal fear even in the white lizard and its group, causing them to instinctively retreat. In the blink of an eye, the two atop the tree vanished from sight. Not good, we must pursue. On the opposite side of the hill, the river flowed swiftly down the gorge. With a splash, Shui Yinzhou hurled the serpent tail into the rushing water, a sinister smile flickering across his handsome face. Shen Tang, are you weary from pretending these days? Deceiving even Shun Li and the others? Allow me to assist you in washing your face clean, so you can see just how repulsive you truly are. Caught off guard, Shen Tang was inundated with icy river water, the suffocating pain causing her face to redden. Gradually, her strength waned, and she loosened her grip on the serpent tail, drifting further down the river's course. Shui Yinzhao's expression bore no semblance of pity, as if he had discarded a repulsive piece of refuse. In recent days, Shen Tang had undergone a profound transformation, exhibiting gentleness and diligence, as though she were an entirely different person. However, Shui Yinzhao remained unconvinced that this ugly and duplicitous female could truly reform. This was not her first time feigning kindness to deceive their trust. This time, her act was merely more convincing, waiting for them to lower their defenses before she would pounce and drain them of their lifeblood. He yearned to expose her hypocritical facade. Shui Yinzhao's countenance grew cold and somber, a sneer of derision escaping his lips as he turned and took a few steps away. Yet the anticipated vitriol from the female did not follow. Halting his stride, he glanced back toward the river, only to find no trace of her. Could she have been swept downstream by the current? Unlikely, for she was capable of swimming. This shallow water could not possibly drown her. What he did not know was that Shen Tang, having traversed through time, was an utter novice in swimming. Help! Help! Shen Tang flailed wildly in the water, her mouth and nose filled with the icy river, struggling to breathe. Suddenly, a flash of red appeared, enveloping her in a familiar fragrance. Xiao Tang, how did you end up here? Did you fall into the water? Shun Li, who had been hunting nearby, recognized the distressing cries as familiar and hurried over, only to find Shen Tang drowning. He quickly retrieved her from the river. Soaked to the bone, Shen Tang lay on the ground, expelling water violently, her complexion as pale as a ghost, trembling and curled up in terror. Shun Li, mistaking her shivering for the cold, quickly built a bonfire to warm her. Yet, she continued to shiver uncontrollably, as if gripped by a profound fear. Had she encountered a mutated creature? Moreover, it was the hunting season. How could she be here? Shen Li's eyes reflected concern and confusion, realizing it was not the time for inquiries. He shed his coat and draped it over Shen Tang, forgetting his past disdain for her, crouching down to embrace the quaking girl, softly comforting her. Do not be afraid. I am here. Water continued to trickle from her wet hair, and a soft red glow emanated from his palm as he helped dry her hair and drenched clothes. The biting cold transformed into a warm force, and gradually, Shen Tang's pallor lessened. Her gaze regained focus as she looked at Shun Li's gentle demeanor, and her lips quivered, releasing 2 tears. The confusion, panic, fear, and anger buried deep within her heart surged to a breaking point in that moment, and she cried out, "Why? Did I blow up the galaxy in my past life? Why must the heavens treat me so?" Shen Tang clung to Shun Li, weeping inconsolably. In the distance, Shui Yinzhao observed the female in anguish, his expression momentarily stunned, unsure whether to approach. This time, Shui Yinzhao had not intended to harm Shen Tang. He merely sought to teach her a lesson, yet he had not anticipated nearly causing her demise. Shen Li noticed Shui Yinzhao hesitating not far away, a flicker of deep understanding crossing his eyes. He quietly inquired, "Xiao Tang, how did you fall into the river?" "I was the one who threw her into the river." The cold, deep voice echoed from behind, causing Shen Tang's body to freeze abruptly, like a mouse caught in a cat's gaze, her face turning pale, her nails digging painfully into her palms. Shen Li sensed her rigidity and instantly grasped the situation. His expression darkened as he summoned a wave of energy to block Shui Yinzhao's advance. He stood up and confronted Shui Yinzhao, his tall figure shielding Shen Tang behind him. "Yinzhao, you have gone too far this time. There should be limits to your recklessness." Shen Li's face was grave, devoid of his usual gentle smile. Seeing Shun Li protect Shen Tang, Shui Yingzhao's expression turned strange, and he scoffed derisively. Do you truly believe you can stop me if I wish to harm her? Shunli chuckled lightly. You are welcome to try. The two stood at an impasse, tension palpable in the air. Shen Tang, Astonitz, had not expected Shunli to truly stand up for her. Reflecting on his earlier gentle embrace and soothing words, a flutter of emotion stirred within her. Yet she was acutely aware that Shunli did not harbor feelings for her. After all, he had grown up alongside the original owner of her body, possessing a bond that naturally prevented him from allowing an outsider to bully his sister. Shui Yingzhao regarded Shunli with icy disdain, a smirk curling his lips. You are unworthy to be my opponent. How about us three? From the depths of the forest emerged three tall figures, Xiao Jin, Jialan, and Lu Xiao, who stood alongside Shunli, forming a united front against Shui Yingzhao. You called them here? Shui Yingzhao's expression darkened further, the cold pressure emanating from him palpable. These fools have been bewitched by this female, protecting her so blindly? Among strong individuals, camaraderie was often found, and though Shui Yingzhao held deep disdain for Shen Tang, he had a measure of respect for her three husbands, having shared life-and-death experiences with them. Yet he had not anticipated their foolishness, being swayed by the sweet words of this deceitful woman. Do not forget the things she has done in the past. Shui Yingzhao's gaze turned icy as he pointed at Xiao Jin, enunciating each word deliberately. She secretly drugged you with ulterior motives. Turning to Shunli, he continued. She poisoned your food to seize your inheritance, showing no regard for sibling ties. His long, jade-like fingers swept over Jialan and Lu Xiao, his voice dripping with mockery. She forcibly coerced you into marriage, squandering your wealth. This female is despicable and greedy, having committed countless repulsive acts. Have you all forgotten? Listening to Shui Yingzhao enumerate the original owner's transgressions, Shen Tang felt a surge of anger and helplessness. Indeed, she had committed each of those offenses, and no amount of cleansing could absolve her. Was there a female in this world who had never erred? As long as one was willing to amend their ways, life could still continue. Shen Li's eyes darkened as he interrupted Shui Yingzhao, smiling gently. As husbands, we must be forgiving and not narrow-minded or petty. The cold sarcasm in his words drew peculiar glances from Xiao Jin, Lu Xiao, and Jialan, who wondered when this crafty fox had become so accommodating. Had this deceitful woman truly cast a spell on him? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xiao nodded indifferently. Shen Tang has improved significantly compared to before. As long as she does not revert to her past self, I can overlook her previous actions. Xiao Jin crossed his arms, grinning mischievously. This woman is only for me to bully. No one else has the right. Jialan furrowed his brow slightly, recalling past events, an uneasy glimmer flickering in his eyes as he calmly stated, regardless, she does not deserve death. Shui Yingzhao laughed in disbelief. Shunli retracted his smile, casting a cold glance at him, speaking deliberately. No matter what, Shen Tang is still our female master. Shui Yingzhao, think carefully and do not act impulsively. Shui Yingzhao fell silent, his clenched fist betraying the turmoil within. Shunli frowned, realizing that some matters could not be clarified through mere words. Why not listen to Xiao Tang's explanation? May they continue to protect you, lest I find an opportunity to strike. With that, he vanished from sight, leaving Shen Tang shivering violently. After such a prolonged struggle, why did it feel as though this snake grew increasingly intolerable, wishing to rid herself of him? Shunli, Xiao Jin, Lu Xiao, and Jialan exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of relief and apprehension. Shui Yingzhao's power was formidable. If he truly sought to kill Shen Tang, the four of them might not be able to stop him. Jialan's gaze fell upon Shen Tang, a complex expression crossing his features. Having grown accustomed to her haughty demeanor, he was witnessing her in a pitiful state for the first time. After regaining consciousness that day, he had thought he was fortunate to have survived the calamity, but upon reviewing the surveillance, he discovered Shen Tang had indeed visited his room later. Despite his reluctance to believe it, he could not deny that Shen Tang had provided him with emotional solace that day. From that day forth, his emotions towards her became rather intricate. He certainly did not harbor any affection for that plump woman, yet his disdain had diminished significantly compared to before. Thank you that day, G.L., and awkwardly uttered, her ears reddening as she turned to leave, stating that she had yet to finish dealing with the pollution in her area, and thus had to depart. Xiao Jin and L. Xiao were also about to turn and exit. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the dense forest behind them, as hundreds of beastmen encircled them. Emerging from the crowd was the city lord, Bix, accompanied by a female figure whose face was wrapped in bandages, none other than the vengeful Shyn, paying no heed to her appearance. Shyn's bloodshot eyes fixated on Shntng, her deranged laughter echoing, "Damn ugly creature. Let us see where you can run this time. What does the city lord intend?" Shnl glanced at the aggressively advancing forces, sensing their malevolent intent. "At this juncture, spare me the theatrics. Hand over the energy core, and I may yet grant you a path to survival. Otherwise, do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands." The city lord, Shln, strode forward, exuding the overwhelming pressure of a peak 8th-tier warrior, causing the lower-ranked beastmen to struggle to breathe, revealing the terror of his strength. Even Shnl and his companions felt the oppressive aura. "Vixen, you take the plump one and leave. We shall hold them off here." Yedenatst Oyen, focused intently on the city lord, cracked his knuckles, revealing no fear despite being a tier lower than his opponent, his golden eyes shimmering with fervent battle intent. Shnl's lips twitched. He dismissed the derogatory term and turned with Shntng to forcefully carve a path through. The city lord's expression turned cold and sinister, entirely devoid of his usual genial demeanor. "Today, none of you shall escape." Chapter 62. A grueling battle, old fool. "You certainly have a big mouth. This territory today is a burial ground I've chosen for you." With that, Shojn sprang into action, moving like lightning, delivering a thunderous punch towards the city lord. An invisible barrier of supernatural energy manifested, intercepting his attack, the clash of their formidable powers igniting brilliant sparks. "Interesting." Shojn smirked, his thin lips curling into a bloodthirsty arc, his golden pupils ablaze with near-manic battle zeal, as he summoned his energy to strike again. Boom! The moment his fist collided with the barrier, a deafening explosion reverberated, the violent shockwave radiating outward, sending beastmen's soldiers flying like leaves. With a faint crack appearing in the city lord's protective energy shield, the city lord, Shln, whose confidence had been unwavering, suddenly contorted in shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. This leopard cub could indeed disrupt his proud barrier. In the past, he had held great hopes for you, intending to nurture your potential, but alas, you failed to recognize my intentions. A murderous glint surged in Shln's eyes as he hurled a fist imbued with powerful energy towards Shojn, declaring, "Then perish." Boom! The young man was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing through a dozen towering ancient trees before finally coming to a halt. Amidst the swirling wood chips and dust, Shln let out a maniacal laugh. A mere 7th-tier brat dares to speak so boldly. Before his words could fade, a blinding flash of lightning erupted from the dust. A lithe black figure tore through the smoke with an almost imperceptible speed, enveloped in a tempest of golden lightning. Shln's pupils constricted, and before he could react, he heard a crisp crack as his esteemed protective barrier shattered. The sharp claws of the panther, with the force of a thunderbolt, etched 5 bloody gashes across Shln's maniacal visage, the momentum leaving 3 deep wounds visible to the bone on his chest, blood instantly soaking through his garments. "Damn leopard cub, I will tear you apart." The city lord's eyes burned crimson as he unleashed a thunderous roar. His muscles bulged, veins protruding, transforming him into a colossal, mountain-like giant ape, his body seemingly enveloped in a layer of hard rock. In this beastly form, the orc was at the peak of his power, boasting unparalleled defense. The giant ape swung its massive palm, cutting through the air with a howling wind. The black panther nimbly rolled aside, the ground erupting behind him as 5 deep craters formed, debris flying everywhere. It was clear that a strike of that magnitude would have reduced bones to dust. "Damn it, the old fool can hit hard." Shojn cursed. A piercing cry shattered the air as Shot joined the fray, transforming into a golden eagle as he swooped down, his talons slicing through the giant ape's arm, leaving several bloody marks. Enraged, the city lord retaliated, swatting the golden eagle away. At the same time, Shot detonated a bomb on him, causing the city lord to stagger back, half of his body a gruesome mess. The city lord's pained howl echoed through the mountains as he charged forward, uprooting a towering ancient tree and swinging it like a weapon towards the golden eagle. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, The black panther sank its fangs into the giant ape's leg, tearing away a significant chunk of bloody flesh. Trees continued to topple, fissures cracking the ground beneath them. Shyn had retreated far, fearing the battlefield might engulf her. Biting her lip, she anxiously observed the combat, torn between her father and her beloved beast, wishing neither would perish. This situation had escalated to this point all because of that ugly creature, Shn. If only that hideous creature were eliminated, everything would come to a halt. Spotting the fire fox carrying Shn nearing a breakthrough, she approached the incapacitated beastman leader on the ground, delivering a fierce kick to his rear, commanding, "You worthless lot, get up and go kill Shn." "Yes, miss." The beastmen scrambled to their feet, cursing their unfortunate fates. They merely sought to earn a living and had no desire to sacrifice their lives. The battle of the higher-tier beastmen was beyond the reach of these lowly minions. Upon hearing the command to pursue the female Shn, they transformed into their beast forms, charging forward like they were on adrenaline. Shyn's lips twitched in frustration. "A bunch of useless fools. If that ugly creature escapes, you shall all pay for it." Like a flame-imbued fox tail expanding, she sent the pursuing forces flying. In her true form, Shnl swiftly navigated through the forest, the bouncing Shn nearly flung off, forcing her to cling tightly to the fox's neck as the scenery rushed by in her peripheral vision. As they traversed, numerous sharp earthen spikes erupted from the ground, impaling beastmen who failed to evade in time, leaving them suspended in the air. Armed pursuers chased them relentlessly, intent on cornering the duo. Gunfire erupted, filling the air with explosions. Shnl, carrying Shn, struggled to evade the onslaught, his beautiful tail singed in the process. Gln rushed to provide support, his neck adorned with faint blue scales. His eyes transformed into deep blue slits as he unleashed waves of sound that swept across the beastmen. The lower-tier beastmen, upon hearing the sound waves, foamed at the mouth and bled from their orifices, collapsing to the ground. The sound waves, seemingly tangible, altered the trajectories of the bullets. Observing this, the city lord lost interest in prolonged combat, intent on pursuing Shnl and Shn. Shoj leaped, landing atop the city lord's head, his sharp claws shimmering with a chilling gleam. "Ah, those bones are rather tough. Let's see if I can pry open your skull today." With that, he struck fiercely at the city lord's head, his razor-sharp claws penetrating the giant ape's rocky defenses, peeling back flesh to reveal glimmers of bone. The city lord, in agony, erupted in fury, swinging his hand in an attempt to dislodge the panther. Shojn, as slippery as an eel, deftly evaded capture, darting towards the cliff's edge with a reckless determination, colliding into the precipice. Shojn, too, was thrown into the rocks, spitting blood as he clambered up from the rubble, his eyes gleaming with an even more fervent zeal. "Old fool, this burial ground has excellent feng shui. You may rest here in peace." This reckless cub was truly growing more frenzied with every kill. At this moment, the city lord felt a surge of panic, fearing he might truly perish here. He swiftly turned his gaze towards the direction of the Bai Shi and bellowed for it to bring him the item. Bai Shi, realizing the city lord referred to the frenzy potion, experienced a slight change in expression. This potion could dramatically enhance the combat power of the orcs within a short time, even forcibly breaking through their limitations, albeit at the cost of their lifespan. However, there was no time to ponder such consequences, otherwise they would face complete annihilation. Bai Shi quickly retrieved a vial of luminescent green potion from his spatial pouch, and upon seeing it, Lu Zhao's pupils constricted as he dove down with the intent to seize the potion. Unfortunately, he was a moment too late. Bai Shi loaded the potion into a specially designed gun and shot it into the thigh of the Titan ape. "Get out of the way!" Lu Zhao shouted urgently to the Black Panther, tossing a bomb onto the Titan ape. Chapter 63. A serious discussion. Xiao Jin swiftly leaped aside, the shockwave from the explosion sending him rolling twice on the ground before he managed to halt. The Titan ape's form ballooned to twice its size, towering nearly as high as a mountain, its body covered in tough stone, and its wounds healing rapidly, pushing its realm to a staggering 9th tier. The bomb detonating on it felt akin to a mere tickle, leaving no wounds. The city lord stomped heavily, causing the ground to crack in spiderweb patterns. The weaker Jalon was swept off the ground by the force of his palm. The city lord conjured hundreds of golden arrows in his palm, launching them skyward towards Lu Xiao. Caught off guard, one arrow struck his wing, sending him spiraling in the air. The Titan ape's eyes glinted with a frenzied crimson, fully intent on attacking the bloodied Black Panther, vowing to skin the creature alive today. Shen Tang, witnessing the battle's dire state through the system, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She patted the fox's head, urging it to pause, then retrieved the energy core from her spatial pouch and called out toward the city lord. "Isn't this what you desire? Come and take it if you dare." The city lord's eyes glowed with excitement as he abandoned all else to pursue Shen Tang, his strides covering dozens of meters with each step, shaking the ground beneath him. Xiao Jin was filled with urgency, cursing inwardly. What is that plump girl thinking? We finally managed to stall the city lord, and she's provoking him. Although the energy core was precious, it was also a hot potato. Shen Tang cared little for that now, throwing the core far away, unsure of its landing. The city lord, in a frenzy, sought the energy core, granting Xiao Jin and the others a moment to recuperate and restore their strength with healing potions. Alas, once the city lord located the energy core, his focus shifted back to Xiao Jin and the others, intent on annihilating them. Shunli, Xiao Jin, you three are no match for the city lord in his frenzied state. Do not concern yourself with me. Go assist them, Shen Tang urged, patting the fox's head anxiously. What about you? I possess the earth escape technique and can flee far away. Do not worry about me. Fine, take care of yourself, and we will come find you once we deal with the city lord. After weighing the situation, Shunli coiled his tail around Shen Tang, placing her on the ground, then leaned down to lick her face, leaving a scent mark before heading to the battlefield. This battle would be a fight to the death. Shen Tang brushed her damp face, recalling how the fox had previously despised her, unable to suppress a smile. However, her expression grew serious as she inquired about Shui Yinzhou's whereabouts through the system. Her 4 beast husbands were fighting desperately over there, while the snake seemed to be at ease. Regardless of how much he detested her, he was still her beast husband and her close bodyguard. Yet he was nowhere to be found when she needed him most. Shen Tang's face darkened with anger. Host, he has been nearby, watching you, following you all along. Shen Tang's expression turned peculiar as she rubbed her goosebumps. Was this wretched snake a voyeur? After their recent quarrel, he was stealthily tailing her. Was he a psychological deviant due to the original host's mistreatment? He was close by, yet did not help, clearly doing this to annoy her. Fuming, Shen Tang scanned her surroundings, finding no trace of the man, unsure of where he had hidden. With hands on her hips, she yelled with all her might. Shui Yinzhou, come out. Hidden under the shade of trees, Shui Yinzhou lay atop a branch, seemingly detached from the world, covering half his face with a leaf. Her shout startled the leaves from his face, but he made no move to reveal himself, merely casting a glance downward. Shen Tang was in a frenzy, akin to an ant on a hot stove. Clenching her fists and stamping her feet, she exclaimed, "You've harmed me time and again, and I haven't held it against you. Yet you still cower like a turtle. Are you even a male? I disdain you." The city lord was coming, and he was so frightened that he didn't dare to make a sound. A true coward. Oh, I see. You must be too weak to face the city lord, which is why you hide. What a pathetic creature. Who are you calling pathetic? A cold yet melodious voice emerged from behind her. Shen Tang raised an eyebrow. Provoking men was indeed the most effective tactic. She turned to face Shui Yinzhou, who appeared like a ghost, his handsome face clouded with darkness, veins twitching on his forehead, clearly incensed by her words. How dare she label him, a peak 8th-tier beastman, as worthless? Her audacity was remarkable. Do you not fear that I shall kill you? He glared coldly at Shen Tang. Shen Tang met his gaze fearlessly. Fear? Is it of any use? In your hands. I am but a mere ant you can crush at will. If you wish to kill me, I could not escape even to the ends of the earth. Huh, you do possess a degree of self-awareness. Shui Yinzhou's thin lips curled slightly, his tone devoid of emotion. Although Shen Tang felt a pang of fear, she noted that throughout their journey, he had ample opportunities to kill her, yet had refrained. At the very least, she could ascertain that he held no murderous intent towards her at present. You should go assist Xiao Jin and the others. Are you ordering me? No, I am requesting your help. Shui Yinzhou remained unfazed. Then there is no need for discussion. Why should I assist you? Seeing his indifferent demeanor, Shen Tang furrowed her brow deeply. A reminder for the host. Only 3 days remain until the deadline for improving your relationship with your beast husbands to ordinary. And Shui Yinzhou's favorability is still at a low 70. The host must act swiftly to elevate his favorability. Taking a deep breath, Shen Tang approached him. Shunli was correct. It was time for a serious conversation. Upon noticing her advance, Shui Yinzhou's fingers tightened slightly, his cold phoenix eyes flashing with mockery as he scoffed. What is there for us to discuss? This obstinate man was impervious to both soft and hard approaches. Shen Tang considered herself not unattractive at present, yet Shui Yinzhou's disdain for her surely wasn't based on her appearance, leaving only her character as the culprit. The original host had indeed committed many wrongs, actions she herself found despicable. However, altering a person's impression requires considerable time. She had no time to cultivate a relationship with Shui Yinzhou. Thus, Shen Tang decided to be forthright. I know I have wronged you in the past, causing you to harbor deep resentment towards me, wishing for our mutual demise. But I assure you, I will never act that way again. Let bygones be bygones, shall we? Can we start anew? I will make every effort to atone for my past misdeeds, and if you are willing, I will learn to be a good partner. Shui Yinzhou's expression was momentarily stunned, a flicker of astonishment passing through his gaze as he opened his mouth to speak. He then pressed his lips together, staring at her for a lengthy moment before finally responding. What reward can you offer me? He stepped closer to her, his tall and imposing figure casting a shadow over Shen Tang, his chilling aura wrapping around her like a constricting serpent, nearly suffocating her. For a male, the most crucial aspects are simply the female, offspring, and strength. As for females and offspring, I have no need for them. And the beast crystals that enhance strength are not something you can provide in abundance. Chapter 64. Abandoning the pursuit. Shen Tang indeed had little of value to offer, but she could provide him with what he desired most, freedom. Confessed, I did deceive you last time, but I truly intend to help you extract the chip. Even if we cannot find the key, I will never again utilize the power of the chip. You are free, and I promise to fulfill any request you make. Shui Yinzhou gazed coldly at her. You better not be lying. Regardless of the past, every word I speak now is sincere, with no deceit. She leaned closer, grasping one of his hands and placing it against her neck, declaring emphatically, if I deceive you, take my life. You may kill me if you wish. The delicate neck could easily be snapped, and the tormentor who had harassed him for so many years would vanish from this world forever. He had envisioned this scene countless times in his dreams. Shui Yinzhou lowered his gaze to meet her bright, resolute eyes. A flicker of emotion crossed his face, but he ultimately released his grip. Shen Tang, remember what you said today, or I will take your life myself. A series of system notifications echoed in her mind. Congratulations. Host, Shui Yinzhou's affection level has risen to normal. Reward, 1 reshaping of facial features. Congratulations, host. You have completed the side quest. Increase the affection of 5 beastmen to normal. Reward, hair growth potion, which has been dispatched to your inventory. Please check. Shen Tang raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise surfacing in her heart as her gaze fell upon the man's frosty visage, revealing no discernible emotion. By the way, host, once Shui Yinzhou's affection level reaches normal, if you wish to abandon your target, you may apply to dissolve your relationship with him. Shen Tang was struck by this unexpected revelation, her pupils trembling. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Orc with a level gene talent is rare and typically requires the host to pursue them forcefully. However, the primary directive of the system is to ensure the host's safety. Given that he has previously harmed the host on 2 occasions, he is not a suitable target, and you may apply to dissolve the relationship. Shen Tang fell into contemplation. While Shui Yinzhou had not acted against her thus far, there was no guarantee he would not suddenly go mad one day. She could not risk her life as a wager. It seemed he had no intention of leading a harmonious life with her, but rather sought to rid himself of her in pursuit of freedom. In that case, it would be wise to abandon a doomed pursuit sooner rather than later. She would let him go, and he would let her go. Very well. I agree to dissolve our relationship. Understood. Host has dissolved the relationship with the male lead Shui Yinzhou. He will no longer appear in the system interface, and no future quests related to him will be issued. Shen Tang's tense features broke into a smile of relief. She had finally freed herself from this troublesome snake and would no longer need to force herself to pursue him. Upon seeing her radiant smile, her clear, bright eyes crescent-shaped with joy, exuding an unexplainable charm, Shui Yinzhou felt a stir of emotion. Was it merely because he agreed to help her that she looked so delighted? When had she become so easily satisfied? As he observed the cheerful Shen Tang, a complex emotion coursed through him. In the past, she had been ugly, foolish, selfish, and treacherous, evoking only his desire to distance himself from her. Yet now, she appeared transformed, a mystery he could not fathom, devoid of the repulsion he once felt. Perhaps he could attempt to trust her once. The prospect of living well together was not entirely unthinkable. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, countless corpses lay strewn across the ground. The soil stained crimson with blood, a rancid odor carried by the fierce winds, attracting swarms of mutated insects. Xiao Jin had fought the longest against the city lord and was the most severely injured, bravely facing a ninth-tier beastman, a feat worthy of admiration. Yet today, he was destined to perish here. The city lord wore a cruel smile, preparing to deliver the final blow. An unseen black mist suddenly engulfed his body. And most terrifyingly, the city lord's self-proclaimed indestructible physique began to show signs of corrosion upon contact with the mist. His powerful abilities were rapidly draining away. Seemingly consumed by the venomous black fog, his massive form was slowly regressing to its original state. The city lord's expression changed dramatically as he spotted another figure entering the battlefield. It was the serpent beast. Although Shui Yinzhu had spent considerable time in the sanctuary, his reclusive nature meant he rarely interacted with others, and most beastmen had little familiarity with him. Even the city lord had only encountered him a handful of times, knowing only that he was also an 8th-tier beastman of considerable strength, but nothing else. What was this mysterious black mist capable of devouring others' powers? Fear gripped the city lord as he roared in anger, rallying his formidable abilities to break free from the black mist's grasp. And he delivered a heavy punch toward Shui Yinzhu. A mocking chill flashed in Shui Yinzhu's eyes as he pushed Shen Tang towards the approaching Shunli. Transforming into his true form, a colossal ancient beast resembling a king cobra. His neck expanded menacingly, and, as he approached the titan gorilla's neck, he opened his massive jaws. Sharp fangs piercing through rock-like defenses, and venom was instantly unleashed. The venom rapidly permeated the city lord's blood. Within moments, the city lord's massive figure teetered, crashing to the ground, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, unable to rise. The snow-white, powerful tail of the serpent coiled around the city lord's neck, snapping with a crisp sound, granting him a swift end. The hunting process took only a few fleeting minutes, and the formidable 8th-tier beastman was utterly devoid of life. Shen Tang watched in horror, realizing that if this serpent wished to kill her, she would not survive even a moment in his grasp. Silver hair billowing, drenched in blood, he appeared as a deathly specter. Shireen, witnessing this scene, collapsed in terror. Just moments ago, they had been confident of victory, poised to win the battle. Yet unexpectedly, this serpent beast had emerged and slain her father. Her heart ignited with the flames of hatred as she glared at Shen Tang and the others. Her face twisted in terror, wishing to inflict 1,000 tortures upon them. Her father could not have died so tragically. She sought vengeance for her father. They would pay the price, a debt 1,000-fold. Inin, we are no match for them. We must flee for our lives. We can seek revenge another time. Bai Shi, bloodied, emerged, embracing her in an attempt to escape stealthily through the cover of the jungle. However, 2 figures appeared ahead, blocking their path. It was the arriving Shun Li and Shen Tang. Shi Yin's complexion paled suddenly, her body trembling with fear, and she fell to her knees, pleading desperately, "Shen Tang, I know I was wrong. Please spare me. It was my father's greed that sought to capture you. This has nothing to do with me. If you let me go, I promise to mend my ways and never oppose you again. I will give you all my money. Please spare my life." Tears streamed down her face. Her nose and cheeks smeared, and as she spoke, she crawled over, attempting to grasp Shen Tang's leg. Shen Tang recoiled in disgust, her lips twitching. This vile woman had attempted to harm her time and again. How could she possibly let Shireen off so easily? It was common sense to eradicate threats completely. Releasing Shireen would be akin to releasing a tiger back to the mountains. And who knew how this malicious woman might plot against her in the future? Seeing Shen Tang's reaction, Shi Yin's face turned even more ashen. Suddenly, she clutched her abdomen and began to weep, her eyes filled with feigned gentleness and vulnerability. "I must confess, I'm pregnant. Even if you despise me, the child in my womb is innocent. Could you not wait until I give birth before punishing me?" In that moment, she shed her previous arrogant and malicious demeanor, her face now radiating a gentle compassion, as if she were merely a mother-to-be seeking a chance for her child's life. Bai Shi anxiously protected Shi Yin's belly, his face filled with desperation, pleading to be spared, expressing a willingness to atone for their sins, ready to toil like oxen or horses, willing to do anything. Shen Tang furrowed her brow. In a world where the fertility rate is low and bearing offspring is fraught with difficulty, pregnant women and their young are afforded significant protection, even exempting them from the death penalty. Similarly, modern society extends care to expectant mothers, delaying the executions of female death row inmates. Having traversed from the modern world, Shen Tang felt a fleeting pang of compassion upon hearing Shura Yin's revelation of her pregnancy. However, Shura Yin's tender yet anguished visage briefly twisted into a malicious smirk. Thinking how foolish this ugly creature was to be so easily deceived, she continued her act of weeping, rising from the ground and stealthily inching closer to Shen Tang, saying, "Shen Tang, I know you are a kind-hearted female. You surely wouldn't have the heart to let my baby, who is yet to see the world, perish." As the distance between them shrank to less than half a meter, Shura Yin suddenly drew a sharp dagger and lunged at Shen Tang's heart, her eyes ablaze with frenzied hatred. "You wretched creature, die!" Shen Tang had been keenly observing her movements and realized the madwoman was indeed merely pretending. She promptly summoned her earth-based abilities, causing a sharp spike to erupt from the ground, piercing through Shura Yin's abdomen in an instant. The manic glee on Shura Yin's face had not yet faded when she felt a sudden chill in her belly. The dagger clattered to the ground as she trembled, reaching for the blood-soaked wound, and when the pain hit her, she let out a piercing wail, tears streaming down her face. "Oh, my child, my child." Shen Tang was taken aback by the revelation that Shura Yin was genuinely pregnant. She frowned, feeling no sympathy, her expression icy. "I genuinely considered sparing you, but alas, you have chosen your own demise. Not even a deity could save you with that foolish mind. Oh, Shen Tang, I will kill you. You will not die a good death." Shura Yin's sanity shattered completely. Her mind lost to madness as she forgot her perilous situation, clawing frantically at Shen Tang, intent on tearing her apart. Unfortunately, she was firmly pinned to the ground, rendered immobile, and as she moved, the bandages on her face fell away, revealing a half-mangled visage. Flesh nearly gone, exposing bone. Blood pooled beneath her, her hair disheveled, her eyes filled with crimson veins, making her appear like a vengeful specter. Baishi watched with a pale face, his love morphing into terror, his stomach churning. "Baishi, why are you just standing there? Hurry and save me. I am nearly dead." Shura Yin's blood was rapidly draining, her complexion growing ghastly pale. Baishi, resembling a ghost, was paralyzed by fear. He dared not touch her, retreating a few steps in terror. Shen Tang observed this scene, a mocking smile gracing her lips. "I thought you two shared a deep bond, but it appears that in times of crisis, you flee from one another. Baishi even dares to betray you, entangled within Ya. It seems there is no true love for you after all." Baishi's face turned even paler, terror-stricken, realizing that this wretched woman knew of his infidelity. Upon hearing Shen Tang's words, Shura Yin was infuriated to the point of spitting blood, screaming in madness, "You vile creature! I knew you were involved with that wretched person. How dare you betray me? I will kill you, and you shall die alongside these lowly beings." After violently coughing up blood, her voice abruptly ceased, her life extinguished by rage. Baishi's limbs turned cold as despair engulfed him. He knew he could not escape today and vowed to avenge his child and partner. He retrieved a syringe filled with poison, loading it into a specially designed handgun, and aimed it at Shen Tang. Knowing that this toxin had no antidote and would cause instant death upon entering the bloodstream, he was determined to take this vile woman down with him. "Be careful." Shun Li swiftly positioned himself in front of Shen Tang, unleashing a burst of foxfire that accurately shattered the vial of poison. The foxfire then surged toward the fleeing Baishi, reducing him to a pile of ashes. Shen Tang gazed at Shura Yin's lifeless body, her emotions complex. Burn her as well. At least she and her child won't end up inside a mutated creature. Shen Li nudda, kazwalitusing a fie yark. Incinerating Shura Yin's remains into ash. As the battlefield was clear of corpses, the remaining dozen or so beastmen surrendered, their spirits crushed by overwhelming power, only wishing to preserve their lives, devoid of any fighting spirit. Shuayin Zhou approached Shen Tang, his clothes and body splattered with blood, resembling a blood-soaked deity of death, his aura chilling like a frost-laden abyss. Shen Tang felt a shiver run down her spine, unnerved by this serpent, harboring an inexplicable fear within her. She couldn't help but wonder what intentions he harbored, fearing that he might go mad again. Zhou did not miss the flicker of suspicion and scrutiny in Shen Tang's eyes, tinged with a hint of trepidation. His brow furrowed. Was she truly afraid of him? In the past, he would have relished instilling fear in her, wanting her to keep her distance and not bother him unnecessarily. Yet, in this moment, he felt an unexplainable frustration welling up within him, his expression growing colder and darker. Noticing his glacial demeanor only heightened Shen Tang's fear, leading her to suspect that he was on the verge of madness. Suddenly, he tossed something toward her, casting her a complex look before turning to leave. Shen Tang glanced at the energy core in her hand, momentarily stunned. Chapter 66. Affection Levels Rise. Xiao Jin and the others had also tended to their wounds. Accustomed to the chaos of battle, what Shen Tang perceived as severe injuries were trivial to them, and they dealt with them rather casually. The male beastmen, endowed with formidable regenerative abilities, swiftly recovered to peak condition after consuming healing potions. A tuft of fox fur at the tip of one tail had been singed away, but after using the restorative potion, a new, fine patch of red fur sprouted, soft to the touch. Upon sensing Shen Tang's movements, Shunli momentarily stiffened. He would have previously swatted her away with his tail, but this time, after just a brief pause, he gracefully swayed his fiery red, fluffy tail, his fox-like eyes alluringly tilted. With a gentle beckon, he enticed her heart to flutter. "Xiao Tang, does my tail feel nice to touch?" Shen Tang's face stiffened, hastily retracting her hand. She vividly recalled how much this fox despised her touch. He had nearly attacked her last time. Despite his smiling facade, he must be seething with rage inside. Noticing her withdraw, Shun Li's enchanting tail paused, a flicker of inexplicable disappointment coursing through him. He realized that his peculiar emotional shift was bewildering. He certainly did not have genuine feelings for Shen Tang, yet her touch was undeniably pleasant, leading him into a troublesome state of confusion. Unbeknownst to him, this was the result of the nefarious two-legged beast's years of coaxing canines into submission. Ah, the Lord's account must contain a fortune. She almost forgot this matter. Shen Tang slapped her forehead and urgently inquired, "You didn't burn the Lord as corpse, did you?" Lu Xiao had anticipated this and handed Shen Tang the Lord's light brain after detaching it during the cleanup. Upon opening it, Shen Tang was nearly blinded by a cascade of zeros, meticulously counting several times before tremblingly confirming the amount. 11 billion star coins. Goodness, she struck it rich. Could she be on the brink of overnight wealth? Shen Tang suddenly felt the thrill of completing a quest in a gaming dungeon, receiving a massive influx of gold coins. Now possessing over 11 billion star coins, she could atone for her sins without begging these miserly creatures. Shen Tang lauge ho ti ti li. Hands on her hips, gazing skyward. Xiao Jin observed her laughter, reminiscent of someone gone mad, his expression filled with disdain. "TCH, you're boasting over such a meager sum. If you hadn't gambled, we would have saved enough by now." "Indeed." Shen Tang nodded, instinctively glancing at Shun Li's stunningly alluring beast form. Even in disguise, his beastly form was breathtaking. One could only imagine how beautiful his true form, the nine-tailed fox, must be. How she longed for the day she could see and touch it. Shunli noticed the little plump female gazing at him intently. Yet her gaze was not the crude and distasteful kind he had experienced before. Her eyes were pure and clear, exuding a simple fondness and a desire for closeness. Shunli had never anticipated that he would one day serve as a mount. Shen Tang, overjoyed, climbed onto the back of the fox without hesitation, weighing around 160 pounds. Although not light, it was certainly more manageable than before. Shen Li was more than capable of carrying her on a long journey. Xiao Jin, Lu Xiao, and Jia Lan exchanged strange glances at Shen Li, hinting at a playful amusement. This old fox, who usually held himself in high regard, appeared warm and welcoming like a central air conditioning unit. Yet he was notoriously cold-hearted and had a strong aversion to any mingling of the sexes. It was quite astonishing to witness him willingly allowing this hefty girl to ride him. It felt as if the sun had risen in the west. Xiao Jin raised an eyebrow, indifferent, as he would never consider riding this plump girl himself. Lu Xiao and Jialan were briefly taken aback, but chose not to comment further. Shun Li, carrying Shen Tang, leisurely fell to the back of the group, unhurried. As he gracefully navigated through the forest, his slender legs lightly touched the exposed rocks on the river's surface, leaping to the opposite bank like a woodland sprite. His pace was steady, and Shen Tang experienced no jostling. She transitioned from gently tugging at the fur on his neck to lying atop him, burying her face deep in the soft, fluffy fox fur. It was clean and well-groomed, devoid of any unpleasant odor, indicating that its owner took meticulous care of its coat daily. A faint, alluring scent lingered, accompanied by the pleasant aroma of fur warmed by the sun. It was utterly addictive, akin to the charm of a cat. Shen Tang forcefully suppressed her instincts, lest Shenli perceive her as a frenzied pervert and scare away the hard-won goodwill she had cultivated. Shenli could not see Shen Tang's expression, but sensed her every movement, his narrow, shimmering fox eyes narrowing in contemplation. He observed the changes in Shen Tang over the past few days, yet a lingering doubt remained in his heart. Was she merely feigning this transformation to win their favor? However, following the recent battle, Shun Li's suspicions were entirely dispelled. A person may be adept at disguise, but when pushed to the brink, their true nature reveals itself. Yet, this time, Shen Tang proactively suggested that he assist Xiao Jin and even offered her precious energy core to divert the city lord's attention for their safety. This was an act that the previously selfish, greedy, and despicable female would never have undertaken. The system chimed in, notifying Ding, the male lead's affection levels have been updated. Does a host wish to check immediately? Shen Tang raised an eyebrow in surprise and complied. The updates read, Xiao Jin, ordinary 50, Shun Li, affection 60. Jialan, ordinary 65, Lu Xiao, ordinary 30. Shen Tang recalled that Xiao Jin's affection had been 25 previously, now increased by 25. Shun Li's affection also rose by 25, from 35 to 60. Jialan's affection had the most significant increase, soaring from 20 to 65, likely a result of her previous emotional support. She had not interacted much with Lu Xiao, who shared Shun Li's amiable temperament. Despite their past disdain for the original host, neither had spoken ill of her, but their personalities were vastly different. Lu Xiao was too composed and stoic, making it challenging to capture his attention. His affection increased the least, only by 10 points. Chapter 67. Family gathering. The city lord, Shirluan, was dead. The news quickly spread throughout the shelter. The orcs in the city were utterly astonished. Shirluan was a formidable 8th-tier peak orc, with very few capable of standing against him. The onlookers eagerly sought details and learned that it was the work of Shuayin Zhou and his companions, which hardly surprised anyone. This incident swiftly faded from the public's attention. After witnessing much, no one took it to heart. The position of city lord had always been occupied by the most capable, as the orcs and the military took orders from the lord, not any specific individual. Whoever possessed the strongest fist was entitled to sit in that position. And Shirluan had become the new lord only after eliminating the previous one. Xiao Jin and the others had little interest in the position, naturally following her lead. A grand arena was soon set up in front of the city lord's residence, where powerful young male orcs eagerly volunteered for the new round of the lord's competition. The upcoming months in the city were destined to be tumultuous. However, none of this concerned Shen Tang any longer, as she had submitted an application to the Empire, and a spaceship would arrive within 3 days to escort them. Shen Tang took several large pieces of fresh beast meat to visit Song Fong next door. Over the past month, Song Fong had taken great care of Shen Tang and often came to visit her, becoming her first friend since her arrival in this new world. Before leaving, she wanted to bid a proper farewell. Upon hearing that Shen Tang would be moving in a couple of days, Song Fong grabbed her chubby arm, a sorrowful expression on her face, saying, Tang Tang, I will miss you so much. You have no idea how superficial those females in the city can be. I only considered you a friend, and now that you're leaving, I will be so bored. Shen Tang reassured her, I'm just leaving the polluted area. We can still meet in the future. By the way, you mentioned wanting me to teach you how to make braised pork. You can't go back on your word. Shen Tang smiled and nodded. I even brought some meat for you. Song Fong chuckled and sincerely complimented, although you may not be the prettiest. You are the kindest and gentlest female I have ever met. And with your cooking skills, if I were a male, I would want to be with you for the good food. She then mischievously asked, how are things progressing with your beast husbands? Have you slept with them yet? At this, Shen Tang's mouth twitched slightly, thinking, sister, you would have made her much happier if you hadn't started with that. Hearing her bring up the topic of males and females again made Shen Tang's face flush slightly, responding, not yet. Oh, you must hurry. Those 5 beast husbands of yours are handsome and strong, immensely popular among the females. Once you leave the polluted area, you will encounter more outstanding and beautiful females. You must quickly claim them before they get snatched away. Song Fong lamented, seeing Shen Tang's nonchalance, feeling a sense of urgency. Shen Tang recalled how her beast husbands had avoided her in the past. While their attitudes had improved somewhat, they still resisted any physical contact. Especially that dog of a man, Xiao Jin. How dare he talk to her about misogyny? It was utterly ridiculous. What did he think he was, a domineering CEO? Tang, I'm not saying this lightly, but the bond between males and females needs nurturing. You and those 5 beast husbands are worlds apart, and it takes half a city to meet. How can you cultivate any feelings like that? Song Fong scolded her lightly, wishing to impart her wisdom on the art of courting. Song Fong herself was of average appearance and ability. Yet the men she had were all fine young talents in the city, trained to be attentive and skilled in serving her every need, pouring tea, kneading shoulders, and so forth. This was how male orcs should behave. Shen Tang envisioned her 5 proud beast husbands one day, serving her tea, kneading her shoulders, and the image was simply too beautiful to contemplate. However, Song Fong had a point. Her interactions with Xiao Jin and the others were far too infrequent to foster any real affection. Perhaps that was where the issue lay. The system seemed to have heard her thoughts and promptly issued a new task. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a side quest. Organize a loving family gathering. Reward. A package of food seeds. A loving family gathering? Shen Tang raised an eyebrow, recognizing it as a splendid opportunity to strengthen their bonds. She quickly opened her light brain and messaged her beast husbands. To celebrate our victory, I will personally cook a feast tonight. Be sure to come. Xiao Jin and the others had already removed her from their blacklist. As soon as her message was sent, the beast husbands received it instantly. Xiao Jin was in the training room, performing one-handed push-ups, his muscular physique glistening with sweat, his tank top thoroughly soaked. Suddenly, a message vibrated from the holographic device on his wrist, a notification from someone particularly important. He rolled over, sitting up on the ground, propping himself up on one leg, and used a towel to wipe away the beads of sweat that covered his body. With a swift motion, he swept his damp black hair back, lowering his gaze to the message sent by the plump girl. His piercing golden eyes sparkled with interest. A family dinner? This girl actually has such thoughtfulness? Remembering the delicious food she prepared, which was so delectable it made one want to savor every bite, he resolved to go tonight. He would be the first to arrive, to seize the warmth of the meal. Shunli, reclining on the sofa, was bored and reading a book when he too received a message from his holographic device. His enchanting fox-like eyes lit up with a smile. Xiao Tang was indeed becoming increasingly delightful. Jialan was enjoying a bath in the bathroom, a white towel draped over his face to shield his eyes. Upon hearing the notification sound from the holographic device, he paid it little mind. After finishing his bath, he dried off, changed into a loose robe, and suddenly recalled the message. A family dinner? What scheme is this female up to now? Jialan raised his well-defined brows, a hint of amusement flickering in his azure eyes. In the past, he would have been disinterested in attending, wishing to avoid any association with Shen Tang. Just seeing her could ruin his entire day. Fine, I'll head over at 6, he texted back. After waking from her beauty sleep, Shen Tang found the beastly husbands had already arrived, and she felt quite pleased. These men were indeed considerate. What is that mess on your face? Xiao Jin remarked, eyeing the black mud smeared across her cheeks, looking like a ghost. This girl finally lightened her skin, yet now she has made herself look like this? Shen Tang rolled her eyes, explaining that it was a black mud mask, which she had specifically borrowed from Song Fong. Tonight was her golden opportunity to enhance her favorability, so she naturally had to present herself well. Unrefined men, I'll go prepare the game, Lu Xiao said, taking the initiative to carry the game into the yard, swiftly plucking feathers and skinning it with skill. Chapter 68. The virtuous strong man I'll help, Shun Li offered, joining Lu Xiao in the task. Upon entering the house, Jialan noticed the large round table set at the center of the dining area, ample enough for 10 people. His lips twitched slightly. Where did this girl acquire such a large table? The table was adorned with exquisite utensils and those extravagant red candles. Surely she did not intend to stage a candlelit dinner? Jialan, accustomed to grandeur, had never witnessed such a rustic candlelit setup. He was at a loss for where to begin his critique. Seeing his disdainful expression, Shen Tang Pao Det, was this not warm and loving? They could hardly gather 2 living people for a meal at home, and this table was specially borrowed from Song Fong's house. The neighboring family regarded her with bemusement. This ignorant fish truly did not understand her good intentions. Shen Tang dashed to the restroom, washed off the mask, and took a thorough shower. Once she finished, Lu Xiao and Shun Li had nearly completed their work on the game. With previous experiences in mind, they efficiently arranged the ingredients on plates, neatly cutting the beast meat into chunks, while the liver and intestines were thoroughly cleaned. Though the refrigerator contained only limited vegetables like scallions and ginger, making a few decent dishes was not a problem. The appetites of beastmen were vast. The stronger they were, the more energy they required, and thus they consumed more. Lu Xiao helped Shen Tang carry the heavy ingredients into the kitchen, assisting her. The kitchen was filled with smoke as Shen Tang stirred the meat in the pan, coughing and covering her mouth and nose. Lu Xiao handed her a clean damp towel. "Thank you." Shen Tang accepted the towel, their hands brushing against each other momentarily, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. Her face flushed from the smoke, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. She concentrated intently on the sizzling meat in the pan, as if confronting an adversary. Lu Xiao smirked, though his expression remained stoic. After a moment, he glanced down at his palm, where the fleeting sensation lingered, soft and smooth, akin to delicate sponge or gentle clouds, stirring an unfamiliar feeling within him. One he could not articulate. Cooking, in truth, was a labor-intensive task, and Shen Tang's wrist ached from merely flipping the spatula. She could scarcely lift the pot. Lu Xiao stepped forward, taking the frying pan from her hands. "You should take a break. I can handle this," he said, preemptively explaining. "I've been observing for quite a while. I should be able to manage this." Shen Tang was surprised. He had been stealthily learning. She cheerfully replied, "Then give it a try. If you can't manage, just ask me." "All right." She rubbed her sore shoulders, grateful for the moment of respite. As she handed the spatula to Lu Xiao, their hands touched again. From a certain angle, it appeared as though Lu Xiao was holding half of her hand. She recalled how much these beastmen despised her touch. Surely, he did not think she was attempting to take advantage of him. She genuinely hadn't meant to. To preserve her life, Shen Tang had long reigned in her audacious intentions, harboring no such thoughts. Previously, she would have employed every cunning scheme imaginable to entangle them. But now she seemed to fear any contact with them. The moment they touched, Lu Xiao felt another ripple of unusual sensation. Yet it quickly faded as he focused earnestly on cooking. Initially, Lu Xiao was somewhat clumsy, but he quickly grasped the technique, learning to cook quite proficiently, even rivaling her skills. Shen Tang was astonished. Lu Xiao had a talent for cooking. She glanced at the three lazy men at the dining table, who showed no inclination to help at all. Without comparison, there is no harm. Thanks to these three idle fellows, even Lu Xiao, the stoic strongman, appeared exceedingly diligent and considerate. Once Lu Xiao took command of the kitchen, Shen Tang assisted him. After nearly an hour of collaboration, they presented several dishes, bursting with flavor and aroma. Braised ribs, stir-fried pork belly, crispy meat with pepper and salt, and fresh meat soup. The tantalizing scents wafted through the air, igniting appetites. Xiao Jin could hardly contain himself, eagerly diving in with his chopsticks to seize a piece of rib, devouring it with greasy delight. His ruggedly handsome face made even the most casual of eating habits look appealing. Shen Li elegantly picked up a piece of crispy meat, savoring it with a twinkle in his eye. "I've never tried this method before. It's like it's encased in a crispy shell, bursting with savory flavors." "Yes, it's deep-fried. Hurry and eat it before it gets cold." Shen Li encouraged her, his chin resting on his hand, smiling as he added, "Xiao Tang, you should eat more. You've lost quite a bit of weight lately, and it pains me to see it." Shen Tang's lips twitched. She suspected this cunning fox was mocking her. She was quite plump, and he dared to say she was thin? In truth, Shen Li was not intentionally teasing her. As beastmen, they naturally wished for Shen Tang to become beautiful and slender, as it would be more pleasing to the eye. The enticing aroma wafted from the house to the yard, where a white snake coiled around a tree, burying its head in its tail, pretending not to notice. Yet the alluring scent was utterly irresistible. Shuayin Zhou could not ignore it, and he lifted his head, flicking his tongue, casting a glance toward the house. Through the bright floor-to-ceiling windows, he caught sight of Shen Tang and Shun Li enjoying their meal together. The scene resembled an ordinary couple, yet it exuded an indescribable warmth. He had never imagined he would witness such warmth associated with Shen Tang in this lifetime. The silver-purple hue of his serpentine eyes darkened. Shui Yinzhu acknowledged that he had always harbored malice and prejudice against Shen Tang. In his view, her recent transformation was merely a fade, a deceptive ploy aimed at ensnaring them. Yet, He could not suppress the memory of her unwavering and gentle gaze from that day. Shuai forced himself to shut his eyes, refraining from glancing into the room. However, the image of Shen Tang and her every word lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. Agitated, he flicked his tail, producing a loud crack against the bark of the tree, noticing that the people inside had not paid him any heed. He feigned indifference, yet his eyes dimmed slightly as he retreated into the forest, vanishing from sight. Chapter 69. The Beastman must not dine at the table. Shen Tang was relishing her meal, yet felt that something was amiss. With her, there were 5 people in total. They were missing a beast husband. It was simply that Shuai was often elusive and had such a faint presence that she momentarily forgot about him. Moreover, he was no longer her target for conquest. She had inadvertently neglected to inform him about the family gathering. However, as an undercover guard, Shuai usually kept watch nearby. Even if she forgot to send him a message, he could simply enter the house to eat, as she would not turn him away. It was merely a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks. Shen Tang glanced outside the courtyard, but did not see the figure of that serpent beast. The meal I worked so hard to prepare, and he never appreciates it. He must look down on me. He is deliberately targeting me. Shen Tang complained to the system. Shen Tang was perplexed. The system divulged. The original host referred to him as a lowly slave. Marrying him as a beast husband would not alter his inferior status, and he was never allowed to dine at the table. In her childhood, she would merely toss him a few scraps to fill his stomach. Ding! Congratulations, host. Shen Li's favorability has increased by 10. Ding! Congratulations, host. Xiao Jin's favorability has increased by 10. Ding! Congratulations, host. Jialan's favorability has increased by 10. Ding! Congratulations, host. Lu Zhao's favorability has increased by 30. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest. Host a loving family gathering. Reward. A pack of food seeds has been automatically added to your system backpack. Please check it yourself. Upon hearing the series of system notifications echoing in her mind, Shen Tang felt a surge of joy. She had not anticipated that Lu Xiao, the wooden man, would have the highest increase in favorability this time. It seemed he greatly appreciated such a warm family atmosphere and could be a target for future strategies. She resolved to maintain closer contact with these men. 3 days later, a spaceship dispatched by the Empire arrived for their rescue. Shen Tang happily packed her belongings, filled with excitement, yet was disheartened upon seeing the ship. It appeared dilapidated and small, a stark contrast to Gu Yin's vessel, which had been significantly larger. It resembled an outdated craft on the verge of being decommissioned. Despite having once been an imperial princess, no one had come to greet her, and she had been sent such a shabby ship, as if someone were deliberately trying to undermine her. Xiao Jin and the others also wore grim expressions. But the Empire had established a special barrier at the borders of the polluted area to prevent contamination from spreading. Only this type of ship could traverse the barrier. Regardless of their disdain, they were left with no choice but to board. Shen Tang quickly composed herself, whether it was a new model or an old, broken ship. It was sufficient for her to escape this wretched place. That evening, to boost morale, she invited the beast husbands to enjoy hot pot together, providing warmth and sustenance. The journey would take roughly a week, and she had prepared the ingredients in advance, even asking Jialan to use ice water to preserve their freshness, ensuring they could live well on the road. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy, but from extravagance to simplicity is challenging. For the sake of this delicious meal, they would have to swallow their pride and seek her out, no longer treating her with indifference as they had before. Shen Tang felt a sense of triumph. She had firmly grasped this group of men. Xiao Jin, go wash the vegetables. Jialan, you handle defrosting the meat. Shen Tang ordered. Xiao Jin's forehead twitched with annoyance. You want me to wash vegetables? Yes, I'm talking about you. The one who idles all day and does nothing. You could at least come help out. Today, you are in charge of washing the vegetables. If you don't want to do that, then you can wash the dishes. Shen Tang glared at him in frustration. Xiao Jin looked down at her round face, reminiscent of a pufferfish, and a flicker of interest passed through his golden eyes. Suddenly, he leaned in and pinched her cheek, causing Shen Tang's pent-up anger to dissipate instantly. With a huff, she glared at him, furious. Are you out of your mind? As she raised her hand to slap him, Xiao Jin swiftly vanished, his tone dripping with disdain. Washing vegetables is beneath me. You want this hand, which has handled hundreds of guns, to pick leaves and wash vegetables. Truly a waste of talent. Seeing Xiao Jin comply with washing vegetables, Jialan's lips twitched. His handsome face darkened, and he begrudgingly began to defrost the beast meat. Following Shen Tang's instructions, he cleaned it thoroughly before cutting it into chunks and rolls. Shenli approached curiously and asked, "Little Tang, what is hot pot?" In this post-apocalyptic beast world, remnants of modern civilization still existed, but many things had been lost, especially recipes, which had become obsolete. Beasts preferred to replenish energy quickly, and cooking was deemed too time-consuming. Even the dishes in noble restaurants were mostly pre-prepared. Foods like hot pot, which required cooking at the table, had long been eliminated, so it was understandable that they had never heard of it. It's simple. First, you simmer a broth with spices, then you add the meat and vegetables to cook them fresh in the pot. It's convenient and delicious. Shen Tang was unsure of the beastman's taste preferences, so she decided to make a dual flavor pot. One side would have a clear broth, and the other would be spicy, separated by a metal plate, making it a makeshift yin-yang pot. Xiao Jin quickly grabbed a piece of beast meat roll and stuffed it into his mouth, his handsome face turning red as he puffed out steam, his tongue hanging out from the heat. It was both spicy and scalding. This plump girl is definitely up to no good. Is she trying to poison me? Seeing him in such a flustered state brought Shen Tang immense joy, and she chuckled inwardly. With a serious expression, she explained, "This is a yin-yang pot. The spicy side is my favorite. But since you beasts have sensitive taste buds and prefer lighter flavors, you should eat from the clear broth side." Xiao Jin disdainfully eyed the clear broth, which looked bland and unappetizing. He casually picked up a beast meat roll and tasted it, only to discover it was surprisingly good. Shenli gel on, and Lu Xiao observed Xiao Jin's spicy misery and dared not touch the spicy broth, quietly enjoying the clear broth instead. While Shen Tang was eating, she glanced at the white serpent sulking in the corner, feeling out of place, as if he existed in another realm. Shui Yinzhu had always shunned family activities. Typically, he was nowhere to be found. Now that they were on the spaceship, he had nowhere to hide, transforming into his beast form, coiling in the corner by the hatch. Resembling a curled-up mosquito coil, his presence almost non-existent. Shen Tang mused to herself. Has this guy been a shadow guard for so long that he has developed a profession-related ailment? Chapter 70. Task. Spent a wonderful night with the beast husband. Though Shui Yinzhu was not her target for conquest, he remained her legitimate beast husband, and leaving him alone in the corner felt rather inappropriate. Shen Tang initially considered inviting him to join her for dinner, but recalling his aloof and proud nature, she concluded he would likely refuse and might even berate her for having ulterior motives. She disliked the feeling of putting herself out there only to be met with cold indifference. After some contemplation, Shen Tang scooped a portion of food and decided to deliver it to him. Shui Yinzhu had retreated to his room to rest. She knocked on the door, which opened promptly. Shui Yinzhu looked down at her coldly. "What is it?" Suppressing her trepidation, Shen Tang offered him the food. "Since boarding the ship, I haven't seen you eat anything. This is for you." Shui Yinzhu glanced at the food in her hands, which had been warmed and was still steaming. His eyes flickered momentarily, but he did not bring up the matter of poison again. Instead, he replied coolly, "I have already eaten before coming here. A serpent beast can endure hunger for 10 days to half a month with a single meal. I do not require your flattery." Shen Tang's temper flared unexpectedly. This despicable snake deserved to go hungry. She had kindly brought him food, yet he perceived her gestures as insincere flattery. Shui Yinzhu's expression was as cold as ice, his voice devoid of emotion as he stated, "You only need to remember what you promised me that day. Nothing else is required." It was clear he had resolved to sever ties with her. It was she who had sought trouble, her kindness misconstrued as something else. Shen Tang felt relieved to have ended her pursuit of this serpent beast, no longer needing to exert effort to please him. She thrust the bowl into his hands and turned to leave, indifferent to whether he ate or discarded it. It was no longer her concern. Shui Yinzhu glanced at the steaming meal in his hands before looking at her departing figure. Once she had vanished from sight, he closed the door. Furrowing his elegant brows, he reflected on the years spent alongside that female. He knew her capabilities well. She had never even stepped into the kitchen, unable to distinguish between sugar and salt. Even if she had awakened some culinary talent, it would only be marginally better than others. It could not possibly match the extravagant praises of Shun Li and the others. He suspected that Shun Li and the others were merely feigning their admiration to please her. Yet, the food was indeed delightful, a flavor he had never experienced in his life. A shadow crossed Shui Yinzhu's gaze as memories flooded back to his childhood in the palace, where that female had looked down upon him with disdain. tossing him her uneaten scraps with a smirk, declaring that he was only worthy of such refuse. But now, as he held this fragrant meal, he recalled her eyes sparkling with expectation when she had looked at him just moments before. His expression darkened. Shen Tang, which of these is your true self? That night, Shen Tang faced a perplexing dilemma. The dilapidated old spaceship had only 3 cabins. Shenli calculated meticulously, stating, "We are 6 people, with 3 cabins. We must squeeze together. I will share a room with Lu Xiao and Xiao Jin, and Jialan, you will share with Yinzhou, which is slightly more spacious. The remaining room is for Xiao Tang." The rest area was too small. 1 person could sleep comfortably, but 2 would feel cramped. Naturally, the best accommodations were reserved for the female. However, they harbored their own secret motives. Shen Tang, having gained an advantage, chose not to expose them. She relished the thought of sleeping alone in a room, enjoying her solitary comfort. Suddenly, a notification from the system interrupted her thoughts. New side mission released. Spend a night with 4 beast husbands. Mission reward. Map detection. Shen Tang sputtered, spraying water across the table, inadvertently dousing Xiao Jin, who sat across from her. His forehead twitched in irritation as he clenched his fists, growling, "Shen Tang, you seem to be asking for trouble." "Oh no, I didn't mean to. I just coughed on my water." In truth, she was startled by the system's outrageous task. Xiao Jin sneered, "You can choke on water? How foolish." Shen Tang dismissed his remarks, her mind racing with the relentless system's demands. "If you dare, repeat that mission," the system replied meekly. "It merely requests that the host spend a pleasant night with the beast husbands. You are companions. This is perfectly normal. Go for it. I believe you can accomplish this mission." After that, it cut off the signal, leaving her unable to summon it again. Shen Tang's forehead throbbed. Spending a pleasant night together meant she would have to share a room with Shun Li and the others for an entire night. She called out to Shun Li, who was about to leave, forcing a smile. "I suddenly think that plan isn't very good. You tall ones might feel cramped in 1 cabin. How about 2 people per room instead?" Shun Li, Lu Xiao, Xiao Jin, and Jialan's expressions shifted. They understood well that 3 people in 1 cabin would be too tight. The best arrangement was indeed 2 per room, which meant one of them would have to share a room with Shen Tang. The sudden change in her stance revealed her hidden intentions, raising their suspicions. This female was no longer even pretending to be coy. Shen Tang had indeed improved vastly compared to before, but that did not mean they were willing to share a room with her. It would be far too awkward. What if this female remained obstinate? The beast husbands exchanged glances, each reflecting their reluctance. Xiao Jin, particularly anxious, frowned and retorted, "You all discuss it. I absolutely refuse to share a room with her." With that, he swiftly departed, fleeing as if from a terrifying beast. Shen Tang seethed. This stubborn leopard was truly disrespectful. He was the greatest obstacle to her completing the mission. Jialan frowned, also refusing. "I'm not used to sleeping with females. You two discuss it." He too turned to leave. Lu Xiao did not outright refuse, but his displeasure was evident. Shen Tang sighed, realizing that she must first deal with the cunning fox. "Brother Shenli, do you also find me unworthy?" Upon hearing her call him brother, Shun Li's ears flushed, rendering him speechless. "Very well, I will share a room with you." Once in the room, he spread a set of bedding on the floor, kindly stating, "I will sleep on the floor. You take the bed." He explained seriously, "This bed is too small for both of us. I tend to be restless while sleeping, which might disturb you. The floor is better." Shen Tang couldn't be bothered to expose his pretense. This cunning fox could sweet talk with ease, yet deep down, he remained wary of her, fearing she might take advantage of him. In the early hours of the night, Shenli forced himself to stay awake, fearing Shen Tang might attempt something untoward. However, as the night wore on, he did not observe any such behavior from her. Rather, she lay quietly. Shenli got up and approached the bed. Noticing that Shen Tang was sound asleep, sprawled awkwardly, the covers kicked to the foot of the bed, devoid of grace. He grimaced, suddenly realizing he had overthought the situation. After considering it, he tucked her in to keep her warm and prevent her from falling ill. It was a night of sweet dreams. Shen Tang was awakened by a knock at the door. Simultaneously, a notification from the system chimed in her mind. "Your side mission progress is now at 14. Please continue your efforts." Shen Tang quickly regained her senses, glancing out the window to find the day brightening. It was around 8 or 9 in the morning. Shenli was not in the room, but he must have just left. It seemed that simply sharing a room with the beast husbands for a night, even if just a chat under the covers, would suffice. The system was showing a modicum of mercy. However, the thought of the remaining 3 men, especially Xiao Jin, still posed a challenge. Aside from moments of necessity, Xiao Jin had shown little willingness to engage with her, let alone share a room. After knocking for a while with no response, Shunli opened the door to see Shen Tang awake. He gently called out, "Xiao Tang, breakfast is ready. Hurry up and eat before it cools." Shen Tang was pleasantly surprised to find food waiting for her. She had assumed the men would be waiting for her to cook. Entering the cabin, she found Lu Xiao placing a bowl of meat soup on the table. It was clear he had prepared breakfast today. She and T realized he was quite the domestic one. In high spirits, she decided to reward him. "Lu Xiao, you can sleep with me tonight." Lu Xiao nearly spilled the soup in shock, appearing as if he had been startled. Nearby, Xiao Jin burst into laughter, his lips curling in a mocking smile. "You really have the audacity. Why target Lu Xiao of all people? If he doesn't throw you out, consider yourself lucky." Shen Tang shot him a fierce glare, irritated by his meddling. However, she was troubled in her heart. Lu Xiao held no affection for either her or the original host, as he was thrust into this situation solely due to the Lu family's loyalty to the imperial family. As a founding hero, their close ties necessitated intermarriage to consolidate power. The original host had been the only imperial princess of the empire, and barring any unforeseen events, she was destined to ascend as the empress. Lu Xiao, being the most outstanding eldest son of the Lu family, was merely participating in a traditional union, rather than marrying her. It could be said that Lu Xiao was marrying the future heir of the empire, now that Shen Tang had been stripped of her status as a princess. The true successor of the empire was Shen Qingli, the female sovereign far removed from the empire. Shen Tang cleared her throat and stated with a fierce facade, "Regardless of the circumstances, you are all my beast husbands now, at least for the time being." She insisted that only Shunli accompany her, which would certainly cast a shadow on her reputation if it were to be known. "How about this? To ensure fairness, you shall take turns, each accompanying me for 1 night." This was equitable and left no room for objection from Xiao Jin and the others, despite their reluctance. With this arrangement, the task would be completed. Lu Xiao cast a deep glance at Shen Tang. She was now sharp-tongued, a stark contrast to her previous foolish demeanor. Though he felt some resistance, recalling how there had been no chaos between her and Shunli the previous night, he assumed they could coexist peacefully. Xiao Jin furrowed his brow. What was this plump woman thinking? To expect them each to accompany her for a night, and during the day no less? Yet, Shen Tang's proposal left him without a valid rebuttal. His displeasure simmered. When his turn came, he would merely retreat to the cabin and sleep there, for he had no intention of sharing a bed with her. The 3 bore different expressions, lost in their thoughts, yet none voiced any further objections. Shen Tang smiled brightly and clapped her hands. "Since you all remain silent, I shall take it as your agreement. Tonight, let us begin with Lu Xiao." She pointed her finger, deciding to start with the one who appeared most pliable. Lu Xiao silently nodded in agreement, as an early completion promised tranquility. That night, Lu Xiao, like Shunli, slept on the ground while Shen Tang occupied the bed. Shen Tang was not surprised, nor did she comment further. As long as they shared the same room, that sufficed. The following morning, the task completion rate surged to 50%, with only the 2 most challenging individuals remaining. Shen Tang initially intended to select Xiao Jin for tonight's duties, but upon meeting his cold, dangerous gaze, her heart trembled. Thus, she redirected her finger to the aloof and indifferent Jialan, declaring, "Tonight, it shall be you." Jialan's expression turned frosty, yet since he had acquiesced to this arrangement, he said nothing more, merely snorted and walked away. That night, Jialan also opted for the ground. But this noble merman prince clearly had no intention of resting on the floor. With an air of superiority, he declared, "This prince is accustomed to sleeping in a bed. You shall take the floor." Shen Tang's lips twitched with annoyance. "Very well, you're special, you're delicate." She, with her tough exterior, could sleep on the floor without concern. Jialan, observing Shen Tang comply by actually taking the floor and refraining from causing a scene, was taken aback. Her unexpected submission was out of character for her. "First, you're not to climb into bed, nor are you to touch me. Maintain a distance of at least 1 meter. Second, no snoring or grinding of teeth. Do not disturb my sleep. Third, do not harbor any distasteful thoughts towards me, or I shall throw you out." To any onlookers, they would appear as a married couple, while to others, they might seem like adversaries. Shen Tang gritted her teeth in irritation but endured for the sake of the task. Rest assured, I have no such intentions toward you. I shall remain right here within the confines of the ground, and I shall not step outside of it, Shen Tang remarked, casting a critical eye over Jialan, deliberately provoking him. With your physique, you barely have any meat on your bones. In terms of personality, you cannot compare to Shun Li, and in figure, you fall short of Lu Xiao. I would be blind to have any interest in you, were it not for the alliance between our nations. Do you think you would have a chance to marry me? Shen Tang, repeat that if you dare. Jialan's expression turned icy, his fingers cracking ominously, clearly incensed. No male would willingly accept being compared unfavorably by another male, especially when those words came from female. While Jialan did not harbor affection for Shen Tang, her words ignited his competitive instincts. In terms of looks and status, how could he possibly be inferior to those beast husbands? Even in physique, he was still developing. Having been pampered since childhood, he had not engaged in any rigorous labor, making it natural to fall short of those rugged soldiers. Yet he was certainly not lacking. He possessed 8-pack abs and the elegant physique of a merman. Countless noble females in the sea aspired to wed him. How dare this unattractive, plump woman disdain him? How could she be so audacious? Jialan smirked coldly. You would do well to keep your word. Otherwise, I shall toss you out of the cabin. Shen Tang felt a chill from his murderous glare, her heart quaking slightly, yet her words remained defiant. If you have the guts, let's wager. Let us see if I touch you tonight. I have no interest in a mutt. Although Jialan did not comprehend what mutt meant, it was clear to any discerning individual that it was not a compliment. His expression grew even more frigid, as if he wished to slice her into pieces. The system urgently reminded, Host, do not provoke him further. The goodwill you have painstakingly built is at risk of plummeting. Shen Tang, realizing the gravity of the threat, hastily burrowed under the covers, turning her back to him. Both treated the other as if they were invisible, managing to coexist through the night. On the fourth night, it was Xiao Jin's turn. Just one remained, with no means to escape. They stared at each other in silence, the atmosphere palpably awkward. Xiao Jin's temples throbbed, and he turned to leave. You can sleep here alone tonight. I am heading to the cabin to sleep on the floor. No, you must stay in this room. You cannot go anywhere. Shen Tang rushed to block him, stubbornly insisting, if you go to the cabin, I will accompany you. We must remain in the same place tonight. Xiao Jin's golden eyes glimmered with danger as he smirked derisively, lifting her as if she were a small chick and striding towards the cabin. I see you are itching for trouble. You brute, put me down. Shen Tang writhed and struggled. Xiao Jin's expression soured, just as he was about to speak. A deafening explosion suddenly erupted. It felt as if something heavy had crashed onto the ship, sending it into a violent roll. Xiao Jin swiftly pulled Shen Tang into his arms, tumbling to the ground and quickly finding his footing. The ship, teetering precariously, emitted a shrill red alarm. This old ship lacked adequate defense systems. Within mere seconds, it could be destroyed in an explosion. Xiao Jin dashed to retrieve the emergency gear, swiftly outfitting both of them with parachutes and opening the emergency escape hatch in seconds. Jump now, he shouted urgently. Shen Tang, nearly swept away by the high-altitude winds, looked down at the cloud layer, her face pale with fear, her legs trembling as she hesitated. I can't. How do I jump? She had never used a parachute before and was clueless about where to leap. What if she fell into the sea? Xiao Jin's forehead throbbed with veins. Cursing her foolishness and cowardice, time was running out. He seized her and tossed her down. The moment they fell, the ship behind them exploded into fragments, painting the clouds in flames. The parachute deployed above them like a mushroom, landing in a forest where it snagged on a tree. Shortly after, a brittle branch snapped, and a loud thud echoed as something heavy hit the ground. Shen Tang either fainted from the fright or was knocked out from the fall. In any case, she lost consciousness. Xiao Jin descended upon a nearby hill, rolling twice on the ground before shaking his head and rising to survey his surroundings. He found himself in a dense jungle, with signs of deforestation indicating the proximity of a city. Transforming into his beast form, he followed the scent to locate the unconscious Shen Tang, calling out to her multiple times without success. A flicker of panic surged within him. The Black Panther nudged her gently and lay down beside her, lowering his head to sniff her face. Noticing her steady breathing, he delicately licked her face, cleaning off the dirt and leaves that clung to her skin with a tenderness that was almost indescribable. In a half-dream state, Shen Tang felt something moist licking her. its surface adorned with fine barbs that seemed to threaten to strip her skin away. She abruptly opened her eyes to find a robust, elongated black panther before her, her complexion paling in fright. "Why are you running? Did you hit your head?" The panther's golden eyes fixed on her with a hint of human-like disdain. This chubby girl was already not the brightest. If she had damaged her brain, she must surely be even dimmer now. That familiar look of disdain was unmistakably Xiao Jin. Seeing the black panther lean in, as if to lick her head again, Shen Tang quickly raised her hand to stop him, forcing a smile. "So it's you. I didn't realize at first. I thought I was about to be devoured by a wild leopard. With all that fat on you, I doubt I'd want to eat you. It would probably give me fatty liver." Xiao Jin retorted with disdain. Shen Tang, uninterested in his taunts, attempted to rise from the ground, but found her legs weak and unresponsive. A glance revealed that her right calf had been scraped by something, swollen and bruised, with blood seeping from a wound near her knee. She retrieved healing ointment from her belongings and applied it, quickly stopping the bleeding, though some residual pain lingered, causing her to walk at a slower pace than usual. Observing her peculiar gait, Xiao Jin's golden eyes flickered, and he surprisingly offered, "I will carry you." Shen Tang eyed the lethargic panther with suspicion. Did this creature not have a dislike for females? He usually avoided her at all costs. So why would he willingly carry her now? Was he not attempting to mock her? With her cheeks puffed out in annoyance, she chose to ignore his twisted sense of humor and continued forward unsteadily. Xiao Jin, witnessing her stubborn demeanor, felt an inexplicable irritation arise. Previously, this chubby girl would cling to him, even resorting to underhanded schemes. Now she dared to disregard him? Grinding his teeth, he quickly caught up to her slow pace, his long tail curling around her waist to hoist her onto his back, scoffing, "What are you trying to prove? Aren't you usually the one who annoys me?" Suddenly suspended in midair, Shen Tang blinked in astonishment as the black panther began to trot forward, deliberately reducing his speed. With a smirk, she realized her efforts in feeding this insufferable beast had not been in vain. Perhaps she had managed to awaken his conscience. In high spirits, she stroked his coarse fur, which was tough and prickly, far from the softness of Shun Li's fox fur. Chapter hetven harum, alkish. Xiao Jin felt Shen Tang's movements and stiffened abruptly, nearly losing his composure. "Stop it. If you dare to touch me again, I will throw you out to feed the wild wolves." This familiar threat instantly transported Shen Tang back to the embarrassing moment when she first traversed into this world, when that dog of a man had genuinely contemplated her demise. "What?" Xiao Jin had not heard her muttering, but he assumed it was nothing pleasant. "I was merely inquiring as to where we have fallen." Shen Tang assessed her surroundings, aided by her feline heritage, which allowed her to see clearly in the darkness. The lush, primitive forest was dense, with the ground carpeted in dead branches and leaves. Yet there were signs of logging, indicating that they were likely near an orc settlement. The air was fresh and pleasant, free from the ominous gray mist that usually lingered. After the airship's misfortune, they were fortunate that the outcome was favorable. They had seemingly escaped the polluted area and successfully entered the Empire's territory. Xiao Jin's words confirmed her suspicions. They were in a remote forest at the Empire's border, an area so secluded it lacked a regional designation. Yet it appeared that orcs inhabited the vicinity. "I wonder if Shun Li and the others are all right. The most useless on the entire ship is you. Instead of fretting, you should focus on your own survival," Xiao Jin scoffed. Shen Tang was incensed, wanting nothing more than to yank at his fur. But his words reassured her that Shun Li and the others were likely unharmed. She merely lacked knowledge of their whereabouts. Xiao Jin casually remarked, "I sent the coordinates to them. It shouldn't take long before they arrive." Shen Tang nodded, refraining from further discussion. Exhausted from the ordeal, she rested on the panther's back. As Xiao Jin felt her weight pressing against him, particularly the two ample masses at the front, his body tensed, and he awkwardly trudged forward. In the past, he would have discarded this chubby girl without a second thought, but this time he resisted the urge to throw her off, deliberately slowing his pace. Oblivious to Xiao Jin's internal turmoil, Shen Tang closed her eyes, finding the situation increasingly strange. Although she was the exiled princess of the Empire, it was hard to fathom why she was equipped with such an outdated airship, one that even the average orc would not be afforded. To make matters worse, the ship was lacking in upgraded defense or emergency functions, and they had been attacked mid-flight, no less. Typically, she would have been fast asleep at this hour, impervious to the world around her, but today she had been kept awake by a quarrel with Xiao Jin. Shen Tang shuddered at the thought that had she been asleep just days prior, she might have been left for dead. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, her voice cold and resolute. I can't shake the feeling that someone is plotting against us. The airship's attack seems orchestrated. Xiao Jin let out a short, derisive laugh. Ah? You're not entirely hopeless. Fuming, Shen Tang ground her teeth. This insufferable panther could never refrain from taunting her. Yet, she quickly grasped the deeper meaning behind his words. Furrowing her brow, do you know who is behind this? It's you, not us, Xiao Jin retorted, his deep golden eyes flashing with a cold intensity as he smirked. This revelation was not surprising. Not only had they faced numerous attempts on their lives during their exile a year prior, but the rogue beasts and aberrant species they encountered were not mere coincidences. Someone had meticulously planned these ambushes with one clear objective: to take her life along the way. Shen Tang's body froze. Someone wanted her dead? Sensing her sudden tension, Xiao Jin realized the timid female had been frightened. Have you forgotten? Without our protection, you would have been dead long ago. To his surprise, the chubby girl did not express gratitude. Instead, she intensified her disdain, which only irked Xiao Jin further. He had initially regretted their connection, wishing she had perished along the way, but now he found himself reconsidering. If this chubby girl were to meet an unfortunate end, he would feel an inexplicable heaviness in his chest. This strange emotion left Xiao Jin baffled. Surely, it was because this girl could produce delectable dishes. If she were gone, he would never again savor her culinary delights. Thus, he could not allow her to die. He had to ensure her safety. With this thought in mind, Xiao Jin found a rational justification for his actions. Shaking his head to dismiss the sentiment, he continued, during your years in the imperial city, you have offended many. It is likely those individuals are behind this. Shen Tang, having sorted through the memories of her predecessor, felt a strong twitch in her lips. The original owner truly had a penchant for self-destruction. As a princess of the empire, she had spent her days wreaking havoc and earning infamy. From the nobility to the common folk, all sought her downfall. The gossip from the townsfolk could drown her in spittle. What a perfect contrast to the idealized virtuous heroine. With this gem preceding her, the protagonist Shun Qingli garnered the hearts of the entire empire upon her ascendancy. Thus, this assassination attempt could be deemed justified. However, the identity of the perpetrator remained shrouded in mystery. A glint of coldness flickered in Shen Tang's eyes. She was not a mere dumpling to be kneaded at will. She would repay the malevolence of the original owner, but those who sought her demise would not escape her wrath easily. Time passed as they journeyed, and the sky began to lighten. The dawn broke through the clouds, casting its rays upon the earth, when a notification from the system echoed in her mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest. Spend a delightful night with the Beastmen. Reward, detection map. The reward has been automatically added to the system backpack. Please check it at your convenience. It was an unexpected twist of fate, turning misfortune into fortune. Shen Tang felt a surge of joy as she hastily retrieved the detection map from her backpack, resembling an unremarkable piece of leather scroll. Upon unfurling it, it appeared to outsiders as an ordinary map. Yet, to Shen Tang, a real-time updating three-dimensional map materialized before her eyes. At the center, a golden circle indicated her position, and the map extended outward for 30 kilometers, marked with icons denoting rare materials and resources. In the distance, some red dots moved slowly, likely indicating danger, possibly ferocious beasts or contaminated entities. Shen Tang noticed a light gray city symbol a few kilometers ahead. Excitedly, she patted the leopard's head, exclaiming, "Look, to the left. There seems to be some footprints left by beastmen. Let's head this way." Xiao Jin's brow twitched, following her pointed direction, indeed spotting faint traces of beastmen footfalls. This plump girl had quite the keen eye. Xiao Jin proceeded toward the left fork as indicated by her. After walking a few kilometers, they caught sight of the city's edge. Ding! Congratulations, host. Xiao Jin's favorability has increased by 10. Before Shen Tang could bask in the moment, the system's voice chimed again. Ding! A new side quest has been issued. Please kiss any beastman within 24 hours. Reward, basic healing ability. Chapter 74. Help me grab a towel. Shen Tang nearly toppled off the leopard's back. A surge of frustration welled up within her. She could hardly contain her exasperation towards this ridiculous system. The tasks were becoming increasingly absurd. The previous quest, while challenging, could be navigated with clever wordplay. But this time the system blatantly demanded a kiss from Beastman. How could she possibly manage that? Was she truly expected to lock lips? The beast man with the highest favorability, Shun Li, wouldn't even share a bed with her, let alone kiss her. The other three beast men were out of the question. Was she to force the issue? Shen Tang was certain that these men would be furious enough to end her life. Biting her nails in contemplation, her mind became a tangled mess. With only 24 hours to complete the task, and the other beast men absent, she was left with no choice but to consider Xiao Jin. The very thought of such a scenario sent shivers down her spine, her skin crawling at the idea. Every hair on Xiao Jin's body radiated disdain for her, avoiding her as if she were a plague. If she dared to propose such an outrageous request, he would surely toss her to the wolves. Though the task issued by the system was ludicrous, the reward was enticing. Shen Tang yearned for the healing ability. In a post-apocalyptic world, such powers were exceedingly precious. Given the original owner's reckless nature, she could easily envision the bloodshed she would face in the future. The healing ability would serve as a safeguard for her life. With this power, she could assist others and also enhance her rapport with the beastmen. She would have to make do with Shun Li. Given their favorability, even if he were furious, he would likely not dismember her. With this thought, she felt a sense of relief. Xiao Jin carried her to the city gates. The city was modest in size, more akin to a large tribe than a sanctuary, surrounded by towering walls. At the entrance stood 5 or 6 robust beastmen guards wielding outdated weapons, interrogating those wishing to enter. Upon seeing Xiao Jin approach, the guards grew wary. They sensed the powerful aura emanating from the Black Panther, hinting at an extraordinary prowess. The captain approached, performing the usual inquiries and checking their documents. Once the guards confirmed Xiao Jin's credentials, they allowed passage. However, when they scrutinized Shen Tang's identity, their demeanor shifted. After multiple glances between her face and the photo on her passport, the captain summoned one of his subordinates, instructing him to report this matter to the city lord. Shen Tang inquired, "Is there a problem with my documents?" "No problem. No problem at all. You may enter the city to rest." The captain's previously arrogant demeanor transformed into utmost respect, nervously glancing at Shen Tang, uncertainly asking, "Are you the former princess of the empire, Lady Shen Tang?" Shen Tang's expression reflected her surprise. She had been recognized. The original owner's title as princess had been revoked, yet her reputation was well known throughout the empire. The mere mention of Shen Tang was enough to instill fear in the hearts of beastmen, sending them fleeing in terror. The guard, upon seeing her smile, shuddered involuntarily. Clearly more frightened, hastily returned her documents and opened the gate. The expressions of the surrounding beastmen varied. Some held confusion, others fear, disdain, or indifference. Shen Tang suddenly recalled the original owner's many misdeeds, often facing assassination attempts. Had she not been accompanied by Xiao Jin today, she could have easily found herself attacked. Cleaning up the mess left by the original owner would be a long and arduous journey. Shen Tang endeavored to ignore the peculiar gazes of the surrounding beastmen, allowing Xiao Jin to lead her into the city. As non-residents, they could only rent a dilapidated house on the outskirts of the city. These old, crumbling residential areas were filthy and chaotic, yet the rent was exorbitant. Fortunately, Shen Tang was not short of money. Her account was overflowing with redemption points, more than sufficient to purchase the entire city. Once the rental paperwork was completed, Shen Tang frequently glanced out the window, waiting and waiting, until the sun was nearly set. Yet Shun Li's figure remained absent. The messages she sent were met with silence, leaving her uncertain of what had transpired on his end. Reminder: there are 3 hours remaining until the task deadline. Please take action promptly. There was no other option. She had to resort to this leopard. Shen Tang dashed into the bathroom, vigorously scrubbing herself in the shower, brushing her teeth 3 times. Remembering the system's rewards of hair growth serum and a chance for facial reconstruction, she utilized them all. She decided to apply the facial reconstruction opportunity to her mouth. Following the same logic she used to adjust her eyes, she shaped her lips into beautiful petal-like forms, a luscious cherry red, enticingly kissable. Shen Tang then applied an entire bottle of hair growth serum to her scalp. Soon, a tingling sensation spread across her scalp, as if she had transformed into fertile soil, with countless delicate vines breaking through the surface. This process lasted for about 10 minutes before concluding. Shen Tang stood before the bathroom mirror. Her hair cascaded down her shoulders, resembling thick, lustrous seaweed. Her eyes sparkled. The system's hair growth serum was remarkably effective. The original owner's hair had been thin and limp, barely a layer clinging to her scalp, revealing patches of pale, yellow beneath, accentuating her round face. Now, with voluminous locks, her face appeared smaller and her features more delicate. Indeed, hair is a woman's second face. Congratulations, host, for achieving a beauty score of 12. System, check the personal information page. Understood. The host's personal information page has been updated. Host, Shen Tang age, 19 appearance, 63, delicately beautiful, skin, ordinary build, 161 pounds, moderately overweight skills, mental strength 5. Earth-based supernatural ability, Earth escape technique, overall charm rating, medium grade recommendation, optimized figure, refined facial features. Shen Tang touched her chin, noting the increase in her values. Although she was not a stunning beauty, the system's evaluation deemed her delicately attractive, enough to prevent Xiao Jin from feeling disgusted to the point of wanting to harm her. A reminder echoed in her mind. Host, only 19 minutes remain until the task deadline. Please do not dawdle any longer. Act swiftly. Shen Tang had no time for further contemplation. Gritting her teeth, she lightly tapped on the glass door of the bathroom and softly said, Xiao Jin, could you please come over and help me grab a towel? Chapter 75, Drying Hair. Xiao Jin had just finished his shower. Languidly perched on the living room sofa with his legs crossed, clad in a black bathrobe that hung loosely, revealing a well-built chest. His honey-toned skin glistened alluringly in the shifting light. In the past, he would have never shared a room with Shen Tang, let alone expose himself in such an enticing manner before her. Fearing her potential advances, he would have wrapped himself in layers like a zongzi. Today, however, he did not dress with any ulterior motives, simply unconcerned about his appearance. This chubby girl had been in the shower for nearly 3 hours. Why was she still not out? Xiao Jin furrowed his brow, frequently glancing toward the bathroom with a tone of disdain, wondering what could possibly take so long. He heard no sounds from within and felt a pang of anxiety. Was she drowning in the bathtub, truly that foolish? Xiao Jin swiftly rose from the sofa and hurried to the bathroom door, pausing to pace anxiously, torn between whether to push the door open and check. From inside, Shen Tang's voice floated out. Xiao Jin, could you come over and help me grab a towel? Her soft, pleading tone was tinged with a hint of nervousness, perhaps even a touch of grievance. A flicker of realization crossed Xiao Jin's eyes. So, she simply forgot the towel. Given her pitiful tone, it was clear she hesitated before seeking his help. Who would have thought that this chubby girl could possess such a shy side? Xiao Jin raised an eyebrow, intrigue glimmering in his deep golden eyes. He retrieved a clean towel and approached the bathroom door, his voice laced with impatience. You are quite the bother. Forgetting to bring a towel after a shower. How foolish can you be? Shen Tang gritted her teeth in frustration. This arrogant man truly lacked tact. If it weren't for the fact that he was the only beast man around, she would have never chosen him. She had a feigned gratitude. Thank you, Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, upon hearing her delighted tone, felt a flicker of warmth in his heart. The bathroom door cautiously opened a crack, revealing a plump little hand, soft and fair under the light. Xiao Jin couldn't help but glance twice, recalling how Shen Tang used to be as dark as charcoal, yet she was becoming increasingly fair. As he darkened his gaze and extended the towel, the bathroom door suddenly swung wide open, and a wall of flesh crashed into him. Xiao Jin's golden eyes narrowed. After years of battle, his reflexes and agility were far beyond Shen Tang's capabilities, and he swiftly dodged. Shen Tang, confused by the sudden disappearance of the man before her, looked up only to find Xiao Jin several meters away, arms crossed, gazing at her with an air of calm urgency, his deep golden eyes brewing a storm, coldly questioning. What do you intend to do now? What could she possibly intend? Of course, she wished to take advantage of the slip to steal a kiss. However, she never anticipated that this man would be so quick in his movements, evading her before she even had the chance to lay a finger on him. This insufferable man was indeed wary of her. I'm sorry, the floor was too slippery. I slipped unintentionally. Shen Tang bit her lip. Xiao Jin noted that at least she had thrown on a bathrobe. Had she collided with him in her naked form, he feared he would have lost his appetite for 3 days. His voice was low and icy. It is for the best. If you dare to entertain any improper thoughts, I will throw you out to feed the wolves. With that, he shot her a warning glare. His gaze then unexpectedly softened as he took in her appearance. In the heat of the moment, he hadn't noticed, but now, she seemed to have become rather attractive. Xiao Jin's skeptical gaze fell upon her head. He distinctly remembered how her hair had once been sparse and unkempt, clinging to her scalp like algae on rocks, making one wish to shave her bald. Yet now, her hair flowed like a glossy black waterfall down her back, and her face appeared slimmer. He furrowed his brow, noticing her teeth had become significantly tidier, a transformation that surely resulted from some orthodontic treatment. No longer did she display crooked teeth when speaking, a sight that used to be quite unpleasant. His gaze lingered on her lips, and he was momentarily entranced. Perhaps it was due to her freshly washed state, but her complexion was now fair and healthy. Her lips flushed and dewy from the warmth, endowing her otherwise ordinary face with an inexplicable allure. Shen Tang, noticing Xiao Jin's unwavering gaze upon her, felt a surge of triumph. This insufferable man was indeed swayed by appearances. She playfully twirled a lock of her lustrous hair and took a few steps closer. Feigning shyness as she asked, "Xiao Jin, what do you think of me?" She had undeniably become more pleasing to the eye. Once resembling a bloated bun, her features now appeared more defined, her large, expressive eyes radiating purity and charm. Her full, rosy lips revealed a set of clean, white teeth when she smiled, presenting a much more agreeable visage. While her figure still leaned toward the heavier side, it remained within acceptable bounds, especially since her weight loss had only affected her waist, leaving her bust and hips relatively unchanged. She now possessed a curvaceous hourglass figure that exuded an inexplicable allure. Xiao Jin scrutinized her with a discerning gaze before commenting nonchalantly, "Well, you are passable." "What?" Shen Tang's triumphant smile faltered. She nearly exploded with indignation. This insufferable man truly could not speak kindly. Xiao Jin's critical tongue, though harsh, bore a kernel of truth. She had indeed improved in appearance, no longer as unattractive as before, which surprised and intrigued him. Yet it was still far from enough to captivate him. The youthful beauties he had encountered in the imperial city were far too numerous, and Shen Tang's current condition was insufficient to leave him breathless. The system's voice nagged incessantly in her mind. "Host, you must exert yourself. There are less than 10 minutes remaining until the task concludes. If you fail to win over this beastman, the mission will be deemed a failure." Shen Tang's heart raced, her eyes darting as she smiled sweetly. "Xiao Jin, would you help me dry my hair? Do you not have hands of your own?" Xiao Jin shot her a peculiar glance. Shen Tang inwardly cursed this stubborn beastman for his lack of finesse. It was a wonder how he ever managed to pursue the female lead. This truly illustrated the distinction between love and indifference. My hand is injured." Shen Tang hastily fabricated an excuse. Fearing he would doubt her, she rolled up her sleeve to reveal her arm, slightly reddened from Branch's scrape, though the wound had long since healed. Xiao Jin appeared to accept her explanation, grumbling about her being a nuisance as he swiftly retrieved a hairdryer, plugged it in, and tilted his elegantly arched chin. "Come here." As Shen Tang leaned in, he abruptly seized her hair, cranking the hairdryer to its highest setting, unleashing a wild gust of air. Chapter 76. A successful steal of a kiss. Xiao Jin's movements were rather coarse, showing no regard for her delicacy. Shen Tang gazed at her reflection in the mirror, nearly transformed into Lei Gong. A sharp twitch crossed her lips. However, in the mirror, she seized the opportunity to scrutinize the strikingly handsome face of the man before her. Under normal circumstances, had she dared to stare so blatantly at Xiao Jin, she would have been swiftly thrown out to feed the wolves. His dark hair was slightly damp, clearly just washed, and his countenance was exquisitely handsome with elongated eyes, captivating golden irises, high nose, and thin lips adorned with an enticing shade of soft red. His physique was exceptionally impressive, clad in a black bathrobe, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, the collar casually open, revealing a tantalizingly deep collarbone and a small patch of firm, well-defined chest. In contemporary times, he would undoubtedly be the most sought-after male model on the runway. No wonder this infuriating man had such a foul temper. The original owner of her body risked being beaten to pursue a night with him. Just looking at that face was undeniably flawless, a beauty beyond compare. Xiao Jin was entirely focused on styling Shen Tang's hair, his gaze downward, oblivious to her lustful stare. Otherwise, he surely would have found a way to torment her further. "Host, time is of the essence. Only 3 minutes remain." The system blared sharply. 1 minute left. Less than 30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2. In that final moment, Shen Tang acted on instinct, turning her head and pressing her lips against his. Xiao Jin, wholly absorbed in drying her hair, had lowered his guard, bending slightly due to their height difference, bringing them perilously close. Shen Tang stood on tiptoe, her lips brushing against his soft, thin ones like a dragonfly, skimming the water. Internally, she was taken aback. So soft. Xiao Jin was taken completely by surprise by Shen Tang's sudden action, his golden eyes narrowing, frozen in shock. 3 seconds later, he snapped back to reality, his anger boiling over, his mind exploding with rage. His icy roar erupted from his clenched teeth. Shen Tang, you're seeking death. Shen Tang anticipated his fury. The moment their lips met, she summoned all her strength and bolted away. She shut the door and locked it in one fluid motion. Xiao Jin's fist slammed against the wall, the old decrepit house trembling in response. You're asking for it. He approached the door, only to find it locked, fists clenched. His fierce golden eyes ablaze with an inferno of anger, as if he could tear Shen Tang apart through the door. Shen Tang remained silent, feigning death. Xiao Jin was on the verge of exploding. He detested female proximity above all, especially loathed being entangled and harassed by them. This plump woman was truly unrepentant. How dare she steal a kiss? No wonder she had been so coy. It was all a ruse to pilfer his affection. Xiao Jin had assumed he would feel disgusted. But aside from the embarrassment and anger of being teased, he found it was not as repugnant as he had imagined. If it were, he would have rushed to the toilet by now. Instead, the sensation of their lips brushing lingered in his mind, strangely soft. To be honest, it was rather pleasant. Once Xiao Jin regained his composure, he touched his lips, a profound look in his eyes. Shen Tang was filled with astonishment. Could it be that this cold exterior concealed a wild passion, a penchant for forced affection? Congratulations, host, you have completed the side quest. Kiss any beast husband. Reward: basic healing ability, which has been activated immediately. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Shen Tang paid no mind to the commotion outside. With a thought, a shimmering green light emanated from her palm. She scanned the room for a test subject, but upon finding none, she directed the green light to the scar on her arm. Almost instantaneously, the swelling and redness vanished, more effective than the finest healing potions. Fantastic. This was an unexpected windfall. She thought about opening the door to check, but feared that the man might be waiting just outside to drag her away and beat her senseless. With nothing else to do, Shen Tang lay on her bed, deciding to take a beauty nap in the meantime. Before long, steady footsteps approached outside the door, followed by Xiao Jin's chilling voice. Shen Tang, come out. Damn, wasn't it just a kiss? Why was he being so relentless? The force of action is mutual. He had kissed her too. They both had eyes and nose, and a mouth. Neither had lost out, right? Shen Tang buried her head under the covers, pretending to be asleep, feigning ignorance. Xiao Jin impatiently knocked on the door. Get out now. Where'd she go? To be dragged away and fed to wolves? She was not foolish enough to step out and meet her demise. Shen Tang initially intended to keep feigning death, but feared that the madman would force his way in. So she quickly jumped out of bed and barricaded the door with all the movable furniture in the room. Listening to the commotion inside, Xiao Jin could easily guess what she was doing. His forehead twitched with irritation, gritting his teeth. The Lord wishes to see you. Did he genuinely believe she could escape if he intended to eliminate her? Shen Tang eyed the door skeptically. Are you serious? You're not deceiving me, are you? Believe it or not, the Lord sent someone to request your presence. If you don't go, I will send them away, Xiao Jin stated, losing patience as he turned to leave. Shen Tang, upon hearing this, realized that perhaps this leopard was not lying. Given her unique status, the Lord would undoubtedly seek an audience with her. Thus, she hurriedly changed into more formal attire and opened the door to the courtyard, where a tall, brown-haired wolf tribe beastman stood at the entrance, standing as straight as a pine tree. Upon seeing her approach, a flicker of disdain crossed the beastman's eyes. Yet his professional demeanor compelled him to bow respectfully, addressing her, Greetings, Lady Shen Tang. The Lord has heard of your arrival and has specifically sent me to escort you to the Lord's manor for a visit. Was this an inquiry into her actions? Shen Tang felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, the original owner had committed many heinous acts, and she was uncertain if the Lord would make things difficult for her. What she feared most was encountering an assassin along the way. Instinctively, she sought help from Xiao Jin, who shot her a cold glance, clearly perceiving the meaning behind her gaze, and scoffed inwardly. Now you know to be timid? Wanting to seek his aid? You were quite bold when stealing that kiss. As he thought this, his gaze unconsciously fell upon her lips. Chapter 77. She is a demon. He distinctly remembered how pale and dry the original owner's lips had been, devoid of color and vitality. Yet now they were plump and rosy, exuding an irresistible allure. It made even her otherwise ordinary face appear somewhat seductive. To be honest, in that moment of the kiss, Xiao Jin's mind went blank, his body and soul quivering. Realizing the absurd thoughts swirling in his mind, Xiao Jin's expression darkened ominously. Damn it, he was truly losing his mind. How could he harbor such thoughts about this plump woman? Shen Tang noticed Xiao Jin's unwavering gaze fixated on her lips, his expression growing increasingly grim, radiating a murderous intent, causing her to gulp nervously. This wretched leopard wouldn't he be contemplating revenge, would he? Your Excellency, if you are occupied, I can report to the Lord on your behalf. The wolf tribe beastman interjected, sensing the strange atmosphere between them and feeling awkward. Shen Tang was taken aback that this leopard was willing to escort her despite their earlier encounter, and she decided not to dwell on his unpleasant attitude, quickly following after him. However, their journey was marked by an uncomfortable silence, making the wolf tribe beastman feel like an unwanted third wheel. At last, they arrived at the Lord's manor. After the beastman entered to announce their arrival, he hurriedly took his leave. Xiao Jin waited in the courtyard as Shen Tang stepped inside, where a dignified middle-aged lion beast waited for her arrival. Upon seeing Shen Tang, the Lord's eyes flickered with surprise. It is said that the former princess of the empire was exceedingly unattractive. However, upon closer inspection, she does not appear as dreadful as the rumors suggest. Although her features are rather ordinary and pale in comparison to the true imperial princess of the day, she cannot be deemed ugly. In fact, there is a certain gentle charm to her visage. Yet, recalling the actions of this female before him, the city lord's expression turned icy. This female is malicious and ruthless, responsible for countless deaths. Such a menace must not be allowed to remain in the city. How did Lord Shen Tang end up in this remote green wild city? The city lord's seemingly respectful demeanor belied a voice laced with coldness and concealed hostility. Shen Tang, naturally perceiving the city's lord's unwelcome attitude, recognized the original owner's misdeeds. She knew that even if she were to jump into the Yellow River, she could not cleanse her name. Once she revealed the truth behind her lineage, she assured the Lord, "Rest assured, we only seek temporary refuge for a few days, and the rent has been fully paid. We shall not impose further." The city lord hoped she would adhere to her word, declaring, "Our small city cannot accommodate your esteemed presence." Shen Tang discerned the city lord's sarcastic tone. Yet she found herself in a precarious situation and refrained from retorting. With a polite smile, she explained, "I got separated from my companions on the road. But once we reunite, we shall depart Green Wild City without delay." Upon hearing Shen Tang's candid agreement, the city lord was taken aback. She did not resemble the vicious tyrant described in the rumors. However, he thought to himself that while her nature might have softened for the time, being due to her suffering during exile, she remained a ticking time bomb. The city lord merely wished to expel this calamity swiftly. His brows knitted in concern, he coldly announced, "Green Wild City does not welcome outsiders. I shall grant you no more than 5 days. Should you fail to find your companions by then, I must insist you leave." Shen Tang recognized that this was the city lord's maximum concession. Although a flicker of displeasure crossed her mind, she chose to remain silent, lest she further incite his disdain. Nodding in agreement, she took her leave. As she exited the city lord's residence, she encountered a variety of orcs, their attire humble and tattered, revealing the poverty of this border town. It was evident that news of Shen Tang's arrival had spread, as the orcs hastily avoided her presence, parting like the Red Sea to create a wide path. The expressions of the passers-by varied, their murmurs filled with discontent. Shen Tang made no effort to listen, aware that they were not speaking kindly of her. Suddenly, a small stone struck her back, followed by several more pelting her calves and feet. One even grazed her face, leaving a faint red mark. Raising her arm to shield her face, she turned to see a group of frail young orcs, their ears pointed, armed with an array of stones. As the young orcs noticed her gaze, they retreated a step, but their voices were filled with venomous curses. "Vile female. Leave Green Wild City. Traitorous scum allied with the rebels. It's your fault so many innocent orcs have perished. You are nothing but a thorough demon." It is said that this female delights in tormenting orcs. She drinks human blood and feasts on flesh. How terrifying. She brings misfortune wherever she goes. She will summon disaster upon us. Drive her away. Their fervor only escalated as they hurled more stones at Shen Tang. Xiao Jin, maintaining a composed demeanor, stepped protectively behind her, striding forward to seize the lead young orc by the scruff, delivering a sharp slap to his rear while sternly reprimanding, "You little rascal. Have you lost your senses?" Orc children are instinctively fearful of the strong. The group of young orcs, intimidated by Xiao Jin's formidable aura, began to wail in terror. The leading orc, blushing with embarrassment, defiantly protested, "We did nothing wrong. This female is a demon. She deserves death. Why are you stopping us? Let me go. You are an accomplice too." In a fit of rage, the young orc clamped down on Xiao Jin's muscular arm, as if biting into steel, causing him to scowl in frustration. "You dare to cry? I'll have your guardian come here to teach you a lesson." His menacing threat only served to pale the young orc's face further, and he wailed even louder, filling the air with a cacophony that made Xiao Jin's head throb. Shen Tang approached, her expression complex. "It's fine. It's not a significant matter. The young orcs are naturally mischievous. Let them go." Xiao Jin regarded her with surprise, not expecting her to exhibit such kindness. In the past, if this group of young orcs dared to insult her publicly, she would have flown into a rage, sending people to imprison them and deliver a severe beating. She truly was different from before. As Xiao Jin's golden eyes flickered, he remained silent, casually tossing the young orc aside. Upon hitting the ground, the boy transformed into his beast form and fled with his companions, not forgetting to leave a few unkind curses behind. Shen Tang pressed her fingers to her temples, feeling a headache coming on. The memories left by the original owner were fragmented, but the insults from the young orcs had jogged her recollection. In Chapter 78, we meet the hungry young orcs. The original owner was consumed by jealousy towards the protagonist Shen Li, who took everything from her. In her desire to frame the protagonist, she secretly colluded with the rebels, leaking vital information that led to the annihilation of several elite imperial troops, allowing the rebel cavalry to ravage multiple cities. The rebels committed heinous acts, leaving countless orc civilians dead, their corpses piled high, and rivers of blood flowed. It is said that the river of blood ran for 3 days and still did not dry up. Shen Tang did not witness these horrors firsthand, but merely contemplating them filled her with sorrow. The Empire harbored an intense hatred for the original owner, wishing for her demise to atone for the innocent lives lost. Shen Tang initially believed that being given an unattractive face and a body as corpulent as a pig was a disastrous beginning. However, she soon realized that the true catastrophe was only just beginning. She must constantly guard her life, fearing an orc might emerge with a knife to assassinate her. To survive, Shen Tang must alter everyone's perception of the original owner. Over time, she will work diligently towards that goal. Xiao Jin observed Shen Tang's distracted demeanor and assumed she was affected by the insults. He pursed his lips, uncertain of what to say, for the original owner's misdeeds truly warranted disdain. Even he had once wished to slay her. Yet now, she appeared far more agreeable. As Xiao Jin's golden eyes dimmed, he absent-mindedly touched his lips, dismissing the peculiar feelings that had arisen. Shen Tang's stomach growled after a day of hunger. The food in her space was nearly depleted, so she took Xiao Jin to the city's vegetable market to procure supplies. The variety of vegetables and grains available was quite limited, suggesting that conditions in other parts of the empire might be similar. Shen Tang recalled the vegetable and grain seeds rewarded by the system. The essence of her family was agriculture, though she wondered how well the vegetables and grains would sell. Rest assured, as long as the host can cultivate the crops, sales will undoubtedly soar. The system boasted, the seeds produced by this system yield high quantities, have short growth cycles, and are nutritionally rich, with the resulting food also reducing pollution levels within the orcs. Shen Tang's pupils dilated in astonishment, questioning the veracity of such claims. Given the rapid expansion of pollution in recent years, orcs had inevitably been affected. The higher the pollution levels, the more prone they were to mental agitation. If the grains truly possessed the capabilities the system touted, the orcs would surely flock to buy them. Shen Tang was eager to begin, but knew the time was not yet ripe. She must first secure stable lodgings. The immediate priority was to have a meal. After spending a considerable time in the kitchen, the tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the cracks in the window and carried on the wind. Orcs several miles away detected the scent, their expressions shifting to one of confusion. That notorious Shen Tang resided in that house. How could the smell of food emanate from her courtyard? Curiosity piqued, yet none dared to approach, fearing they might invite trouble. The ravenous young orcs, however, were oblivious to such concerns. They caught a whiff of the tantalizing aroma of meat, and their mouths watered in anticipation as they stealthily gathered outside the courtyard, peering inside. When Shen Tang stepped out to pour some water, she caught a glimpse of these curious little creatures outside the gate. They were thin, skin stretched taut over their bones. Their fur matted and dirty, a disheveled sight indeed. These were young beast men, abandoned due to the death of their parents or illness, with no one willing to adopt them. They rummaged through trash bins for sustenance. Their fate was dire, either succumbing to starvation or falling victim to disease, with very few surviving to adulthood. This reminded Shen Tang of the unfortunate stray cats and dogs. When the young beastmen saw the door open, they tensed, instinctively wagging their tails in a plea for favor. However, upon realizing that it was Shen Tang who emerged, their tails froze in mid-wag, their fur bristled, and they fled as if they had seen a ghost. Feeling embarrassed, Shen Tang touched her nose, wondering if she truly appeared that frightening. Xiao Jin approached, glanced outside, then looked at the meat soup and ribs in her hands with raised eyebrows, querying whether she intended to feed them. Unfortunately, they ran away the moment they saw me. Shen Tang replied, her face filled with disappointment. Ah, those little beastlings are quite clever. They probably fear you might poison them. Just as Shen Tang was about to retort, she awkwardly closed her mouth. Given the original character's persona, she could indeed commit such a foolish act. She shoved the meat soup and ribs into Xiao Jin's arms. Gesturing with her chin, they don't trust me. They will surely trust you. Please feed them this food, and don't you dare sneak a bite along the way. Xiao Jin smirked with a devilish grin. Are you truly willing to offer this food to those beastlings? Perhaps among them are those who have insulted you. Shen Tang shrugged nonchalantly. So what if they curse me? I haven't lost a piece of meat. Besides, my past actions were indeed detestable. I ought to perform more good deeds to gradually alter their perceptions of me. Sunlight bathed Shen Tang, her clear eyes narrowing into crescent shapes, her rosy lips curling into a smile. For a moment, Xiao Jin found it difficult to tear his gaze away. Yet, her bulbous, flat nose marred her beauty, leaving him with a sense of distaste. Noticing the way Xiao Jin stared at her nose, as if he wished to cut it off, she took a wary step back. What do you want? Suddenly, he leaned in closer, his long fingers pinching her face, a significant smile playing on his lips. You hardly seem like yourself, Shen Tang. Your transformation over these past days has been so profound that I find myself questioning whether you have switched bodies. Confronted by his sharp, domineering golden gaze, Shen Tang's heart raced. She suppressed her anxiety and coldly brushed his hand away. I have already stated my intentions to reform. I have committed numerous foolish and wicked deeds in the past and have received my due punishment. Therefore, I wish to turn over a new leaf and atone for my former self. Whether you believe me or not is of no concern. Xiao Jin's eyes darkened as he regarded her, emitting a low snort without further comment as he exited the courtyard with 2 large bags of food. Ding! Congratulations, host. Xiao Jin's favorability has surged by 30. Shen Tang was taken aback. What did her feeding the beastlings have to do with him? Could it be that her kindness touched this leopard? She pondered, surprised that this seemingly unruly man actually preferred gentle and kind-hearted types. Host, you are overthinking it. The system chimed in with a teasing tone. It is simply that these stray little ones remind Xiao Jin of his own childhood. He hails from a slum, scavenging food from trash bins and often facing disdain from the nobility. His impression of noble females is one of arrogance and hypocrisy, while you're the only female he recognizes who extends a helping hand to stray beastlings. As the system continued, its tone was almost paternal. This tactic of yours strikes directly at his psychological defenses. You are indeed a master, as expected of the host I have chosen. Shen Tang's lips twitched. She had not considered it so deeply. Chapter 79. The Golden Eagle to the rescue. Shen Tang was indifferent to what that dogman thought. All she cared about was raising his favorability. The beastman's right hand rested behind his back, gripping a sharp dagger that glinted ominously in the sunlight. He glared at Shen Tang's retreating figure, his steps silent and serpentine as he moved behind her, raising the dagger to strike die. Host, be cautious. Quickly evade. There is an ambush. The system's alert blared urgently, and almost in the same moment the blade was about to reach Shen Tang. She bent low and rolled away, narrowly escaping the attack. To be fair, the flexibility of a cat was indeed admirable. Although she had gained some weight, her body was surprisingly agile. The wolf beast, realizing his strike had missed, his eyes bloodshot with rage, swiftly drew his dagger again and charged at her. Shen Tang's face turned pale with fright as she rolled and scrambled, evading yet another assault. Seizing an opportunity, she quickly utilized her earth elemental abilities to raise a wall of soil, shielding herself from the wolf beast's onslaught. Bewilderment crossed the wolf beast's face, but his eyes turned an even deeper shade of red as he forcefully yanked the dagger embedded in the earthen barrier and shattered it with a kick. The beastman was a formidable fourth-tier beastman, while Shen Tang's earth abilities were only barely at second tier. In a direct confrontation, she stood no chance. Shen Tang shouted for help, scrambling up and sprinting toward the courtyard entrance. However, the wolf beast, with a sinister grin, raised his finger, and a vine erupted from the ground, ensnaring Shen Tang's ankle and dragging her down. "You wretched woman, I shall take your life today, eradicating evil from this world." With the dagger raised high, madness flickered in his eyes as Shen Tang, paralyzed with fear, could not even scream. Instinctively, she conjured another wall of earth. The dagger plunged into the barrier. Soon, cracks began to form, threatening to shatter it completely. At that moment, a piercing cry akin to a clash of metals echoed from above. A flash of white light as a wind blade sliced through the air towards the wolf beast. Boom! The wolf beast was sent flying several meters, crashing against the wall, blood spilling from his mouth. Shen Tang hurriedly broke through the earthen barrier and looked up at the sky, joy flooding her heart. It was Lu Xiao. The imposing figure of the golden eagle descended, transforming into an exceptionally tall and robust man, with a crew cut and piercing gray eyes that were both cold and fierce. None other than Lu Xiao. "Are you hurt?" Lu Xiao asked, his gaze assessing her with a slight furrow in his brow. Shen Tang quickly shook her head. "I'm fine. Just a few minor scrapes on my arms and calves. Nothing serious. I don't even need any ointment. It will heal in a couple of days." Lu Xiao strode forward, binding the wolf beast and presenting him before her. "What do you wish to do with him? Shall we simply kill him?" Shen Tang looked at the wolf beast, whose crimson eyes were fixed on her. Her lips pressed together in contemplation. "Why do you want to kill me?" The beastman's face flushed with anger, veins bulging as he roared. "You shameless wretch. How dare you ask? My brother was killed because of you. You leaked military secrets, leading to the annihilation of his entire unit. I couldn't even find his body." The wolf beast glared at Shen Tang with a venomous hatred, wishing to tear her apart. "I will kill you to avenge my brother. You deserve to die." Shen Tang understood now. The beastman's brother must have been a soldier in a certain military unit, and due to the original character's leaking of battlefield secrets, they had been ambushed by the rebels, leaving no survivors. Lu Xiao, noticing the beastman's heightened emotions, frowned and spoke in a low voice. "There's no need to keep him alive. Kill him to eliminate future threats." Seeing Shen Tang hesitate, he reminded her, "Even if you let him go, he will continue to attempt to assassinate you. There is no reason to leave yourself with such a potential risk." The wolf beast harbored such deep-seated hatred for her that he could not be swayed by money. He had to be killed. Shen Tang felt a surge of empathy for him, but he was simply a man seeking vengeance for his brother, not inherently evil. Both brothers had perished due to her and the original character's actions, and she felt a twinge of guilt. Let him go, she finally decided. Lu Xiao was taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gray eyes. The wolf beast, who had been struggling violently, paused in shock, though he continued to glare at Shen Tang with bloodied teeth. With a cold expression, declared, "To openly assassinate a female is a crime deserving of the death penalty. I shall spare your life today as a means of atoning for your brother's demise. I owe you nothing now, but should there be a next time, I shall not let you escape. I will return the favor in kind." The wolf beast stood there, momentarily stunned, perhaps at a loss for how to respond. Turning to Lu Xiao, who had subdued the beastman, she signaled him to release him. Lu Xiao's gaze lingered on her face, his eyes flickering for a moment before he nodded silently and loosened the wolf beast's restraints. The wolf beast collapsed to the ground, its leg nearly severed by the wind blades, flesh and blood flying, exposing bone. However, for a beast man with formidable regenerative abilities, it was not a fatal injury. With a complex expression, the wolf beast regarded Shen Tang, saying nothing, before turning and limping away. Lu Xiao turned to Shen Tang, asking, "Aren't you worried he will return once he heals?" Shen Tang shook her head. "I have made an agreement with the city lord. We are permitted to stay in the city for only 5 days. By the time he recovers, we will have long departed, never to meet again." "That explains why you let him go so easily," Lu Xiao remarked. "However, such incidents rarely occur only once. Where there is a first, there will be a second. Although the sanctuary restricts freedom, it also serves, to some extent, as a safeguard for your personal safety. Shen Tang understood Lu Xiao's implication. She had initially believed that leaving the sanctuary would herald a new chapter in her life, only to realize that it marked the beginning of a nightmare. She could not afford to be too merciful. If she were to let every assassin go, it would be tantamount to courting death. I understand, she thought, feeling a tangle of emotions within her. I will take it one step at a time. Cooking? Lu Xiao glanced into the house, having caught a whiff of the delectable aroma of meat. Yes, you arrived just in time. It's nearly mealtime. Lu Xiao's gaze fell on Shen Tang's face, and after observing her for a while, he noticed the changes in her appearance, but chose not to comment further. Instead, he inquired, "Where's Xiao Jin?" The other beastmen had already contacted each other and knew that only Xiao Jin remained by Shen Tang's side. The urgency of the prior situation made Lu Xiao wonder why the leopard was absent, recalling how much disdain Xiao Jin had previously harbored for Shen Tang, leading him to suspect it was intentional. Shen Tang hurriedly waved her hand. "No, it's because I saw some stray cubs that looked quite pitiful. So I prepared some food for Xiao Jin to take over. I never anticipated that in such a short span of time, someone would attempt to assassinate me." She was aware of the animosity directed towards her, but she had not expected it to be this intense. In Chapter 80, titled "The Tough Guy in a Pink Apron," Lu Xiao noticed a pink object hanging on the wall, resembling clothing, but not quite. What is this? In a world where beastmen rarely cooked and aprons were virtually non-existent, Shen Tang had fashioned one from a discarded garment. After shedding 200 pounds of excess weight, she found her old, oversized clothes unwearable and repurposed them. How convenient. Lu Xiao remarked appreciatively, tying the apron around his waist. Shen Tang's voice caught in her throat. Wait, is this really happening? The sight of a rugged man adorned with a pink apron created an unexpectedly harmonious image. The apron hung loosely on Shen Tang, akin to a piece of airy fabric draped over her, whereas Lu Xiao's muscular physique filled it out, showcasing his broad chest and well-defined muscles. Shen Tang's eyes sparkled as she swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the allure of a man who could excel on the battlefield and in the kitchen. He wielded a gun in one hand and a spatula in the other, and he was undeniably handsome, with a stable temperament. Apart from his disdain for her, he seemed perfect. His golden eyes narrowed dangerously, and with a swift motion, he scooped her up as if she were a small chick, his voice low and menacing. I chased after those unruly beast cubs for ages, and you sit here, comfortably, getting so plump without any exercise. You should be ashamed. Get up and help. Shen Tang, enjoying the spectacle of the male model, was abruptly lifted from the sofa, her frustration boiling over. You insufferable leopard, are you insane? Xiao Jin disdainfully surveyed her, sneering. With a body that gasps after just a few steps, you dare accuse me of having issues? Shen Tang rolled her eyes and swatted his hand away, twisting her wrist where he had grasped it. Silently, she vowed never to seek a partner like this brutish leopard. Lu Xiao observed their banter with a knowing look. Among the 5 beastmen, Xiao Jin was the most openly hostile towards Shen Tang, displaying his distaste very clearly. He had always avoided her, considering even a brush with her to be a stroke of bad luck. It was unclear what transpired between them when they were alone, away from the others. In a secluded forest outside the city, hundreds of beastmen gathered, all above the 3rd rank, including a formidable 6th-rank beastman, a fearsome figure with a scarred face. The wolf beast hung his head, weakly explaining, I saw the leopard beast leave the female's side and thought it was a rare opportunity to strike. I believed I could succeed. And how did you end up like this? Don't tell me you were bested by a female, the scar man questioned coldly. That wretched female certainly has luck on her side. His expression darkened as he inspected the wolf beast, ensuring there were no listening devices or trackers before he relaxed slightly. Yet, the others remained vigilant, aware of her malicious nature. Given her treacherous disposition, she should have torn you apart by now. It's indeed strange. Do not let your guard down. That wicked female is surely plotting something. She must have realized our intentions and is feigning vulnerability to ensnare us. Another beastman interjected. Indeed, that demon has no good intentions. Everyone should keep a low profile over the next few days. We must not alert her. The assembly of beastmen, driven by their various grievances against Shen Tang, formed a covert organization with the aim of orchestrating an unprecedented assassination. The wolf beast listened to their fervent discussions, attempting to voice his dissent, but his words were drowned out by their vitriol. Ultimately, the scarred man decreed that the assassination plot would be postponed for the night. The wolf beast's expression was conflicted. He sensed that Shen Tang was not quite the malevolent figure she was rumored to be, but perhaps it was merely his misjudgment, and thus he remained silent. Meanwhile, Shen Tang was blissfully unaware of the assassination attempt she had narrowly escaped. As she stepped outside for dinner, she noticed several frail cubs huddled at the door, more than she had seen at noon. Shen Tang raised an eyebrow and approached them. As always, the cubs scurried away in fright upon seeing her. She had instructed her system to keep a watchful eye on the entrance. Upon catching sight of the large pot of meat soup at the door, the cubs were astonished. Several cautiously approached, sniffing the air, their mouths watering at the enticing aroma. Hurry and write a note. There are 2 more updates coming tonight after I eat. Chapter 81, titled A Bit Adorable, continued with the cubs expressing their skepticism. Don't drink that. It's a trap set by that malicious female. She might have poisoned it, exclaimed one little tiger cub, swatting a cowardly wolf cub. Yes, that wicked female is definitely up to no good. She must have poisoned it to kill us. We won't fall for her trick. However, I am terribly hungry. The emaciated little wolf cub lamented pitifully. Regardless, it was on the brink of starvation and wished to die with a full belly. Thus, it disregarded the other cub's protests and plunged headfirst into the meat broth, gulping it down as if it were savoring its final meal. Determined to indulge to the point of bursting, the broth splattered wildly, soaking its head, yet it continued to murmur, delicious, truly delightful, even if it dies. It would have been worth it. The other animal cubs were taken aback, seeing that this wolf cub had nearly finished half the pot without succumbing to poison. They quickly rushed over to snatch some food. Within mere minutes, the large pot of meat broth was consumed entirely, with the cubs licking their lips, still yearning for more. The initially astonished tiger cub pondered. Perhaps that malicious female did not poison the broth? It had not managed to grab even a sip, only managing to lick the pot's edge, filled with regret. Shen Tang observed the amusing reactions of these cubs through the system map, laughing until tears streamed down her face. When Lu Xiao arrived, he also noticed the little cubs gathered around the door. He turned to look at the beaming Shen Tang, momentarily taken aback. In all the time he had known her, he had never seen her smile so joyfully, illuminating the dilapidated surroundings. Did you prepare that pot of food for them? Lu Xiao inquired. Indeed, those clever little cubs are quite quick. Every time I approach, they vanish without a trace. So, I simply left the food at the door, and they could come and take it as they pleased, haha. I joked about poisoning them, yet they devoured it all. As she spoke, Shen Tang waved at Lu Xiao with a mischievous smile. Tomorrow, I need your assistance. Upon noticing her impish expression, Lu Xiao raised an eyebrow, finding it unexpectedly charming. When the following noon arrived, Shen Tang, feeling stifled indoors, instructed Xiao Jin to procure a large dining table and 6 stools, setting up an alfresco dining area in the courtyard. Shen Tang and Lu Xiao busied themselves for the entire morning, preparing a sumptuous feast rich in aroma and flavor. The tantalizing scent of their culinary creation had already attracted the animal cubs from a 10-mile radius. They were filled with trepidation, yet remained rooted at the courtyard's entrance, their paws refusing to obey. Shen Tang glanced towards the door, took a bite of the crispy chicken leg, and exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Wow, this fried chicken is truly delectable. Crispy on the outside and tender within, bursting with juice. This meat broth is also wonderfully tender, with a milky, rich flavor that lingers. It is the best broth I have ever tasted," Lu Xiao remarked. Xiao Jin, swallowing a meat patty whole, his golden eyes brightening, realized that this plump girl's culinary skills had improved significantly. Her cooking was becoming increasingly delightful. Previously, he had constantly thought of ways to escape her, yet now, if asked to leave, he would find it hard to part. The group of little cubs watched the trio enjoy their meal, drooling profusely. Soon, one cub could no longer resist. A scrawny little wolf cub quietly crossed the threshold into the courtyard. Xiao Jin noticed it and casually tossed a piece of meat pie. The wolf cub's eyes lit up as it grabbed the morsel and dashed away. Other animal cubs, witnessing this, were filled with envy. Several wiped their drooling mouths and approached the courtyard, but dared not venture further inside. Lu Xiao tossed a few rib bones to them, and the cubs scrambled to snatch them up. Some of the weaker little ones could not obtain any food and gazed longingly at the dining table, a mix of fear and desire evident in their expressions, making them appear quite pitiable. Shen Tang threw a few meat patties to them. When the cubs saw the food come from Shen Tang, They hesitated for a few moments before rushing to snatch the patties and fleeing. Shen Tang's my helper. In the following days, the number of animal cubs gathering at the door increased significantly, amounting to around 30 or 40. Shen Tang specifically instructed Xiao Jin and Lu Xiao to take turns hunting an extra wild beast outside the city, promising to prepare new dishes as a reward. Both men realized that this chubby female intended to feed the stray animal cubs, but chose not to expose her. After all, hunting an additional beast was effortless for them, and they readily agreed. The younger cubs in the city did not harbor much resentment towards Shen Tang. Being young, they had not developed any tangible grievances against her, having only heard of her past exploits from others, leading to instinctive hostility. After several days of delightful meals, the cubs' animosity towards Shen Tang dissipated. Although they still felt compelled to flee upon seeing her, they had begun to venture into the courtyard. They devoured the food she provided entirely, and even at night, when curled up in tattered clothing, they dreamt of what delicious offerings the wicked female would prepare the next day. As days passed, the deadline set by the city lord approached, filling Shen Tang with anxiety. On the day of the spaceship crash, she and her companion had slept in the same room, and the crash site was quite close. After reuniting, they made their way to Ly City. "Why did you arrive so late?" Shen Tang asked as she approached. "There are some leftovers from lunch in the fridge. If you're hungry, you can heat them up." Shenli looked astonished, not expecting her to have saved food for them. He chuckled softly. "We encountered a few issues on the way, but they have all been resolved." As he spoke, his deep gaze lingered on Shen Tang's face for a moment, surprised at how much more attractive she seemed after a few days apart. "You've just arrived from your journey. Take a rest. I will heat up some food for you." Shen Tang quickly averted her gaze from the probing eyes of the cunning fox and turned to Jialan. The usually sharp-tongued merman was unusually quiet today, not retorting to her. Shen Tang couldn't shake the feeling that his complexion appeared rather pale, indicating he was not in good condition. "Are you injured?" Shen Tang sniffed, seemingly detecting a faint scent of blood. "Did you encounter an ambush on the way? Where are you hurt? Is it serious? Let me take a look." Shen Tang stepped forward, intending to examine his injury. Jialan's expression shifted slightly as he took 2 steps back. "Don't touch me." He shot her a glance, his face awkward as he pressed his lips together, leaving behind a curt, "I'm fine," before turning to retreat into his room. Chapter 82, An Awkward Injury. What kind of attitude is this? She was merely concerned about his injury, not harboring any inappropriate thoughts. Why act as if she were a predator? Shen Tang felt quite distressed. Yet she continued to ponder this matter as she lay down to sleep that night. After all, Jialan was her target for pursuit, and she could not simply disregard him. A minor injury would be fine, but she feared that the stubborn man would not disclose if he were severely hurt. Furthermore, since Shen Tang acquired healing abilities, she had yet to find a suitable test subject to experiment with, leaving her uncertain about the extent of her healing capabilities. She decided she should check on him. In the dead of night, after ensuring everyone was asleep, Shen Tang rose and made her way to Jialan's room. She knocked on the door. Inside, a slightly weakened voice soon replied, "Who is it?" "It's me," Shen Tang answered. After a few seconds of silence, Jialan's cold and melodious voice came through. "What business do you have at this late hour? You're injured. I can help you heal. It's cold outside. Let me in to discuss it with you," she said, turning the doorknob. "Wait a moment." Inside, there were sounds of rustling fabric. A few minutes later, Jialan finally said, "Come in." The door was not locked. So Shen Tang pushed it open and immediately spotted Jialan, half propped up against the headboard. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating his face, which appeared even more pallid than during the evening, almost translucent, making him seem unreal. "What do you want?" Jialan glanced at Shen Tang, coldly stating, "If you brought medicine, just place it on the table. Ordinary medicine won't be effective for your injury. Will it?" Jialan's expression stiffened, not expecting her to perceive that. His physique was unique, causing him to reject common medicinal remedies, rendering standard healing products ineffective for him. Shen Tang's palm emanated a faint green light, a gentle smile gracing her face. "A few days ago, I had inadvertently awakened a healing ability, which might prove beneficial to you." When Jialan beheld the green light in her palm, the icy demeanor on his face cracked. This female had actually awakened a healing ability? Females from the major empires usually awakened only mental powers, and those who could awaken a second ability were exceedingly rare. To her surprise, Shen Tang had not only awakened earth-based powers, but also the healing ability. How is this possible? Shen Tang could not conjure a plausible explanation, so she opted for simplicity and stated it was an accidental awakening. Let them be puzzled. After all, even if they inquired, she was unaware of the answer. Jialan confirmed multiple times that her healing ability was genuine, as he could feel the subtle warmth radiating from the green light, even at a distance. After a moment of hesitation, he pursed his lips and coldly stated that they could try. Observing his unwilling demeanor, Shen Tang pouted, thinking, who has ever seen a doctor actively seeking out a patient for treatment? This merman truly lacked appreciation. Nevertheless, achieving her goal, Shen Tang quickly sat by the bed, fearing he might refuse her once more. As Shen Tang approached, Jialan instinctively recoiled, turning his head away and refusing to meet her gaze, even his hair radiating a palpable resistance. Shen Tang felt exasperated. She was there to treat him, not to threaten his life. Was it really necessary for him to react this way? Jialan turned his head again, his forehead twitching slightly. Who are you calling big brother? You were born a month earlier than I was. Shen Tang hastily replied, Yes, so shall I call you little brother? Jialan's expression darkened further. Shen Tang suspected that if her healing ability were of no use, this obstinate man would have outright told her to leave. Let us begin, Jialan said impatiently, unwilling to waste any more time. Shen Tang nodded and lowered her gaze to scan his body. He was dressed in several layers, and even his arms were concealed, making it difficult for her to discern where he was injured. She inquired, Where are you hurt? Jialan's expression turned peculiar. Why do you ask that? Isn't it possible for a healing beast man to heal from a distance? I am merely a novice, lacking practical experience. I must first see your wound before I can proceed with the healing. Jialan found himself at a loss for words. His delicate, pale face flushed with color. Shen Tang, puzzled, asked, Are you blushing? Not comprehending the situation, she urged him, Quickly reveal your wound so I can take a look. Jialan bit his lip, feeling somewhat uneasy. After a few moments of hesitation, he slowly lifted his hand to pull up his shirt. Oh, the injury is on your chest. However, he soon lifted the hem of his clothing, revealing his lean, well-defined abdominal muscles. His long, elegant hand then moved to his belt, curling slightly as he began to unfasten it. Wait, something seems amiss. Shen Tang's eyes widened in shock. Jialan's handsome face burned crimson as he undid his belt and slowly tugged down the edge of his pants. Shen Tang jumped up from the bed, utterly astonished. What are you doing? I am a law-abiding citizen, not one to engage in such transactions. She recalled that this fellow had yet to resolve his mating season. Could he be attempting to provoke her into something unspeakable? What are you thinking? Jialan gritted his teeth. Did you not wish to see the wound? The injury is right here. Shen Tang felt tears welling in her eyes. She possessed healing abilities, not expertise in male health. She was almost convinced that this man had sustained a grievous injury. Blushing, she stole a glance and discovered the wound lay on his lower abdomen. Jialan's ears turned beet red as he swallowed hard, glaring fiercely at Shen Tang. Close your eyes and do not look. Otherwise, I shall gouge out your eyeballs. Jialan's expression suddenly stiffened, alternating between crimson and pale. You should never have agreed to this shameless female. Rest assured, I have no intentions towards you and will not do anything, Shen Tang replied, reiterating, I do not fancy delicate males. You. Jialan was infuriated, but a sharp breath caused him pain, leaving him too weak to retort. Shen Tang, witnessing his rare moment of vulnerability, thought, It seems this wound is quite serious. Being so close, it could not involve a vital area, could it? Otherwise, what would become of the female protagonist's future happiness? Shen Tang, are you seeking death? Seeing this shameless woman staring at him, it felt as though her gaze was fixated on his lower region. Jialan clenched his fists, his expression darkening ominously. Shen Tang's brazen behavior left him at a loss for words. Even cursing her was difficult. He shut his eyes tightly, unwilling to look at her any longer. Let us begin, he urged, fearing he might succumb to the impulse to strangle her. Shen Tang swiftly entered the healing state, green light surging from her palm. As the green light made contact with his abdominal injury, the damaged area quickly sprouted granulation tissue, intertwining and growing as though stitched by surgical thread, gradually enveloping the wound. Jialan's face contorted in pain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet slowly, the tension in his furrowed brow began to ease, and the cold body accustomed to the depths of the ocean felt an unexpected warmth, not only healing the wound but also nourishing his body. An indescribable comfort began to blossom within him, igniting a sense of longing. As Shen Tang's healing ability surged into Jialan's body, it swiftly became animated, racing through his limbs and bones. However, upon reaching a certain area, an invisible barrier obstructed her power, preventing any further advance. What could this be? Shen Tang furrowed her brow, intensifying her healing energy in an attempt to probe deeper, yet she could not break through the barrier. An invisible vortex appeared, rapidly consuming her healing energy. What was hidden within Jialan's body? Regrettably, her healing ability was still too low in level to contend with it. Jialan opened his eyes and noticed Shen Tang's pale, weakened visage, momentarily taken aback. A complex mix of emotions surged within him, tinged with an inexplicable sense of compassion. She had truly changed from the girl he once knew. Please mate with any beast partner. Past duration, 3 months. Reward, mysterious grand prize. As Shen Tang rose, she was startled by the system's announcement, causing her to slip and stumble towards the bed. Her right hand inadvertently pressed against Jialan's abdomen, eliciting a pained groan from the young man, who arched his back, his handsome face flushed, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he gritted his teeth. Shen Tang, if you want to ruin me, just say it. I didn't mean to. I just felt dizzy, and my foot slipped. Shen Tang quickly released her grip. Jialan shot her a glare, suppressing his discomfort and remaining silent. Observing the wound on his abdomen reopening, Shen Tang rushed forward to treat him once again. At that moment, Xiao Jin happened to pass by the room and heard strange sounds emanating from within. The sound of a man's muffled groan, intermingled with pain, yet resembling pleasure. Xiao Jin's expression darkened. He had no particular preferences and certainly did not want to witness the awkward scenario of a male engaged in activities in the dead of night. Internally cursing, he thought, how could this house have such poor sound insulation? Did this merman not know to keep it down? Calmly, he was about to stride away when he suddenly heard Shen Tang's voice. She gently inquired, does this feel better? Does it still hurt? Xiao Jin halted, his breath catching. How could this plump girl be in that merman's room? What were they doing together late at night, alone in a room? The two individuals within were startled, both turning to the door. Shen Tang's face was filled with astonishment. How did this annoying leopard arrive here? Jialan's gaze turned icy in an instant, as if he had been interrupted during a significant moment. Xiao Jin's eyes bore into their provocative posture, his forehead throbbing with veins as he noted Shen Tang's hand resting on Jialan's waist, positioned rather low. If it went any lower, that would be. He clenched his fists, his expression darkening. Shen Tang, you better give me a reasonable explanation. This shameless female had flirted with him just days prior, and now she could not control her impulses and was seducing this merman. Truly a wanton woman. Shen Tang looked at Xiao Jin bewildered, wondering what explanation she could possibly provide. The commotion here also roused the others. Shun Li, clad in a nightgown, approached and beheld this scene that sparked the imagination. Her crimson eyes narrowed, and the smile on her face faltered. Lu Xiao cast a casual glance, maintaining his usual demeanor, though he felt a hint of surprise. Jialan, who often expressed disdain for Shen Tang, was unexpectedly caught in a clandestine affair with her at night. This turn of events was truly unforeseen and increasingly intriguing. In a flurry, Jialan hastily tightened her belt, her face flushed with embarrassment and rage. What are you doing in my room at this late hour? She exclaimed. We are not here for you, but for her, Shun Li replied with a smile, glancing at Shen Tang. The fiery fox tail swayed gently against the wall, her tone laden with implication. Xiao Tanger, what game are you two playing? May I join? Shen Tang, bewildered, was tending to Jialan's injuries, and since Lu Xiao was unharmed, she wondered what the fuss was about. Instinctively, she glanced at their positions, her cheeks reddening. Surely, Shun Li and the others did not think she and Jialan were engaged in something unspeakable at this hour. Healing? Xiao Jin's expression softened slightly. His arms crossed as he leaned against the wall, his cold gaze fixed on her. His deep, magnetic voice dripped with disdain. After just a few hours apart, you still possess healing skills? Have you learned them in your dreams? Shen Tang shot him a fierce glare, thinking that this insufferable man couldn't seem to feel at ease unless he was provoking her. With a slight lift of her brows, she retorted, well, you wouldn't believe it, but I suddenly awakened my healing abilities in a dream tonight. With that declaration, she disregarded the varied expressions of the men around her and demonstrated her healing prowess. Xiao Jin stepped forward, firmly grasping her wrist to ascertain the authenticity of her abilities, his sharp golden eyes reflecting astonishment. This chubby girl was becoming increasingly enigmatic. Shun Li and Lu Xiao exchanged shocked glances, their gazes scrutinizing Shen Tang, pondering their thoughts. The white serpent coiled upon the ceiling had been observing the commotion within, flicking its tongue before sliding through the window, transforming into its true form. Shen Tang felt a chill behind her and turned to meet the cold, handsome face of Xue Yinzhou, startling her into jumping back. When did you arrive? How do you walk without a sound? Xue Yinzhou gazed deeply at her, the night before last. He had grown accustomed to his solitary ways and had not informed her, usually resting in the trees nearby. A host, don't be timid. The beastly husbands are all present. Quickly choose one to shower with affection. The system's voice brimmed with excitement. Shen Tang's forehead throbbed, mentally cursing the troublesome system. What kind of ridiculous task was this? If these men knew of her feelings towards them, they would surely kill her. Suppressing her inner turmoil, she assessed the 5 beastly husbands before her, each strikingly handsome, with broad shoulders, slim waists, and long legs. The kind that could easily grace the covers of modern fashion magazines. Her heart raced. While admiring their looks was one thing, the prospect of action was far too thrilling. Who should she choose? Shun Li had the highest favorability rating, occasionally teasing her, yet he was a cunning fox, his heart obscured. She still could not discern his true intentions, nor did she know his real identity. They had yet to reach a level of intimacy, let alone physical connection. Lu Xiao was gentle in demeanor but cold and restrained. She could see he held no interest in her, making any advances impossible. Xiao Jin was proud and forceful, detesting any physical contact with her. After their last encounter, he had nearly wanted her dead. If she dared to suggest mating, he would most likely toss her out to the wolves. As for Jiao Lan, it was needless to say, she would rather feign interest in other females than endure her company during mating season, indicating her strong aversion. Xue Yinzhou was even more unlikely. If she were to propose such a ludicrous request, he would send her to meet the beast god. Thankfully, he was not a target in her current quest, which made things simpler. This task is utterly impossible. You must be jesting, Shen Tang mused, at a loss as to whom to approach. Chapter 84. She is a fickle-hearted female. Host, are you not curious about the mysterious grand prize? The system coaxed. Shen Tang rolled her eyes. Curiosity killed the cat. You know, no reward is worth my life. I refuse this task. Host, please reconsider. There's no rush. It's entirely natural for a female and her beastly husbands to engage in such activities. Why not seize the opportunity with these handsome men? The system urged. The corners of Shen Tang's mouth twitched. While she was indeed lustful, she was not foolish enough to seek her own demise. She ignored the system's lamentations. Xiao, Tanger, why is your face so red? Are you unwell? Shun Li inquired softly. Observing her hurried retreat, he raised an eyebrow and turned to Xiao Jin with a teasing smile. Xiao Tanger seems rather peculiar tonight. What's so strange about it? She is clearly overwhelmed, her true nature exposed. She is indeed a fickle-hearted female. Xiao Jin scoffed, disbelieving that she had delayed treatment until now, only to sneak into a male's room at midnight. Given her nature, she must have intended to take advantage of the situation. Xiao Jin touched his lips, an inexplicable sense of annoyance rising within him. He scrutinized the mermaid before him, noting that she was not vastly superior in appearance, and her figure certainly did not surpass his. Why was this chubby girl infatuated with such a lean dog? Jiao Lan noticed Xiao Jin's unwavering gaze upon her, her expression darkening. Get lost. All of you get out. Meanwhile, at the city lord's residence, the past few days have been anything but peaceful. Although the city lord, Shi Yi, had agreed to let Shen Tang and her companions stay in the city, he remained uneasy, dispatching individuals to secretly monitor her every move. The shadow guards reported daily, sometimes multiple times. Report to the city lord. Nothing unusual occurred today. That female has been quite well behaved. Just yesterday, the hunting team in the city had encountered 2 of her beastly husbands, who had proven their strength by assisting in the hunt for several high-level prey. She had been frequently feeding the stray younglings in the city, her cooking skills impressive, with aromas wafting for miles. She prepared a dish wrapped in broad leaves, cooking chicken over charcoal, known as huaji, which smelled divine, making her subordinates drool. She had made garlic steak today, and the city lord's expression darkened further. I sent you to monitor her, not to report her menu. The shadow guard swallowed, timidly explaining that this was merely what she had been doing all day. The city lord's face grew grim, furrowing his brow. Is she truly that well behaved? Have you not observed any peculiar behavior? The shadow guard shook his head, confirming her compliance. The only surprising aspect was her frequent feeding of stray beasts, and upon inspection, they found no poison in the soups and meats. Perhaps they were overthinking? The city lord pondered silently. Then a voice from outside interrupted. Report to the city lord. Miss Shen Tang has arrived. What does she want? The city lord's brows furrowed tightly before relenting. Let her in. Upon entering, Shen Tang exchanged a few pleasantries with the city lord before getting straight to the point. Thank you for your hospitality these past few days. I have come to request an extension of my stay in the city. I am willing to pay double the rent. Given that Jialan had only just recovered from her injuries, and both she and Shunli had been ambushed, they were in no condition to continue their journey immediately. Had this been any other time, the city lord would have refused without hesitation. However, recalling the shadow guard's reports, he hesitated. After all, her request was minor, and denying would seem petty. As he deliberated, another urgent report arrived from outside. City lord, it's bad news. The lady's condition has worsened. You should go see her. At this, the city lord's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly departed. Shen Tang was taken aback as she recalled her visit to the market a couple of days prior, where she had overheard someone mention that the lord's wife was frail and frequently bedridden. It appeared that her condition was more dire than the rumor suggested. With a sudden resolve, she decided to follow the trail. Upon reaching the room in the back courtyard, she beheld a gaunt female figure lying in bed, her face pale and sunken, breathing shallowly. The lord, cradling the frail woman, had reddened eyes filled with fury as he scolded the gathered physicians. You incompetent quacks! Am I sustaining you to simply waste away? You cannot even cure this minor ailment. The doctors, trembling with trepidation, stammered, We apologize, my lord. Our abilities are limited. The lady's condition is not due to a common illness. She suffers from a congenital affliction. No remedy will be effective against it. The lead physician looked at the lord with a pained expression, subtly suggesting that it was time to prepare for the worst. The imposing figure of the lord shed tears, contemplating if Warner was destined for demise, with no hope of salvation. The elder doctor hesitantly offered a glimmer of hope, stating that a healer among the beast folk might be willing to assist. The lord's face fell further. The empire's healers were exceedingly rare and had lofty demands. How could they possibly come to such a remote and dilapidated town? Hearing the shaman's words, Shen Tang's eyes lit up as she stepped forward, declaring, I can attempt to treat the lady. The lord furrowed his brows, rebuking her. What are you doing here? His anger surged as he suspected her intentions were nefarious. Ordering the guards to eject her, Shen Tang quickly showcased her healing abilities, asserting, I'm also a healer among the beast folk. If the lord does not mind, I would like to try. Upon witnessing the green light emanating from her palm, the lord's expression froze, his breath quickening with disbelief. He cast a reluctant glance at Shen Tang, realizing he had no other recourse, and decided to take a chance. He cautioned her sternly, If you dare to play any tricks, I will ensure you never leave the lord's estate. Shen Tang sighed in resignation, reassuring him, Fear not, my lord. I have renounced any malicious intentions and merely wish to express my gratitude. I did not anticipate encountering the lady's plight, hence my desire to lend a hand. There is no need for such wariness. Chapter 85. The fine tradition of continued companionship. The lord's face flickered with inner conflict, but time was of the essence. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and consented to let Shen Tang attempt to save his wife. The attendants in the room were promptly dismissed. Approaching the bedside, Shen Tang carefully removed the lady's garments. The lord, noting that both were females, refrained from further comment. Shen Tang's expression grew grave. The state of the lord's wife was worse than she had anticipated. Having lain in bed for an extended period, her body was deteriorating, with sores nearly festering on her back. Lion Ye's heart ached at the sight, his fists clenched, eyes bloodshot and glistening with tears. If Shen Tang could indeed restore Warner to health, he would acquiesce to any request she made. Unaware of the lord's turmoil, Shen Tang focused intently, channeling warm green light into the lady's damaged body. The festering wounds on the lady's back began to heal rapidly. The lord's eyes sparkled with astonishment, and he dared not breathe. The room fell into a tense silence, where even a pin drop could be heard. As time passed, the lady's pallid complexion gradually regained a healthy hue, and she slowly opened her eyes. Though her eye sockets were hollowed, they revealed a pair of gentle and beautiful eyes, casting a warm gaze upon Shen Tang. Song Wan had been in a state of coma for years, yet she often heard sound from the outside world, unable to muster the strength to respond. Throughout the years, she felt guilty for burdening Lion Yi, and her heart ached with despair. Little did she expect that one day, she would have a glimmer of hope for healing. Tears welled in her eyes as she grasped Shen Tang's hand, her voice weak yet bright with gratitude. "Thank you, child. Thank you for saving my life. I truly do not know how to repay you. You honor me, my lady. I'm simply delighted to see you recovering." Shen Tang replied with a gentle smile. The Lord gazed at his revived wife, tears streaming down his face, rendered speechless with emotion. Shen Tang, sensing the moment, rose and found an excuse to leave the room, granting the couple a chance to embrace and share their feelings. Moments later, the Lord emerged from the chamber, his eyes red-rimmed, to find Shen Tang waiting patiently in the courtyard. His expression was complex, yet his demeanor had softened considerably, and with gratitude in his tone, he said, "I agree to let you and your beast husband reside in Levi City. It matters not whether it be 2 days or indefinitely. You may stay as long as you wish. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to approach me." He continued, "I recall that your current residence is in the outer city, which has seen better days. I shall send someone to arrange a more spacious and brighter new dwelling for you." Finding a stable place to settle and gradually amass strength was essential for challenging the female protagonist. Levi City, being a remote town, was free from pollution and far removed from the imperial city, making it an excellent choice for a new home. The beast husbands did not voice any objections. Zilang, having come from a foreign royal family, felt no difference in location as long as the esteemed mermaid prince was provided with a comfortable space. Xuanzhou had no qualms either, harboring disdain for the imperial city. Shen Tang's only concern was Lu Xiao, given his noble lineage. He might resist living in such a humble locale. To her surprise, he expressed no dissent. Noticing Shen Tang's unwavering gaze, Lu Xiao hesitated, a distant smile gracing his handsome, mature features as he spoke in a low, magnetic voice. "Do you have something to ask me?" Shen Tang found herself perplexed by his intentions. Offering an awkward smile and shaking her head, "Nothing at all." She then turned to the other beast husbands, clapping her hands. "In the coming days, let us prepare to move to the inner city." The new residence provided by the Lord was a charming 3-story villa with a large courtyard, a significant improvement from their previous abode in the polluted area. Shun Li and the others chose to remain with Shen Tang in this new home. The system incessantly urged her, "Host, do not forget your side quest. Now that the beast husbands are all around you, it's the perfect opportunity to act. You must take swift action." Shen Tang felt a vain throb on her forehead, replying, "Why don't you teach me how to proceed?" For someone like her, who had never even touched a handsome man's hand, the system's demands were utterly unreasonable. She had heard that in the beast realm, both sexes preferred a more uninhibited and straightforward approach. Did it mean she should boldly declare to these men, "I wish to mate with you"? Absolutely not. The very thought made Shen Tang cringe. She could never utter such embarrassing words. Surely, Xiao Jin and the others would toss her out to feed the wolves. The system chuckled, "Host, do not forget the obedience spray you received as a reward. If you apply it to your target, they will become compliant and fulfill your every whim, no matter how outrageous the request." Shen Tang's eyes widened in shock, recalling that such a reward did exist. She instinctively asked, "How long does this obedience spray last?" 3 hours, came the reply. Shen Tang's lips twitched. Surely, even the most formidable men in the beast realm would find that sufficient. No, she could not resort to such despicable means. A fierce internal struggle ensued in her mind, ultimately leading her to reject the idea. That would be too shameless. She would be no different from the original host. Even if she completed the quest, those men would certainly kill her afterward. Shen Tang abandoned that plan. After finishing their meal, she gathered the beast husbands, stating, "I need to discuss a significant matter with you." Xiao Jin leaned against the wall with crossed arms, casting a languid glance her way, his golden eyes coolly remarking, "Speak your mind quickly. Don't waste my time." Shen Tang cast a fierce glare at him, her face still adorned with a smile, as she surveyed the varied expressions of the beastmen around her. Gently, she spoke, "Ahem, you are all aware of how much I am despised. Just a few days ago, I narrowly escaped an assassination attempt, and those individuals will certainly not relent easily. For the sake of my personal safety, I have resolved to continue the cherished tradition of nighttime companionship. Who among you will be the first tonight?" Chapter 86. Has she given up on him? Shen Tang's decision this time was to grant them an opportunity to demonstrate their worth. The beastmen wore expressions of surprise. No wonder the feast prepared by the plump female tonight was so lavish. It was all in anticipation of this moment. The white snake, resting on the rooftop, perked up at the sounds of conversation from within. Its silver-purple eyes suddenly opened, reflecting a chilling light under the moonlight. Shui and Zhou recalled that the other four had already taken their turns. Today, it was his turn, wasn't it? If she wished for his company, it was not entirely out of the question. Shui and Zhou hesitated for a few moments before slipping through the window and transforming into his human form. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of Shui and Zhou, Shen Tang was momentarily taken aback. What was he doing here? Was he merely a spectator? Shen Tang's mind raced through various possibilities. There was no way he had come to seek her companionship, for this snake would rather kill her than come near. Memories of her near-death experiences flooded her mind, causing her complexion to pale. She frowned, avoiding eye contact with Shui and Zhou, and turned her gaze to the other four beastmen. With a slight lift of her brow and hands on her hips, she playfully scolded, "Well, if none of you speak up, I shall simply choose one at random." Having taken a bold step against Shun Li last time, Shen Tang was wary of making the same mistake again. Her chubby finger spun around before settling on Xiao Jin, and she smiled. "Let us start with you. Let this arrogant leopard suffer the consequences first to set an example for the others." Xiao Jin, who had just been chosen again, was utterly bewildered. "Why me again?" Meanwhile, Shui Zhou, who had prepared himself for the knight's companionship, was equally dumbfounded, wondering why he had been overlooked. Had she forgotten him? In the past, he would have relished the idea of being forgotten by this venomous female, wishing she would never bother him again. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, a strange feeling stirred within him. With his head lowered, his emotions unreadable, the moonlight cast a serene yet cold aura upon his slender figure. Shunli observed the cold expression on Shui Inzhou's face and did not miss the fleeting change in his demeanor. His fluffy foxtail swayed playfully, and his enchanting fox eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had stumbled upon an amusing situation. He remarked meaningfully, "I recall that before the airship's descent, all four of us had taken our turns. Shouldn't it be Shui Inzhou's turn to begin this time?" Shen Tang's heart tightened, and she shot a fierce glare at the mischievous fox. What was this rascal doing, stirring the pot? Heaven knew she wanted to keep her distance from that snake. Yet this cunning fox dared to dig a pit for her to jump into. Shunli smiled at Shen Tang. "Little Tang, as fellow beastmen, you cannot be biased. It is unreasonable for Xiao Jin to have 2 turns while Shui Zhou has had none." "Ah, I see. I had forgotten." Shen Tang's smile was forced. "Since we are in a new place, let us begin anew." After the crowd dispersed, Shunli turned to Shui Zhou and said meaningfully, "It seems this time, Little Tang truly intends to set you free. You should feel fortunate." Though this was the most anticipated congratulations of his life. Shui Zhou clenched his fists and shot Shunli a cold glare before transforming back into his original form and disappearing through the window. Shunli's captivating fox eyes sparkled with amusement. Little Tang is indeed becoming increasingly charming. Meanwhile, Shen Tang followed Xiao Jin to his room. She displayed remarkable foresight, pulling out a stack of bedding from the cupboard and assuring him, "Do not worry, I shall sleep on the floor tonight. I will not trouble you." Xiao Jin furrowed his brow and swiftly lifted her, tossing her onto the bed. Shen Tang was left in a state of shock. In the next moment, Xiao Jin removed his outer coat, causing the bed to dip as he lay down beside her, still fully clothed. Shen Tang was even more astonished. Upon seeing that she was still awake, Xiao Jin ran a hand through his tousled hair, revealing a look of irritation on his handsome face. "What? Do you need me to tell you a bedtime story to help you sleep?" No, that's not it." Shen Tang stuttered, pointing between them, her tongue tying in knots. "You and I sharing the same bed tonight?" Xiao Jin seemed oblivious to any impropriety, his brow furrowing even deeper. His tone was teasingly vexatious. "What? Is this bed not big enough for both of us? You haven't yet reached the point of deserving a bed to yourself." "That is not what I meant." Shen Tang ground her teeth in frustration. Every conversation with this insufferable man left her exasperated. Xiao Jin covered her with a quilt, declaring, "Then hurry up and sleep. If you disturb my rest again, I'll throw you out." I understand. Be quiet." Shen Tang turned her back to him, ensuring this insufferable man did not misinterpret her intentions. Fearing he might misunderstand, she placed 2 pillows between them, drawing an imaginary line. Seeing her defensive actions against him, Xiao Jin felt a slight irritation rising within him. He chose to ignore her and kept a vigilant watch on the window. Although he had not been present during the assassination attempt, He had heard Lu Xiao recount the events. It was clear that someone had been lying in wait during the brief moment he was absent. The timing was too precise for it to be the work of a single individual. It resembled the actions of a well-organized group. Listening to Shen Tang's soft snores beside him, Xiao Jin, who had fought to stay awake all night, felt an urge to kick her out of bed. How could this plump girl be so carefree, sleeping soundly? Suddenly, the black leopard ears atop his head twitched as he heard shuffling footsteps outside. A corrosive liquid had melted a small hole in the glass window. Moments later, someone sprayed an odorless gas into the room through the opening. While others might fall victim silently, Xiao Jin, with years of military experience, recognized it immediately as a contraband substance only available on the black market, capable of inducing unconsciousness from a distance. These individuals were quite skilled to execute such a trick. Holding his breath, Xiao Jin covered Shen Tang's nose with his hand. Shen Tang, in a deep sleep, struggled for breath and abruptly opened her eyes. He placed a long finger against his lips and softly shushed her. In a hushed tone, he warned her, "There are intruders outside." Shen Tang quickly stilled her breath. "Are they here to assassinate me again? Why is it that every time I'm with this foul leopard, I encounter such misfortune? This man must truly be my nemesis." She whispered, "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry and drive them away. There will always be minions to deal with. Seize the king first." Xiao Jin's leopard ears perked up as he heard movements from below, burying her under the covers. Within moments, a section of the floor was gently pried open, and several shadowy figures emerged. Chapter 87. Injured, the beastmen approached the bed, and upon seeing the two of them incapacitated, let out a chilling laugh. "No wonder the drug we purchased at such a high price is so effective. Just a little bit, and they are out cold. Why didn't he, the boss, let us kill this wretched female directly?" A young beastman with orange hair expressed his discontent. "Who knows? The boss said he wanted her alive." The leading beastman shot him a cold glance, mocking him. "The boss has his reasons. You're just a small fry, so don't meddle. Just follow orders." The orange-haired beastman clenched his fists, hoisting the unconscious female onto his back. "What about this leopard? Should we kill him, or—" Fearing detection, they decided to escape via the underground passage, restoring the floor tiles to their original position before departing. Arriving at a concealed base outside the city, the orange-haired beastman recalled a secret mission he had received a couple of days ago. Capturing this hefty female would reward him with 10 billion star coins. It was an unexpected windfall. "Come on, toss this female into the car and lock her up tightly. Make sure she doesn't escape." Regarding this leopard beast, the scarred face was equally perplexed about its origins. However, the extraordinary abilities emanating from the creature instilled a sense of dread within him. He contemplated the potential fortune to be made by selling it at the slave market, yet feared the repercussions of being ensnared in a vendetta should the truth surface. Thus, he resolved that executing the beast would be the most prudent course of action. With this thought, a murderous intent flickered across his face as he drew his dagger. Prepare to strike. The orcs present were taken aback by this unfolding scene. How could this be? Why had the drug's effects dissipated? Never mind that. We must save the boss. The orcs, in a state of panic, rushed forward to assist. In the next moment, a surge of lightning surged forth, electrocuting any orc that dared to approach, leaving them convulsing and charred. No one dared to venture near again. Meanwhile, Shen Tang found herself handcuffed and confined within a prison cart. As the vehicle jolted into motion, she nearly stumbled to the ground, cursing the wretched leopard for its foolish scheme. Where on earth were they taking her? Initially, Shen Tang had believed that this group of orcs had abducted her due to the original host's notorious misdeeds, seeking revenge for the animosity she had garnered. However, it appeared the situation was far more complicated. With a thunderous crash, Xiao Jin shattered the iron door, extracting Shen Tang from the cart. He seized her hand, produced a handgun, and fired to sever the handcuffs. The deafening blast startled Shen Tang, who inwardly chastised. Could he not employ a gentler method? Xiao Jin pulled her from the prison cart and hurled a bomb, igniting a brilliant explosion behind them. "You wretched person! How dare you thwart my plans?" The scarred face groaned, rising from the ground. Outsiders were unaware that his heart had developed in a dislocated manner, and that blow had not jeopardized his life. Fury ignited in his eyes as he transformed into a robust black wolf, lunging at Xiao Jin to sink his teeth into him. Xiao Jin, however, swiftly pushed Shen Tang aside and struck the black wolf in the face, sending it sprawling several meters away, blood and teeth flying. How could a 6th-tier orc possibly contend with a 7th-tier orc? The scarred face's bravado crumbled as fear seized him. I was wrong. I beg you, spare me. I will pay any amount. In my lexicon, the term letting the tiger return to the mountains does not exist, Xiao Jin replied with a cold smile. The scarred face's pallor darkened, and with a swift motion, he drew his dagger, aiming for Xiao Jin's thigh. Seizing the moment of Xiao Jin's pain, he fled. Damn it! Xiao Jin's expression soured as he leapt into action, transforming into a black panther, pinning the black wolf to the ground. His claws, infused with rage, tore through the wolf's neck, blood spraying and saturating its fur. The black wolf struggled briefly before falling silent in a pool of its own blood. Xiao Jin, do not kill Shen Tang. She had not managed to intervene before the black wolf met its demise. She still sought information from it, sensing that this murder was not as straightforward as she had presumed. You acted too swiftly. I'd hoped to spare its life. Spare its life? Wait for it to return to claim yours. Xiao Jin reverted to human form, disdainfully wiping the blood from his hands, his golden eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. This individual instigated chaos, inciting the orcs in the city to form an illicit organization to perpetrate wrongdoing under the guise of vengeance against you. There is no need for mercy when dealing with the leader of such a reactionary force. Initially, Shen Tang felt guilty due to the actions of the original host. But upon hearing this, her expression shifted to one of indignation. She had not anticipated that someone would exploit her situation. The other orcs in the camp, witnessing this scene, were struck with terror, scattering in all directions. Yet, the camp was surrounded on all sides, leaving no avenue of escape. The city lord had arrived with his troops. Xiao Jin had informed the city lord in advance, ensuring the complete eradication of the assassination organization to prevent future threats. Bring all these individuals to the dungeons. The city lord's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing the gravity of the situation. Shen Tang was his esteemed guest, and he had not anticipated such an occurrence. I apologize. Lady Shen Tang, it is my failure in management. Should you require assistance, I am willing to provide protection. Thank you for your kindness, but that will not be necessary. This was part of our deliberate plan to draw out the snake from its lair. Shen Tang replied, shaking her head. It is not the city lord's fault. I am aware that my past misdeeds have fostered long-standing grievances among many orcs in the city, and I was bound to face this reckoning sooner or later. The city lord, engulfed in complex emotions, found it difficult to reconcile that the notorious villain from rumors was now standing before him, a female. Perhaps there truly are those who have committed great evils that can repent. Regardless, allowing you to live in fear within Liesity is my oversight. If you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. With that, the city lord led the orcs away. Shen Tang and Xiao Jin trailed at the rear of the group. As they walked, Xiao Jin emitted a low groan, leaning against a nearby tree trunk, his complexion pale and beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Shen Tang noticed the fabric on his thigh was torn, seeping with black blood, causing her to panic. Your leg is injured? It's merely a minor wound. Nothing to fret over, Xiao Jin replied nonchalantly, not even furrowing his brow. Having traversed the battlefield for many years, he had endured far worse injuries. This trifling wound did not warrant the use of healing potions. It would heal naturally in a couple of days. Shen Tang remained apprehensive. But you are bleeding black blood. It appears your flesh is on the verge of rotting. You must have been poisoned. Xiao Jin's golden eyes darkened as he cursed inwardly, realizing that the wretched creature had indeed poisoned the dagger. Liesity was merely a remote town with only a handful of doctors, their skills being inconsistent, and he had no assurance of their ability to concoct an antidote. If the situation worsened, it could cost him a leg. Shen Tang grasped his hand, her voice laced with urgency. Let me try to help you. Her healing abilities were rudimentary, and she was uncertain if they could counteract the poison, but it was better than doing nothing. Xiao Jin caught sight of their interlocked hands, a moment of surprise crossing his features. Had this been in the past, he would have found her repulsive, filled with a desire to rid himself of her. Yet now, he found her little hands to be pleasantly plump and soft to the touch. Unaware of Xiao Jin's thoughts, Shen Tang felt his body stiffen for a fleeting moment and quickly withdrew her hand, murmuring, I'm sorry, it was unintentional. I was just too anxious and worried about you. As she spoke, Xiao Jin listened to her plaintive tone, soft and delicate, causing his throat to tighten. He remained silent, gazing down at her, his golden eyes glinting with a dangerous allure in the moonlight. Shen Tang took several steps back, her heart racing with trepidation. I truly did not mean to. Please do not throw me out to the wolves. The dogman is so petty. Is it really necessary to be this angry over a mere touch? Xiao Jin's expression darkened, grinding his teeth in frustration. What on earth was this foolish female thinking? His gaze lingered on Shen Tang, who had lost considerable weight, yet her bosom and hips remained ample, her clothing strained against her curves, accentuating her voluptuous figure. Xiao Jin's eyes deepened with intrigue, and as his throat bobbed, he suddenly became curious about how it felt to embrace this plump girl, whether it would be as delightful as before. Shaking himself from his reverie, Xiao Jin's expression darkened. Damn it, had that plump girl drugged him again? How could he possibly harbor such thoughts about her? Shen Tang noticed the growing gloom on his face, swallowing hard as her heart raced. If you do not want my help, that is fine. Just do not blame me when you end up needing an amputation. With her head resting against his sturdy chest, her cheeks flushed, her heart pounding in her chest, Xiao Jin observed her bashful and bewildered demeanor, reminiscent of a frightened little rabbit. A smile tugged at his lips as he gently pinched her round cheeks with his calloused hand. Aren't you supposed to help me heal? He leaned down, his breath warm against her ear, his voice low and tantalizing, causing her skin to tingle with sensation. Very well. I shall find a suitable place and ask you to treat me properly. With that, Xiao Jin deftly scooped Shen Tang into his arms, effortlessly carrying her away as he turned on his heel, departing from the group. Shen Tang suddenly felt weightless, a surge of fear coursing through her as she tightly wrapped her arms around his neck, clinging to him like a gecko, terrified of falling. She inwardly cursed. What does this scoundrel intend to do? Despite his severe injuries, how can he still possess such strength? How can he possibly carry her? Shen Tang's face flushed crimson as she exclaimed, "Put me down." Xiao Jin gazed at her flushed cheeks, feeling a stirring in his heart, and teasingly asked, "What's wrong? Is this position uncomfortable for you?" As he spoke, he loosened his grip, and Shen Tang nearly thought she would tumble to the ground, tightening her hold on him like an octopus. Feeling the soft, rounded body of the female against him, Xiao Jin clenched his jaw, a tempest of emotions roiling within him as he struggled to suppress an indescribable impulse. This plump girl certainly felt good in his arms. Finding a secluded spot, Xiao Jin set Shen Tang down and tore away the blood-soaked fabric from his thigh wound to assess the damage. Shen Tang steadied her mind and leaned down to examine his injury, her palm glowing faintly green as she covered the wound. Xiao Jin looked down, captivated by the view from this angle, his throat constricting and his gaze darkening with an intense desire. Suddenly, he took a step back, creating distance between them. Shen Tang looked up in confusion, asking, "What's wrong? Does healing require such closeness?" Xiao Jin ground his teeth, his voice low and ominous. He recalled that night when this plump girl was so close to that merman in the room. My healing ability is still at a rudimentary level. I must make close contact with the wound. Shen Tang thought to herself, this scoundrel may dislike her, but surely he would not be so petty as to deny such a simple touch. How ridiculous! Xiao Jin remained silent, moving to a nearby smooth stone to sit down, urging Shen Tang to continue her healing work. Shen Tang, feeling fatigued, knelt beside him, her head drawing near, her hair brushing against Xiao Jin's thigh, causing his body to tense and his veins to bulge. This position, Xiao Jin looked down at her, his handsome face shadowed with uncertainty, his gaze irresistibly drawn to her soft, rosy lips, an unfathomable temptation that lingered in his thoughts. Xiao Jin's expression darkened further. He realized this plump girl was becoming increasingly alluring. His heart raced with a desire to taste her lips, to tear away her clothing and see if she was as soft as he imagined. Shen Tang was focused on tending to his wound, oblivious to the predatory gaze he fixated upon her. After successfully clearing the toxin from his wound, she meticulously stitched it up, gently pressing around the area. Does it still hurt? Xiao Jin's brow twitched, his jaw clenched tight, unable to speak. Male beastmen inevitably face their mating season after reaching maturity. He had always managed to endure it. When it became unbearable, he resorted to suppressants. However, the suppressants could not eliminate the urges of mating season. Instead, they intensified over time. This plump girl had no idea of the impending danger. She boldly pressed her soft little hands on his thigh. His wound no longer pained him, yet other parts of him began to ache. Shen Tang noticed his prolonged silence. Her curiosity piqued as she was about to ask when Xiao Jin abruptly grasped her waist, spinning her around and pinning her to the soft ground covered in grass. Shen Tang's eyes widened in panic. What do you want to do? You said you were going to help me heal. So naturally, you need to check everywhere, inside and out, right? His deep, seductive voice carried a hint of raspy urgency. As he spoke, he removed his shirt, revealing a strong, bare chest. With broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and 8 defined abs, his physique was stunningly perfect. Under the moonlight, his body glistened alluringly, enough to make one swallow hard. Shen Tang's face burned crimson, her heart pounding. Was this something she was allowed to see? Xiao Jin took her chubby hand and placed it on his sculpted chest, his piercing golden eyes shimmering in the dim light, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Now, let us conduct a thorough examination. Chapter 89. Help me unbutton. Shen Tang's face flushed a vibrant red. The sight was overwhelming, leaving her mind blank as she forgot how to move her hands. Noticing her immobility, Xiao Jin's deep golden gaze flickered with dissatisfaction. Wasn't this girl supposed to be quite lewd? Why did she freeze like a statue now that it was time to act? He raised an eyebrow, guiding her hand slowly across his chest. Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear, his voice growing husky. How does my physique compare to his? Xiao Jin's eyes darkened dangerously. Besides me, whom else have you helped treat? Shen Tang quickly realized he was referring to Jialan, but what did that matter? Both were her beast husbands, and it was proper for her to assist either one. Moreover, why was this leopard acting so strangely? She blushed at the thought. Does this scoundrel really seem to be entering his mating season? The system chimed in. You guessed correctly. It is indeed the mating season for the leopard beast. Xiao Jin has always suppressed his feelings, but your earlier teasing has awakened desires long buried. The system excitedly urged. Keep it up. Don't forget your mission. This is a golden opportunity. Shen Tang's heart raced. Could it be that she would truly have to engage in intimate activities with this scoundrel today? Yet, she had no experience in such matters. This innocent girl, at most, had only teased handsome men verbally, and the thought of it becoming real left her in a panic. Swallowing nervously, she considered escaping. I'm done checking. You are in excellent health. Very good. Please let me go. Xiao Jin's eyes darkened further. This little troublemaker had stirred his desires and now wanted to flee? No, I am injured. You must check again. Xiao Jin's large hand enveloped Shen Tang's, leaning in to whisper, could it be that I was injured by you that day? Shen Tang's face turned crimson, her mind spinning with a barrage of thoughts. How could this scoundrel be so shameless? He even dared to use an excuse from 800 years ago to fool her. It was enough to make her shy away, her gaze wandering until he forcefully lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Xiao Jin's thumb, calloused yet gentle, caressed her soft pink lips as he chuckled lightly. Didn't you want me so desperately? Why are you acting so timid now? Previously, Xiao Jin had held some doubt, believing that such fantastical events could not occur. How could a person transform so drastically overnight? He preferred to think that this person had merely woken up to a changed nature. But in this moment, he was convinced that Shen Tang was no longer the same detestable woman who had once made his stomach turn. The vile woman who could stoop to drugging him would have leapt at this opportunity. And yet, she wanted to run? Anger welled within Xiao Jin as he felt a wave of frustration. He longed for her to pounce on him like a hungry tiger of the past. Shen Tang, blushing furiously, pondered. This scoundrel, who once found her ugly, is now inviting her to mate? Humph, when a male beast is in heat, it seems any female will do. Gritting her teeth, she recalled the system's task. Sooner or later, this moment would come. It would be the perfect opportunity, and if she continued to hesitate, she might miss her chance. Moreover, this was not her coercion. It was his own doing, and if he regretted it later, he could not pin the blame on her. Shen Tang relaxed her body, hanging on him like a vine, shyly whispering, but you must be gentle. Her glistening eyes, filled with shyness and trepidation, held a hint of allure, her eyelashes fluttering like delicate butterfly wings, charming and enchanting. Her full, red lips resembled blooming flowers. The soft, hazy moonlight illuminated her face, casting an irresistible allure upon her plump cheeks. Felt a surge of heated blood, his throat convulsing fiercely. Unable to restrain himself, he grasped her chin and leaned down to kiss her, savoring the exquisite taste that lingered in his mind. Was taken aback by the sudden kiss. The man's kiss was fervent and domineering, stealing her breath away. Her cheeks flushed like the dawn, her watery eyes misty, emitting soft whimpers. Still yearning, released her, wiping the moisture from her lips. His gaze was profound, his voice increasingly hoarse, questioning if this was not sufficient. Provoked by his taunt, summoned an unexpected strength. entwining her hands around his neck and leaning in to bite his lips, infused with a thick resentment. Let out a muffled groan, yet found it exhilarating, a chuckle escaping his throat. It seemed she still had the energy to bite. Clearly, she was vibrant, with a firm grip on the back of her head. He turned the tables, becoming even more possessive. Dazed by his kisses, felt herself turn to a puddle of mush as his large hand descended to her waist. Intending to remove the obstructive clothing, suddenly awakened, glanced around the desolate wilderness, timidly suggesting they refrain from such actions here. The group was not far ahead, and she worried whether the city lord had noticed their absence. If someone stumbled upon this awkward scene, it would be disastrous, making it impossible for her to show her face in the city again. Unbeknownst to her, his modern mindset clashed with the bold openness of the beastmen, many of whom relished public displays of affection with their partners. If outsiders were to witness them, they would merely feel envy. The males envying for the opportunity to mate with a female, while the females envied for taming such a powerful and handsome male. Noticing her bashful demeanor, felt a ticklish sensation in his heart, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Very well, he acquiesced, suggesting a change of venue. He retrieved a portable tent from his light brain space, swiftly carrying her inside and dropping the curtain. The tent was equipped with a soft sleeping mat, laid down upon the plush surface before leaning over her. In the blink of an eye, her garments were stripped away, and she shivered violently, her hands shyly coming together. His eyes sparkled with excitement, transforming into eager slits. Unable to resist, he reached out to pinch her, recoiled sharply, glaring at him furiously. The man was wholly unrestrained in his actions. Why was he so forceful? It hurt. Noticing the red marks blooming upon her skin, felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, the sensation was undeniably exquisite, soft and intoxicating, stirring an indescribable thrill within him. Seeing her tears of discomfort, he softened his touch, caressing her gently. His other hand roamed her delicate waist, moving up and down. The heat in his gaze burned like fire, as if he wished to melt her, or like a ravenous wolf intent on devouring her whole. Swallowed hard, caught between anticipation and trepidation for what was about to unfold, guided her hand to the belt, his voice husky and laden with emotion as he asked her to help him undo it. The winds of Abe had reached them, howling through the night. Chapter 90. Her satisfaction with him's face was flushed and her heart raced, nearly leaping from her throat. How could he be so perverse as to have her assist in removing his clothing? This innocent girl felt utterly shy about such an act. This man, typically aloof and domineering, now seemed to be in heat, nearly driving her to distraction. What? Are you scared? S. brow arched slightly, eyeing her leisurely, his deep golden eyes swirling with a dangerous storm. Provoked by his challenge, ground her back teeth, what was there to fear? After all, this man was exceptionally handsome and possessed an incredible physique. From every angle, it was merely her good fortune. With that thought, gathered her courage, grasping his leather belt, her fingers trembling as they brushed against the cold metal. She recalled the last time she had stayed at his home. The awkwardness of unintentionally glimpsing something she shouldn't have. Observed her flustered attempts, growing impatient as her hands fumbled without success. He clenched his jaw, his gaze darkening, mentally cursing her foolishness. Unable to contain himself, he swiftly unbuckled the leather belt and tossed it aside with a snap. His narrow waist was exposed and stood there dumbfounded. It was even more breathtaking than she had imagined, and it seemed painful to behold. After a moment of shock, quickly reacted, her face burning crimson as she covered her eyes. How could this man be so shameless? He was far too direct. She was not ready. Noticing her bashfulness, smiled, his lips curling with mischief, quite pleased with the situation. His broad, long hand seized her small, chubby one, forcing her to face him. Have you already wilted? Soon. It would be more than just watching. S. gaze remained fixed on's reaction as he lifted a hand to pinch her flushed earlobe. His voice a seductive rasp as he asked if she was satisfied. Stole a glance, swallowing hard. In truth, she was quite satisfied. Exceptionally so. It was almost beyond the limits of what she could handle. Yet whether she could navigate what was to come remained uncertain. As the impending events loomed, S. body tensed, her nerves fully aware that this was her first experience. Denying her fear would be a lie. Yet she was also filled with anticipation for what it would be like with this man. Lowered his head, his soft lips grazing her ear, biting and licking gently. His voice was hoarse yet soothing, coaxing her not to be nervous, assuring her he would not harm her. Shot him an incredulous look. If his eyes were not so predatory, she might have believed him. Frustrated, she pinched his rock-hard chest, let out a low groan, his gaze intensifying with heat. He truly could not tell if this little vixen was genuinely timid or merely playing coy, driving him to the brink of madness. He held her firmly. Every shift she made was acutely felt. S body stiffened further, akin to stone, unsure of where to place her hands. Gazed at her cheeks, flushed with embarrassment. His throat convulsing as he chuckled softly, finding her adorable. Despite his usual domineering nature, his touch became unexpectedly gentle. With long fingers, he brushed aside her damp hair, leaning down to kiss her soft lips. The kiss transitioned slowly to her neck, heated lips trailing down her collarbone and further, creating ripples of sensation. Males were instinctively knowledgeable about such matters, requiring no instruction. What followed was beyond control, spiraling into utter chaos. Meanwhile, the city lord, upon realizing the absence of the two, assumed they had fallen into an ambush and hastily dispatched beastmen to search for them. The beastmen, with their keen senses, detected the lingering scent of the pair. Locating a secluded grove, ahead stood a tent. Before they could approach, the sounds emanating from within the tent reached their ears. The young males blushed, unsure whether to proceed. Within them stirred a primal impulse, nearly overwhelming them to transform into their beast forms and howl to the sky. The two had sneaked away from the group for such activities. Naturally, none dared to intrude. Disturbing a male in such moments was tantamount to courting death. Often led the young males of the city on hunts, and the beastmen traditionally respected strength, especially among their peers, privately referring to him as their captain. That female was slightly plump, yet strikingly beautiful, particularly with her smooth, fair skin and curvaceous figure. I have a strong aversion to emaciated females, whose bodies are devoid of flesh, appearing so frail that they seem as if they might snap with the slightest touch. In contrast, I find a more voluptuous figure far more appealing, as there is a certain vigor to be found in such a physique. I still maintain that this female is unworthy of she OJN. Even if she renounces her past misdeeds, those actions cannot simply be erased. The city lord has remained silent, so why are you meddling? Indeed, the city lord has permitted their stay within the city, and we shall find ourselves on the same side in the future. It is best not to dwell on past grievances. Otherwise, do you dare approach? If you ruin the male's enjoyment, she OJN would surely eliminate you. There is nothing to conceal. Simply inform the city lord. The city lord's face flushed slightly, realizing he had unnecessarily worried. The vitality of youthful males is indeed remarkable. They were on the bed in no time, despite his concerns over she OJN's injury. It seems it was not as serious as he feared. The city lord spoke in a low voice, suggesting that everyone rest briefly, as they would be continuing their journey shortly. One of the beastmen inquired how long they would wait. The city lord's expression became peculiar, considering the couple's activities. Half an hour should suffice, especially since she OJN was injured and could not last long. An hour at most should be ample time. If SHNTing were to overhear the city lord's musings, she would certainly be outraged, for it would take far longer than an hour. This infuriating man, once roused, was insatiable. She was utterly exhausted, yet he persisted in his desires. After an indeterminate span of time, darkness enveloped the sky once more, marking the conclusion of their intimate encounter. As dusk fell, the sounds of insects and birds intertwined melodiously, while the mountain breeze chilled to the bone. Shiojin gazed at the female nestled in his arms, peacefully slumbering. A hint of tenderness emerged on his otherwise striking face as his long fingers gently caressed her damp hair, his golden eyes narrowing in satisfaction. The experience with this plump little creature was delightful, leaving him yearning for more, far more enjoyable than his solitary existence. Suddenly struck by an idea, Shiojin retrieved some wet wipes from his belongings. SHNTing, still in a daze, felt the sensation of hands moving across her body, jolting awake. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with his deep, shadowy golden gaze, which she was all too familiar with, once laden with indifference and disdain, now ablaze with fervor, causing her heart to skip a beat. Awake, shall we indulge again? Shiojin teased, gripping her chin, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. No way, she retorted, kicking him in exasperation. Shiojin nimbly evaded her strike, grasping her delicate foot and kneading it with increasing intensity, his gaze darkening. Lips curling into a charming smile. You still possess energy, Perhaps I have not been diligent enough. Shen Tang felt a wave of pain wash over her. Her body ached from his relentless demands, and she could hardly withstand this ravenous man's insatiable appetite. Gritting her teeth, she protested, "Enough. You mustn't continue like this." With a feigned air of weakness and shyness, she added, "You are far too vigorous. I cannot bear it." Although Ojn recognized her ploy, his heart fluttered. A faint blush painting his handsome features. He observed her trembling lashes and misty eyes, which possessed a newfound softness and allure. Even her flat nose appearing more appealing in this light. Hastily, Shen Tang donned her clothing to prevent this man from transforming back into a predatory wolf. As she rose from the ground, her legs wobbled, nearly causing her to collapse. Ojn swiftly caught her, his voice laced with a rare hint of gentleness. "Are you all right?" Shen Tang shot him a fierce glare, her teeth grinding in frustration. "Try being pinned down and pummeled for half a day. See if you're fine." His voice carried a lazy mockery. Suddenly, Shen Tang felt weightless, instinctively clinging to his neck, her cheeks flushing at his words. "How shameless! I still have my dignity. Let me down," she exclaimed, flustered. "Aren't you unable to walk?" Ojn remarked, his gaze drifting over her form, lingering at a particular spot. Shen Tang's face turned crimson as she covered his eyes, gritting her teeth. "I'm merely a bit weak. I'm not incapacitated." Ojn narrowed his golden eyes, refusing to release her. In retaliation, Shen Tang grasped his arm and bit down, as hard as stone. Recognizing her determination, he finally set her down, leaning lazily against a nearby tree, watching her with a leisurely demeanor. "Then try walking." Unwilling to become a source of amusement for this man, forced her legs to move forward. Observing her awkward gait, Ojn felt a pang of guilt. It was his miscalculation regarding her stamina. Transforming into his true form, he swiftly closed the distance, his tail coiling around her to lift her onto his back. "Enough. Stop pretending. Let me carry you." It was a common sight for males to transport their partners in the city, a display of possession that elicited envy from many unattached males. This was within Shen Tang's comfort zone, and she did not resist. Recalling her previous experience riding on his back, where he had shown disdain for her, Shen Tang found his sudden shift in demeanor rather amusing. Her mood brightened as she stroked his fur, the long tail swaying playfully. Were it not for her perspective, she might have scolded him for his forgetfulness, as he had once been so dismissive, yet now he was so attentive. "Your fur is too coarse. It hurts to touch," she complained lightly. The swaying tail abruptly halted, and Ojn stopped in his tracks, grinding his teeth. "Pardon?" Shen Tang, still feeling the soreness in her waist and recalling the previous night's ordeal, intentionally provoked him. "I said your fur is too coarse. It is not at all pleasant to touch, unlike Shn's soft fox fur." The corners of her mouth twitched. "You brute." Suddenly, a system notification echoed in her mind, congratulating her for completing a side quest involving intimate relations with a beast husband, and informing her of a mysterious gift now in her inventory. She was eager to unveil the contents of this mysterious package, only to discover she could not. Upon further examination, she noted the unlocking conditions. Completion of the main quest was necessary to access it. In other words, she was unable to utilize it at present. Shen Tang clutched her aching waist, cursing, "Why didn't this frustrating system inform me sooner? Had I known, I would have spared myself this torment." Meanwhile, Shnl and the others exited the city in search of their whereabouts. The threat surrounding Shen Tang's assassination remained a grave concern. Shnl suspected that an organization within the city was deliberately targeting her, and that it must be eradicated entirely. After deliberation, the Beastmen concluded that the assailants would likely strike again, and thus decided to employ a strategy to lure them out. This culminated in the events of the previous night. Shuai had been resting atop the roof, oblivious to the assassins stealthily infiltrating the premises. At first glance, he noticed their presence but chose to remain still, allowing them entry, which conveniently led Xiao Jin to uncover their lair and seize the opportunity to eliminate them all at once. Both Shun Li and others held great confidence in Xiao Jin's abilities. Dealing with those ruffians posed no challenge for him. They merely awaited the good news. Strangely, where had these two young individuals gone? Had something occurred? The city lord, Shi Yi, observed Shun Li's anxious demeanor, his expression fraught with complexity. Uncertain how to broach the subject, discussing the private affairs of the two young ones felt rather inappropriate for someone of his age. He cleared his throat, assuring them that both were well, simply delayed by some minor incident on their journey. Shun Li, perplexed, inquired about what had transpired. Upon hearing this, his brows furrowed slightly, and he hurriedly prepared to depart. Jiao Lan, noticing the city lord's hesitance, felt a strange sense of foreboding. It seemed that, unbeknownst to them, the two had encountered certain events. However, since the city lord had stated as much, they refrained from rushing out to search. Reassured by Xiao Jin's presence that Shen Tang would undoubtedly be safe, perhaps merely delayed by some trivial matter. Yet Shun Li's impatience grew, and he resolved to leave the city in search. As he approached the city gates, his expression shifted slightly, detecting a potent masculine scent enveloping Shen Tang. It was overwhelmingly dominant, nearly masking her own essence. This scent bore an unsettling resemblance to that of the foul leopard. Shun Li could discern the change in Shen Tang's aura, and naturally, the other beastmen sensed it as well, stirring unusual feelings within them. Jiao Lan furrowed his brow. Casting a glance at Xiao Jin, his lips pressed together, icy blue eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. Who did not know that Xiao Jin despised Shen Tang? He would rather distance himself as much as possible. Yet, the atmosphere between the two seemed unusually intimate, with Xiao Jin's gaze frequently drifting toward Shen Tang, a smile dancing on his lips. Such a smile was utterly inconceivable from him in the past. It was all too strange. Having vanished for an entire night, something must have transpired between them. Shun Li narrowed his fox-like eyes, his smile waning. He stepped forward, plucking a half-dried leaf from the collar of Shen Tang's garment, his gaze falling upon the marks on her neck. Shun Li's pupils constricted suddenly, crushing the leaf in his palm into powder. A sense of suffocation gripped him, though he could not articulate why. He only found the scene before him profoundly irksome. A chill enveloped him momentarily, but within an instant, Shun Li reverted to his usual gentle demeanor. He cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Jin, his tone laced with reproach, suggesting that some individuals were quite inconsiderate. Xiao Jin's expression turned cold abruptly, but recalling the events of the previous night, he remained silent, his eyes drifting towards Shen Tang, revealing a hint of barely perceptible tenderness. Shen Tang felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, unable to meet Shun Li's warm gaze, as if she had committed some transgression. It was merely a misconception. It had to be. His expression darkened as he scrutinized Shen Tang, betraying an unnameable emotion. Xiao Tanger, who shall accompany you to sleep tonight? Upon Shun Li's utterance, the gazes of Xiao Jin, Jiao Lan, and Lu Xiao all fell upon Shen Tang, each displaying a distinct reaction. Even the typically aloof Shui Yinzhou directed his gaze towards her, his cold silver-purple eyes flickering with an unknown emotion. Xiao Jin pressed his tongue against his molars, his expression darkening, displeasure brewing within him. He had just spent last night with her. Naturally, it was not his turn tonight. Yet the thought of her sharing a bed with another male filled him with an indescribable irritation. He coldly declared that last night's interruption by that group of ruffians did not count, and they would start anew. Jin, that's rather unethical, don't you think? You monopolize Xiao Tanger for an entire day and night, yet you remain unsatisfied? Shun Li said with a smile, though a glimmer of frost lingered in his eyes. He then lowered his gaze to Shen Tang, his lips curving in a beguiling arc. Tonight, it should be my turn, shouldn't it? Under the unwavering stares of several men, Shen Tang felt a surge of unease, her smile strained. That is, now that the threats to my safety have been resolved. Let us forego the rotation. I shall sleep alone tonight. Her legs still felt weak, and she certainly did not wish for others to discern her condition. It would be far too embarrassing. With a fierce glare directed at the vile leopard, she concocted an excuse and hastily retreated. The beastmen watched her peculiar demeanor, falling into silence. They were all spirited young males, not oblivious fools. It was impossible for them not to realize what had transpired between the two. Yet they were unwilling to entertain such thoughts. Xiao Jin, who had once held such disdain for Shen Tang, now found himself in a coupling with her. Shun Li and the others had not anticipated such developments. Their emotions were complex and unutterable. Shui Yinzhou coldly observed Shen Tang's departing figure, pondering his thoughts before turning away and vanishing from sight. Shun Li's smile faded as he glanced at Xiao Jin. Have you been with her? What of it? I am her beast man. She is my partner. Engaging in such activities is only natural, is it not? Xiao Jin seemed to have entirely forgotten his previous revulsion towards Shen Tang, surprisingly articulating this sentiment. Jiao Lan scoffed mockingly. Do you not suffer from misogyny? Xiao Tang is a skilled healer. She treated me last night. Xiao Jin replied with a brazen smile, his demeanor unapologetically arrogant. Shun Li and Jiao Lan's faces darkened. Chapter 93. Cultivating the fields, Shun Li observed the boastful expression on the leopard's face, feeling an intense urge to strip away its hide. Jiao Lan's azure eyes glimmered with thin ice, a vague discomfort swelling within him. The hefty female had recently flirted with him, and now, just days later, she was mating with another male. Truly fickle. Noticing the unfriendly glares from the two, Xiao Jin leaned against the wall with arms crossed. His sharp golden eyes narrowed playfully, a smirk teasing the corners of his lips. What? Do you both wish to mate with that hefty female as well? Do not speak nonsense. How could I ever find that plump woman appealing? Jiao Lan retorted without hesitation, his elegant brows knitted in indignation, as though the mere suggestion was a grave insult. That hefty female might not be as unattractive as before, and she had aided him twice. Jiao Lan held no particular animosity towards her. Yet he certainly did not harbor any affections. Her flat, fleshy nose was repugnant. He could never entertain such thoughts towards her. Xiao Jin rubbed his lips, a wicked smile adorning his face, laced with provocation. You better think that way. That hefty female belongs solely to me. Her taste is quite delightful. Shun Li's smile remained warm, yet a warning lingered beneath. She has legal partners beyond merely yourself. While Shun Li did not consider himself fond of Shen Tang, she was nevertheless his partner. No beastman could tolerate the notion of their companion being monopolized by another male. This was not merely a provocation of behavior, but an affront to their masculinity. Xiao Jin raised a brow, a derisive smile playing on his lips. Did you not all proclaim your desire for divorce in the past? What? Now you cannot bear to part. Jiao Lan nearly laughed in exasperation. Wasn't it you who wanted a divorce the most? Xiao Jin was abruptly silenced. Times had changed. He had grown fond of that hefty female. Not only did he wish to remain married, but he also longed to eliminate the other four from the equation, coveting her entirely for himself. Lu Xiao, unwillingly caught in the tempest of rivalry, stood outside, observing the three males quarrel with a bemused expression. Watching their squabbles, he found it rather amusing. The beastmen all witnessed Shen Tang's transformation. She grew increasingly beautiful, her temperament softened, and she became quite adept at cooking, awakening a precious healing ability. Even he found it difficult to let her go. However, it did not mean he loved her. Rather, her value in his heart had simply increased. The military family's legacy is one of intermarriage, primarily for the pursuit of power and profit. Currently, Lu Xiao finds himself quite content with this matrimonial partner. He suddenly feels an eager anticipation for her to reveal more of her worth, as her presence is not entirely tedious. He has no intention of acquiescing to the family's repatriation order for the time being. She clutched her waist, inwardly cursing. That odious leopard is truly insufferable, toying with her in such a manner. After a day of rigorous training akin to rhythmic gymnastics, her body aches tremendously. Upon waking in the morning, Lu Xiao prepared breakfast and, upon seeing Shen Tang descending the stairs, inquired with genuine concern whether she felt better and if the pain persisted. Shen Tang stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance on the staircase, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Surely they cannot all know, meeting the various gazes of the four men at the dining table. She felt mortified, feigning ignorance and burying herself in her meal. Shun Li gently advised her to eat slowly, cautioning her not to choke, as no one was competing for her food. Xiao Jin teasingly remarked that her haste was perhaps due to him not having fed her sufficiently the previous day. Choking on the meat soup, Shen Tang's face turned crimson, feeling the brashness of that man was utterly shameless. Xiao Jin raised an eyebrow, placing meat in her bowl, urging her to eat more and replenish her strength for that evening. Shen Tang retaliated by stepping on his foot. Xiao Jin's voice faltered, and his expression darkened. Yet he refrained from retaliating. Witnessing his discomfiture brought Shen Tang a sense of satisfaction, lightening her mood considerably. Shun Li observed their subtle exchanges, his spring-like smile dimming slightly as a shadow flickered in his eyes. He cast a heavy gaze upon Xiao Jin, nearly breaking the chopsticks in his hand. While Shen Tang focused on her meal, she remained oblivious to the tension between the two men flanking her. Tired of the monotonous diet of meat and meat soup, she longed for the delightful taste of fried dough sticks, a bowl of tofu pudding, or a basket of delicate dumplings. Unfortunately, the apocalypse had rendered food scarce, and flour was unattainable. According to the system's introduction, a single packet of wheat seeds could be sown over an acre, yielding thousands of pounds per harvest. Once the wheat ripened, a portion could be milled into flour for consumption, while another could be stored as seeds for future planting, expanding yield and eventually generating star coins through sales. Resolved to take action, Shen Tang sought out the city lord that very morning, inquiring about any available wasteland for cultivation. The city lord, puzzled by her desire to grow food, questioned the necessity of exerting such effort on crops, as the beastmen preferred meat, which provided greater energy. However, since she had made her request, he granted her permission to cultivate land outside the city. The next morning, Shen Tang set out with her beastmen companions to work. She selected a piece of flat land near the river and, after using her abilities to loosen the soil, began digging holes with her homemade hoe, simultaneously exercising and aiding her weight loss. Previously, when she and Xiao Jin had lived apart, she had not seen them for days on end. And after taking a weight loss pill, her dramatic transformation surprised the beastmen, though they did not probe further. But now, living together and shedding pounds at such a rapid pace was rather unbelievable. She planned to consume the system-rewarded weight loss pills at a more opportune moment. Xiao Jin approached her, puzzled, and asked, "Are you so fixated on planting these weeds? You brought them here to work so early. I truly do not understand what is so appetizing about these plants. These are not weeds, they are wheat. The harvested seeds can be milled into flour, allowing for the creation of many delectable dishes, noodles, buns, steamed bread, and bread," Shen Tang replied, her mouth watering at the thought. Xiao Jin, unfamiliar with her words but recognizing her expression of delight, recalled the many mouth-watering dishes she had made, and with no further doubts, he transformed into his beast form, wielding his robust claws to dig a hole in the earth. Before long, he had finished digging holes for an acre. Shen Tang's face brightened. She almost forgot that they could transform into their beast forms, which made the task significantly easier. Her gaze shifted to Shun Li, who was resting on a stone, and she cheerfully approached him. "Brother Li, come help. What can I do for you, little Tang?" Shun Li smiled, but his expression darkened slightly as he anticipated something of greater importance, only to be asked to dig holes. Noticing Xiao Jin digging furiously, dirt flying everywhere, he suppressed a grimace but maintained a gentle smile. "Let me help you sow the seeds." He glanced at the large bag of seeds on the ground, aware that the seeds needed to be scattered into the holes. Shen Tang recognized his cleverness in delegating the simpler tasks. So she explained the nuances of planting the seeds, and then cheerfully called over Lu Xiao and Jia Lan. "You two Shun Ti, just stand there watching. Come help." Jia Lan scowled. "You want this prince to work in the fields? It's not for nothing. Once the crops are harvested, I will prepare many delicious dishes for you." Shen Tang go set. Hearing this, Jia Lan's expression softened, and with a huff, he snatched the hoe from her hand and joined in. Lu Xiao, meanwhile, took the wheat seeds and, harnessing the wind, accurately placed 3 seeds into each hole. Shen Tang watched in astonishment. Using powers for farming was indeed highly effective. She assigned tasks to her beastmen companions, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction as she observed their diligent work. Suddenly, a slender shadow loomed over her, accompanied by a cool, deep voice. "Is there anything I can assist with?" Shen Tang froze, looking up to see Shui Yinzhou approaching, her surprise evident. She had not anticipated that this aloof snake beast would initiate conversation. Shui Yinzhou's cold, narrow purple eyes fixated on her, seemingly awaiting her command for a task. Shen Tang bit her lip, glancing at the ground, her smile somewhat awkward. "There isn't much to do. The 4 of them can manage just fine. You may rest for now." Seeing her distance, Shui Yinzhou's expression dimmed slightly, a strange sensation stirring within him. He pressed his lips together, his demeanor cool as he remarked, "You treat me differently than them." No matter how obtuse he was, he could perceive the change. Previously, she had treated them all equally, but now her reliance and ease with Shun Li and the others were apparent, even having mated with that leopard. Yet, with him, there remained an undeniable distance, tinged with tension and fear. Recalling past events, Shui Yinzhou's brow furrowed as he quietly declared, "I did not intend to kill you that time." Shen Tang could not forget. While she could interact harmoniously with him under normal circumstances, whenever they were alone, especially when he drew closer, she instinctively recalled the terror of near-death experiences. Her body would tense, compelling her to retreat from him. They stood facing each other in silence, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness, leaving her feeling uneasy. Suddenly, she remembered the fertilizer awarded by the system, which could significantly shorten the growth cycle of crops. Hastily, she retrieved it from her space and assigned Shui Inzhou a task. Once we finish planting, please spread the fertilizer. Shui Inzhou gazed at the fertilizer on the ground, perplexed, wondering when she had procured it. He had not encountered such fertilizer in the city. Without further inquiry, he cast a deep glance at Shen Tang before silently coiling his tail around the fertilizer and dragging it towards the field. Shen Tang sought a shaded spot to rest, her heart brimming with joy as she calculated that, according to the system's projections, after applying fertilizer, the wheat would flourish within a month. At that time, she would be able to craft delectable noodles. If the harvest from this experimental plot proved fruitful, she would subsequently plant rice, corn, and sweet potatoes. The prospect of such a future filled her with hope. However, as time passed, she realized she could not summon Shen Li and the others to tend to the fields daily, as it would be a waste of their talents. They needed to venture out for hunting and to enhance their combat skills. As the cultivated land expanded, the labor of just 5 or 6 individuals would no longer suffice. Shen Tang pondered where to find inexpensive labor, ideally for free. She approached the city lord to inquire. After some contemplation, the lord mentioned that there were elderly orcs in the city who had lost their hunting abilities and lacked any means of livelihood. If she was willing to pay, she could hire them, but if funds were an issue, he could arrange for the laborers from the prison to work in the fields without charge. Upon hearing this, Shen Tang recalled the orcs who had attempted to assassinate her, and a complex emotion flickered in her heart. Those orcs possessed considerable strength, and it would be a waste to confine them in the prison. If she could harness their abilities, they would serve as valuable allies. Unfortunately, most of them harbored intense animosity toward her, even wishing her dead, making it exceedingly difficult to win them over. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to try. Surely, among a group of individuals, she could find at least 2 who did not despise her so fervently. City Lord, may I meet those laborers who were in prison? Shen Tang inquired. The Lord appeared surprised, questioning her intentions. Shen Tang hesitated, explaining that some among them held misunderstandings about her, and she wished to clarify those misconceptions. The city lord's expression grew complicated. It could not merely be deemed a misunderstanding, considering her past actions. However, he had since altered his perception of Shen Tang, and if this opportunity could indeed transform the orc's prejudice against her, it was worth attempting. The city lord nodded in agreement. The following morning, he instructed the prison warden to release the recently arrived laborers and gather them in the square. He informed them of Shen Tang's proposal for them to cultivate land outside the city, assuring them that good behavior could lead to a reduction in their sentences. Shen Tang initially expected silence, but to her astonishment, a tall, slender figure emerged from the crowd, limping slightly, declaring, "I am willing to work the fields." Shen Tang was taken aback, recognizing the familiar figure. It was the wolf orc who had attempted to ambush her that day. The wolf orc turned to face Shen Tang, his gaze complex, though devoid of the frigid madness he had displayed previously. This female had spared his life. He owed her nothing. His hatred for her should have been negated. As the wolf orc stepped forward, the crowd erupted in murmurs, and soon several other orcs followed suit. A smile blossomed on Shen Tang's face. Suddenly, a shadow lunged forward, tackling her to the ground. Chapter 95. Sell your life to me. Almost instantaneously as Shen Tang was attacked, Xiao Jin transformed into his true form, a black panther, and dashed forward, pinning the assailant to the ground. His icy claws pressed firmly against the orc's neck, his golden eyes glinting with cold ferocity as he growled dangerously, seeking death. He prepared to execute the attacker without hesitation. Shen Tang hurriedly scrambled to her feet and interjected, "Wait, don't kill him." Xiao Jin halted, his icy gaze questioning her. "This orc sought to kill you. What purpose does it serve to spare him?" Shen Tang regarded the young orc pinned beneath Xiao Jin, who appeared to be just of age, with striking orange hair and a tall, lean physique, handsome and talented, with a power level of 4. Yet now, his bloodshot eyes burned with hatred as he glared at Shen Tang, his face contorted in rage, blood at his lips as he taunted, "Go ahead and kill me. Otherwise, once my sentence is served, I will surely take your life." Shen Tang's heart raced, cursing the mess left behind by the original owner of this body. The chaos she had caused had left her with unending threats. Living in constant vigilance was not a sustainable solution. She needed an opportunity to completely alter the orc's impression of her. Mustering a gentle smile, she asked. "May I know why you harbor such hatred toward me?" The young orc spat venomously. "You vile wench, how dare you ask? If it weren't for you, Shaho City would not have fallen to the rebels. My family would not have been scattered, forced to flee, with their fates unknown." Shen Tang pieced together the backstory amidst his curses. His homeland, Shaho City, had been besieged by rebels due to the original owner's machinations, forcing his family to escape the chaos, leading to death and separation among them. His father had lost a leg in the turmoil and succumbed to despair within 2 years. Meanwhile, his mother had contracted a severe illness during their flight, becoming bedridden and gravely ill. The orcs present displayed sympathy. Had they been in his shoes, they too would have harbored murderous thoughts. Many of the prisoners glared at Shen Tang with barely concealed fury. Were it not for Xiao Jin and the city lord's presence, they might have already lunged at her, eager to tear her apart. Shen Tang felt a chill run down her spine, as though exposed. Taking a deep breath, she addressed the orange-haired orc. "Did you not consider the consequences of your reckless attack? Attempting to assassinate a female is a grave offense, regardless of my past actions. This alone could lead to your execution." The orc sneered defiantly. "Let me die. I fear nothing, as long as I have the chance to drag you down to hell. Death is worth it." A fiery spirit, indeed. Shen Tang's smile faded slightly, her tone growing serious. "Have you thought about what will become of your bedridden mother after your death?" The orc's expression stiffened for a moment, his face draining of color as he clenched his jaw, veins bulging on his neck. "If you dare harm my mother, I will haunt you even in death." He appeared ready to charge forward in desperation, but Xiao Jin's expression darkened, his claws digging deeper, drawing blood and tearing flesh. "If you dare move again, I will end you right now." The orc froze, humiliation and rage mingling in his expression, an ocean of hatred swelling within him. Shen Tang stepped closer, solemnly declaring, "I acknowledge my past wrongs and apologize to you and all the orcs I have harmed." The orange-haired orc was taken aback, utterly unprepared for her apology. The crowd fell silent for a moment. If she truly recognized her faults, she would not have committed such vile acts in the past. A leopard cannot change its spots. "I see this wicked female is merely frightened after the assassination attempt, feigning remorse," someone scoffed. "She is merely spouting hollow platitudes. Who cannot do that? How utterly hypocritical." Shunli heard the whispers growing increasingly scathing and turned to look at Shen Tang, only to find her expression unchanged, as if she had grown accustomed to the insults. "Reparation? What can you possibly do?" The orange-haired orc mocked. Shen Tang replied, "I can heal your mother's illness." The orange-haired orc was momentarily stunned, then furrowed his brows, incredulous. "The doctors in the royal city have been helpless. What can a female like you possibly do?" Though he clearly did not believe her, something in her earnest demeanor compelled him to inquire, "What are your terms?" Shen Tang pronounced each word carefully, "Sell me your life." At these words, the crowd fell silent, the tension palpable. The orange-haired orc stood dumbfounded, forgetting to struggle, his eyes filled with shock. Shen Tang gazed at him provocatively. "So what will it be? Do you dare to agree?" He found it hard to believe that Shen Tang would genuinely wish to save anyone, let alone possess the capability to do so. He was eager to see how this audacious woman would spin this tale. However, the subsequent scene caused a dramatic change in his expression. Shen Tang wore a subtle smile as she exchanged a few words with the city lord, who then commanded that his paralyzed beast matriarch be brought to the square. The beast's eyes blazed crimson as he roared, declaring, "This deed was mine alone. It has nothing to do with my beast matriarch." The surrounding beasts displayed sorrowful expressions, recalling Shen Tang's past cruel mistreatment of their kind, surely intending to use his matriarch as a means of tormenting him for her own gratification. Yet unexpectedly, in the next moment, Shen Tang stepped forward, her palm radiating a gentle green light. The crowd's spirits were lifted. The nearby beasts could faintly sense that soothing power, teeming with vitality. The frail, emaciated body of the elderly female began to visibly recover at an astonishing pace. Color returned to her pale, gaunt face, and with the support of the beasts around her, she managed to rise from the ground and walk. The aged beast matriarch, utterly bewildered by the sudden change, felt her body rejuvenate and exclaimed, "Shower, what has happened to you?" Chapter 96. Assisting your exercise and weight loss, Hu Yun was left utterly dumbfounded, his eyes reddening as he struggled to speak. His matriarch, who had been bedridden for over a year, was now regaining her ability to move in front of a large audience. The crowd fell into a momentary silence, akin to boiling water suddenly erupting. Did I see that correctly? Shen Tang possesses healing abilities? How could a female possibly awaken such powers? Good heavens, am I dreaming? There was no doubt about it. Her abilities were indeed of the healing variety. I had the fortune of witnessing the healing processes of other beastmen, and her powers felt even more comforting and warm. It is rare for females to awaken a second ability, yet historically, there have been exceptions, and Shen Tang clearly exemplified this rarity. What a calamity to have existed for millennia. She has committed numerous atrocities, so how can she awaken such a precious healing ability? The beastmen were envious. Some beasts retorted, why does she seem different from the rumors? If she truly were malevolent, how could she possibly heal a stranger? Indeed, this female had numerous ways to torment her adversaries. Killing him or humiliating him would suffice to ease her resentment. There is no need to expend energy helping Hu Yun save his ailing matriarch. Why would this wicked female undertake such a thankless task? The crowd's emotions were complex, indecisive about how to feel. She had indeed fulfilled her promise. Was this wicked female truly acting, or had she genuinely reformed? Regardless of her intentions, it was undeniable that her awakening of healing abilities was a fact, causing the beastmen who once harbored murderous thoughts towards Shen Tang to relent. Healing beastmen were exceedingly precious. Should one perish, it would be a tremendous loss for all. Shen Tang turned to signal Xiao Jin to release Hu Yun. Xiao Jin snorted coldly, retracting his claws, but keeping his icy golden eyes fixed on Hu Yun. Should he make any sudden movements, Xiao Jin would pounce and tear him apart. Shen Tang object Hu Yun. I have fulfilled my promise. What about you? I speak my word and will not evade. Hu Yun gritted his teeth, fell to his knees, and heavily knocked his forehead against the ground, blood seeping forth. He solemnly declared, Master. Shen Tang was taken aback by this address, her lips twitching. There is no need for such formality. Xiao Jin's expression darkened further. Who was this impudent young man to presume to address her so? Shen Tang gently cleared her throat, speaking kindly. You need not call me master. Simply follow my instructions. And our relationship need not extend beyond that. Hu Yun's expression flickered. He had heard of Shen Tang's penchant for seizing handsome young males. He thought he might have piqued her interest, but it seemed he had overestimated himself. His face shifted, a hint of embarrassment crossing it. Yet he persisted, I swear. I shall never regret this. My life is now yours to command. While Hu Yun professed his submission, Shen Tang did not miss the flicker of defiance in his eyes. She understood that many beasts in the city remained unconvinced of her, still harboring ill will toward her. The original owner had committed too many sins, and while her healing ability could somewhat redeem her, it was not sufficient to win hearts. However, time would reveal true intentions, and she would gradually alter their perceptions through her actions. The first step was to address the issue of food. The able-bodied beasts in the city could supplement their energy through hunting and nutritional liquids, yet hunger persisted, particularly among the homeless younglings and elderly beasts who could no longer hunt. Cultivating crops could ensure the sustenance of these vulnerable groups. Additionally, the crops and prepared food could be sold to the young warriors frequently engaged in battle, alleviating their physical pollution and mitigating their mental agitation. Following this event, the voices of dissent against Shen Tang diminished significantly, with nearly half of the laborers agreeing to work in the fields. These young laborers were quick and nimble, their minds sharp. Shen Tang explained the process of farming, and most understood. She selected a few clever and obedient beasts to act as team leaders, guiding their peers in labor. As she drifted into a deep slumber, a knock at the door roused her. Shen Tang groggily awoke, glancing at the time, past midnight. How peculiar. Who would come to see her at such an hour? Slipping on her slippers, she got out of bed and opened the door, only to be met by the imposing figure of Xiao Jin, instantly dispelling her drowsiness. Shen Tang stared in astonishment. What brings you here? Xiao Jin leaned against the doorframe, his tall and robust figure casting a shadow over her. Clad in a black bathrobe, the collar loosened to reveal his well-defined chest. Damp hair glistening, exuding a faint, pleasant scent of soap, clearly eager to find her immediately after bathing. Xiao Jin looked down at her, his playful gaze sweeping over her entire form. Noticing Shen Tang in her nightgown, her figure curvaceous and alluring, the loose neckline allowing for an enticing view. His eyes darkened, his throat bobbing, his voice laced with a seductive rasp. Unable to sleep at this late hour, I thought to seek some entertainment with you. Shen Tang felt an ominous premonition wash over her. Hastily raising her hand to close the door. However, the man's hand caught the edge of the door, forcefully pushing his way inside and effortlessly lifting her off the ground, tossing her onto the bed. Shen Tang's face flushed. "What do you think you are doing?" Xiao Jin pressed one long leg against the edge of the bed, leisurely untying his belt with deliberate slowness, akin to a torturous execution. "What do you suppose I intend to do?" Shen Tang watched his provocative movements, her eyes widening in alarm as she wrapped herself tightly in the blanket like a dumpling. "You mustn't do anything improper." "Improper?" Xiao Jin raised an eyebrow, a wicked grin forming as he tore away the bedding and loosened her nightgown's ties, his large hand sliding in to grasp the soft flesh of her waist. "I'm merely helping you exercise and lose weight." Shen Tang rolled her eyes internally, fiercely grinding her teeth. What kind of good Samaritan seeks to engage in exercise at this hour? This insufferable man was truly adept at concocting justifications. She swallowed hard as certain images flashed through her mind. Her face turned crimson, embarrassment flooding her heart. This wretched leopard, fervently pursuing her as if possessed, was relentless in his endeavors. She had never learned so many gymnastic positions in her life. After a night of such strenuous exercise with this insufferable man, her body ached all over, yet he remained undeterred, insisting on challenging her with more difficult maneuvers. Xiao Jin leaned in closer. Shen Tang pushed against his chest, desperately shaking her head. "No, not tonight." She licked her dry lips, casting a nervous glance at the adjoining room where the other 4 beast husbands were sleeping. What if they were to awaken to any noises in the middle of the night? That would be too embarrassing. Chapter 97. A sleepless night. Xiao Jin followed her gaze, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The soundproofing of these walls leaves much to be desired. Indeed, Shun Li and the others had toiled throughout the day. It would be inconsiderate to disturb their rest. Shen Tang swallowed hard, attempting to reason with him. Initially, she believed this fellow would know when to retreat, but to her surprise, he turned to her, his gaze deepening, lips curling with mischief, reminding her to call out louder later. Shen Tang's eyes widened in alarm. She sensed trouble and contemplated fleeing. A chill ran through her. In an instant, Xiao Jin drew her into his embrace and settled on the bed. The heat of his firm chest was nearly overwhelming. Xiao Jin's large hand caressed Shen Tang's delicate waist, his breath growing heavier. He had never favored those emaciated females. He preferred the wild and curvaceous ones. How could this plump little female be so alluring? Her soft flesh was perfectly proportioned, exuding a sensuality that ignited his fervor. For the past 2 days, Xiao Jin had been restless, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of her. He yearned to be with her every day. Shen Tang had experienced her first passionate encounter and did not entirely resist it, though their previous escapade had occurred in the wilderness, with only the 2 of them to indulge freely. Tonight, however, other beastmen resided next door, and she feared being overheard. Her body tensed with anxiety, her face flushed like the evening sky. Seeing her bashfulness only intensified Xiao Jin's desire. He longed to tease her mercilessly until she wept. Leaning close, his heated breath brushed against her ear, his laughter laced with a hint of provocation. Were you not enjoying it that night? It stirred a sense of intrigue within her. Yet, Shen Tang frequently glanced toward the neighboring room. With me here, are you still thinking of other males? Shen Tang, your audacity truly knows no bounds. Xiao Jin grasped her chin, his golden eyes narrowing dangerously, and lowered his lips to hers, claiming dominion. Shen Tang was soon lost in the kiss, her thoughts drifting away. Her cheeks burned, eyelashes fluttered, and her eyes clouded, arms encircling his neck. Xiao Jin's kiss was both domineering and tender. However, this scoundrel always delighted in mischief. Especially when Shen Tang let her guard down, he would strike unexpectedly, catching her off guard. Shen Tang covered her mouth, anxiously glancing at the wall, her heart racing. Yet Xiao Jin was relentless, employing various antics to provoke her. With shimmering eyes, Shen Tang bit down on his shoulder in frustration. Xiao Jin let out a muted groan, but there was no pain, only pleasure. Did this little silly female realize how deadly alluring she was? Her helpless gaze was akin to a kitten playfully scratching, only serving to heighten his desire. Xiao Jin pried her hand away, a smirk gracing his lips, his voice low and husky. Fear not, the neighbors are fast asleep. Tonight, it is just you and me. Shen Tang's heart raced like a drum. After what felt like an eternity, silence reigned next door. The tension in her chest eased, and in anger, she bit him again. Xiao Jin's smile deepened, casting a cold glance toward the wall, his leopard ears twitching. Rest assured, they cannot hear us. Little did he know, the occupants next door were already awake. Shunli resided in the room adjacent to Shen Tang, the closest. From the onset of their antics, he had been roused from slumber. Initially feigning ignorance, he believed their frolicking would cease soon enough, but it persisted through the night, growing increasingly raucous. His gentle, affectionate fox-like eyes darkened as he fixated on the neighboring room, wishing to strip the leopard of its skin. He was acutely aware that the leopard was intentionally causing a ruckus to disturb them, a brazen display of dominance. Shunli held no romantic feelings for Shen Tang. Yet the sounds from the other side stirred something within him, tightening his chest, leaving him breathless. The female's aroused voice sent waves of heat through him, awakening unfamiliar sensations. Jialan was lounging in the bathtub, immersed in sleep, when suddenly he was jolted awake by a loud, splashing sound. His azure eyes opened, revealing frosty, slit pupils, and delicate blue scales appeared on his neck, signifying his agitation or heightened arousal. Incensed, Jialan clenched his teeth and conjured a water sphere, hurling it against the wall, cursing the leopard for its incessant noise. Could it not be quiet for once? The ruckus was preventing him from sleeping. Had that wretched leopard taken drugs? It had been restless all night. Jialan, frustrated, covered his ears, wishing to block out the sound, but it permeated through. His exquisitely chiseled face flushed a light pink, resembling a boiled shrimp. He caught snippets of the female's voice, igniting his suppressed instincts. Damn it, he would never entertain thoughts of that hefty woman. Unable to endure any longer, Jialan donned his clothes and stormed out. Approaching Shen Tang's door, he contemplated confronting them, yet hesitated, fearing an embarrassing encounter. His face burning with shame as he muttered, "That shameless leopard." He turned and exited the villa, seeking a place to cool his head. Upon stepping outside, he discovered Shun Li and the others, their expressions equally strained. Remaining indoors any longer would surely drive them mad. This night was destined to be sleepless. The food supplies at home were nearly depleted. I shall venture into the city outskirts. Lu Xiao broke the silence, turning to leave. Shun Li, too, felt a surge of pent-up energy that needed release. I shall join you. Jialan, feeling restless, decided to accompany them in hunting beasts outside the city. Shui Yinzhou glanced toward the villa, her gaze clouded with uncertainty. Did she truly have such affection for that leopard? Did he serve her well? Contemplating, she refrained from following, instead transforming into her true form, coiling around a nearby tree. The curtains were drawn back, providing a clear view of the scene within. The white snake flicked its tongue, expression inscrutable, yet its elongated tail unconsciously rubbed against the branches as it listened to the sounds emanating from inside. Xiao Jin sensed the gaze from outside, pausing momentarily before his icy golden eyes met the white snake's. Their eyes locked, and sparks seemed to ignite. Xiao Jin's expression darkened. This snake was peculiar, spying on them. His lips curled as he uttered a single word, scram. Shui Yinzhou's gaze remained unchanged, fixing her eyes on the entranced female, her dark purple pupils narrowing as the rhythm of her tail quickened. Xiao Jin's face darkened further. He swiftly drew the curtains closed. Damn it, he had no interest in allowing other males to witness their private moment. Shen Tang remained oblivious to the tension outside. She was far too preoccupied with her own predicament to notice anything else. The system conveniently muted any notifications during her intimate moments with her beastman, offering no reminders. As dawn broke, Xiao Jin, still unsated, finally relinquished Shen Tang to her slumber. Exhausted, she succumbed to sleep. His long leopard tail curled around her waist, gently caressing her. A subtle fondness flickered in his eyes. Congratulations, host. Xiao Jin's favorability has reached 20. Unfortunately, Shen Tang was deep in slumber and did not hear the system's notification. Shen Tang slept soundly until the following afternoon, undisturbed by anyone. Upon awakening, she found no one beside her, the blankets cool to the touch, indicating that Xiao Jin had long since departed. She glanced down at her bare form, her face flushing, cursing that wretched leopard for his disregard. Hastily dressing, she patted her empty stomach, intending to search the refrigerator for something to eat. Descending the stairs, she encountered Shun Li approaching. Little Tang, you have finally awakened. I was just considering coming to find you. The red-haired youth smiled warmly, though his eyes bore signs of fatigue, as if he had not slept well through the night. Shen Tang felt a pang of guilt. Surely, They had not overheard anything last night. Shen Li's gaze fell upon her flushed cheeks, stirring something within him. As he approached, he caught sight of the marks on her neck, his expression darkening. His fingers instinctively clenched. Even he himself was unaware. When Shen Tang noticed Shen Li staring intently at her, she instinctively followed his gaze, and her face instantly flushed crimson. She hurriedly gathered her collar and offered him an awkward smile. Shen Li giggled, is there any leftover food in the fridge? I'll go heat it up. The meal is ready. We were just waiting for you to eat, Shen Li replied, his expression softening, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Shen Tang was taken aback. It was already 2 or 3 in the afternoon, well past lunchtime, and they had been waiting for her. Upon reaching the dining table, she found all the beast husbands present. Jiao Lan and the others wore slightly peculiar expressions, their gazes towards her laden with unspoken implications. Shen Tang's heart skipped a beat. Before she could ponder further, Shen Li pulled her into a seat right next to him. To her right was Shen Li, and to her left sat Jiao Lan. On the other sides were Lu Xiao and Shui Zhou. The table was rectangular, with Xiao Jin seated opposite her, the farthest away. Xiao Jin's expression darkened as he stood up and walked over, tapping Jiao Lan's chair. Get up, switch places with me. Why should I? I was sitting here just fine. If you're bored, go hunt some prey outside the city instead. Jiao Lan retorted impatiently, clearly annoyed. He had not slept well the previous night and was irritable, wishing he could skin this insufferable leopard. Xiao Jin raised an eyebrow, feigning indifference. What's the matter? You're not developing feelings for this little chubby girl, are you? Is that why you're reluctant to leave? What nonsense are you spouting? Jiao Lan's handsome face flushed, and he sprang up from his chair as if shocked. Xiao Jin, quick as a flash, seized the back of the chair and sat down, leaving Jiao Lan no chance to regret his decision. Jiao Lan's jaw twitched in frustration, his handsome face turning pale at a loss for words. This is absurd. What is so special about this chubby girl? He simply could not comprehend why they were competing over her. Although Shen Tang had indeed improved in appearance, she was still quite ordinary. What merit did she possess to warrant such rivalry between the leopard and the fox? The only aspect of her that caught his eye was her mental prowess and healing abilities, which were merely somewhat useful. At most, she could serve as a roommate. He could never harbor such feelings for her, nor would he engage in a love triangle. This is utterly tedious, he huffed, disdainfully turning away to sit at the farthest end of the table, focusing on his meal. Shen Tang shot him an unkind glance, purposely ignoring him as she turned to chat amiably with Shen Li. Xiao Jin narrowed his golden eyes, grinding his back teeth, and casually pulled Shen Tang and her chair closer to him with a flick of his leg. Shen Li, resting his chin on his hand, smiled wryly. It's just a meal. Isn't it? Jin, your possessiveness is rather strong. Xiao Jin glared at the foxtail entwined around Shen Tang's waist, wishing he could sever it off. Unyielding, Shen Li gently stroked the foxtail around Shen Tang's waist, casting a warm, yet slightly provocative smile at Xiao Jin. Dang dang. Come here. Shen Tang's lips twitched. She never expected this insufferable leopard to call her so affectionately, having always referred to her as fat lady or fat girl. Recalling how fiercely he had pursued her the previous night, nearly breaking her in the process, she felt a twinge of discomfort and deliberately ignored him. She turned to Shen Li with a beaming smile. Li Gij, thank you for saving me some food. I'm absolutely famished. Shen Li kindly ladled a generous bowl of meat soup for her. You must replenish your energy after last night's exhaustion. Just as Shen Tang took a sip of the soup, she choked, her face flushing red at his words. Meeting Shen Li's smiling gaze and the awkward glances from Jiao Lan and the others, she wondered if they had been eavesdropping all night. Heaven help her. How could she maintain her dignity at home now? She felt utterly humiliated, wishing she could vanish into a crack in the ground. Shen Li handed her a tissue to wipe her mouth, his demeanor warm and calm. Xiao Tang, remember, you're the female master. You cannot indulge those who lack consideration for you. Neglecting your health is not wise. Xiao Jin's expression darkened further, his golden eyes flashing with discontent. Some people are sour grapes, unable to enjoy what they cannot have, coveting what belongs to others, right, Tang Tang? Shen Li's smile faltered, vexed by Xiao Jin's foolish remarks. Wishing he could peel the leopardess skin off, Shen Tang's cheeks burned as she stepped on Xiao Jin's foot, shooting him a fierce glare. Be quiet. If you keep that up, you can forget about sharing a bed in the future. Drink this, he said, pushing the beast meat soup towards her. This is the blood essence of a deer I hunted for you early this morning. It's a great nourishment for females. Shen Tang was momentarily taken aback. He had risen so early to hunt for her. The aroma of the soup wafted towards her, making her swallow hard, utterly tempted by the deliciousness. She scooped a spoonful of the soup, noticing a piece of meat. The deer meat, cooked to perfection, was translucent and crimson, melting in her mouth with a burst of nourishing vitality coursing through her limbs. Chapter 99, Task. Intimate contact. Xiao Jin scooped a spoonful of soup. Come, open your mouth. I'll feed you. Shen Tang's lips twitched, doubting whether this leopard had undergone a personality change, making her feel somewhat uncomfortable. She ignored him and continued drinking her soup. Xiao Jin, displeased, snatched Shen Tang's bowl, insisting on feeding her in front of everyone. Jiao Lan slammed the table, his expression darkening. Xiao Jin, can you not disgust us in front of so many people? It's just a meal. Must you be so clingy? Lu Xiao also frowned slightly. Despite their disdain for Shen Tang, she was still his legitimate beast wife. Xiao Jin's behavior seemed to provoke conflict. Any male would find it hard to tolerate. Shun Li observed their interaction, a flicker of unease flashing in his eyes, his feelings becoming more complicated. Shui Yinzhou gazed at Shen Tang for a long while, lowering his long lashes, lost in thought. After finishing the meal, Shen Tang planned to check on the beastmen working in the fields when suddenly, the system's prompt echoed in her mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a new side quest. Please mate with the second beast husband. Task duration, 1 month. Reward, a complete facial reconstruction. Shen Tang stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. She had just mated with Xiao Jin not long ago. How could the system issue such an outrageous task? It made her want to curse. System, are you too impatient? I just had that with Xiao Jin, and it hasn't even been 2 days. Are you in such a hurry to find the next one? Shen Tang was a woman who enjoyed the pleasures of life and accepted the polyandrous system of the beast world quite well. However, having just formed a bond with Xiao Jin, was it not a bit too disloyal to seek out another male for mating so soon? Although they were all her beast husbands, it felt somewhat wrong. If Xiao Jin found out, wouldn't he punish her severely? Please trust the system's judgment. You will surely win them over. The system encouraged. Shen Tang's lips twitched, not wishing to engage with this troublesome system. Yet, it always grasped her lifeline, offering increasingly tempting conditions. Her flat, fleshy nose detracted from her beauty. Not only did Jia Lan find it unappealing, but she herself felt repulsed every time she looked in a mirror. She wished she could carve it off. The prospect of a complete facial reconstruction was a perfect opportunity to reshape her nose into something beautiful. Then that aesthetically obsessed merman wouldn't look at her with such disdain. But who should her next target be? After careful consideration, Shen Tang requested the system to display the favorability ratings of potential targets. Okay, the favorability ratings have been updated. Xiao Jin, 20 Shun Li, 90 Jiao Lan, 30 Lu Xiao. 80 aside from this, the one with the highest favorability was indeed her fox brother. She also tends to take action against the cunning fox. Among the remaining beast husbands, only Shun Li has a relatively pleasant attitude towards her. Shun Li usually shows her considerable care, but in truth, Shen Tang feels more like a brotherly affection from him rather than a romantic interest between a male and female. Shen Tang harbors doubts in her heart about whether Shun Li harbors any romantic thoughts towards her. Jiao Lan and Lu Xiao can both easily discern that there are no romantic feelings from him toward her. Yet, Shun Li's overly kind demeanor towards her leaves Shen Tang somewhat uncertain. Regardless, she must find an opportunity to test his feelings. Shen Li's fondness for her is just a step away from blossoming into love, which could be further ignited. Veep, congratulations to the host for losing 30 pounds. Appearance value 6. Updating host's personal information page. Host, Shen Tang age, 19 appearance, 69, charming and delicate, skin, ordinary figure, 131 pounds, slightly plump, skills, mental strength 10, earth element abilities, earth escape technique, soil manipulation technique, beginner healing abilities comprehensive charm evaluation, medium grade suggestion, optimized physique, refined facial features. Shen Tang is quite satisfied with her current physical condition. She could be considered a slightly plump yet attractive beauty. Weighing over 160 pounds, her figure was indeed striking, yet it was admittedly a bit excessive. At around 130 pounds, she feels much better. Her figure remains alluringly ample, with her flesh appearing firmer, exuding a sense of internal and external vitality, and her round face has slimmed down slightly, making her features appear more vivid and graceful. Shen Tang gazed into the mirror for quite a while, brimming with confidence, and intended to seek out Shun Li that evening, only to find his door locked. Could he have gone hunting outside the city? Just as she stepped out of the villa's main entrance, she unexpectedly ran into Jialan. Jialan, initially with a sullen expression, seemed lost in thought, and upon seeing someone blocking his path, his demeanor grew impatient. Oddly, after just half a day apart, he felt as if this plump lady had slimmed down. Although Shen Tang's belly was not particularly large, and she was wearing loose clothing, the difference between 160 and 130 pounds was not drastically noticeable. It merely gave her figure a more graceful and proportionate appearance, with a slightly smaller face and less facial flesh, enhancing the prominence of her features, especially her pair of clear, glistening eyes, which sparkled in the sunlight. The corners subtly lifted, resembling the delicate claws of a kitten, gently scratching at one's heart. Shen Tang arched her crescent-shaped eyes and bestowed upon Jialan a gentle and amiable smile. Jialan's heart skipped a beat, and a hint of discomfort flickered across his handsome face. He pursed his lips, seemingly wanting to say something, yet unsure of how to begin. Shen Tang, eager to find Shun Li, did not notice his fleeting change in expression. She thought to herself that the beast husbands frequently engaged in activities together, and quickly asked, "By the way, do you know where Shun Li has gone? I just went to his room and didn't see him." Jialan paused for a moment. Then his expression darkened, speaking with impatience. "He can go wherever he pleases. I'm not his father. How would I know?" Seeing Jialan's indifferent attitude, Shen Tang felt a flash of displeasure. It seemed this merman truly did not favor her. She merely asked him a question, yet he responded as though she owed him 3 million. Originally, Shen Tang had thought that Jialan's fondness for her was not too low and might be worth exploring. Now, she decisively dismissed that notion. He removed his outer garment, his tall and slender figure accentuated, with his long, cascading crimson hair shining like satin in the sunlight. His handsome face, adorned with a smile, was undeniably captivating. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, "Shun Li, if you're free tomorrow, could you accompany me to the fields? You want me to help you with your work again?" Shun Li replied with a beaming smile, and as his gaze fell upon her face, a moment of surprise flickered in his affectionate eyes.